Welcome to the Convo Couch Election Day Special. I am Pasta Jardula.
And I'm Fiorella.
And Johnny Sue is still pinning on those ones and twos. The first sentence I couldn't even get out, fam. I'm so excited. I'm ready. I'm energetic. It is time. How do you feel?
I feel, I'm already irritated. As of this morning, as of last night, I was looking at things people were saying. Ridiculous predictions by some people in indie media.
Yeah. Some crazy predictions.
Thinking that just Biden's going to run away with this. And, I'm of the belief that, and you can call me a Russian for this or not, that if Joe Biden wins this handedly, I believe that there's definitely some foul play just based on the momentum Donald Trump has, just based on the rallies he has. It is an unpopular opinion among a lot of people, especially on the left, but 2016 showed us that none of these polls are to be trusted. Yeah. And people seem to be forgetting that.
Yeah, well, what are the polls exactly, ladies and gentlemen out there? Do you really think they're accurate? Have you been called for a poll? Do you have a landline? How do they kind of manipulate these polls? And fam, these are also small samples that they take and try to blow it up. And really, I look at it as almost like propaganda of telling you who to vote for. This whole Biden has a big lead, Biden has a big lead, trying to insert that into your mindset that you got to go with the grain, you got to go mob mentality, and you got to go out and vote for Joe Biden. But I think it's going to fall flat on its face today. And I believe, honestly, if Joe Biden does come out with a victory, it is a lot of foul play going on. Just by judging by his rallies alone. There's 12 people. There's 12,000 people out of Donald Trump one. It's way lopsided, almost like the Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton.
Right, and people keep saying that the rallies, like with Bernie, Bernie had a lot of rallies and Biden won. I'm like, well, you know as well as I do that the only reason that happened was because of severe election fraud, also manipulation by the mainstream media, also Obama putting his hand in there, making these phone calls. The fact is that we can't trust anything that happens, and now I am more afraid of a Joe Biden victory personally because of the anger from the Trump side. I think they're more likely to be angry and start, protesting. Whereas I don't really see liberals protesting. I see the actual left going out there as normal, protesting like they've normally done. But I really don't see any liberal riot starting. They said they were going to protest for Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and they were going to do whatever it took, Nancy said, to hold the Republicans accountable and stop the Supreme Court nominee. And they did it.
They didn't do anything. They let it fly by in the middle of the night. And to be honest with you, fam, if I'm a one-issue voter today, it's about the censorship issue. We'll talk about that later today. I am fearful if Joe Biden gets in, what these big tech companies will continue to do. Remember, the majority of the money from big tech, $16 million, has gone to Joe Biden. Trump has got a little bit from Apple, but nothing compared to what Joe Biden is. And like we said from that Senate hearing, they couldn't censor fast enough. Speaking of censorship, ladies and gentlemen, we know you're here on the YouTube. We have a lot of people streaming on in. We're going to be here all day, fam. It's a long day. So we want you to go over to the Rokfin as well, Rokfin, because we don't know what YouTube's going to pull as far as the coverage today. So we want to be safe and secure. We are streaming on all our networks, our Twitter, our Facebook, our YouTube, our Rokfin, but most importantly, Rokfin is the safest spot because they are not owned by big tech, and we will be safest there. So let's get right to it right now, fam. We have a lot of things to get into. Before we get into our coverage of the swing state, because that's what we're going to concentrate mostly on, fam, right, is the swing states. We know Arkansas is going to go red. We assume that California is going to go blue. It's those states in between that really going to make the difference. We've said before, Michigan and Pennsylvania is where it's at, where we have to pay close attention to. That might decide the election, one state. So we will pay attention to those states. But let's do some unpacking. Last night, New Hampshire, the results, Dixville Notch. Damn, if Dixville Notch is going to talk about, if they're going to set the tempo for this election, then Biden's going to win, no?
If you recall when we went to New Hampshire during the primaries, nobody who won there got the nomination. So it really, in another nearby county, actually, to Dixville, Donald Trump got 16 votes compared to Joe Biden. So we have the very first thing that happened at midnight last night. Joe Biden had 5 to Donald Trump's 0. And that was, it's a tradition. They do this in New Hampshire in about 3 different cities.
We got to go to the city that had the most people there. We actually were able to see, I thought it was really cool, Tulsi Gabbard's first vote. Elizabeth Warren got some votes. Pete Buttigieg got some votes. Biden really didn't get a lot of votes, did he?
No, not really. I don't remember him getting any.
I think
Maybe
he got one or two and stuff. So
but
he wasn't even on the radar there, to be honest with you. And it's kind of still, it's a little silly that they pushed him forward. And fam, I don't want to hear people say he won that primary. They pushed him forward, especially Barry Obama getting on the phone and making calls for him. So that was last night in Dixville. Notch.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what's going on too as well. I had a friend who works for the city of Beverly Hills call me and said they were setting up the town crazy, boarding it up, putting barricades everywhere, taking light fixtures out. And in fact, Beverly Hills has 200 hired Pinkerton guards, which, you know, are ex-Navy SEALs, ex-military people that will be in Beverly Hills guarding that town. So we also have some takes you saw this morning when we run around from this state to that state, and we saw some stuff going on, starting with New York City and Madison Avenue. Tell us about that, fam.
So, no, they were just boarding up New York City. Businesses left and right have been boarding up New York City. And you guys can see, we can show the video, Johnny. Can we show the video of Beverly Hills boarding up? It's just a very simple video.
The New York one, you mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, the very first one?
Yeah.
Just a picture?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
well, let's get the picture up.
Okay, there's the picture.
Yeah.
If you guys can show that. And then Redwood City.
Another one. Where's Redwood City at? But they're
here.
Boarding up over there
They're
as well.
boarding up over there as well. And I believe that one is a video.
The Nigel Farage one is a video. This is in horrifying scenes in D.C. Before the election. Democracy in crisis, they said.
Yep.
Johnny, you have a little video of that you can show?
Yep, Washington, D.C. Just a little bit of it. We're not going to show it all.
Well, this is the Mayflower Hotel, a well-known Washington, D.C. landmark. And you might think, looking behind me, that everything's normal in Washington, D.C. It isn't.
So as you guys can see, they're boarding up D.C. They're expecting some sort of backlash, whether it's from the right or whether it's from the left. They're expecting something. Yeah. So it's really interesting to me. I know Beverly Hills, I was told, is also boarded up all over the place. So
the Pinkerton guards,
we know that something's going to happen. We just don't know what yet. And I still think, Pasta, that we're not going to get full-on results until way later.
It's kind of interesting. I think there'll be a couple swing states that will get some results today. But I think that the establishment has picked their spots of where they're going to try to win this election. The Democrats and the Republicans, we talk about this all the time. Election rigging is a bipartisan practice.
Right.
So where are they going to try to pick their spot? The Democrats and the Republicans, I believe, will both do it. But what spots will they pick? Where will they go about it? Where will they try to go? Will it be Ohio again? Will it be Pennsylvania? Will it be Michigan? Will it be Florida? We don't know. Mike Espy, who's this dude? He's a U.S. Senator from Missouri, I believe. Today he voted at 7 a.m. in his voting precinct. Fam, you have a long line there.
I think did we skip something?
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Can we go, Johnny, to 5:30 a.m. That one? Yeah, this one right there. So at 5:30 a.m., one of my friends who lives in Missouri, in St. Charles County, which is primarily a red county in Missouri, this line wrapped around the building, and that was at 5:30 a.m. It took over an hour, but he was in the front of the line. The lines were getting bigger and bigger as time went on. So this is we're showing you a little bit of the lines in the polling places of this morning. And then Mississippi.
That was the one, Mike Epstein.
Yep.
Yeah, my bad.
Mississippi is the one where they were also having polling line issues. You could see over there, possibly you can.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. Around the block. How is it 2020 and we're still having problems with our lines and stuff? Good old America, the best country in the world. We're supposed to be the number one when it comes to business. We can't even run simple, clean, efficient elections. There's always problems with our elections. Fam, I believe that's still by design. That's what stinks about the whole situation.
And then in Nevada, of course, where we are right now, the Clark County voters had severe polling locations issues in the county, technical difficulties. They had not opened yet, and they were waiting in line in the morning. It took forever to get things situated. I expected things to have, I expected them to have a little bit of an issue, but I didn't. It's it's definitely not as bad as it was last time. Like in the primary. In the primary, we saw far worse. And we're going to be showing you guys the difference between how the primary was handled versus how they have it handled now. Because the primary was definitely, they really didn't care about the long lines.
All right, so we have something in Pennsylvania too, right, as well?
If you can just, because...
I'm going to bring that up over here. Yeah, it says voting machines are down in Westmoreland and Philadelphia counties, opposite sides of the state, both pro-Trump strongholds. Like I said, it's both sides messing with each other.
Yeah.
So who knows what's going on over there. You have to look at the Secretary of State half the times because that's going to give you an answer to what area we're concentrating on more, whether it be the Democrat or the Republican. It's a shame. I think we need to get national laws, national bills that will say this is what we have to do as far as our elections are concerned. So there's less fugaziness going on. South Carolina, fam.
Yeah.
Gavin Jackson. The new line at the Heritage Church in Lexington County this morning, where 2 of the 6 voting machines were down as of 10:30 a.m. 6 voting machines, fam? Why 6 voting machines?
Exactly. So like we saw in the primary, they have only a few machines for thousands of people. And then people are like, well, look at everybody going to vote. It's democracy. And it's like, that's not democracy. That is a failed democracy when you have long, long lines and people waiting in mass to vote. Yes, it's good to have a great turnout. But if you want people to go turn out, you should prepare for it. You should expect that people wait to the last minute. A lot of people don't want to vote early, especially a lot of the Republicans. They want to actually go in there and do the whole vote themselves. The people who primarily voted by mail, a lot of them were Democrats. Yeah. So that's why you're going to see like the initial ballots come in to favor Joe Biden when you're talking about the mail-ins. But when you're talking about voting in person, like historically, conservatives tend to want to be the ones that go in line the day of and vote. I personally like doing that myself because I don't necessarily trust like a lot of things, but I just like going in there myself.
Well, I don't think it's so much ideologically as more it is like a younger generation that likes to go get their sticker, kind of show up. They have a lot going on. People who are more consumed have to vote usually a little bit later. Now, this particular time out, a lot of Democrats, they went with the mail-in route. They pushed it down everybody's throats. Right. They got all their people out there. Mail-in, 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 mail-in. We'll collect it for you in those areas and stuff like that. But traditionally, it's usually younger people, workers that go on election day. This election, you have to throw all the rules out the door and just kind of think it's COVID. There are different rules to the game, what's going on, what not. A lot of states aren't really just is kind of freely throwing out mail-in ballots like California maybe, where they send everybody a ballot. In fact, Gavin Newsom had a lawsuit where he said he wanted, if you got a mail-in ballot, you can't go to the polling place. They told him, shut up, no, you can go if you want to. That's the person's right. So
that's ridiculous.
Now, let's talk about Arizona real quick because this is ridiculous. We remember in 2016, fam, when they went crazy in Arizona, when they closed down. And this is what I talk about. We can't call it early. They called it so early for Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders in 2016 in the primary. And then after we find out, after these long lines in the sun during the primary, just long-ass lines, that the head of elections in Arizona closed down 70% of the polling places when she had a huge increase of voters register. So now today we're seeing more of this time in the wet weather, in the rain, in long lines in Arizona. Somebody needs to get fired in Arizona. Somebody really is just terrible.
Arizona's a swing. It's one of the states we'll be looking at. A lot of the mainstream media has been saying that Arizona is definitely going to go to Joe Biden. And I have a hard time believing that based on the Arizona's population. I mean, outside of Phoenix, everywhere else is red. Now they're banking on him being able to get all of Phoenix. And also a lot of the states that like favored Bernie Sanders in some ways, like West Virginia, we can look into that, completely did not vote for Hillary Clinton in the general. In fact, they went red. Yeah. And that's because of a few things, among them being NAFTA and TPP and how that affected the population there.
Yeah. The coal miner jobs that Hillary just said they're going away without having a plan of what to transition them into. What she said, it's kind of funny. She took a lot of flack for that, but I was like with it in a way because we want coal jobs to eventually go away, right? We want to protect the environment, protect our ozone, not put dirty shit in the air. So what do? We have to transition from that. And a lot of people actually went and voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary just to vote against Hillary Clinton.
Right.
And then they went back to Donald Trump just to vote against Hillary Clinton.
Right.
And we have to pay attention to that today. When it comes to the Rust Belt, when it comes to those areas that have jobs on a high level, is the layover of the NAFTA really going to affect Joe Biden and the votes? Because remember, he was part of the whole Klan.
He was.
And he was for the TPP, where Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders were against the TPP. So very interesting. Johnny, we have that little video on the Facebook clip over there of Arizona. It's an aerial shot. Somebody got a drone up there. If you'd like to put that up real quick before we get over to Georgia. Oh, Georgia, fam. Georgia is a swing state. So your thoughts on Georgia today and the problems that's still going on. We've had so many problems. And listen, this has been an area where Republicans have generally screwed over Democrats, especially people of color. We know the Stacey Abrams thing. Everybody likes to harp on it and not talk about the other issues when they disenfranchise somebody for their political beliefs, which is the major thing going on right now. But Georgia, an area where we have problems, fam.
I just don't see Georgia going blue either. Like outside of Atlanta, and you have a lot of a heavy black population in Atlanta, and you have a more urban region. Outside of that, though, again, it's the same thing that's been happening in the southern states. Outside of these one big cities, everywhere else is red. So it's really going to depend just how much that can carry. I realistically don't see Georgia going blue, but it is, I think, going to be a lot closer than it has been in previous years because the Democrats have spent a lot of time campaigning there. Stacey Abrams and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I mean, they've been really working it. I still don't see it going red. It is a swing state in this election reportedly, but I mean, I don't see it going blue. I see it going red.
I don't see it going blue either, too, as well. Atlanta, Georgia might go blue, but I don't think it's enough to get them over the top. The rural areas out there are definitely in it for Donald Trump. Their rallies have been way bigger, a lot more signs to come. It's going to be an interesting state. A lot of people feel it's up for grabs, so we'll see. Fam, everybody's been talking on the news that there's Russian interference going on. Russia is going to, they spiked my coffee before the show. Check your coffee. Russia is in the minds of everybody, fam. But we have some redacted information when it came to Julian Assange.
Yeah,
right?
So
let's talk about this really quick because we have to talk about the whole game plan of the Democrats is to make you think that the messing up in these elections, the corruption in these elections are coming from outside forces like Iran, China, and
Russia.
And Russia.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, man?
So basically, the breaking news was that as of November 2nd, the BuzzFeed released this article that pretty much dictated that, according to a judge, that forced the these documents that were redacted before, forced them to be unredacted. No evidence was found in nearly in the Mueller report indicating that Julian Assange or WikiLeaks colluded with Russia to release the DNC emails. And this, of course, comes as one day right before the election. Interesting that they decided to release it then, once again, debunking Russiagate, debunking everything that people like Rachel Maddow spent 3 years talking about as a conspiracy theory. So I can show you guys the documents here. We have the documents right here. But basically, the gist is that they don't have enough evidence to really tie this collusion to Julian Assange or WikiLeaks. And you guys can read the documents themselves. These are really are the ones
he has them up on our Twitter. So
these are the ones that have been completely unredacted. And one part says the office's determination that it could not charge WikiLeaks or Stone, so including Roger Stone as well, as part of the conspiracy. And so this is part of what they were trying to do. They were trying to say that Julian Assange was in collusion with Russia, and that's why that's why they released the emails. And the fact of the matter is that we've been saying this is completely not true for the last 3 years, but people like MSNBC and other media.
Let me tell you something. Neo-progressives have been regurgitating this bullshit too as well. We've heard people say, we've been on shows where they said that they think that Julian Assange went to work for Russia. No, not whatsoever. Now we have no empirical evidence that CrowdStrike, Julian Assange, or the Russians hacked anything, did anything. We have some memes out there. The majority of the memes were out after the votes were casted, 70% of them. So really we have to come to grips and really understand that Russia has nothing to do with our elections. Okay, this is about our own legislation, our own bodies, Republicans and Democrats, establishment trying to sway and cheat these elections, taking away from the people and telling you that it's Russia. It's also a big distraction from the Democrats having to face the fact and face the fire of why they lost to Donald Trump the first time, fam.
Exactly. It's a way to distract from holding any accountability and to also smear people who were exposing them. Julian Assange is one of those people that was exposing U.S. war crimes and also exposing the corruption within the Democratic Party as well, which is why they tried to tie him to Russia. So this is really hefty when it comes to the Julian Assange trial. I mean, this really just shows that if that is completely false, then shouldn't the charges against Julian Assange be dropped? If you're saying that this is false, then that should extend to everything else. And that's not what's happening here. Donald Trump is the one that is pursuing this indictment towards Julian Assange. But it's not like Joe Biden isn't going to continue that as well. None of them are going to continue.
None of the Democrats and none of the Republicans have said anything in defense of Julian Assange, especially the Democrats. We expect the Democrats to stand up and say something. Julian Assange is on trial because he exposed the military-industrial complex. Because he exposed
and the CIA.
He exposed what we do over in countries. Remember, those were reporters that were gunned down and stuff, and it was disgusting the way they did it. And it's a shame that none of the squad, Bernie Sanders, anybody is saying anything about Julian Assange unless it comes to Tulsi Gabbard, Thomas Massie, Rand Paul, Mr. Gates. There's very few people in our Congress that are out to help Julian Assange and help America when it comes to freedom of speech and what's going on. All right, let's break down the states, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. So, fam, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to play along with us, we went and did our own maps today. Now,
I didn't know what he was doing, and he didn't know what I was doing. So it's interesting. They're really close.
Well, it's almost identical. The only places that we have any difference in all our swing states, the majority of the swing states, we're on par. And we're going to go through each state, and we're going to talk about which ones we picked and stuff. Only New Hampshire and Maine, which only have a few delegates, are where me and Fiorella disagree, where she went blue, I went red. So it's going to be interesting. I think the censorship and the civil liberties issue might push those states over, but it's not going to swing the election either way. But in the major swing states that we talked about, we're actually on par, and we have it there. So thank you, Her40, for the Super Chat contribution. There are 422 watchers on YouTube. We need you to get over on the Rokfin. There's only 20-something odd people over there. Rokfin. Hello, Zelgatis. Crimson, a new person. Larry Janney. And all the good people. Get on over to the Rokfin. Rokfin. Watch on both. Have two screens up if you can. If they shut us down on YouTube, we'll be over there. So let's get to the state breakdown right now as we stand. So, Johnny, do we have a map up that we want to show? Okay,
so we're showing you our map. So, Pasta, you have...
Pretty much, we're going to go through this map right now, but you can see that's what it is. Pretty much, we have the Republicans winning 275 to the Democrats 263. So it's not like it was in 2016 where Trump won bigger. We're expecting a little contestedness in some of the states in the Rust Belt where we think that Joe Biden might be able to pick up a few things.
You think New Hampshire is going to go red?
I do think it's going to go red. Like I said, I think the censorship and the civil liberties issue is what's going to put them over the top. Let's start talking about the swing states, though. Let's start off with our home state, Florida, right?
Yep.
So Florida is up for grabs, fam. The top issues, according to the Sun Sentinel, conducted by a poll by FAU, Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton, Florida. Number 1 is the economy. Number 2 is immigration. Number 3, healthcare. Number 4, their guns. I put the guns in there because it's down the way. Fam, in this particular state, climate change doesn't even hit the map. It's Hurricane Alley.
I know.
But still, people are more concentrated on the economy, immigration, healthcare, whatnot. We both have it going red. Why?
I mean, okay, first of all, I'm from Florida. I've been there twice this year. I have seen a vast amount of support for Donald Trump everywhere, not just in red counties normally, but across the board. The fact is Floridians really care about the economy. You can tell by who they have as the governor. You can tell by who they elect for their representatives. Florida opened up during COVID because, again, they were more interested in having people work and their small businesses stay afloat than actually shutting down. A lot of people were completely against shutting down.
Yeah.
Now,
It went to Trump in 2016, by the way.
Of course, yeah. It went to Trump in 2016.
Slight win.
And, of course, you have Southern Florida full of Miami, full of a lot of liberal people. But if you go north of Miami, and then also if you count the Cuban population that despises any tie to socialism, and Donald Trump has been spewing that rhetoric that Joe Biden is a socialist, even though we know very well that he is absolutely not. Yeah. They buy into it and they believe in it. And it's a lot of Cuban immigrants. It's a lot of Venezuelan immigrants. So those people who are Latino are voting for Donald Trump. And it's also not just those people, but a lot of Latinos who have been here for a while and who have shifted their perspective for one reason or another. I can tell you personally, in my family, there are a few of them that do support President Donald Trump. And it's an interesting phenomenon that I've been seeing across the United States is that I'm seeing Donald Trump get more Black Americans and get more Latino Americans than I did in 2016. I'm sure he has lost some other people in different categories. I think some of the independent anti-war people have kind of said no. But at the same time, he has gained some people. This is why I think Florida is going to go red. But Pasta, let me ask you, a lot of people were saying that the older population has shifted to Joe Biden. Do you believe that? What do you think of that?
I don't believe that whatsoever. Listen, I believe there are some people who are growing a little frustrated when it comes to their health care.
Yeah.
But Florida is one of those states where it has a lot of people who have a few bucks that go to retire in Palm Beach and in Dade and Broward and whatnot. So they're happy with the health care they have. So they actually favor Donald Trump because they feel that Joe Biden still has that stigma of tied to the Democratic Socialist, that he's going to be like, take your health care away, even though he's not. He's not going to even give us the public option.
No.
He tried to throw that out there in the last one. And the thing about it is that even though you have those older Cubanos and Venezuelan people who are just anti-socialist and stuff, their younger generation, those children, I've met a lot of those at the Cubans for Bernie, they were all for this kind of democratic socialism, but they're not getting fooled with Joe Biden. So I think less people are going to vote for the Democrats this time in Florida. And I think that Donald Trump, he won last time by a percentage and a half. Look for Donald Trump in Florida to win by 5% today, ladies and gentlemen.
Really?
If this count is good, he's going to blow open the doors in Florida.
I think
they love him in Florida.
I disagree with you on the younger people not voting for Joe Biden. I see a lot of progressives in Florida who used to support Bernie Sanders feeling like they have to vote for Joe Biden. I've seen that as well. I just don't think it's going to be enough to overtake Donald Trump's reach in the state of Florida.
So that's Florida. We're going to go on to the next single state. It's North Carolina, fam. Mm-hmm. Biden is a slightly favorite to win. By the way, it was a toss-up. According to the odds, if you go look to Predict It, which is another site which just gives you the states and whatnot, it's a coin toss when it comes to Florida.
Yeah.
They think it's going to be close. I don't. I think it's going to be a 5-point win plus for Donald Trump if we get fair and honest results. North Carolina, Biden is a slight favorite. We both picked Biden. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you see the ticker, TCC is the Convo Couch. It will tell you our selection. It will tell you what happened in 2016 and where we're going with the whole situation right now and who's favored and whatnot. Now, North Carolina, fam. I picked Biden to slightly win, I believe. Yeah. Now, the top 3 issues, according to Elon University in North Carolina, economics and job is number 1. Mm-hmm. Healthcare is number 2. And party affiliation is actually 3. So Democrats are going to go Democrat. Republicans are going to go Republican. Right. It's pretty even within the state. There are some progressive pockets.
Yeah.
Healthcare, I think people have grown a little bit frustrated when it comes to Donald Trump.
Yep.
These are people who have healthcare problems who don't have the money in the bank necessarily like the people in Florida where they go to retire. Yep. North Carolina is a little different, and they've been growing just frustrated with the fact that Donald Trump has done nothing with healthcare.
And he hasn't,
despite saying he will do something. Now, the Democrats haven't done anything either, but the fact that we had the pandemic come along, the healthcare is an issue, I think that's what's going to swing this state, the Reverend Barber crew and those people out there. I think it's going to slightly swing a small win for Joe Biden. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I had difficulty with this because I could also see it going red, depending, for me, ultimately, they have to either get Michigan, Wisconsin, or North Carolina. Those are the ones I'm looking at to really to flip. I agree with you slightly for Joe Biden, but again, you have Asheville right? You have Asheville, North Carolina. You have these pockets of
Raleigh,
progressivism, Raleigh. But then outside of that is completely red. So again, it depends on how many people turn out. And you know, if there is a high turnout, usually historically that favors Democrats. But this time there is a lot of momentum and enthusiasm for Republicans to turn out. And I've been seeing a lot of Republican heavy counties have high turnouts. So that's also a possibility. I still think that it's likely to go blue, but I wouldn't be surprised that it's a toss-up, that it's close.
Yeah. Last time Donald Trump, he won by almost 3.5%, which is kind of cool. He got 2.3 to Hillary's 2.1. I don't know what's cool about it. Excuse me for slipping there, but it was kind of interesting when you look at it. I do think, though, that you're going to see a slight win for Joe Biden. I think the economy and the healthcare issue in North Carolina is really going to affect Donald Trump. He's kind of flat-footed on this whole situation. He keeps on talking about repealing the individual
ACA
mandate from Obamacare, like that's an automatic fix. It is not. He's got to come up with a solution. I think this is the state where his lack of health care or dragging his feet is really going to hurt
and there are
him.
people who really are affected directly by the ACA who do benefit from it. So.
Yes. Now we have the third swing state, Georgia.
Again,
Georgia. Last time I believe that Donald Trump won. He did by almost 5 points, fam. By over 5 points last time. It was a sound win. Donald Trump is slightly favored in this particular election. Now, I didn't get any issues what the issues are, but Georgia is known for one of those states, fam. We talk about Stacey Abrams. We talk about the election issues. They always have election issues when it comes to the machines. Primarily, the state is controlled by a lot of Republicans, so I think that the suppression at the polls will eventually help Donald Trump win by a bigger margin than he would have normally won if it was a fair election. I still think he would win anyways, but the suppression in this state, fam, I think is really going to pile up a big victory for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of pushback from that, though. There's a lot of Democrats that have gone there and made sure, like, hey, this is how they do it. They gerrymander, they suppress, blah blah blah. Stacey Abrams has been one of the leading advocates of that. Greg Palast did a whole thing on it. Yeah. But it's more than that for me. I think ultimately, though, there's just more of Republicans in Georgia than there are Democrats. It's been a red state. I don't see it as a swing state, like I said before. So I definitely think it's going to go to Trump, but I don't think it's going to be as close, as big of a win as it was last time.
Yes. Guys, we're almost close to 500 people on the YouTube. Thank you for waking up. Wipe the coals out your eyes. Turn on the Convo Couch. Get over to the Rokfin, Rokfin. There are 35 of you over there. We need to build that number up. Thank you so much for joining in. It's going to be a long day. We invite you to stay with us, Fiorella and Pasta, Johnny Sue on the ones and twos. We're going to bring you all the results as they come in, analysis, breakdown. We have a lot of guests on deck. In fact, our first guest today will be Dario Hunter, who's running as an independent Green fan. We'll get to talk a little bit about the Green Party. A lot of people are casting their ballot for the Green Party today because they simply cannot stand these two parties. Okay, so let's talk about the next state, fam. It is Pennsylvania. Now, it's funny because last time, this was supposed to be a big Clinton town. You put this on. She was polling 8 points ahead. She lost by less than a percentage point, but it's Pennsylvania. And this is usually a strong home for these Democratic establishment people. We just saw Joe Biden on TV talk about, I will not ban fracking. And Donald Trump said in the last election, Pennsylvania, Texas, did you hear him? He's not going to ban fracking. We need energy. I'll never let you down. Now, will that come into play, the fracking situation, or will the healthcare situation, because a lot of people talked about it, NPR did a whole report about it. People are mad in Pennsylvania that Donald Trump has dragged his feet on healthcare. Will the fracking issue play into the effect for Trump or Joe Biden, or will the healthcare play into advantage for Trump or Joe Biden?
I mean, I think it's going to be close. Initial polls had Donald Trump actually leading right before, hours before the today. And so it's going to be a toss up. I think I had a hard time giving Pennsylvania blue just because I've seen a lot of support for Donald Trump on his rallies in Pennsylvania. It's insane the amount of support he has, but I still don't think that he's necessarily going to win it handedly. I still think it's definitely Joe Biden has a lot of friends in Delaware, has a lot of friends in the Northeast. I think that's going to help Joe Biden out versus Hillary Clinton, who a lot of people just didn't like because of her associations.
A couple weeks ago, Biden was a heavy favorite. The numbers came down. However, this is one of those states. I think Joe Biden has a lot of establishment help, and it's going to really help him out today. You know what I'm saying? My concerns when it comes to the mail-ins is that you can stuff the ballot box, and that's an area they can find it. So we have to watch out for those tactics. We'll never be able to find. We don't have a proper audit situation, but we both went Joe Biden blue. Last time it was won by Donald Trump. I think that Hillary was really, really sacked with the NAFTA situation.
Yep.
How much will that play into the factor today for Joe Biden in getting those votes?
Right.
Will it really sack him? Will it really hurt him? Or will the fact that he's been kind of playing back and forth on the fracking situation hurt him even more? But Donald Trump, when it comes to the healthcare, dragging his feet. This might be one of those states we have to pay attention to. Now, the next state, swing states, 5 and 6, are New Hampshire and Maine. Biden is favored slightly in both of these states. Civil liberties are very big when it comes to that situation, fam. That's why I think that I'm putting Donald Trump going red for these states. Last time I'm going red for New Hampshire and Maine.
Got it.
You're going blue for New Hampshire and Maine.
Yeah.
Last time it went to both Hillary, both states. She won by a percentage point in New Hampshire. She won by a couple percentage points in Maine. But jobs are also on the ticket this time. Healthcare and guns all play in the factor. It's kind of funny because in the Northeast, you're like, why do guns play in the factor? But these are people who are just rural. They like to go out and shoot guns. They like their freedoms. In fact, I think when we went to New Hampshire, we saw all these independent-minded libertarians live free or die hard.
That's the motto of New Hampshire.
Why did you go with Joe Biden? Donald Trump?
Because even though civil liberties and guns are important to these people, so are jobs and healthcare, and Donald Trump hasn't done enough at all to get these jobs to these people. He hasn't done anything on healthcare. He threatens to repeal the ACA. I also think that it's a very divided state. You're going to see a lot of independents come out there and vote. A lot of people in these areas in New Hampshire are independents, and Maine, of course, is a ranked choice voting state. I mean, these are more independent, libertarian-minded states. So I get it. I thought about it, but then I was like, no, I just don't see Donald Trump getting those states. I haven't seen the evidence of support there. I think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be, like one way or the other. But I just think that even though they love their civil liberties, I think people are also having a really hard time with COVID and everything that's been going on. So I think that is also going to be present in the minds of a lot of people. For instance, and also like when you talk about Pennsylvania too, and the TPP and NAFTA, that was 4 years ago. So now what's more present in people's minds, which is why I think this is going to be a much closer race than it was last time around, is the economy and how that's been handled. And a lot of people have criticized Donald Trump's handling of the economy. And while Nancy Pelosi and Congress haven't done much, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. So the blame is going to fall more so on him than on everybody else.
We have 41 watchers over on the Rokfin. We need to get more over there. ROKFIN. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't know how YouTube's going to be today. If it crashes, there's a lot of restrictions on what we can talk about, so we're going to try to stay within the parameters. So if we do, something happens on YouTube, we will swing over to the Rokfin at all times. We will not have that shut down. We have 41 followers over there. We have close to 500. We're getting close to 500 on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where you want to be today. You don't have to watch the mainstream media, fam. We have a lot of stuff going on. This is the area. Come watch us right over here, the Convo Couch. We got the ticker down below. It's right now we have all the states, what happened, the swing states, who won it in 2016, the Convo Couch analysis, all the stuff is over there. We want to appreciate you for putting up those super chats. The first super chat came today, fam. I'm going to just reach out to this person and say hello. Thank you so much, Hero40, for the super chat contribution. People make changes, not official. People over profits, fam.
Unfortunately, we have two, oligarchs running against each other right now, which is sad. But
why we have a couple minutes, John, why don't we pull up the really quick folder of the candidates? We'll just go a little quick of some of the candidates we'll be paying attention to. We don't want to just pay attention to the states, fam. We got some candidates out there, some candidates that were on the show. Some of them are going to be on today, including Shahid Buttar running against Nancy Pelosi. Your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, Shahid Buttar is, to me, it's against Nancy Pelosi. It's one of the most important races, but it's really unfortunate how Nancy Pelosi has all of Silicon Valley. She has all of the establishment locked down throughout California. She is the most powerful person in Congress as far as the House. And she has literally done absolutely nothing to really oppose Donald Trump, only verbally. But when it comes to policy, when it comes to action, she's really not done anything. In fact, she's approved all of his military budgets. She has offered no opposition. And the squad has once again pretty much deferred to her for their leadership, and they haven't opposed her either.
Mama bear.
So I just think that Nancy Pelosi is one of those politicians that is a gatekeeper for any progressive legislation to get through, and she has to go. And a lot of people want her to go. But again, I don't trust our voting system in California. We know very well how that works and how completely influenced it is by the establishment. And also, Shahid Buttar was met with a lot of smears from a lot of the even the progressive left in San Francisco, and ultimately I think it's going to be difficult for him to get her this time. I think maybe in 4 years we might see a surgence of a defeat towards Nancy Pelosi, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that just yet.
I think it's important today, right now, that he has a big showing. See, the whole situation is everybody has to be they have to do like what's the word I'm saying? They can't run as an independent, fam. They got to run as either a Republican or a Democrat, So strategically, they tend to go towards the Democratic Party, which really sucks. I think that the main thing is Shahid has to have a big showing today. He has to become more of a populist candidate.
Yep.
He has to kind of distance himself in the next race as an independent, I believe, against Nancy Pelosi, and say, I'm not going to play these games. So I think today the most important thing is that Shahid gets a big score on that board today. He gets a lot of votes. I don't think he'll be able to win today. I don't think we'll put him over the top. There are no polls out there. We don't have an audit system. These are the elections in California. It's going to be really hard to beat the queen, Nancy Pelosi. However, we have Angelica Duenas, too, in our district. We just did a video the other day in Sun Valley. Her out there protesting at a power plant.
Yeah.
She's for a Green New Deal. Angelica's not the typical Democrat whatsoever. She also ran as a Green before in the past, like she did, running as a Democrat now to do with strategic. But she's good on foreign policy. She's good on civil liberties. She's good on Julian Assange. She pays attention to elections.
Yep.
And she's going after a big deep state hack and Tony Cardenas. Your thoughts on what Angelica Duenas can do today?
Yeah, so Angelica is actually in California's District 29, which is the Valley. A lot of leftists are there. A lot of progressives are there. She has been literally one of the only congressional candidates I've seen at anti-war protests. I've seen leading protests. She is a progressive through and through, Green New Deal, Medicare for all, etc., universal basic income even. And her campaign was, of course, extremely grassroots funded. She was a Green a few years ago when she ran, and I got to vote for her at that time because I lived in that district, and she got the endorsement of Bernie Sanders that time around. This time around, she did not get the endorsement of Bernie Sanders, which is really interesting. Tony Cardenas is accused of sexual assault. He has a really bad rap. He's been in power for a while now. Just in general in the California Democratic Party. And so it basically is the story of David and Goliath, with Angelica being the one that has a lot to offer, but it's a really big, it's going to be a tough feat to actually beat Tony Cardenas. But she was really close in the last few polls that we saw. But again, Pasta, as close as she is, and as much as, we would love to see a progressive in there, the voting system in California has notoriously gone horribly wrong for progressives, and as well as I do why that is.
The accusations out there about our elections being good but not in sound, fam, because they're the best in the world according to the Democratic establishment this time. And I love the way they're saying that we need weeks to decide when they had no problems calling these elections for Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden while thousands of people were still in line.
Yep.
The next candidate, actually, Darren O'Leary's left a super chat contribution. Thank you, Darren. It is always appreciated on the couch. Guys, hit the like button, hit the share button. Let's get this out. Join on our Rokfin. Have us both up on both screens. Darren O'Leary asks, George Gascon, this fella, hasn't he been accused of sexual assault? I don't know. I haven't heard about that. However, he is running against Jackie Lacey.
Yeah,
and I'm one of those people who say, fam, that you can never vote against something. You have to vote for something. But I might change my mind when it comes to voting against Jackie Lacey right now. Her history and what she's done, and how she's been awful, refusing to prosecute killer cops at any step of the way. Your thoughts on this, Rage fam? I haven't seen a big push from George Gascon at all. He hasn't come on our show. He avoided us. I mean, he didn't avoid us, but we got a little clip of him. But he didn't make the progressive stops like he should, and he was half the candidate that I thought Rachel Rossi was. Your thoughts on this specific race today?
Yeah.
Because even though George Gascon might not be the dream candidate, I think a lot of us want to see him replace Jackie Lacey.
So, Johnny, if you want to just go all the way down to, since we're talking about it now, George Gascon, basically, DA Jackie Lacey has refused to prosecute killer cops for the last 3 years. Black Lives Matter has been protesting in front of the Hall of Justice for the last 3 years. We have been covering that for the last 3 years, and she has done nothing. And the situation, of course, after George Floyd has only gotten progressively worse. So even though Rachel Rossi was the more progressive candidate and Gascon came from San Francisco, where he got ousted by Chesa Boudin, yeah. It was kind of, it's interesting. He's not corporate free. He's not anything that is really that progressive, but he is definitely an improvement to Jackie Lacey. So a lot of people really, really jumped onto his campaign just because of how much they despise Jackie Lacey. And I agree with you. Like, I'm generally not about voting for the lesser of evils, but Jackie Lacey has really made a terrible situation far worse, especially in an era where we're having protests every day in Los Angeles against police brutality. We're having tensions between politicians, law enforcement, and protesters. We're seeing how the sheriff's department and the police department have treated these protesters, etc. So I honestly think that he has a good shot, especially because he was endorsed by the California Democratic Party over Jackie Lacey, and that rarely ever happens. So we'll see what happens.
And it was kind of great that they a lot of people on the map, on the radar to get these problems handled, because that's an important position, fam. Mm-hmm. And we need to get some really systemic change. I thought Rachel Rossi was the ideal candidate for progressives to get behind. She was actually a public defender. So now there's somebody on the other side of the table that you're putting in charge who's got a really just a clear view of what's going on and can make some decisions, not decisions based upon the people you're working with and you're working on their side. Then you're supposed to investigate them. No, it just doesn't work that way. The next candidate
is Maria Estrada.
Sorry.
Yep, Maria Estrada, who is running against Anthony Rendon for state assembly in the 63rd district. So Maria Estrada, we've had her on the show multiple times. She is, a powerful woman that she doesn't have any, doesn't hold back about the things she thinks about the establishment. She was really close to defeating Anthony Rendon 2 years ago, but she also claimed there was election fraud against her by the Democratic establishment. She is not well liked by the Democratic establishment at all. They actually admitted to, in a public forum where Pasta was, that there was an issue with fraud. There was some things wrong, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway, so they didn't do anything about it.
The Credentials Committee with David Atkins, there was major malfeasance, there was institutional players. I am just appalled.
Disgusting.
This is disgusting. However, the numbers wouldn't have mattered, so we're going to just stay with what we have. That is the Democratic Party in a nutshell. And that's when you know about this cheating, how much other cheating goes on, fam.
And just Anthony Rendon is the guy that shelved single payer in California, SB 562, claiming that it was too complicated and it was too costly. Well, that's usually establishment jargon for we don't want to do it because we take money from the big pharma and health insurance industry. And a lot of progressives really vehemently want to get him out because he literally was single-handedly the reason why that happened. And so Maria Estrada, of course, is supportive of the Medicare for All. And she's also a Latina who lives in her community and is really close to her community. So that's where a lot of her support is coming from.
You might not agree with her tactics and her rhetoric and her liveliness, but let me tell you something. That lady knows how to follow the money. She knows how to call people out, and she doesn't care. People are starving. People are dying, and she's out there on the front lines, and she doesn't care. She just wants real systemic change and get these criminals and these crooks out. Because California has a big problem when it comes to our contractors. People like Gavin Newsom, people like Anthony Rendon, they give them to their buddies and their friends. And there's not even extra money left over for us when it comes to the unemployment and stuff like that.
And not to mention that in her neighborhood, which is like, Southgate and that area, there's a large minority population, working class populations, and they don't even have clean water. And right now, that's one of the main issues. No clean air, no clean water. And Anthony Rendon hasn't done anything to stop it. So
By the way, thank you for the Super Chat contributions from Nico House and the MCSC Network. He'll be joining us later on today. Thank you, Nico. We look forward to talking to you. And the Natural Progressive for the super sticker with the thumbs up. We have 461 of you watching on the YouTube. We need you to like, share, subscribe, get that number up. And also, please, go over to our Rokfin, ROKFIN. Subscribe if you can. Hang on out. It's free to join, but if you got a few extra bucks and you want to give us $10 a month, you get all the premium content from all the content creators across the board. The next one, fam, we've interviewed before. She's pretty cool. Fatima Iqbal Zubair.
The next one is actually Elizabeth Castillo.
What about
and Lena Gonzalez? No, I'm going by this.
Yeah, but this is up here, and we have this over here too as well.
No. Okay, I'm going by this. So Elizabeth Castillo and Lena Gonzalez are is State Assembly in District 33. So she is a progressive, as you guys can see. She was with Maria Estrada on a door handle. She is for Medicare for All. She is a Latina. She is running and is also endorsed by several progressives that we have in our district. Again, State Assembly, smaller races, but they're important because they have a lot of power when it comes to things like Medicare for All, things like that could get passed on a statewide level. And that is extremely important. And again, these are races that a lot of people don't necessarily pay too much attention to, but these are races that could potentially lead to progressives having a little bit more of the power in the Democratic Party, even though, in my opinion, the Democratic Party is a lost cause. And then Fatima is next.
Fatima, okay. I'm going to follow the folder the right way. I apologize. I was following it from the top. Fatima Iqbal Zubair for AD 64 against Mike Gibson. Fam, this is an area right now I think that's really important. I think this is an astounding candidate in Fatima. She is not just also about the social justice. She's paying attention to the economics. She understands what's going on with the schooling issues over there. She's a teacher as well. So this particular candidate, I think, has just been growing on me. I think she's just coming around. And Mike Gibson is somebody who is beatable. He's not a big establishment guy. He does have that backing. But once again, if Fatima can get on the scoreboard big today, show some momentum, she might be able to catch him next time. And this might be an area, fam, where we see a big upset, we're going to pay attention to Fatima because we don't know what's going on in that district as far as the votes are concerned. But I love this candidate. We had her on the show. She's paying attention to the economics. So this is a person who we want to get a big showing. But let's keep an eye on this today. Maybe we get an upset right over here.
Yep, and her district, again, it's a minority community, and, you know, she's very much been in tune with her district. The next one is David Kim in District 34, progressive district, extremely pro-Bernie Sanders in 2016. He won big on that area. If you're going to run a socialist or a leftist, District 34 is it. He's running against Jimmy Gomez.
Oh, your favorite.
The story about Jimmy Gomez, 4 years ago, Bernie Sanders endorsed Jimmy Gomez because Jimmy Gomez ran as a progressive.
It was in 2018 he endorsed him.
So, yes, 2 years ago, he endorsed Jimmy Gomez.
In 2016, he endorsed Kenneth Mejia. That was the weird thing because Kenneth Mejia that was running against Jimmy Gomez.
And Kenneth Mejia is a Green.
Yeah.
Right. And so Bernie obviously has been progressively endorsing less and less progressives against the Democratic establishment. So David Kim is a fan of not just the typical Green New Deal Medicare for All, but Andrew Yang's type of UBI. He is known as a progressive, and we didn't get to actually interview him on this show, but he's actually running against Jimmy Gomez, who has a lot of corruption behind him, who's been a disappointment largely in Congress, extremely pro-war, voting for sanctions, etc. So
And the guy doesn't show, fam. He doesn't show up for his debate. Remember, we were supposed to host a debate, Kenneth Mejia and Jimmy Gomez. Don't show. See, that to me is one of the biggest tells when it comes to establishment players or institutional players. When they don't show for a debate and they keep hiding, you know, even Mitch McConnell shows up for his debates, right?
Right.
I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen. The Democratic establishment, especially in California, when's the last time Nancy Pelosi had a debate?
And David Kim has been endorsed by Marianne Williamson. He's been endorsed by Andrew Yang. And, you know, he has the upper hand right now. I was told that he is leading in the polls, so we'll see what happens again with that one.
With David Kim, and that's an eye to keep on. Can he take down institutional player Jimmy Gomez? We shall see. Fam, this next two, I wasn't crazy about this guy. We had him on the show. I think he's a halfway decent candidate. You know what I'm saying? I definitely vote for him over his opponent. But our good friend over here,
Liam O'Mara.
Yes.
So Liam O'Mara is running in California's District 42 for Congress, and against Kevin Calvert. Kevin Calvert is a conservative, and you know, he's more of the let's put the economy first, let's not shut everything down. Well, Liam has the complete opposite take on that. That might actually hurt him. Some of the districts where Ken Calvert are more conservative districts. It's part of it is Temecula, Corona, those areas that could definitely go, definitely tend to go red. So those are basically the differences. I mean, Liam is a progressive. He did kind of peddle the Russiagate narrative, which is why Pasta wasn't entirely
also
crazy.
Too, the fact is we went over the definition of what a fascist is, and he was kind of trying to excuse Joe Biden. And I see a lot of institutions institutional and establishment players try to play that game.
A lot of them.
Well, I'm voting against fascism. Well, what do you think Joe Biden is? Crypto-fascism, in-your-face fascism. Fascism is fascism. There's other forms. It's just a different form of fascism when it comes to Joe Biden, especially when it comes to the censorship and the suppression and the propaganda trying to put in people's heads all the time.
One of the reasons O'Mara might get some votes is because he believes in climate change, and directly it has impacted a lot of that region, whereas Calvert really thinks it's just mismanagement of the forest, kind of like Donald Trump. So
there are states when you put the economics over the planet, you will lose. There are states when you put the planet over the economy,
and districts too.
It depends on the districts too. Like you talked about Pomona's coming in here and whatnot. And that's the red part. But the other parts, will the people in California who are generally more progressive than a lot of people in the United States, will they factor in the climate change issue? And will that swing the election to Mr. O'Mara, or will Ken Calvert be able to continue to hold the seat because he's putting the economics first? So.
And Maxine Waters, your favorite, Sister Maxine.
Smoking Joe, though.
Sister Maxine. I'm not a fan of Joe Collins. He has been, to the BLM protests and completely just denounced them, accused them of false things. This is California's District 43. So, but Maxine Waters is no angel. She hasn't. Tell me, Pasta, why exactly don't you like Maxine Waters?
Oh, my Lord. First of all, she's a Russiagator. She's just an anti-Trumper no matter what. She wants to avoid policies. It's a different level when it comes to Maxine. She is the face of hypocrisy. We can get our boy on here, Miguel Zuniga, and talk about all the things about it. But this woman was out there defending Bill Clinton with his situation, but then want to throw everybody else under the bus. It's just two different sides of the story. She plays partisan politics all the time, and she never, ever held Barack Obama accountable and called anybody who attacked Barack Obama for his foreign policies or his anti-civil liberties or whatnot. She would call them Obama haters. She's just an institutional player. She doesn't even live in the district. And the thing about Joe Collins, we talk about when he goes out to these rallies, at least he's going out there and he's being himself. He showed up at the Mayor Garcetti rallies a couple times against Mayor Garcetti. So
he wasn't against it, though. He was going there to be like, what are you doing? Like, why are you?
No, he was against Mayor Garcetti the first time when he went out there. He don't like Mayor Garcetti at all. So he went out there. Like I said, the fact that he goes out there, I hold that in high regards. You might not be there for the right reasons or for our reasons, but if you go out there and you face the fire and you say, this is why I'm out here, I have a lot more respect for you than if you hide. When has Maxine Waters been out for a protest? Never.
No, never.
She doesn't
that
even
hurts
live
her.
in the district.
She doesn't.
I hope that Joe Collins wins today. He's not my ideal candidate, but I hope he wins because enough with these institutional establishment players who don't want to give up power to the progressives, the younger folk trying to come on. So that's why we're going to pay attention to this. But once again, this is California. I don't think we'll see a big change, but Joe Collins has raised a ton of money. And it's going to be interesting. We have to pay attention to it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hope he wins. I don't really like Maxine either. I just think he's definitely peddling that right-wing narrative when it comes to the protests, and I think that's going to hurt him in her district. I agree she doesn't live in her district, and that's something that he used in his ad. Johnny, I put the link to his ad. His ad went viral. One of the reasons he really got a lot of support was because he called her out on not living in her district. So that is true. She is a corrupt politician, but he's not much better, so I'm not really excited about that race. I don't think the police thing is going to help him at all, so we'll see what happens.
He grew up in that neighborhood. That's his neighborhood. He's out there. He's walking the walk. He's talking the talk. That neighborhood's in shambles. It's going down. Maxine's been in office there for how many years? Homelessness is growing. Sure. We need a change. I don't care the fact that he's a right-winger. I think he's got some populist ideas. Once again, I invited him to come on the show.
And he didn't, though. That's the thing.
So that is a point lost and stuff. You can say he was really busy or what was going on. I don't care. But Maxine Waters, to me, is the epitome of the Democratic establishment that needs to go. She needs to be out of there. So a little shake-up, a little change is maybe what we need over there. Next candidate?
Gabriel Ramirez, he's running in El Monte City Council. So city council races a lot of people don't pay attention to. But if you look at people like Shama Sawant, who have been able to do so much in their city, like Seattle, through city council, you can actually get things done. You can actually emulate that. And Gabriel Ramirez is an activist. He's been, a longtime supporter of the progressives, and he is taking on a establishment politician in this person who actually smeared him and smeared him for coming on our show. And it was really interesting when that happened. They were saying, oh, he's going on this talk show. It's right over here, Johnny, the yard sign that you guys can show it. They were talking about the how he went on this a couple of YouTube interviews with wannabe talk show host, etc. So that was interesting. But Gabriel, he's a Medicare for All guy. He's a progressive. He has been an activist in his community. He's a Latino. He's a powerhouse. He is really active in trying to get the city council where it needs to be. So there's that. Here's hoping he gets a good showing, but we'll see what happens.
Guys, if you're on the Rokfin, make sure you give some thumbs up. About to have our first break in about 6 minutes. So let's talk about a few more other things. There's a big race, fam, going on, something we had on the show. This is a candidate I'm excited about. At the top level when it comes to the Senate, Lisa Savage. Give us your breakdown on that, who she's up against, and what we can do, because we do have ranked choice voting. I know you're excited about that, fam.
So Lisa Savage is an independent candidate for Maine, and she's running against Susan Collins, the Republican, who is the current incumbent. But she's also running against the Democratic incumbent, which is Gideon, and she was completely pushed out of the debate. We just covered it the other day. She got all the signatures she needed to get. She absolutely should have been there. It's a ranked choice voting state, but they're still trying to say that you have to vote for the Democrat so Susan Collins doesn't win, etc. Right now, Gideon has a slight lead compared to Lisa Savage. But the thing about Lisa Savage is she's persistent. She's been talking. She's been on social media trying to get everybody to cover the fact that Maine's a ranked choice voting state. There shouldn't be any fear for that whole, well, if you don't vote for me, then you're going to get the Republican, because you can vote your conscience via ranked choice voting. And the establishment is pretending she doesn't exist, and she is pushing through and through. I would really love to see more candidates like Lisa Savage. I think Maine is one of those states where you could potentially have somebody like that. And I think it would be wise for progressives to start supporting people and highlighting people like Lisa Savage, who are independents. And Lisa has also been a Green Party candidate before.
Yeah.
Instead of just focusing on the Democratic Party. How are you ever going to release dependence on the Democratic Party if you don't support third-party candidates ever? People like Lisa Savage should have been entirely highlighted, and that it's not what happened. Yep. And Sarah Gideon, of course, is a typical establishment Democrat who is just running on the normal ACA. We're going to bring back the Obama era things. And Susan Collins, of course, interestingly enough, was the one of the few Republicans that didn't vote to confirm Trump's Senate or Supreme Court Justice nominee.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, remember, we have live election coverage all day. We want you to tune in, like, share, subscribe. Make sure you're on our Rokfin as well as our YouTube. Fam, the next congressional race we're paying attention to is my backyard, Florida District number 89. I'm calling it the Macaroni Bowl. It's a rematch of James Jimmy Bonfiglio versus Michael A. Caruso. You like that? That's my kind of entertaining Italian one. All right, we got my two Italian paisans that are over there. Caruso is the Republican. Jimmy is the Democrat. There's not too much space between these guys, you know what I'm saying? However, I do like Michael Caruso's number one issue, and we were supposed to get him on the show, but he was so damn busy. It's about the opioid addiction, and that really plays big because in Florida they have these pain clinics, and there's a lot of death when it comes to the opioid addiction, and Mike is kind of pushing that front and center. However, last time they faced off, James Bonfiglio just barely won, and a lot of people are saying it's coming down neck and neck again. They've raised a ton of money, these two, so that's something we have to pay attention to. You have the Palm Beach Post over here. It just talks about a lot of money raised on both sides from these guys. This is Boca and Dore, fam. So your thoughts on that?
I mean, you know that district better than I do. I mean, conservatives usually win in that district, right?
They usually do. But that's an establishment Democrat, right?
Yeah.
So the establishment Democrat is there. We do have FAU that votes over here.
That's
there are
true.
a lot of people on the water. My mom is actually supporting Mr. Caruso. Let's talk to him. He's one of those guys that will take calls, let you meet him, whatnot. I called him right on the cell, picked up. So, I mean, This is a race we have to pay attention to over there for Florida because it could swing a lot of ways. But it's interesting when you pay attention to these particular districts that normally could be red, but they're in that kind of blue area. So we will be paying attention to that. I'd like to see the opioid addiction be brought front and center. I remember when Chris Christie talked about it, it was his running issue. A lot of Democrats, I think, ignore this issue. That's an issue I want to see brought front and center. So in this particular case, I don't mind to see if the Republican wins over the establishment Democrat, but we'll pay attention to him. Fam, what about this next one here? Because this is a really popular candidate.
So Kim Classic, who kind of went viral also for one of her rants on Twitter specifically and social media, is running against the rep. How do you say it? Weesey Fume in Maryland's 7th congressional district. And, she's a Republican. She's one of those Republicans. Now, like I said, we're seeing a lot of Republican minorities now running, and she is one of them. She completely is running, attacking the Democratic establishment, attacking the typical neoliberal policies, and she has a shot, I think, to unseat the older, incumbent who has just been there forever.
All right, so that's going to be about it. We're going to go ready to our first break. Kat Terrell, thank you so much for the super chat contribution. Says keep rocking it. We're going to be rocking it all day long here, ladies and gentlemen. So lock us on in, like, share, subscribe. Also, as a backup, go over to the Rokfin, Rokfin. Things are slow. They're calm right now, but it's going to get crazy today. We've been waiting for this for a long time. We are humbled that you are joining us, the Convo Couch, today for this big day, fam. You don't have to watch mainstream media.
Yeah, guys, thanks so much for sticking, and we will be right back.
We'll see you in 10 minutes with Dario Hunter, independent Green candidate running for president.
Hi, my name is Shadai, and I am a registered independent and a third-party advocate who is not voting for Biden.
My name is Hector, and I'm a Hispanic man. I refuse to vote for Biden because I do not negotiate with terrorists.
Can't in good conscience vote for Joe Biden.
My name is Robert Bermudez. I'm Hispanic, and I'm not voting for Joe Biden in 2020.
Hi, my name is Glory. I'm a biracial girl, and I'm not voting for Joe Biden.
Hi, I'm Brian. Let me tell you why I'm not voting for Joe Biden.
My name is Kareem, and I'm an Egyptian American Muslim, and I will not be voting for Joe Biden in the 2020 election.
Hi, my name is James. I just wanted to take a second to explain why I'm not going to be voting for Joe Biden this election cycle.
My name is Lloyd. I'm from the Big Apple, New York, and I'm 100% not voting for Joe Biden.
Hi, my name is Gloria, and I am a Latino voter from Washington State. I'm not voting for Joe Biden because he won't commit to banning fracking.
As a black man, I'm not voting for Joe Biden because he's done nothing to earn my vote.
Hi, my name is Esme. I am a Latina, and I will not be voting for Joe Biden because he has said nothing will fundamentally change, and I believe him.
This is Tony Humanic. I'm a Dominican American, and I will not vote for Joe Biden because he said himself, nothing will ever fundamentally change.
Hello, world. My name is Camila Harris, and I'm from the great state of California. I am a Black American woman, working class citizen. I am not voting for Donald Trump or Joe Biden.
Hi, I'm Rob, and the reason why I'm not voting for Joe Biden is we're in the middle of a global pandemic, and he is not offering Medicare for all.
Hi, my name is Sudesh. I am an American-born Indo-Fijian. I will not be voting for Joe Biden.
Want to know why I'm not voting for Joe Biden? I want to know why I would.
Hi, I'm voting third party because I think it's time that we had more choices than just the corporate bought and paid for duopoly Democrat and Republican parties we have now.
My name is Ryan, and I plan to vote third party this year.
My name is Lloyd, and I'm not voting for Joe Biden.
I thought about this long and hard. I just can't vote for Biden and Kamala. I just can't.
Why am I not voting for Joe Biden? Well, actually, I'm not voting at all.
What's up, family? This is Kay from Richmond, Virginia. I'm not voting for Trump, and I'm not voting for Biden. I'm voting third party.
I'm not voting for Joe Biden because I refuse to put one of African Americans' greatest oppressors into the White House.
My name is Javi. I'm Hispanic. I work as an ICURN, and one of the main reasons I'm not voting for Biden is because he said directly to us that he'd veto Medicare for all.
Aloha, I'm Rocky Bellinger from Beer City, USA, aka Grand Rapids, Michigan. There are many reasons why Joe Biden did not earn my vote.
I'm voting against Joe Biden simply because I'm not going to reward cheating and corruption with my vote. I encourage each of you to vote green.
Hello, my name is Christopher Neal. I am a 53-year-old black male, and the reason I will no longer vote for the Democratic Party is because they are corrupt and they do not represent me. So I refuse to participate. It's going to be Green Party for the foreseeable future, and I will probably never vote for another Democrat, ever.
I'm not voting for Joe Biden because he's an architect of the '94 crime bill, which, imprisoned more people in the United States than any other country in the world.
Hello, my name is Rene. I am from Mexico, and I have lived in California for the last 25 years. These are the three main reasons why I do not support Joe Biden.
My name is Delilah. I am a person of color, and I'm a mother, and I refuse to vote for Joe Biden.
I'm not voting for Joe Biden because, one, he voted to authorize an invasion into Iraq based on faulty information. Just that alone, anyone who voted to authorize invasion into Iraq should be disqualified from holding any public office in the United States. In fact, that person should be thrown into jail.
Joe Biden, in his 40-year career, has impacted poor people and minorities more than people can ever imagine, especially with his 1994 crime bill.
Hi, my name is Tierney, and the reason why I don't support Biden is simple.
He does not believe in the Green New Deal to support our planet. He does not want to give everyone Medicare for all.
When someone asks me why I won't vote for Joe Biden in the general election, first of all, I don't live in a swing state. And even if I did, I'd still have to vote my conscience.
Hi, I'm Chris, and I am proudly not voting for Joe Biden.
The reasons I'm not voting for Joe Biden is because the crime bill.
Joe Biden can't even give us legalized weed, Medicare for all, or even stop fracking. As a 21-year-old, I can't support a man who does that.
My plan is to vote for Bernie Sanders, not Donald Trump and not Joe Biden. Anybody who thinks my vote for Bernie is a vote for one of those two doesn't understand math.
I am not voting for Joe Biden because after watching the town hall this past week and seeing that black guy ask him how can he assure that his black life will remain safe, Joe Biden.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everyone. Pasta Jardula here.
And I'm Fiorella.
And Johnny Sue is still spinning on those ones and twos, so we have our first guest of the day in a long day. It is election day. It's kind of great to have him on for the first time. Our first guest today, our man Dario Hunter, who's running as an independent green. How you doing today, Dario?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. We're holding up. So let's just jump right into it because we're going to be to the point today since it's our election day special. You're running as an independent green. Isn't Howie Hawkins the nomination? Didn't he win the nomination? And why are you running as an independent green?
Minor correction. I'm actually running as a progressive, and that's the party label that's on the states that we're on the ballot in. And I think it's important in this race to push forward truly progressive values. It's a shame that, unfortunately, the selected and self-described nominee, the Green Party, is not able to do that, having come out of what, by all accounts, all of the other candidates in the primary have called a rigged and undemocratic primary process in the Green Party. And that necessitated a circumstance where people needed to have an option, a choice they didn't have to hold their nose over. After all, after ditching the Democrats, the Republicans, the two-party duopoly, why pick another candidate, yet another candidate, who has ethical issues and ethical problems. And we present a campaign that has those green values, those progressive values, and then some, without all of the baggage that Hawkins carries.
So what will be the state of the Green Party if either you nor Hawkins end up making a significant dent in the vote count?
I think the state of the Green Party, regardless of that, is pretty abysmal right now. And that has to do with the fact that you have a very small number of people, an organized cabal for their own egotistical purposes or personal gain or profit, who wrestle away control from the people, the actual people that make things move in the party, the actual voters. And those people have, in effect, created this deflated campaign that we're witnessing, that there's so little interest in out of the Green Party. There's a low ebb in terms of searches on Google in terms of the Green Party. There's a low ebb in terms of interest and excitement about this race. And that's unfortunately because of the actions, the destructive actions they've taken. So at this point, regardless of the results, I mean, that deflation is already there. And it's going to take quite some time for the party to rebuild from that. And the first thing it will need to do is to address those deep ethical problems and those wounds, because people join the party to escape that from other parties, namely the Democrats.
Do you think that you'll be that person that they can look for leadership in the Green Party after this? Because a lot of people are a little skeptical. They say that maybe Dario could have pushed on the Jesse Ventura possible nomination, whatnot. You've said he never contacted you. We understand that. But a lot of people believe he would have got the party up above 5%. Do you feel as if that you, despite a lot of the people, some people, the backlash in your party, the wing that might have said, well, you know, Dario should have jumped on that train too. Do you feel that you can be the leader of this party as we come out of this election if Hawkins has a weak showing?
Okay, there's a bit of a conflation. There's a lot of a conflation of two things here. This question of me being a potential leader of the Green Party moving forward, and this issue of a possible Jesse Ventura candidacy that didn't materialize. He never became a candidate. He never declared himself to be so, and not being a candidate, he had no platform either to judge whether or not his candidacy would have been palatable or viable. And that's nothing against Jesse Ventura or those who like the idea of him becoming one, but that simply never happened. It was on him to become that, to become a candidate. And he gave some reasons as to why he chose not to do that, some actual personal, familial reasons, and I respect that. So should others. As far as future leadership in the Green Party, I have no interest in that and no ambitions in that regard whatsoever. I'm not at all a fan of associating my name with causes that have ethical issues. And the party persists in having those ethical issues. I and other candidates fought very hard to address them, to deal with them, and overwhelmingly on the part of leaders in the party, it's been made clear that not only do they have no interest in ever addressing those ethical issues, they are going to fight tooth and nail to maintain the unethical situation. So frankly, and this goes to the earlier point about us being progressive candidates, myself and indigenous activist Dawn Neptune Adams, my running mate, my feeling is that people need to look to a new development, a new organizational effort to provide people with another option, because the Green Party isn't it.
What do you think about the Movement for a People's Party, and would you ever consider joining them in their effort to build a new party?
I think they're a safe house designed for Democrats, a halfway house, and I don't find them at all left enough. It has to be understood here who we're talking to and who we're dealing with. I consider myself very much a socialist and very much on the left part of the left side of the spectrum. And I don't see that coming out of the Movement for a People's Party. I respect what they're trying to do. In many ways, there's a common thread that I can respect there, because they're trying to create this place and this space for people who don't want to hold their nose and be a part of what the Democratic Party is doing. And I have to have respect for that. But likewise, I would expect them or people interested in that movement to have respect for someone such as myself, who just doesn't find a left enough option being provided by them thus far. That might change. And at this point, they aren't fielding any candidates. So a lot remains to be seen. And I'm willing to be open-minded and consider in the future. But at this point, I'm not seeing anything to attract me as a socialist, as a leftist.
So, am I understanding this right? You're pretty much done with the Green Party moving forward? And if so,
absolutely.
Really? I mean, haven't you made a little dent in this particular party? Because I think after this election, they are going to be looking for new leadership. And I put you forth as one of the candidates that can eventually lead in California as a Green Party member. Their platform does still represent a lot what you stand for, doesn't it, Dario? So why would you leave at this point if there's going to be an opening for a person like yourself to take the bull by the horns and move forward?
There's no opening. They kill anyone who's interested in actually making progressive things happen, because ultimately they're interested in creating a small little country club that benefits the few people that call themselves leaders. And there's a long demonstrated documentation behind all of that. You know, I don't know how aware you are of what happened in Colorado, but the person that's now the campaign manager for the Hawkins campaign has a laundry list. There's a laundry list of complaints against her activities in Colorado, because guess what? While she was manager for their campaign, she also was the co-chair of the party and also the chair of Colorado, co-chair in Colorado. And her actions in terms of creating an inhospitable place for Bernie supporters that were looking for a home, you know, that may have led to a lot of people looking elsewhere other than the Green Party. And that's not the only instance. It's happened time and time again, and it is happening. It is happening as we speak. And that's not something I want to attach my name to whatsoever. I find it's much simpler, despite how much effort would have to go into it. I think the effort involved in building something new and clean and free of all of that would actually be much less effort than trying to root out the long roots in history of all of the nefarious people that have taken hold of the Green Party and the Green label. So you mentioned the platform. Platform's great. It's what I joined the party for. But that's, unfortunately, in reality, that's paper. These people are not living, the people that call themselves the leaders of the party are not living the platform at all. They're not living the values of the party. I've seen how the sausage is made, and I want none of it. It's not kosher.
Regarding the election, who do you think is the lesser of evils between Donald Trump and Joe Biden? I mean, who do you think in the long run is going to hurt the Americans more? And do you have any horse in that race, like any preference?
It's like asking, would you like a root canal or a colonoscopy? There's no lesser of two evils. They're both evil. Why would you want anything evil anywhere near you? They're just disgusting. And they're both rapists. They're both racist. And I have to attach, as the trained lawyer, allegedly, to the rapist moniker for Joe Biden. But I don't personally, in my opinion, consider it allegedly. I find Tara's complaints in regards to Biden's actions, his abhorrent actions, I find them quite credible. And I find the idea that people would hold their nose at his long racist past, Biden's long racist past as a segregationist, a school segregationist, and vote for him anyway, because they consider him the, quote, lesser of two evils. It just shows the depths to which this country has unfortunately sunk. And what we need in terms of leadership is we need people who are focused on, invested in, uplifting the country from that low point, and ensuring that we enforce standards that this country can live and thrive and prosper by. So there is no lesser of two evils. They're both just evil.
Yeah. It's funny. A lot of people said, why don't you vote for Howie Hawkins, Pasta? It's the Green Party, the platform, whatnot. And my number one issue, along with civil liberties, is election integrity. I'd like to talk a little bit more real briefly, because you mentioned Colorado. They had what I call snake math in Texas, where they had these fugazi numbers, the way they figured out this math, which really went in the favor of Howie Hawkins and left you out in the cold. Also in North Carolina, I believe they left you off the ballot. And I simply said, I can never vote for somebody who rigged their own election, let alone what could happen in the mainstream. Give us a little insight to what happened briefly in your election and why you kind of left this party at the very end when I saw you at the convention when you said, no more, it's walking time.
Well, you're 100% correct. In Texas, of course, they inflated the delegates for Hawkins. He got far more delegates than his vote should have commanded. And then in North Carolina, which is, I think, one of the more glaring examples, how do you have a Democratic primary? How do you have a primary period with one person on the ballot? With one person on the ballot. And a percent in excess of 30 in terms of the voters in that state, the Green voters, voted no preference because they simply didn't have any other option other than Hawkins, and they weren't going to hold their nose and vote for him. This is not a Dario Hunter grievance or complaint. There were several candidates in this race. And when you want a party to grow and you want a party to be a truly progressive voice, you have a robust contest of ideas so that even the people you don't think should advance to the nomination, who have something great to bring to the table, even a small idea that's great to bring into the general election, they have that space to do that. And that was being mercilessly repressed all across the board. Just think of this for a moment. You have a party that says we want to abolish the electoral college, we want to have proportional representation, we have ranked choice voting, we want to ensure that we have an expansion of democracy that fulfills the true intent of democracy. But we're going to have a nominee who somehow turns up with most of the delegates, but didn't get a majority of the actual vote. Look at the math. I mean, a quick search on Wikipedia could bring up that fact that he didn't get anywhere near half the popular vote, but got more than half of the delegates. So you're talking, this goes back to your point about the platform being great. Well, the platform rules that out if the Greens get in power, rules that out from happening in our electoral system. So how can you say that and actually believe that and mean that, but your primary is an example of why that's wrong?
Yeah.
All right, then. Are we?
Well, Leo, Dario, I just want to mention that the fact that you said this wasn't a Dario complaint, but you were the one at the end of the day who got it most, who got cheated. You're the one who had a chance. Of all those people on the ballot, by far, for me, I thought you were the most serious candidate. Not to take any away from those other guys, but I really thought that you, at the end, you were the Bernie Sanders of the Green Party of 2016 that got cheated this time, and it's great to have you on. People can vote for you today, right? In certain states, they can use it as a write-in. Tell us where they can do that, since it's nice and early, and people can still go out there and vote for you.
I encourage you to check out our social media, especially our Twitter, where we will have a ballot access map available, so you can check out where you can vote for us. We're on the ballot in Oregon. We're also on the ballot in Colorado, and we are a write-in option in several states. So do check out that map. Also go to our website for more information on our platform and our campaign in general, and that is dariohunter.com. Even in this late stage, we wish that money was not a part of politics, but we're still expending effort, we're still expending resources. So even at this late stage, any contribution you can make can help. And you can do that at dariohunter.com.
Dario, we got a lot of things to talk about when we get after done with this election. You got to come back on the show. We got to talk foreign policy, civil liberties, all that good stuff that I love to talk about. Regime change. You're a great candidate. I'd like to see how you're going to get a leftist libertarian for me to go vote for a socialist like you, even though I'm voting for a socialist this time. But I want to wish you nothing but the best of the luck from the Convo Couch, and hopefully we can have you come on. Good luck today, Dario. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dario.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Dario Hunter. He's an ex-greener, I guess now we can say. Breaking news. I don't know. Maybe he said it before. I didn't know. He's done with the Green Party. They had a terrible election process. Their own rigging going on, fam. Dario is an exceptional candidate. I mean, there were some, we had words online a couple times. I think I was on the Jesse Ventura train, but he explained it clearly that, Jesse never jumped into the race.
He didn't.
He didn't reach out to Dario. So who's to blame? A lot of people are pointing the fingers at other people like Dario, the Green Party itself, for Jesse's mishaps or not getting involved. But he never made the call to the man. We heard it right here. So I really can't hold it against him. Your thoughts on Dario running today, fam?
I think it's good for that people continue running, but I also think that we need to there's so many parties, so many ideas, so many different people want to run, but we haven't addressed the issue of election integrity. Without having fair and free elections, we're never going to have these third-party candidates, these independents, have a fair shake at the system. So until I see candidates start really talking about, okay, this is my plan to get ranked choice voting, this is my plan to get like a fair competition with the two-party system. It doesn't matter how many great candidates you have and how, Movement for the People's Party is great and all of that, if you're not going to really address those issues because without getting these people on the ballot and without being able to vote for them in a fair system, you're never going to vote for them. And I think we need to really address the progressive movement as a whole needs to really get a plan as to how you're going to make that happen. And I have not seen that yet from anybody.
I got to say something. The Green Party, they shot themselves in the foot so hard here with this situation. Not that Hawkins is 0-24 and he's going to be 0-25. He generates zero excitement whatsoever. I think I've said before, no offense to Howie Hawkins, I'd rather watch paint dry or grass grow than listen to a Howie Hawkins speech. I'm just there. I get lost in the sauce. But the fact that they cheated in their own primaries when they're supposed to be the beacon of light when it comes to election integrity out of all these parties, especially the third party. I mean, we know what the Libertarians stand for, but the fact is that the Green Party has done the work contesting Michigan last time and for sticking up for Jill Stein and pointing out a lot of issues when it comes
Jill
pretty
Stein's
much
still
changing
doing
the lawns in Michigan. Yeah, she's still doing it. The fact that these Greens this time with the Hawkins campaign, all the fugaziness going on, the snake math, the leaving off the ballots, and pushing a candidate forward. If there was ever a time to have an exciting candidate or a decent candidate, Jill Stein, I think in this election would have gotten 7%. 8% maybe across the board.
Would she though?
Oh, they would cheated her.
Exactly, but that's my whole thing. It's like, what are we doing outside of electoral politics to demand a fair system? That is where I'm at right now. I'm not even looking at electoral politics right now until we actually demand it outside of the electorate and have a people's movement that is actually nonpartisan, just people fighting against the establishment to demand fair and free elections. That has to come first, or you're never going to run somebody that's good and have them win. That's just my opinion.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see down below we got a little ticker. It's going to tell you about the swing states, who it went to in 2016, the Convo Couch predictions. That's what the TCC stands for. All the platforms we're on today: YouTube, Twitter, Rokfin, Facebook. Go over to our Rokfin notes, the most important, ROKFIN. There's been a little fugaziness when it comes to how these elections are going to be handled, what we can say, what we can do, and we just want to make sure that we have a backup plan. So we appreciate it if you're on both sides. Right now on the Rokfin, we have over 50 people. We want to get that up to 500 by the end of the day. We have 350 on YouTube. We want to get that up to 3,000 by the end of the day. It's a long day, fam. We're going to break it down. We're going to stay on top of these things. So far, we have the news that Donald Trump is done with his rallies. He's went back to the White House. Joe Biden is making one final stop in Pennsylvania, telling people that he's not going to ban fracking. So your thoughts today, we're just going to readdress your opinion. Who do you think is going to win this thing at the end? And why?
I think Donald Trump is going to win this, but I think it's going to be tough. It's not going to be what it was 4 years ago. People are definitely hurt by his lack of action on COVID. People definitely feel like he hasn't done anything on healthcare. Everything falls on him as the president. Yes, Democrats suck. Yes, Congress sucks. Yes, Nancy Pelosi sucks. But he is the leader. He is the president. He is the commander in chief, and he hasn't been the non-interventionist that he has said he would be. He has surrounded himself with neocons, and that is something that I think the libertarian people who are against wars are going to take into consideration. Now, as far as Joe Biden, there's the charisma, there's the censorship, there's the fact that Silicon Valley has their hands deep within the Democratic Party. Yep. There's all of the hypocrisy in the Democratic Party, but is that enough to really curtail a Donald Trump victory or to push Joe Biden to the top? I don't know.
Yeah. I think if this was a fair election right across the board, that Donald Trump would win bigger than he beat Hillary Clinton by. I really believe that because Joe Biden is the same old stuff, more of the same old stuff. Right. You had Hillary Clinton last time. Joe Biden this time, 47 years of policy making. Awful record. Everything from criminal justice to foreign policy, and now being part of the censorship platform. Standing behind Silicon Valley, as they've given him $16 million this election cycle, and Trump has got hardly anything when it comes to Silicon Valley. So that one issue alone would be enough for me to hope for Donald Trump to win over Joe Biden. Am I going to vote for Donald Trump? Did I vote for Donald Trump? No, I did not. I voted for third party Gloria La Riva, and I suggested a lot of people do that. However, just like every single election, when they say this election is the most important election of our time, they say that about every election. A lot of people have been duped into voting for Biden. Yeah. But we see these rallies, fam. We see Donald Trump just getting enormous crowds while Joe Biden can't get 12 people together. And he can't put sentences together. So, I mean, we'll see how it is. We have our map really close. Donald Trump just winning. Let's go over some of the battleground key states again. So let's get into this. Thank you very much for the Rokfin. If you're over there on the YouTube, we appreciate you all being here today. Fam, this state right here, we both have Donald Trump going red.
Mhm.
It went red last time. It is Michigan, okay? Now, Michigan has healthcare and jobs at the top of their list, and then it has climate change. Now, we've said this before. The areas where the Democrats and Joe Biden can own Donald Trump is on healthcare. They didn't do it. And on climate change, they didn't do it. In fact, after they won the nomination, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did a 180 and went the other way. So, in fact, I don't think the climate change, where it could have helped them, is not going to help them. And it's kind of odd that we're in Michigan. Places like Florida, North Carolina don't have climate change on the ballot. Michigan does from what happened in Flint. Your thoughts on why Donald Trump is going to win it this time when he won it last time by a small, tiny margin?
Yeah, I mean, this one's a toss-up. I mean, I picked Donald Trump mostly because Michigan has a lot of independent thinkers as well, and because of the Flint crisis, where Joe Biden is still tied to Barack Obama. But again, it's a toss-up because it's 4 years later, and people are feeling more the economy and healthcare because of COVID. And again, Democrats haven't done themselves favors, but neither has Donald Trump. I picked it, like I said, slightly red because of that still. The NAFTA and TPP is still severely affecting places in Michigan. If you look at the cities in Michigan, they literally, some of them look like third world countries. It is disgusting that Michigan still doesn't have clean water. And Donald Trump could have done something about that in opposition at the very least. Right? Not because he cares, but in opposition, he could have at least done it to oppose somebody like Barack Obama and the Democratic establishment. But he really hasn't done enough of that. I think the economy is going to weigh heavily on a lot of people, and so is healthcare. So I think that's why this is going to be a much closer election than it was 4 years ago.
I think that Joe Biden is not going to win this state simply because of this. You know, I'm dropping baskets like I'm dropping bombs. My name's Barry. Can I get a glass of water over here? Can I get a glass of water? And then he gets the glass of water and he does the little stunt, fam. And the people, you can see him just gasping for air. Some of those people said, he came here my president, he left, he wasn't my president anymore.
Right.
They still don't have clean water. He didn't declare it a national emergency. And in fact, Joe Biden has got Snyder, an endorsement from Snyder, the governor who was in charge of that whole situation, who is to blame, who never faced criminal charges for poisoning the water for the people of Flint. And the fact that Joe Biden bragged about it, I think it's going to come back, bite him in the ass, fam. I think Michigan is going to go to Donald Trump from a bigger margin than it was last time when it was so close. Because before the economy, the jobs, you know what I'm saying? Donald Trump was trying to get them back there. They appreciated that he went after the Chinese as far as a trade war because they saw all their jobs shipped to China in the 90s. So therefore, even though Donald Trump didn't really come up a big victor on the trade war, they still appreciated that he was trying to take it on. And they were looking at the whole NAFTA situation when it came to the Clintons, the Bidens, the Obamas with the TPP, and Biden with the TPP. It really reflects on the Democrats and Joe Biden in a negative way.
Yeah.
So I think that you're going to see Donald Trump with Michigan from all the things that happened. And really, this is the state-right thing I think it's going to come down to. Pennsylvania and Michigan we're looking at.
Yeah.
Michigan, to me, puts Donald Trump over the top and gives him the slight victory.
I don't think it's going to be huge. I think it's going to be very close just because, like I said, the economy is present in their minds and so is healthcare.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump has been really bad on the economy and healthcare.
Yeah.
So I think that's a tangible, that is an action that is weighing heavily on people's minds rather than what Obama did with water several years ago. I still think you're right on the NAFTA and TPP, which is why I shifted it red. I just don't think it's going to be bigger than 4 years ago. I think it's going to be really, really close.
It was one of the closest races in the closest states. So we're going to have to pay attention to it. It was a slightly favored for Biden. It's now a coin toss this morning. So this state is up for grabs. Another state that Biden was favored into, but I think that Trump is now becoming a slight favor, is in Wisconsin, fam. Wisconsin, our next state right now. And here's the big thing, fam. There's a lot of farming in Wisconsin. So Donald Trump, he gave them bailout money when the Chinese slapped back tariffs against soybeans, apples, all this other produce, whatnot. Donald Trump gave them that money, and they appreciated them going after the Chinese in the trade war. So that is why I think that this is going to edge him out, because he did give them the bailout money. And the Wisconsin Supreme Court has also put up, fam, that they will not accept ballots at a later date. And that's a big one, because like we said, is that while the Democrats are kind of putting out this rhetoric, we have to wait weeks or days or whatnot and stuff, is they want to get more ballots in there. Wisconsin, they're not going to be able to do it. I think Donald Trump wins Wisconsin Also, another big point in a big state that's really going to help Donald Trump get over the top.
I think I agree with you for mostly. Like, I mean, I think Wisconsin, you also have the issue with police brutality and Kenosha going on. There are a lot of people that are supporting what Donald Trump has done, his rhetoric. You know, I may not agree with it. These people do. And outside of the cities like Madison and cities that tend to be more liberal, there's a lot of people that really are disgusted with the way Joe Biden has handled it, the way he's tried to play both sides of the issue. And if he's trying to be the better Republican, Donald Trump is going to beat him every single time. And so I think we're going to see that issue regarding Antifa, regarding police brutality, really play into Wisconsin, especially with what we saw, again, in Kenosha. And I think that's also a big part of it. I agree with the farming. I think that's definitely a huge part. A lot of people were saying, Fiorella, how did you put Wisconsin as red when Pennsylvania is still blue, and you think Pennsylvania is more likely to go red? And again, Pennsylvania is one of the states we also have to watch, but Wisconsin, as far as I know, with a lot of people that I know there, has a lot of support for Donald Trump, again, in his rallies, etc. And so I definitely think I think the state is going to be close. I think there's a lot of people in like the heavy cities that are going to vote Democrat. A lot of progressives have been bamboozled into voting for Joe Biden this time around. So I think that's going to help Joe Biden. But I also think around everywhere else, forget it. It's definitely a win for Trump.
Well, this is where China does play into this election. We talk about China, and why does Trump amplify the China message? Because a lot of jobs were shipped to China. Right.
Yep.
So a lot of people see China as the culprit of sorts, or the one who really sacked us when it comes to that. And I say this all the time. China didn't steal one jobs. We shipped them over there.
Exactly.
That's why the Clintons and the Democrats lost with NAFTA and the TPP and stuff. But when China got into a trade war with us, they went right after Trump's base in the heartland, right? So he went after them. They went after them and put tariffs on soybeans, produce, whatnot. And that's in an area where Donald Trump needs to win, where he needs these votes. It's won and lost in the Rust Belt. That's where these swing states are. We talk about Michigan last time, one of the closest rates. Wisconsin, another close race. Donald Trump turned around, had the money in the bailouts to say, farmers, don't worry, stand by, we got this. Held them over, whatnot, and therefore he turned the situation to make it look like, look at Donald Trump, he's sticking up for the farmers, he's sticking up for fair trade, and he's going against the Chinese. So when you hear this China rhetoric, it also plays into the election and what the Chinese did during the trade wars. It plays into today. It's so crazy that what happened a couple years ago is really coming to fruition, and I think Donald Trump saved his ass. They had a plan. They had money in the bank to say, we're going to make sure we bail out the farmers so they stand by us, and we look like we're standing by them, where Joe and Clinton and the rest of them wanted to send their jobs to China. We're taking on China.
The white working class went from the Democratic Party into the arms of the Republican Party, mainly because of neoliberalism. They were forgotten with trade deals like NAFTA, TPP, outsourcing of jobs abroad. And so Donald Trump was able to come in 2016 and use that against the Democrats, which is why you saw that in a lot of places where Bernie Sanders was gaining a lot of favor with the white working class in the South and the Midwest, the Rust Belt went to Donald Trump when Hillary Clinton became the nominee, because Hillary Clinton was the target, the one to blame for this, not just from Bill Clinton, but from Obama, from the Obama administration.
Exactly.
And Joe Biden, of course, is the VP to Obama. So that's not going to be forgotten in their minds as well.
We see that video that Jimmy Dore plays a lot in Milwaukee. Also, the black working class of Wisconsin are pissed off with Obama and what he did. They're like, we're not playing your game anymore. They went into the barbershop. They went and talked to these people. They had got thrown out of their houses. Milwaukee has a lot of love for Donald Trump. And it's just a working class across the board that got screwed from these trade deals a long time ago. The Flint, Michigan situation. These states are the ones to watch and pay attention to. We don't know what we're going to get with this whole mail-in situation with all these ballots, but we will see. Excuse me. I just want to send a quick shout out to the 51 watchers on the Rokfin and the almost 400 watchers on the YouTube. Like, share, subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be here all day. We have 10 thumbs down, so I want to say hello to the trolls that have come in and are getting pissed off. We love you too. We appreciate the fact that the trolls come watch the Convo Couch. But like and share and get it out here. Fam, this next one, Biden is a big favorite. It's went down a little bit, but it's Minnesota. The top issues for the voters, and this comes from Bring Me the News Minnesota. Number one for healthcare is for the Dems, and the economy is number one for the Republicans. But here's another state, Minnesota, got some progressives. Climate change is on the ballot because they pay attention to climate change in Minnesota. In 2016, it went to Hillary Clinton by a small amount. And like I said, Biden is a favorite. Who you got and why?
Definitely, I agree. Joe Biden is going to take this one. I think, again, you're talking about the economy, you're talking about healthcare, you're talking about climate change. I think that's definitely going to favor, it depends when you talk about the economy too, because the economy can mean like, we want to reopen. And those are areas where Donald Trump can gain a lot of ground because the Republicans and Trump want to reopen. And we've seen states like ours in California be the ones drastically, completely mishandled during the COVID crisis by, of course, the government should have had social safety nets for people, but when they don't provide that and they don't provide jobs, it's like, well, places like Florida are better off because these people at least have a job to return to, whereas people in California and people in other states are completely barely working. They're not making the same money they were making before. So when it comes to the economy, that could definitely be a plus for Republicans as well. But when it comes to healthcare and climate change, as bad as Joe Biden has been saying, I'm not going to ban fracking, he still has a climate plan that is being at least superficially portrayed by people like the Sunrise Movement, people like AOC, and those progressives in the, in the Democratic Party that are trying to say, well, at least he believes in science. Yes, he won't ban fracking, but at least he'll give us some time. So I think those people that are at least paying attention to that are going to definitely vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
At least Joe Biden believes in science, fam. That's what they're saying. But the hypocrisy of going back and forth, I thought it was really going to hurt him. But when it comes to Minnesota, fam, I got to tell you what for me made me go with blue on this particular situation is the George Floyd situation. I mean, George Floyd, Minnesota. Once again, Donald Trump looks like more of the law and order president, where Joe Biden tries to get in there. I'm not going to defund the police. Like, you dumb asshole, you should spin that to something else. But the law and order president, Donald Trump, is going to look bad when it comes to Minnesota, when it comes to the George Floyd situation. It's in shambles. People are on the streets over there. Things are being burnt down. I think it's going to be a lot closer than people think. It was almost a 2-point win, about a 1.5 win in 2016. I think you're going to see that same margin, but I do think that Joe Biden, because of the George Floyd situation, will go and be put over the top when it comes to Minnesota. So that's that. The next state, fam. Hey, listen, this is ridiculous right here. They're trying to say this is a swing state this year. Tejas, Texas. Trump is a huge favor, but the top issues for vote, when it comes to the Democrats, they're all about COVID. And that's when it comes to the Democrats trying to win, they're going to try to make it about COVID. Right. But when it comes to the Republicans there, it's all about immigration and protection of their borders. And that's a border where, Juarez is right around. Is it Juarez? Sorry.
Ciudad Juarez.
Juarez is right around the corner. A lot of guns get flowed in there. So a lot of Republicans in Texas still put immigration at the top of their list. I have Donald Trump winning this huge. I don't see Joe Biden winning this. I know they have pockets like Austin that are very progressive that might swing to Joe Biden. But Donald Trump won this state by almost 9 points last time, and I suspect he'll win it by 10 points this time.
I don't think he's going to win it by more points. I think he's either going to win it by the same or less. I think, again, there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the way Donald Trump has handled a lot of things. There is a lot of dissatisfaction with the way he has handled immigration. And so that's going to bring a lot of Latino immigrants to vote against him for Joe Biden, even though Joe Biden is the person that was there when Obama deported more people than Donald Trump has, even though Obama and Biden were the ones who built these cages, even though Biden wanted to build a fence as early as 2007, and et cetera, et cetera. A lot of people don't know this history like we do. A lot of people see Trump's rhetoric as being racist, et cetera, anti-immigrant, and it very much has been through his rhetoric. But I also think that I think that's going to reduce the victory that Donald Trump has. But I still think that there are way too many conservatives that are scared of, for whatever reason, that Donald Trump and others have vilified the immigrants as coming in and taking their jobs, as coming in and being a threat. So they are going to vote for somebody that is going to secure a strong immigration plan that keeps people out, especially during a crisis like COVID, especially during a crisis where they feel like the economy is not very stable right now. So I think they're going to go for that. I think it's definitely going to be a lot closer because of the immigrant and the Latino population coming out. But I just don't think it's going to be enough to overcome Donald Trump's lead this time around.
Well, listen, the thing that a lot of liberals and progressives don't realize that places like Juarez is one of the murder capitals of the world. There are more deaths in Mexico when it comes to cartels killing each other, and also a lot of civilians than there are in the Afghan war, than in Syria, than in Yemen. So it's a very serious problem. One of the big problems is, fam, is that our guns that are manufactured here are flowing across the border into the hands of these people and stuff. So that's something that kind of comes into play. It's a very nuanced situation that has to be fixed across the board. But a lot of these people in Texas feel like that Donald Trump is protecting them with a wall. Joe Biden had no problem talking about it years ago. We can build a fence 40 stories high and 700 feet long. I'm the guy who wanted to do that. And this is years ago. So there is an issue right there. I think that the fact that this issue comes into play, especially like you said, when it comes to COVID, whatnot, is going to help Donald Trump get over the top. We do have these pockets like in Austin, and then there's also old races like Ted Cruz and Beto that got a little bit closer. So I think there are a lot more progressive pockets being built in Texas, but not enough this time, and not enough for a candidate like Joe Biden to really come across.
Right, and there hasn't been, if he was running against a leftist like Bernie Sanders or somebody like Tulsi Gabbard or anybody like Marianne Williamson, who really ties the immigration issue to our foreign policy, that would be different. You would be able to get some people be like, okay, well, why do we have so many refugees? Well, we keep creating these refugees. We keep creating these people to literally escape. Even the cartel issue, that is our own doing as well. That is the CIA. Guns. Those are our guns. That is everything that we've actually caused upon ourselves. There is no candidate out there explaining that right now. Joe Biden isn't talking about that because he participated in it. Yeah. So the reality is, if you had a candidate that was an actual leftist, that was an actual anti-imperialist, you would get some of those people to be excited and vote for that. But you're not going to get that when you have a hypocrite like Joe Biden to put them over the top against Donald Trump.
And what a racist policy, okay, that is. The gun club loophole, they call it. The gun show loophole. In other words, you can go into a gun show that are in Vegas, that are in Texas, and all these places. You can buy a assault rifle without a waiting period and walk out on it, okay? So a lot of the gun manufacturers and the lawmakers are like, why should we repeal that? We're making money off these guns, and these Mexicans are killing each other, and they're not killing Americans, so let's let it go. It's a racist policy. Nobody's addressing it. It's disgusting. We need to get rid of it. They're killing themselves over there with our weapons that we make and we just put out there like it's nothing. We eliminate that one law, the gun show loophole, we will save so many lives. And so what if it's not American lives that we're saying? We're saving human lives. Let's get with it, and we need to bring that to the table and address that, because the gun issue that flows into Texas is a really big problem. Fam, the next state is kind of interesting because it's a coin toss now. According to it's leaning a little bit towards Trump this morning, we saw, is AZ, Arizona, which I call the Florida of the West Coast. Now, its top issues are kind of funny now. It used to be immigration, always immigration, Arizona, on the border, immigration, right? It's now the number 2 issue because now jobs and the economy have become number 1 since the COVID's going on. And there are towns like Scottsdale that are growing, more progressive, whatnot. We still have it red. Trump won it by almost 4% last time, about 3.5%. Your thought on Arizona and why it's going to stay red this time?
I mean, I think Arizona just has more conservative people out there. I know several people who moved from California because they wanted to escape the Democratic Party's stronghold in California away into Arizona. There is a lot less control there when it comes to, say, COVID. It's an area where a lot of conservatives just live, and there is an emerging immigration, pro-immigrant, movement going on there. There are a lot of immigrants that are going on. A lot of undocumented people are also in Arizona that is influencing that fight for immigration reform and immigration justice. But again, I just don't think it's enough this time around to overtake Donald Trump. He has made a lot of headway there. He has done his rallies. He has a lot of support there. And outside of places like Phoenix, everywhere else in Arizona is pretty red. And I just don't see how that is going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. That's got that John McCain red over there in Arizona. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? A lot of gun people out there, whatnot. A lot of people who still believe in immigration. Will we have enough from these colleges from Arizona State, from Arizona, to get them out there and get Joe Biden a significant amount of votes? I don't think so. Once again, he generates no excitement, especially from the youth. He said nothing is going to systemically change. So I don't believe he's going to get enough people out from these colleges to make a dent in Arizona, and Arizona is going to stay red. That is my honest opinion about it. Like I said, Donald Trump won it handily last time. They're still having it on the board as a possibility of that it can swing the other way.
And jobs in the economy too.
Yeah.
Like the economy for
people
sure.
Are scared now too.
People don't want to close in states like this. So when a Democrat comes in wanting to put in a mask mandate and wanting to put in like that sort of a censored shutdown ideology, they're not really for it. So that's also another reason why.
Yeah. There's a couple other states that are in play that aren't necessarily swing states, like Iowa, Nevada, Ohio, and Illinois. Just to briefly touch on them, I still think that Iowa is going to stay Trump this time. It went Trump last time. We both said Iowa, the cornfields, we know what's going on. Any particular reason why we think that Donald Trump is going to hold on to it and that Joe Biden can't make any waves in Iowa?
When I went to Iowa, I saw a lot of diversity. I saw a lot of poverty. Iowa is a state, it reminds me a lot of, it's just like, it's the Midwest. So it is a state where people rely on the factories, rely on farming. Life isn't necessarily easy there, but people are very independent minded. And I don't see people voting for somebody that is the status quo, which Joe Biden would be the status quo in Iowa. I think if you had a different candidate, and pretty much anybody else, it might be more of a toss-up in Iowa. But when even Pete Buttigieg was a lot more favorable in Iowa than Joe Biden. But again, remember during the primary, who won Iowa? It was between Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg. It was technically Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I know.
But you know what I mean? But that's the kind of candidates that would win. More independent-minded, more of libertarian-minded candidates. Like the way they framed it, right? The way people think, people who are not status quo. Even though Pete Buttigieg was a status quo as ever, he framed things in a way that was really friendly. Oh, I don't want to attack this person. Oh, we want civility and all of that. But they like honesty. A lot of the people in the Midwest, they're like, show us who you are. If you're dishonest, we don't like you. And so I think Joe Biden comes off as extremely dishonest, and Donald Trump still comes off as, yeah, I'll tell you like it is, even if you don't like it. I think Donald Trump's definitely going to take Iowa.
I think that he's secured there because of the Bible Belt when it comes to Iowa. He's got that underhand. Yeah. When it comes to the Democrats, they still have this image that they're atheists, that they want to crush religion, that they're pro-choice, not pro-life, whatnot. So, and I think in Iowa, he's going to hold on over there, and especially the hypocrisy. You said they're just down to earth, salt of the earth people. They want you to give it to them like it is, whether they like it or not.
Right.
But Joe Biden with the flip-flopping back and forth, we are for fracking, we're not for fracking. We're going to defund the police, we're not going to defund the police. He's over here, he's over there. It's really going to hurt him in a state like Iowa. And I think Iowa is safe for Donald Trump. What about Nevada, fam? I saw some Donald Trump signs as we were driving on in and whatnot. So, I mean, a lot of people say this is in the bag for Joe Biden. It was Clinton last time. Do you think that Donald Trump can pull up an upset in Nevada? And if so, why?
No, I mean, I think it's going to be difficult for Trump to pull an upset, basically because of Vegas. I mean, the vast majority of people who work in the casinos, the vast majority of those people are all immigrants. They're all working class, and a lot of them are minorities, and they tend to favor the Democrat. Remember, Bernie Sanders won big in Nevada. Now, unless there was an upset where all those people decided that they hated, Joe Biden more than they hated Trump. But I don't see that happening with what I witnessed when I was in Nevada as well. The people that were voting for Bernie Sanders were all casino workers, were all hospitality, restaurant, all those people. They I think have a more liberal minded mindset. However, I don't think it's going to be as close as big of a win as the mainstream media is predicting, because again, Nevada is a place where people, even the Democratic, I believe, mayor was wanting to reopen. And so there's that battle of reopening with the casino workers because they're not making as much money as they were before. So I don't think some people are as keen, just based on that, to pick somebody that is going to shut everything down. I think we're going to see more of that happen as we progress with COVID, because a lot of the times it may not even have anything to do with your ideology. It's about the fact that you need to work and you need to feed your family and you need to pay rent. And a lot of these people depend on the tourism, on the business. So if they feel a perceived threat from the Democratic Party on shutting things down, they're not going to vote for Joe Biden.
You know, I think that the Trump factor is going to play into play over here in Nevada. You can see an upset. This is one of the states where I say it's in play that we might see Donald Trump come ahead. You know, his Sheldon Adelson, his friends over here, has put a lot of money out there, gotten a lot of people in line. Yep. The pro-business. A lot of people want jobs to come back. They're fearful of a Biden presidency, of the whole country shutting down and everybody wearing masks to dinner. So I think that's going to come into play right here. And I think Vegas is already open, but they're even desperate to get even more open. And they fear a Joe Biden presidency. So I look this time for Donald Trump to maybe come out of the woods and take a victory right here in this state. So it's something we have to pay attention to. Also, fam, I want to sense, I'm feeling something coming on from you right now. I feel the energy coming up. I'm smelling a fee rant coming around the corner. I can sense it right here since I'm your partner and I know these things. Let's talk about these other states real quick. Ohio. Ohio went for Trump last time. He seems like he's going to be safe this time. We both have him here. Why will Donald Trump continue to maintain his lead and win Ohio, excuse me. OHIO.
Yeah, I mean, again, NAFTA, TPP, Ohioans are again, it's close. It's, they're close to Canada. Parts of Ohio are close to Canada, but they're also extremely reliant on farming, on factories. It's the Midwest. I don't see how Joe Biden is going to take Ohio. Just plain and simple, the people there value, again, a sort of honesty. And Donald Trump is a way, even though the Democratic establishment always paints him as a liar, and he is a liar. In my personal opinion, he lies all the time. Yeah. But he doesn't come off as a politician. And a lot of people in these regions literally value just that. Politics has become, unfortunately, a game about how you are perceived more than a lot of the actions you take. And that goes for both the left and the right. A lot of the right relies on Donald Trump's being perceived as this guy that's, he tells it like it is. He's anti-status quo. Even though he isn't in action, that is how he is perceived. So I think, again, that is going to help him when it comes to Ohioans. And also, again, there's a lot of the white working class there that is definitely going to go for him.
Yeah, NAFTA, TPP, once again, it's going to come into play big over here. I think Ohio is safe for Donald Trump, and look for him to get the win over there. Last time he won it by several points. I think you're going to see the same results, but it's something to pay attention to. It's normally a swing state. They have closed primaries over there. That's why I think the Democrat won last time against Bernie Sanders in 2016. Had it been an open primary, I think you would have seen Bernie Sanders win. But the general is open. You can vote for whoever you want. And I think Donald Trump will win big, and Ohio is safe for him. Last but not least, the one other thing, Illinois, Barack Obama, Barry's town. He's dropping buckets like he's dropping bombs on Yemen. Why do you think that Biden is going to hold on to Illinois, fam?
Illinois just has more of a Democratic establishment hold. We've seen even on local and congressional races how difficult it is for progressives to break through. I think it would be extremely difficult in the heavily urban areas like Chicago for Donald Trump to get anything. Yes, there are rural areas outside of Chicago, but at the same time, I think they have a more liberal mindset. They're looking at jobs, but they feel like Donald Trump hasn't provided them any jobs. They feel like they're looking at healthcare, but Donald Trump hasn't provided any healthcare. And again, you mentioned it yourself. It's Barry's town. I mean, Barack Obama is doing a lot of campaigning there for Joe Biden, and that's not going to go unnoticed.
Yeah. That's why I put North Carolina for blue, because, they have that Barack Obama crowd over there that still kind of looks at Joe Biden as the sidekick to Barack. The reason why I gave Pennsylvania, and we gave Pennsylvania to Joe Biden, once again, the roots that he has in Pennsylvania, Delaware and Pennsylvania, that is Biden. And right over here, Illinois, it's the roots. It's the Barack Obama family that's in Illinois, Chicago, whatnot. There's a lot of power out there. He's been campaigning a lot, so I look for Illinois to stay blue and to go blue this time out, fam.
100%, fam.
Okay, so we are a little bit ahead of schedule. We are next thing coming up. Let's take a quick break right now. We'll be right back with you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gone over to the Rokfin, Rokfin, please do so. We have a nice following over there. We have a lot of people on YouTube. We're on all our platforms across the board. Today we are bringing you analysis, up-to-date breaking news, anything that happens, results. We will bring it to you live. We have special guests all day. We are humbled and thankful that you're here with the Convo Couch. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a bit. We'll see you soon.
Cannot answer the question.
And it's clear that the oil and gas industry runs everything from city councils, county commissioners, all the way to the governor's office. And Joe Biden has made it clear that fracking is something he believes in. So money talks, and money is going to take us all down.
My name is Daniel. I'm listing off a few reasons why I will not be voting for Joe Biden on Election Day. 1, he does not support a Green New Deal. 2, he does not support Medicare for All. 3, he was the orchestrator of the 1994 crime bill. 4, he supported the war in Iraq. 5, he's a straight-up imperialist.
If you weighed on the scale between Joe Biden and Trump as to who would be the greater evil, I think it would be very kind of teetering back and forth, very close.
Why would I? Whether it's Biden and the establishment or Trump and the GOP, the rich are going to get richer. We're going to get poorer. They're going to continue to kill and destroy we the people, our country, and this world, the environment.
Our conditions are shit. They always have been, regardless of who's running the company. So please stop acting like you know that somehow things will be better for those at the bottom, because they won't. And frankly, it's kind of fucking privileged and out of touch to pretend that you do understand. Biden literally said that he would veto Medicare for all if it came to his desk. He said it was an insult to his dead son to demand that healthcare is a basic human right. Nothing he will do with healthcare will even come close to humane, and the most vulnerable among us are done waiting to die. Any other approach to universal healthcare that doesn't cover every single American is no longer acceptable.
Right now, I believe there's about 92 million people in this country that are eligible to vote but don't vote. And the reason they don't vote is because they know that the whole shit is rigged. You know, the main argument that a lot of vote shamers like to use is, oh, you're privileged for not voting. What are you talking about? 92 million people in this country don't vote. Majority of those people are poor working class minorities, okay, who don't vote because, again, they see that the system is rigged. No matter who they vote for, the system always fucks them over.
My vote is my voice, so I take it very seriously. The way I see it, the left wants you to think the right is all fascist, and the right wants you to think the left is all communist. And the two parties use this tactic to keep their sheep in line, to be afraid that the other party could win and eat them.
I'm not voting for either one of these fucks, because they're fucks. They're both in bed with corporations. They're both in bed with the systems that we need to truncate. And at the end of the day, you know, it's still the lesser of two evils. So, you know, the bottom line too is that it doesn't matter if you're black, doesn't matter if you're white, doesn't matter if you're gay, it doesn't matter if you're any identities. When you're in that top upper echelon of where our politicians are, which is really the 1%, it's just one big club. And you ain't in it.
Why am I not voting for Biden? Because I'm not convinced. I don't believe he has genuinely good intentions. He's been a politician for a very long time. He's had multiple chances to make changes, but he hasn't. Some of the policies he's made in the past have hurt a lot of people, but yet he stood by him even through his entire vice presidency up until a year and a half ago when he said he was going to run for president. Then he got a change of heart.
I refuse to vote for Biden because I value freedom. I will not be shamed, gaslit, or bullied.
Under the Obama-Biden administration, we were told that we would have health care. Well, I didn't, and I almost died. As long as the Democrats do not support Medicare for all, I can't vote for them. I am putting my life at risk.
The fact is that Joe Biden and his campaign has said that they did not find a pathway to victory through the Hispanic vote. None of Joe Biden's policies appealed to me personally, and he's repeatedly spit on the left. So I feel like he's done absolutely nothing to earn my vote, and instead has caused me to not want to vote for him.
I've already cast my ballot for Gloria La Riva, because why would I vote for Joe Biden? To preserve some democracy? We don't have democracy. We have freedom for me and fascism for thee. The me being the corporate ruling elite, the military-industrial complex, the national security state, the police state, and the top 1% of the neoliberal and neoconservative establishment, all of which have caused immense damage to the environment and many people around the world. And I'm not going to vote for a tool of those people, which is what Joe Biden and Donald Trump are.
First election I was able to vote in was 1980, when Jimmy Carter ran against Ronald Reagan. Ever since 1980, we have heard in every election cycle oh, it's too important for the Democrat to win, too important to not let the Republicans take over. You've got to vote for the Democrat in this race. Maybe next time you can have progressive policies, but it's most important now that you've got to beat the Republican. Been hearing that every year for 40 years.
I do not trust Joe Biden as a person or as a politician. I do not believe that he has the best interests of the average American at heart. Joe's authoring of the 94 crime bill, his support for the Iraq war, his ties to big pharma and credit card companies.
Basically, it's about the policy and lack thereof. He's not for Medicare for all. He's not for banning fracking, not for UBI. He's not for ending the wars. Basically, he offers me nothing except getting rid of Trump, and I just feel that that's not enough, and I don't think we can pull him to the left. So I have no reason to vote for him.
Because not only of his abysmal political record of literally over 40 years, his proven record of flat-out lying and full-blown plagiarism, his complete two-faced persona, but because he's really just playing us all and taking us all for fools. And on top of that, the man has cognitive decline. I tend to say this quote frequently because it rings so true, especially the time we live in with COVID-19. The Democratic Party is all about the bigotry of no expectations.
He won't commit to divest from Israel for its oppression of the Palestinian people. He has done terrible things to the working class of America, most notably to the Black Americans, especially with his vice presidential pick in Kamala Harris, who has described herself as a top cop. That doesn't help his case, and that doesn't make me want to vote for Joe Biden or for the Biden-Harris ticket.
He bragged about beating the socialists, so therefore he shouldn't expect or feel entitled to my vote either.
They want to paint you to a corner to make you think that you don't have a choice, but you do have a choice. Your vote needs to be earned because of their policies, not because of their gender, not because of the color of their skin, or not because of their popularity. You need to know that you have a choice. Act local, vote local, change the system within your community.
I am not voting for Joe Biden because his vision for America is not that of which is to solve the problems and issues of working class Americans such as myself. His vision is more about expanding on what him and Barack Obama started, Trump and Pence continued, and with him as president to advance.
We are in the middle of climate catastrophe, and he will not ban fracking, the 94 crime bill, and he won't legalize marijuana.
Joe Biden is basically a Republican. You look at his miserable 50-year history, he has always been on the wrong side of history. Whether it was hobnobbing with white supremacists, opposing busing to integrate schools, and I believe he even said, I don't want my kids going to school in a racial jungle. He has tried to cut Social Security for as long as he's been a politician.
He offers us nothing. He promises to veto Medicare for all. He promises to continue fracking, and he has no intention of ending any war. Why would I vote for another neocon? Why would I vote to support this insane so-called two-party system that is truly one party of war and Wall Street? They pretend to disagree, and they don't. They're driving us into the ground.
I'm a Black woman, but before that, I'm anti-interventionist. I don't want to vote for someone like Joe Biden, who I think will increase foreign intervention. I also think that he will ignore those of us who are in desperate need of health care.
The time for revolutionary politics is now. Financial crisis, COVID, unemployment, civil liberties, impending evictions, environmental collapse, our global hegemonic enforcement racket, Biden has said nothing will fundamentally change. That, coupled with his atrocious 36-year history in the Senate and 8 as vice president, shows me that any pandering he does for my vote now is completely hollow.
I can't vote for someone that was responsible for putting hundreds and thousands of people that look like me in jail, and then they're telling me to vote for them to prevent the other racists from winning. Given the choice, I'd rather not vote for any racist. That's my opinion.
My view is that unless you're voting for the salaries of the CEOs who already own these politicians, then you're not going to change anything. It's the system, stupid. If you're not going to change the system, there's no point. You're performing a little ritual for placebo for yourself to let yourself feel better about whatever it is going on, rather than just accepting it for what it is.
Never been a voter until this year because I've never felt represented in DC by either party. And quite frankly, they're both to blame for where we are today, especially Biden, who's been in office for decades, pushing through legislation that put us where we are, with the police state, mass incarceration, wealth inequality, the wars overseas, the destruction of the planet. He's had his hand in all of it.
Joe Biden is responsible for the 1994 crime bill, which put more African Americans in prison than there were slaves at any point in the history of America. His continual growth of the prison industry based on the backs of black folks with petty crimes such as marijuana possession and simple robbery, I can't support that. On top of that, the person that he chose for his running mate put more black people in prison in California than any other attorney general ever had in the history of California.
People are dying, people are incurring massive amounts of medical debt, and he's doing nothing to cure that atrocity.
Joe Biden has a 47-year record, and for someone like myself, who identifies as a Scandinavian social democrat, he makes Ronald Reagan look like a wide-eyed leftist. You can pretty much go down the list of issues from healthcare, foreign policy, the environment, and Joe Biden's rhetoric and record aligns with the views of most conservatives.
I also am not supporting Joe Biden because of his stance on whistleblowers. He's the reason that Snowden is locked in Russia, and they're trying to extradite Julian Assange and lock him in prisons for 180 years for his reporting of corruption.
I'm not voting for Joe Biden because he came from an administration that just basically did everything they could for the wealthiest in the world. I mean, what did the Obama administration do for the people? Open up fracking, more fracking, drilling in the Arctic, took us from 2 to 7 wars, couldn't do a damn thing on healthcare except a Mitt Romney care plans.
Number 1, he is pro-war, pro-regime change. Number 2, he is against Medicare for all. And number 3, Joe Biden serves the interests of corporations, just like Donald Trump. What's the difference between them?
I'm going to vote Green Party. I've faced a lot of criticism and aggression from people. I've gotten into fights with coworkers, people accusing me of not caring about my family and not caring about fascism or where the world is going. I care a lot. That's why I refuse to be complicit in the same systems of oppression that have put us in this mess that we're in currently.
Regardless of his stance against Medicare for all, against a Green New Deal, against universal health care, defunding the police, on, just his judgment alone in going into Iraq shows his judgment is lethal. For that alone, I will not vote for Joe Biden.
He is a key architect of systemic racism. I can't say I'm against racism and vote for someone like him. As VP, him and Obama deported millions of immigrants, including some of my family members. That was more than any other president. They ran on healthcare, and they gave us a plan that prioritized profits over people's health. They took us from 2 wars to 7 without any valid reason, killing thousands of innocent people, including children. They made the banks bigger and protected them over the destruction that they created, resulting in millions of families being evicted, unemployed, and hungry at night. They persecuted whistleblowers instead of the war criminals that the whistleblowers revealed. They expanded spying powers on regular Americans and expanded policing forces. Their budgets, they gave them military-grade weapons, which they used on their own citizens at Standing Rock or Ferguson, Missouri. And then also they passed a law to detain people indefinitely without a fair hearing.
But the most important reason of why I will not vote for Biden is because he's already said any promises I make, I can't promise to keep those promises. If he is already telling me that he's not going to keep the promises that he's making when he's not in office, why should I believe anything he says if he gets into office?
I fear liberals going back to brunch under a Joe Biden administration more than I fear another 4 years of the damage of a Donald Trump administration, which is hardly any different than the damage over the past 30 years of neoliberal presidents.
I very much resent when people suggest that not voting for Biden is based in vengeance and is not a rational long-term strategy. People suggest that it's based in my privilege and not caring about people who are going to be hurt by a Trump presidency. But the long-term trend in American politics has been rightward, and the Democrats have been fully complicit in this. Some of us have reached the conclusion that the best way to halt this trend is to stop rewarding the Democrats for their undemocratic behavior.
Social Security. He has proven that he wants to cut Social Security. He's said that. You can find those clips, the video clips of him actually saying that he wants to cut Social Security. Fracking. Joe Biden. I'm sorry. I'm totally against fracking. His son profiteering off of his position is not a good thing at all. He already, has proven that he will allow his son to sell access to his father and make money off of it.
And so that doesn't give me assurance as another Black life that he would care to assure that our safety would be at the forefront of his administration. I cannot vote for a person who can assure that my life and the lives of other Black men and women in this country can remain safe.
Stop telling me he's progressive. He's as progressive as Ronald Reagan.
To me, just the fact that they are so comparable or so close, if I give Joe Biden my vote, that's sending the Democrats the message that they can get away with that. And no, that's not okay. I think we need to send them the message that's no.
That's right. Anytime any member of the Convo Couch team feels compelled to go up and give a rant, they're going to come over right to this spot right here, look you right in the eyes, and tell you what's on their mind. So I'm going to start it off today with talking about the lesser of two evils. This same line we've been given over and over and over and over again about you got to vote for this guy to stop the lesser of evil of the other guy. In other words, they're telling you that you have to vote for Joe Biden. And I have to say, what I have to say to that is, really? Joe Biden is the lesser of two evils? Really? Again, you're trying to do this to us? Telling us to vote against something instead of vote for something? Really? After you want to cheat the primaries against Bernie Sanders twice for Joe Biden, he's the lesser of two evils? Really? Like, he's the lesser of two evils when it comes to criminal justice. Really? Joe Biden, who wrote the 1994 crime bill, which not only gave harder sentences for people of color when using crack over cocaine, but also pulled Pell Grants and tuition money for inmates that wanted to get a better life when they get out by getting a college degree or a welding degree or a certificate on anything. That was almost pulled from them overnight with the crime bill 1994, which Joe Biden was the author of. So really, Joe Biden's better in criminal justice? Oh, wait. Joe Biden is better when it comes to our civil liberties. Really? Like Joe Biden hasn't taken $16 million, I repeat, $16 million from the censorship kings where the Democrats can't censor enough. Really? Joe Biden's better for that? Well, wait, what about foreign policy? Joe Biden's better on foreign policy. Really? I haven't seen a war that Joe Biden hasn't liked. You want to talk about Yugoslavia? You want to talk about Iraq? You want to talk about being pro-NATO against Russia? Really? Joe Biden's better on foreign policy? His actions in the Ukraine, really forcing a regime change? But wait. Joe Biden is not as corrupt as Donald Trump. Really? What's going on with Hunter Biden and all this situation with the Chinese and Joe Biden taking money, the big guy? Really? Ukraine? Joe Biden's not corrupt? When he put his son on the board of Burisma while openly, in public, forcing the prosecutor who was looking into their inaccuracies fired on the spot, or he withhold aid. Really? Joe Biden's better on corruption? Really? He's better on foreign policy? Wait. Joe Biden is better on immigration. Really? Wasn't it Joe Biden who first said years ago that he can build a fence 40 stories high, 700 miles wide? Really? He's better on immigration? Oh, wait. Joe Biden, he's better on racial issues. Really? Didn't Joe Biden say that he didn't want his children growing up in a racial jungle on the floor of Congress? Really? He's better on comes with race issues than Donald Trump? I think not. Joe Biden was against federally mandated busing to segregate kids from poor areas to rich areas, and he didn't want that to happen. That was Joe Biden. So every single time they tell you, really, you got to vote for the lesser of two evils. We got to take 2 steps back before we take 2 steps forward. I say, really, you don't have to vote for Joe Biden. Really, it's time for all of us to get together, vote your conscience. If Donald Trump or Joe Biden doesn't represent your values, really, you don't have to vote for them. Really, you can vote your conscience. This is Pastor Jardula at the rant station. We'll see you later.
We're here. This is where all the mail-in ballots come, and he's going to give us a little tour and tell us what goes on.
There you go. So right now, as I was saying, all ballots will come in here, and that will be both those from USPS. Again, they're brought in by our team. They're not brought in by USPS. We'll take our budget truck out there today, pick up, and then we're also bringing in the ones from the vote-by-mail drop boxes. The first thing we're doing is going through and sorting, just looking for damaged ballots, and any out-of-county ballots, so we could forward those to the county. And then we're also just making sure all the fronts are front, barcodes are all readable, all that, because the next step is automatic signature verification. We'll walk over here.
Oh, 1 second. I have a couple questions over here. So they're not counting whatsoever. We're just getting make sure they're all right.
No tally will happen until November 3rd, 8 p.m.
Okay, on election night. So let's talk real quick about the budget trucks and whatnot. Are these staff that you have right here, are they year-round staff, or are they new staff? Are they hired specifically for this since it's a new system?
The ones I've seen coming in are our perm staff.
Permanent staff?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ones on loading can be temp staff, but the drivers, every driver I've seen have been perm staff.
Okay. What about the protocol and what they have to do to go pick stuff up? In other words, you're saying that all the mail-in ballots go to a P.O. box, right? Mail-in ones. USPS. Do they bring them here, or do you guys have somebody go pick them up?
Go pick them up, and that's why they're bringing them here in the budget trucks.
Do you guys have a protocol for them, what they have to do as far as,
do. All that stuff, that would be one you have to write in, because I just know the basics of here.
So you don't send somebody out and say you have to be back at a certain time where you did? I mean, if I went to go pick up ballots, I can go and...
Like I said, I don't know what their protocol is. I know what the protocol is once ballots arrive.
Okay.
So,
do they check in here to go to work, or do they sign in or clock in at a different location?
I think they're all from here. I think they're from here.
So they clock in here, go to work.
And then
all right. So we obviously don't have big tallies and tabs on them what they're doing. We just, when they get here, and we handle business when they get here.
That's not obvious. Like I said, I don't know what their procedure is. Okay. You need to submit that in writing if you want to know what their procedure is.
I thought you would possibly know
again, I know what happens I know the path of the ballot once we get in here.
The path of the
ballot. I can walk you through the path of the ballot.
Gotcha. Thank you, Phil.
Anything else, you're just going to have to submit it.
No doubt. I gotcha.
Here's one of our automatic signature verification devices. You'll see it's scanning the signatures and it's comparing it to what we have in the voter database.
Yeah.
Signatures that are good, it spits out on the top. Signatures that it questions come out on the bottom. Okay. Tolerances for this device are very tight, which is good, right? So if it spits out, it's good, great. However, you know what happens if you set your tolerances too tight, you can get some false negatives, right?
Gotcha.
Everything that it questions, by law, has to be reviewed by a human. Okay? We have to have human eyes put on it, and that happens over there. We don't just do one set of human eyes at the registrar just to be on the safe side. We do 3 sets.
Okay.
So we need 3 people to review before any further action happens to that ballot.
Okay, so this goes into this machine right here. It verifies the signature and it spits it out if it's good, or what if it's bad? If it's not one, does it get down below?
Again, the top section right there where you see it coming out, that's the good ones. That little bottom box, you see 1 down there, that's one that it has questioned.
Okay.
Okay, and those are questioned, not necessarily bad, it's just questioning. Like my grandmother, rest in peace, when she was old, it got shaky signature.
Gotcha.
Looked the same, I could tell it was hers, but a device like this may have a little, say, no, that's shaky, I'm gonna question it.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's good, they'll go back and get ready for extraction.
Gotcha.
If it's questioned, it'll come over here.
What are the reasons to question the ballots? The shakiness, whatnot, and what do we use?
Anything it can't read. If it doesn't match it, if it can't find a match in the database, then it's questioning it.
Which database is that? Is that the e-poll?
The
voter database. How often is that thing updated?
They're updating all the time as we get voter registration forms, constantly updating. We get reports from, like, say, DOJ on felony reports or coroners on deceased persons, so they're constantly updating.
Because that's the thing a lot of people are talking about, that there are people that have passed away or moved that are still on that database, whatnot. Do you guys make where do you guys make the ballots at?
The ballots are printed. We have a print company that prints them. Again, that's information you have to get. Has nothing to do with the path of the ballot once.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Gotcha.
So here we see them confirming signatures. So they'll have the scanned signature from the envelope on the left and what we have on the database on the right. Okay.
All right. So if they're good, or this is the double check area here.
The double, triple, actually triple check.
Triple check area.
Now, if we get one that doesn't have a signature, or we get 3 people say, no, this signature doesn't match, right?
Yeah.
Then a letter goes out to that person that day.
Yeah.
So we'll print a letter, send it out to them, it explains why their signature wasn't accepted, and it gives them an opportunity to correct that with a signature box there. They could send that back in.
Gotcha. So we got to get a chance, just in case your ballot gets rejected, to get another shot.
Forgot to sign it. You know, you got an opportunity to do that.
How many ballots come in per day over here?
I don't know. We could request that number, though. They do a data dig. I know we're at about just over 1 million processed so far. Or
And how long?
Received, I should say. Since we've been going since about October 7th. Ballots went out on the 5th, so since about the 7th, early October.
Yeah.
So that's how many we've received so far.
And once again, would you know what comes in more? Is it the drop boxes, or is it more of the post office, would you say?
Oh, I don't know. I have to look at the numbers.
Okay.
Again, if you request those numbers,
I got
they
you.
can pull those numbers for you.
Yeah. Whatever questions we don't get from you, we'll get from them guys. I'm sorry for hitting you with everything.
No, that's okay. That number you have there too, they have a team of folks from the election side that are specifically responding to these requests.
I'm just the thing I'm most curious about right now is who the picking up and delivery of the budget people. Like, who do they check in with? What's their protocol? You know, I would think that they would come check in with you, say, we're going to go out to here and come back at a certain time.
I don't manage this operation. All I do is manage media and observers, help the guys out,
Gotcha. Is there anybody who would know about those things, about the operations?
Potentially, but when we have millions of ballots coming in, that's why they have me here, so that way we don't pull the managers from their operations. They're working.
Because that's a valid question, to understand the chain of custody, to say who's picking them up, where are they going, just to make sure they can't go stop at Carl's Jr., smoke a blunt, chill out for a while.
Sure, totally legit. These are envelope opening machines.
Okay.
It basically pulls the envelope, slices it open, and that prevents our workers, our ballot extractors, from having to use letter openers and such. Okay?
Gotcha.
So
no cutting their fingers.
No cutting your fingers. They'll get a batch from here. It'll come over here. You'll note that we have 4 boxes here.
Yeah.
So they're sorting. Once they have the envelopes, they're sorting by. First, we keep empty envelopes, so once the ballot is extracted, we have empty envelopes there, and please make sure we're not close enough that you're getting any personal information off there.
Gotcha.
The ballot that's good will go right into the good tray, and you'll see one of the supervisors come around periodically, and they're pulling the good ones to get packed and start sending off to TOC.
Gotcha.
And when I say TOC, Tally Operations Center.
I know.
Bad habit of government to speak in acronyms.
Gotcha.
Remakes.
Yeah.
So if there's a damaged ballot, and I'll show you a poster that shows what damaged ballots or what a remake what would constitute a remake. And then snag, and that's something like, for example, you get the envelope and there's no ballot in there.
Yeah.
You need to record that, right? If I've documented that I've provided you, your batch has 100 envelopes, and then you go turn in 99 ballots, I'm gonna say, hey, where's that 9th one? Well, your log shows that one did come in without a ballot. It was a snag. Oh, great, we have it right there. We have it logged.
Gotcha.
One thing I do also want to point out is that, you can't see it here, that the employee, oh, right here we can check. Our logs are completed in gold pencil.
Gold pencil.
Gold pencil.
Yeah.
Not just because we're the biggest in the nation when it comes to elections and we consider, no, it's because
But we're not the gold standard.
we are the gold standard.
Yeah.
The tally machines won't read a gold pencil mark.
Gotcha.
Right? So if you had a dishonest person say, oh, look at a contest that wasn't marked, and they tried to mark it, it wouldn't even read, right?
Gotcha.
So you'll know nobody here is using black or blue ink.
Gotcha. I'm curious. Good. Well, he doesn't have all the answers we need. He's not going to know about the drivers. We'll ask a little bit more. Ready for extraction.
Ready for extraction, so I'm simply pulling them out.
Gotcha.
So there's your 4 stages. Let's check out this poster. This will be a good one for you to check out.
Okay.
Give some examples of what constitutes a remake.
Yeah. Are there cameras in here in the facility filming all?
Streaming the activities, so we have 4 live stream cameras.
You have 4 live stream cameras, Johnny. One over here.
At the exit, one over there where they come in, and one at the far corner where they're doing signature verification and data entry.
Okay, so these cameras that you set up are the only cameras that are really pretty much here for security, is what you're
No,
saying?
these are not security. These are for our live stream.
For
So,
live
folks, we started this a couple of years back, and it's especially helpful now with the pandemic going on. So if someone wants to observe what we're doing, but from the safety of their home, they could live stream.
Gotcha.
Now, we do have security cameras all over the place.
You do? Okay, cool.
Yeah, so you see the little bubbles all occasionally, the little black bubbles, just like a casino. You always have that eye in the sky.
Gotcha, Philip.
Okay.
So what is this here?
So this is a sample.
Over here.
This is a poster that kind of shows what constitutes a good ballot versus something that must be remade. Here we have a ballot. Person followed directions, bubbled it in, not a problem. That's going to pass. This would also be a good ballot, right?
Yeah.
The voters telling us, hey, I don't want any of these people, but they didn't mark anything here.
Yeah.
What our tally machine is reading is here, not here.
Okay, so
So
what's
that'd
this
be
here?
okay. This is your QR code. This identifies what precinct that ballot's from, right?
Okay.
So the tally machine needs to know what precinct it's from because Pomona may have measures, I think they have measures, that Long Beach doesn't.
Okay, so this here is just for the precinct. This doesn't identify the voter.
No, we have an anonymous ballot, right?
Yeah.
Anonymous
Okay.
voting, so there's
what
no
about
identification of the
What
voter.
about this right here? So this is the only thing that really has my security to make sure these are valid ballots when coming to me. In other
This
words,
is what tells us what precinct it comes from.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how the
What about the security of the ballots, the authenticity to make sure that they're a real ballot? Because if I can copy this barcode and put this on a Fugazi ballot, then I can hand it in, and it looks like I can get by with that.
I don't think so, because what I've tried to do when I was playing with the machines, and we tried to photocopy ballot, we were doing demo centers. You may recall I had a team out there doing demo sites where we had introducing the ballot marking devices to the community.
Yeah.
If I ran out of ballots and we try to photocopy them, it doesn't read.
So this is the only form of security that you know of right now on a ballot to make sure it's authentic.
There's other things on there. I know it has to have like certain marks for the
Yeah, I
device
saw
to
this
read.
mark right here.
I know it
Alright.
has to have certain marks for it to
Yeah.
read and such. This primarily tells it where it came from.
Okay.
Okay.
So these are remakes here.
This would be a remake. Here, the voter has told us, hey, I want this guy.
Yeah.
But the voter didn't bubble it in.
Got
So
it.
we'd have to say, okay, voter intent is very clear. We take it to a remake department, they'll remake that. This would have to be remade because it wouldn't be able to tally it.
With
The
the
device
barcode.
wouldn't know where it comes from.
Got it.
This, people would say, oh, well, isn't that the same as this fill? They spilled, but they just covered up the words. Well, actually, since it does cover that, it could be construed as a vote.
Gotcha.
So we want to remake that. And here, simple voter error, right? Oops, I messed up. No, I mean, they're very clear. They don't want this.
yeah.
Remake. The device, the tally device would count both, in which case it wouldn't be able to count either.
Got it.
So we need to remake for that voter.
Got it.
Sample a snag.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everyone. Election Day special. I am Pasta Jardula.
And I'm Fiorella.
And Johnny Sue is still spinning on those ones and twos. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today on all our platform, whether you're on YouTube, Rokfin, Facebook, Twitter. We are humble and thankful you are watching with us. And the most important thing is you don't have to watch the mainstream media. You can get all your information, all your updates, all your results, all your analysis is right here. And you don't have to listen to the Russiagators like Rachel Maddow.
Exactly. And we have some on the ground folks sending us some videos, and I wanted to really touch base as to what voters are looking for and why they're voting a certain way in Los Angeles, California, which is our town. So let's go ahead and take a look as to what our correspondent Melissa Michelson asked one of these voters that went in to vote.
Yes. And right when we come back, just so you know, at the top of the hour too as well, excuse me, not at the top of the hour. In a little bit, we have an interview coming up with Shahid Buttar and Jen Perelman. Is my mic on, guys? Yes. Jen Perelman and Shahid Buttar will come on. He's going to do a great interview and stuff. And then we have a couple independent media people that will be joining in to talk about that. And then after that, Uphill Media will run a show for about an hour. We're going to plug them in, and it will come right on back, give you results, analysis, and more to come. But here is that footage that Fee talked about on the ground. This is what's going on. Check it out.
What are your number one issues?
The number one issue for me,
What's going on
I
with the
know
mic?
that there wasn't many measures about, there wasn't anything on homelessness, but that is something very important in my community. Homelessness. Someone has to help these people
In the
out.
chat.
It's too much. It's out of control. They're sick. They're hungry. They're in the street. You know, some of them are mentally unstable. So that is my concern. I hope to see more of it. I hope I vote more regarding it, but that's it. Healthcare is another one. And that's basically it. Whoever wins the elections, I hope, you know, they think of us. They think of the residents of this country. Everyone's fighting over here and all these issues, but ultimately we're the ones stuck living without health care, in poverty, and a broken system. So whoever wins, I hope there's a change.
Did you vote for the president of the United States in this round?
I did.
Okay. And what are your thoughts? Do you think that president that you voted for will make those changes?
No, you didn't vote Trump. No, you didn't vote Trump. Or is that what you're asking?
Well, whatever president you picked,
no.
do you think who?
I didn't vote, but
you didn't vote for president this time?
I didn't vote for Trump.
Oh, okay.
But I don't agree with the way he represents the country.
Mm-hmm. So you voted for?
I voted for Biden.
Okay.
I hope, and we all have to, even if he wins or if he doesn't win, our concerns have to be voiced.
Do you think he will, if he wins, do you think he will tackle the homelessness problem?
I think if he wins, at least the rhetoric will hopefully calm down. I don't like these insinuations of racism that Trump voices and okays. I don't like that. We have stronger problems at hand. We shouldn't worry about that. We should worry about the benefits of the people, of us.
And do you think the president, that if Biden becomes president, he will be concerned with that?
I think things will be better, but this is not the end. Even if he wins, even if my choice wins, we still have to voice. We still demand. This is the president of the country, and he has the obligation to make it better for everyone.
Okay, so as you guys can see, these two voters were for Joe Biden in Los Angeles. They weren't a fan of Trump's rhetoric, they weren't a fan of Trump's policies, and they are going for, unsurprisingly, for Joe Biden in Los Angeles. I think we're going to see a lot of that coming from California. All right, we'll be right back, and I will be right back with Shahid Buttar and Jen Perelman.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Convo Couch. I have Shahid Buttar here with me. He is running against Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House and the most powerful person in the House of Representatives. Shahid, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me, Fiorella. It's always great to be with you.
So, Shahid, what are your thoughts on the election possibly taking days, perhaps weeks, to be decided?
We face a likely certain constitutional crisis, and the question is how we weather that storm. Our criminal president has already announced his intention, frankly, to attempt to steal the election. He has already disregarded or tried to deride legitimate election results as fake, essentially, and his style of governance and the continuing pattern of how he's asserted himself to be effectively a unilateral executive, all suggests that he will do everything he can to cling to power, regardless of the election results. Now, one of the reasons I'm alarmed by the person I'm challenging in the election, Nancy Pelosi, she was just reported by the New York Times yesterday to have dismissed concerns that Trump might try to retain power, even if he's not legally entitled to it. And of course, I think every American recognizes the likely threat of him at least attempting to do that, which is why I think it's so important during that period, that intervening phase of likely confusion, for people to be active. It's a really important time for us to hold the line, not just online, but also in the street. And the visibility of a movement clamoring for electoral accountability and justice is going to be critical, I think, to ensuring that our preferences as a people are heeded and that we don't witness a coup under our feet in the United States.
Do you think the, because election rigging is a bipartisan practice, do you think like that Joe Biden or the Democrats are also going to manipulate this election? Or do you think this is just mainly the Republicans and Donald Trump?
I do think that while you're absolutely right that vote suppression and the failure to show up for voting rights is a bipartisan problem, my sense is that the active suppression of voting rights in this cycle does seem to be coming mostly from, if not Republicans, at least forces aligned with them. For instance, here in San Francisco, billionaire real estate developers have been flooding people's mailboxes with effectively fake claims about local candidates up for office. I just learned today that Chinese language speaking San Franciscans have been getting mailers, basically misrepresenting the idea of a supposed DHS crackdown responding to the election. So we see lots of different vectors misinforming voters. That's one locus of vote suppression. Just to expand it beyond the parties, I see part of the threat here, including corporate media, right? I mean, I'm the first Democrat in 30 years to face Nancy Pelosi in the current election that's happening today. And across San Francisco, the only two broadcast outlets that have ever covered our race are the Pacifica Radio affiliate and the Fox News affiliate, which is to say the local ABC, CBS, NBC, even the local radio station that airs NPR programming. None of them saw fit to cover what I dare say is the second most important race in the country. And that to me suggests a hole in the bucket well beyond the parties. But just within the four corners of your question, I do think that it is much more a Republican assault this cycle.
So, you mentioned Nancy Pelosi and the corruption of the Democratic Party. With this going on and how corrupt people like Pelosi and how out of touch they are with voters, we saw her whole, we feed them rant that she had. Will anything change systematically under a Joe Biden presidency?
Well, it certainly could if I have a chance to represent San Francisco in Congress. I'll say this, that a Congress that has me in it versus one that remains beholden to Nancy Pelosi and the limits of her willingness to show up for her own rhetoric, there is a vast world of difference between those two possibilities. So it's one reason why I think of our race as the second most important in the country. I do think that whoever wins this race in the White House is going to require very vigorous and sustained challenges from the left. And that's exactly why removing Nancy Pelosi from Congress is so important, because she is a constraint on the voice of the left in Washington as long as she remains in Congress. Another way to put this, I would say, is that Joe Biden, I think, has a very long, steeped record around which he might not have a great deal of flexibility. I do have some hope that the likely vice president, Senator Harris, having served less long in Washington, might prove more malleable she has shown herself in the recent past to be willing to take popular cues. For instance, as a senator, she has shown up well to the left of her record as the Attorney General of California, and before that, the District Attorney of San Francisco. She was not a particularly progressive district attorney or attorney general. She has been a fairly progressive senator. If she is in fact a weather vane, and I don't necessarily mean that as praise, but at least if she is constructing her opinions based on her construction of what the base thinks, I think there actually is a real chance to push a Biden administration left, not through the figure of the president, but rather the vice president, who likely might become the president. And I think that she...
Sorry, let me just push back a little bit on that. How has Kamala Harris been a progressive senator when she has been pushing censorship, and she has also really backpedaled on a lot of things like Medicare for all, like a Green New Deal? How can we expect to push people to the left when we as progressives have very little power right now in the electorate?
That's a totally fair question. And to be perfectly honest, I think you're right. You know, I look at Senator Harris's record on SESTA and FOSTA, especially. This was the law that started to carve out basically opportunities for the state and corporate platforms to censor user speech on the internet. And this started in the context of laws that she claimed were going to protect victims of sex trafficking, that in fact, according to any number of people I've spoken to, have actually placed sex workers at risk by denying them access to online platforms. That's just one of a series of potential erosions of that free speech right that I could see Senator Harris presiding over. And she certainly has not gone to bat for Medicare for all, or for that matter, the Green New Deal, where there are certainly senators well to her left. You know, the area where I'm most disappointed in her is having not shown up more forcefully for surveillance reform. But I have seen her, for instance, as a senator, forcefully challenge the Trump administration's nominees in a way that many other senators have not. I don't want to overplay that hand. I mean, I think you're absolutely right that we on the left have fewer levers than we might think. The reason I particularly am noting the figure of Kamala Harris is that I think she is more malleable than is Joe Biden. You know, you asked me, can we shift a Biden administration? And I do think that Joe Biden has too long a record to think that he is very movable. But Senator Harris's record, at least in Washington, is less well established. And I do get the sense, at least, that she is concerned of her own legacy, that she perhaps in the past was responding to what she considered to be the constraints imposed by the political moment. And I hope to that extent that she might show up differently. Now, all that, again, is just hope. I don't have a great deal of faith or trust in it. And like any hope, we have to take action to make it real. And that's one reason why I think organizing beyond this election into the term of whoever wins the race in the White House is crucial. Whether or not Biden or Harris prove movable, we in the movement, absolutely, our work remains the same. We have to challenge power, speak truth to it, organize support for a brighter tomorrow, and frankly, force our elected leaders, if we're unable to replace them, as I still have an opportunity to do today, to hold them accountable. And that's exactly what I aim and look forward to doing, whether I'm in Congress or not.
Right. I mean, I agree with you that, that the left needs to really form an opposition movement. But isn't the Democratic Party kind of the one that is preventing people? I mean, aren't they the ones that prevented Bernie Sanders from getting the nomination? And now we have a very faulty candidate in Joe Biden running against Donald Trump. So, what is going to stop us, the left, from actually literally taking action? I mean, what's going to stop us from not falling back to sleep and going back to, well, at least we got Donald Trump out of the White House. At least that's a win. What's going to stop people from wanting to go back to brunch, so to speak?
Well, and there's at least different communities here, and I want to separate liberals from leftists. I think a lot of liberals might go back to brunch under a Biden administration, and that I describe as, frankly, a profound threat to the future. Part of our work on the left includes, at this moment, mobilizing and recruiting and organizing across ideological spans to ensure that as we are taking action on the left to challenge a potential Biden administration, that the liberals are with us. And I think that we have to, this isn't a circular firing squad. I don't think it's about shaming people. I think it's about organizing people and ensuring that those people who might be inclined to go back to sleep, and many of those people, the very same people, in fact, did the same thing when President Obama won his race in 2008. I think there's a real moment right now in this political moment of acquainting Americans with a more robust awareness of how policy happens and how social change happens. And voting, frankly, is just the thin edge of a wedge. It's the price of entry, you might say, but it's certainly not the limit to our activism. The opportunities from writing for a public audience, hosting media discussions like you do, organizing grassroots campaigns in your neighborhood, targeting local and state officials and office holders. These are all ingredients of the democratic soup. And it's important to take our eye and lift it beyond the momentary spectacle of elections. The organizing that happens in our communities day to day, the mutual aid projects, the direct action projects, the grassroots advocacy campaigns. Those are the bricks in the wall of democracy that we need to build. And I would say that while the Democratic Party has certainly played an unhelpful role here, you're absolutely right to acknowledge the role of the party in actively impeding a progressive vision. And that's been true for the better part of 30 years since the Bill Clinton administration. We still have to just acknowledge that it is in the opportunity to remove party leaders, there is a chance to re-steer the party. People often describe the Democratic Party as if it is a thing on a track. It's not on a track. If we replace some people holding the reins, we can steer the party in a different direction. That's exactly why I'm running for Congress, to knock the reins out of the strongest corporate Democrat in the House. And when we do that, it's going to liberate the House, frankly, to make very different choices, more responsive to the needs of our communities.
Yeah, I just don't know if we have time to really reform the Democratic Party, because it seems every time we try to reform it, they just kind of take hold all over again. So if Donald Trump wins, let's just say for the sake of plausibility, if Donald Trump wins, what area or issues should we be most concerned about?
Civil liberties is at the top of my list. And that encompasses migrant rights. It was news for about a day, and I was alarmed by how quickly people seem to pivot off of and forget that we are actively practicing eugenics practices at concentration camps on our nation's borders. Camps ordered to be built by Donald Trump that Nancy Pelosi chose to fund. And in those camps, we are witnessing the abuses of human rights to a scale and extent not seen in decades. And it is exactly that example, alongside, for instance, DHS goon squads, brown shirts, essentially paramilitarily suppressing dissent in cities across the country. We see not just one ingredient of fascism in the form of xenophobia or human rights abuses or empowering political violence by paramilitary actors. We see many components of it coming together, and civil liberties are where the hammer of fascism, let's say, meets it's the anvil of we the people. And I think it's really critical for us to be aware of how our rights and freedoms are eroding, and to challenge each of those erosions, both in the moment and frankly to go back. I mean, I think a lot of people forget that the reason ultimately that Barack Obama won the White House in 2008 is that he promised to challenge Bush's legacy, which he then went on to entrench. And until we unwind that legacy, which is now 20 years deep, we will continue to remain sliding down, I don't want to say a slippery slope. That is a charitable image. I wish it were a slippery slope. We are hurtling down a cliff, and the rights and freedoms that we take for granted are flimsy, they are fragile, and they are fading fast. And I am particularly concerned about state suppression, marginalizing dissent, and that suppression either through street violence by police or unaccountable federal agents deployed to cities opportunistically, or by more pernicious tacit mechanisms like omniscient surveillance. Surveillance or violence by the state are both tools to suppress dissent. And we have to be aware not just of the privacy implications and the individual rights implications, but we have to be aware that it is our democracy being placed in the crosshairs. Every time CBP border tech gets deployed to Kenosha or Portland, every time FBI or CBP or ICE use domestic surveillance equipment.
Shahid, you're absolutely right about all that, and we are running out of time. Just really quick on that, the censorship issue though. What just happened with Silicon Valley coming together and all of the tech giants, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, really hiding the Burisma story with Joe Biden? Doesn't that also concern you, especially in an age when, of course, the Trump administration is going after Julian Assange, but that was started in the Obama administration? Isn't that also a form of crypto fascism in itself?
I don't know if crypto-fascism is the word I would use, but it certainly does reflect double standards. I've been, for instance, very alarmed by Glenn Greenwald's departure from The Intercept and what he revealed in his departure. I've been silenced this year alone by corporate platforms, including YouTube, PR Web, and Medium. I recognize that corporate content moderation threatens not just speech and my rights as a speaker, but it threatens everybody else's reciprocal right to hear every speaker. The First Amendment isn't just a right to speech, it's also a right to hear. And that's exactly why surveillance threatens not just the rights of individuals, but it threatens everyone because it degrades everyone's ability to hear from whoever we might choose.
Sure.
The same thing is true here when we talk about corporate content moderation. And you see companies, including Facebook, starting to line up for more erosions to the same protections that once enabled users to speak online. When I was talking before about SESTA and FOSTA, the law that Senator Harris brags about that ultimately put its supposed beneficiaries at risk, that law is the first of others that have been proposed. And Mark Zuckerberg recently has come out to support more of these erosions to those digital rights. And the reason he and other tech companies are starting to favor those restrictions is that the proposals, which would force companies to play a more active hand in policing user speech, only the big tech platforms are in a position to comply with those laws. So these laws not only undermine user rights, but they would bake in and entrench the current tech monopolies.
Shahid, thank you so much for coming on here. And
thank you, for
thank you so much. And best of luck in the election against Nancy Pelosi.
Appreciate it. Thanks, sister. Take care.
Bye.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everyone. Pasta Jardula. Hope you enjoyed the interview with Shahid Buttar running against Nancy Pelosi in California. I don't agree with Shahid on everything, but I do agree with him on the most important things. And I wish him nothing but the best of luck. Now, the next segment. Not only we have candidates today, some old past candidates, some elected officials and whatnot. We have a great little segment for you right now. This is one of my favorite things that I had on the schedule today. This is about independent media and where we are going forward after this election. A lot of people are still pissed off that the mainstream media is putting out nothing but propaganda. They won't interview new candidates of sorts, progressive candidates. They keep everybody in the shadows. And they're mostly propaganda, and they really do control a lot of what we hear and say out there. But independent media seem to be breaking through. Twitter followers out there are just booming through the roof. So today I went out and got the two best Twitter guys I knew I can get so they can help me out with my Twitter followings at YoPasta, by the way. So let me bring in my friends, and I'll let them introduce themselves. Nick and Pat. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Election Day. I thought it was important to get new, young, independent media on like yourselves. You guys have a hell of a Twitter followers. So why don't you start off, Nick, then followed by Pat. Tell us what your name is and where we can find you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Most people know me as Socialist MMA on Twitter. And it's kind of crazy because last summer, I only had like 500 followers on Twitter. So my following kind of exploded ever since the start of the campaign because I was canvassing for Bernie Sanders for multiple states, and I kind of had enough. And that's the theme of my YouTube channel and what I do on my show is focusing on voices outside the mainstream media sphere. So that's where you can find me. I'm Socialist MMA on Twitter, Progressive Martial Artist on YouTube and on Twitch. I usually stream Monday, Wednesday. I'm gonna have a show tomorrow as well. That's how you can find me.
Definitely. Pat?
I'm on Twitter as Pat the Burner. Technically, my handle now is Pat the Independent, like many of us. Also, my satire account is Nate's Liver. And you can buy my new book at savageandpat.com if you want some satire and read about all these shitlibs these days. But yeah, big fan of Nick's as well.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of you both, and I'm so happy to have you on today. But let's talk about that, Pat, because we're friends. We've hung out before. You were Pat the Burner, but now you're Pat the Independent. Now, it's interesting because I think a lot of independent media has made a clear split. Like, we have taken lines on one side or the other. A lot of it has to come with censorship, but a lot of it has to do with people refusing to push back on Bernie Sanders after what happened in this last primary. The fact that he refused to step up and fight, a lot of us were saying, nope, we're not taking any capitulation towards Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. You changed your name. Why?
I mean, to me, Bernie's clearly not going to be the leader going forward. I mean, he will be initially, but for long-term sustainability for progressives, we need to broaden our leadership. We need people like Nina taking a stronger role. We need up-and-coming people like Nick, like you. We need, we can't just put it all on Bernie. And especially when you see him at the end out there just lying for Biden, it's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, and just like Pat, my name on YouTube and on Twitch is the Progressive Martial Artist, and I don't really see myself changing that just because that's what people already know me as, but I've been kind of disgusted with the progressive movements, and I don't really consider myself a progressive no more because I've seen a trend when there's like two factions of the left. One faction on the left, more like me and Pat, we look at the overall picture and we look at the failed state that Joe Biden is responsible for as well. We know that Trump is just a symptom of this failed system. So we don't have this fear mongering over Trump that a lot of people have. But then there's the other side of the left who kind of ignores all the crimes of the Democrats and Joe Biden, and they apologize for them as if we're supposed to be allies. They don't understand that at the end of the day, Barack Obama and Joe Biden is the people who defeated Medicare for all. They're the one who crushed our working class movement, not the right wing. So we understand what the true enemy is, and there's a portion of the left that's been lying about Joe Biden, and they've been kind of shaming people from telling the truth about Joe Biden as well. So that's why Pat, he took his name away from Pat the Burner, and that's why I'm like, man, I consider myself more of a leftist revolutionary instead of just a progressive, because the progressives, they seem just to fall in line. Like, no matter what, at the end of the day, you can criticize the Democrats and you can pretend you're anti-establishment all you want. But what's the point of you calling yourself anti-establishment if you're going to vote for Democrats every 4 years? And then you're just a left-wing Democrat at the end of the day.
Yeah.
If you just telling people to vote for them every 4 years, you can kick and scream and you can pretend that you are against their policy and against their platform all you want, but at the end of the day, you're gonna fall in line.
Yeah.
Right now, you're scared of Trump. In 2024, you're gonna be scared of Tom Cotton and Tucker Carlson. So at the end of the day, you're gonna fall in line. So that's the difference between the two sections I see, and that's kind of what on the side that's more anti-establishment, that's one destroy two-party duopoly. That kind of side that me and Pat represents, and then there's the side that Bernie Sanders is on. But honestly, we'll see what Bernie Sanders does. If Joe Biden wins, because we'll see the squad in Bernie with a Democratic president, Democratic leadership for the first time. So to be fair, we never seen that. We've seen them just go against Trump. So if we see them like really go after Joe Biden and the Democratic Party, guess what? I'll be on their side. But right now, we're not. Right now, our goal is down the line. You know what I mean? So that's why I stay on that issue.
Well, let me tell you something. I think that's the ability to, what I say, call balls and strikes, right? Like, just because you're a progressive doesn't mean you have to swing one way if the establishment takes those neo-progressives, what I call, with them. But let me ask you guys a question right now, because I'm not going to ask you who you voted for, but this is talk of this lesser of two evils. I'm going to start with you, Pat. Lesser of two evils, Donald Trump or Joe Biden, and tell us why.
I mean, it is a tie, but I'm going to give it to Trump a little bit. I mean, the argument the other way is that, look, the people that are supposed to be protecting us are basically throwing us to the wolves, and that's the Democrats. So that, in a sense, is it's more evil because it allows people to vote for them and support them and dismiss all the things we need in life. Basically, Medicare for all is never going to happen if you think the Democrats are going to get it for you. And for them to be our saviors and really not represent our interests, in a way, that's a worse crime and worse long-term for the country than probably 4 more years of Trump. But it is a toss-up. I mean, they both support basically the same neoliberal policies that are gonna sink the country and already are. And I don't judge anyone who sucked it up in the end and voted for Trump. But if you sucked it up and voted for Trump and you're out there lying about, voted for Biden.
Yeah.
If you're out there lying about Biden's record, you're hurting every progressive cause. If you're trying to dismiss people who are pointing out the critiques, you're taking those critiques out of the forefront. And it's like, we got to start over in January and try to get people back on board with this stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't have any empathy for people shilling for Democrats. And right now that includes Bernie. Post-election, he'll get his voice back, but we still need some other leaders.
Yeah, well, great answer. I'm going to toss it to Nick. Same question. Lesser of two evils. Donald Trump, Joe Biden. Go ahead.
This is a discussion I talk about on my show all the time, because one thing I've seen out of the progressive left and a lot of people that have been apologizing for Joe Biden, they use fascism as a way to kind of downplay the evils of neoliberalism. You know what I mean? So they will say, we got to team up and we got to defeat fascism. But at the same time, neoliberalism is the policy and that's the ideology that destroyed the Black community. That's the ideology that led to the cages at the borders and that prop up ICE and prop up our foreign policy that's inhumane. So yeah, fascism is evil. But what do you call Barack Obama, who had a drone strike program that literally broke records at the time at destroying civilians and bombing hospitals? Is that fascism? Not sure, but that's neoliberalism. So how can you say someone being bombed, if someone gets killed by a drone strike and they lose their family? I read about those stories all the time in international news.
Yeah.
How is that less evil than anything that the Republicans can offer? When you have a Democratic president that was in charge during Flint, Michigan, where our own people was being poisoned, and he didn't take the proper steps to stop that. How is that a lesser evil?
Yeah.
Like these people, these lives are really being affected. So it's really easy just to cast it aside and say, well, we got to team up and stop fascism. But look at the victims of the Democratic policies and look at what Joe Biden's doing right now. Joe Biden, he run his foreign policy campaign to the right of Donald Trump. He's talking about how he want to ramp up sanctions against North Korea and Venezuela and Russia.
Yeah.
And when they ramp up sanctions like that, who do you think that affects? Do you think it doesn't affect the ruling class of those countries? It affects the everyday people.
So is that an answer for Trump, or is that an answer for Biden, or is it just
my thing is? Well, I guess it's a cop out in a sense, because I say it's a false equivalency, because when you see the presidents fighting for the same permanent state interest, how is it going to be a lesser two evil when they represent the same ideology? So whether it be Trump or whether Joe Biden that's going to be in office, they're going to be propping up the prison-industrial complex. They're both running on having giant police budgets in an era where we have Black Lives Matter, where people are demanding to decrease these massive police budgets because we live in a fascist police state. So how will you have a lesser two evils in a situation where both parties are propping up that massive evil? How do you have a lesser two evils when you have two parties that are ignoring the homelessness crisis? Yeah. During all these debates, no questions about the homelessness crisis, no questions about the real economic pain that Americans are feeling. I'm not sure how you have a lesser two evil in that situation. But if you ask, if I'm gonna answer a question, I'm not gonna cop out all the way. I'll say Biden probably a lesser two evil just because on cultural issues. That's literally it. I say cultural issues because when you look at the real substance, they're pretty much the same. So to answer your question, I'll say Joe Biden lesser two evil, but at the end of the day.
So your final answer is? I think I heard a little bit more like maybe Biden, maybe I don't listen.
To answer your question, I say Joe Biden overall lesser of two evil just because how he will affect cultural issues. Like Trump is backing up hardcore white supremacists, and they're literally backing up the people who assaulted people on the highway in Texas. Like that's domestic terrorism. At the end of the day, you have people in Michigan who kidnapped the governor, and Donald Trump is backing them up, and he has harsh language towards Black people in Central Park 5, but you can't condemn white supremacists. I lean towards that cultural issue as my reason why I think Biden overall that's two evils. But at the overall substance, looking at policy, there's not really that much. So I literally have to go that way.
Well, let me push back on you real quick, Nick, because, first of all, I just want to say thank you guys for your courage in that answer. And I happen to agree a little bit more with Pat in this situation. I think that Donald Trump is the lesser of two evils, especially since the three of us are facing mass censorship if Joe Biden gets in office, because he is connected at the hip when it comes to Silicon Valley. They've given him $16 million, and they've given like 500,000 maybe to Donald Trump, and they are pushing for more censorship, the Democrats and the Republicans right now. But when you talk about the actual language and the rhetoric of Donald Trump, like you were just pointing out, Nick, I know it's awful, but bread and butter on paper, when it comes to the crime bill, the 1994 crime bill, that is so much more racist in policy than what Donald Trump gets to stand behind when you talk about the First Step Back that his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, got to push, where Van Jones was coming out and talking how awesome it was. So at the end of the day, I think a lot of people will look at those bread and butter policies and still say, hey, you know, Joe Biden might have a little bit better rhetoric and Donald Trump might be a little bit cut dry and to the point. But I think there's a reason why more people of color, more Latinos, are actually voting for Trump this time and last time than they did for Mitt Romney, than they did for John McCain. And I think that goes a long way. So when it comes to that policy, I think you have to say that Trump is the lesser of two evils. Go ahead, Nick.
I would personally say those people are kind of misguided, because if you look at the reason I criticize Joe Biden and the reason why I criticize Democrats, I criticize them because they're just like Republicans, not because Republicans are doing better than them. For example, I go after Joe Biden and Kamala Harris all the time because they still refuse to endorse abolish ICE. They still prop up ICE as an institution.
Yeah, I got you. Let's kick it to Pat real quick. Pat, let's talk about another line drawn in the sand. I think there's a lot of people who are kind of have this kind of like sycophancy kind of
someone who I supported throughout the primary, Bernie Sanders. He led a bipartisan coalition to end the genocide in Yemen. I criticize any sort of Democrat who's not on Bernie Sanders' side on that issue. But at the same time, Donald Trump vetoed that. So I can't criticize the Democrats for being against that and then give Donald Trump a pass. So everywhere I really criticize Joe Biden, Donald Trump is there on that extreme end, doing just as bad as anything the Democrats would do. That's why I'm not necessarily comfortable saying he's the lesser of two evil. My argument is they are the same, and they are the same evil that we must combat and the same evil we must battle with.
And
So
Nick,
if you're someone who had policies and Donald Trump affected your life, fair enough. Just like I tell people, you can't expect me to support Joe Biden because he had policies that literally negatively impacted my life personally. So if you had someone who helped you out, sure, you can prop them up. But when I'm looking at the overall large scheme, when I see Latinos and Blacks support Trump, I'm like, what are you doing? Because he's propping up the same trickle-down economics to the nth degree that I criticize Joe Biden for doing. Because I call out Joe Biden for being a capitalist shill who pushes trickle-down economics, even though it's a proven failure. He still props that system up. Donald Trump does that to the nth degree. So I can't give him. I can't. So people always say like, man, you don't go after Trump enough on your Twitter. I'm like, bro, my criticism of Trump is that he's just like Joe Biden. So I attack him from the left. So that's where I come from. That's how I came with my conclusion at the end of the day.
Yeah, let me jump in there real quick, Nick. I just want to say right off the bat, that takes a lot of courage to even have that position to say that they're even keel. And like I said, I think I agree more with Pat. I think the policies of Joe Biden have been more harmful than Donald Trump. So I applaud both of you gentlemen for going at that and bringing that truth to light. Pat, let me go to you real quick because I want to talk about this as well. I was talking about the squad and this kind of sycophantal, this love for like AOC, despite the fact that I haven't seen any real policy come through. I've seen her lacking on foreign policy, and now she's cheering on censorship. Do you feel that the progressive movement's new champions are the squad and AOC, or do you think that they're the wrong way to go?
I mean, I think unfortunately they're the only hope we have within the party. I mean, I look at what's going on now and all they're shilling for Biden, and I think, well, maybe post-election we're going to see a different voice from them, the voice that we've wanted. But you can't ignore the fact that they haven't been out there campaigning hard for getting people free medical care for COVID, for getting masks delivered to people, for getting people $1,200 a month. I mean, you know, they are supposed to be our opposition within the party to our party ceding all their values to the center and to corporate interests and to Republicans. And they're not pushing back at all on that stuff. I mean, a tweet here and there is something, but they have a huge platform and they haven't used it to fight for people. You know, they should be out there saying, you know, regardless of what Nancy Pelosi wants for this bill and regardless of what Republicans want, people need fucking $1,200 to eat right now. Let's make that a separate thing. The negotiations aren't happening. Get people money. And they're not out there saying that. So I am very leery about them supporting us in the future. But I think there's a big force in the Democratic Party to shut everyone up until Biden gets elected. And I think they've ceded their voices too much to that, but hopefully they get their voices back post-election. And maybe we have a few more progressives in the Senate to support them, which might make it a little bit easier. So I'm kind of in a wait and see on that, but we should be freely able to criticize the shit out of them.
Yeah, we should, and we should go at them hard. Nick, we got less than 2 minutes. AOC in the squad, champs or chumps?
I was very sympathetic to the squad very early on. I was a very strong supporter. I am not in a position where I like to cancel people, but I have seen a problem on the left where they have the same problem that liberals have, where they worship celebrities and they prop up public servants like celebrities. So my overall answer is I've been disappointed with them very recently, but we see what happens when they have to oppose a Democrat president. If they fall in line to Joe Biden and they are weak on Joe Biden like they have in the last few weeks when he's in position of power, I'll be there to criticize them. Whenever they introduce legislation like public banking, like Rashida Tlaib and AOC did, I'll give them props when they do that. But we need to see more legislation on their side instead of just performative acts and them pretending to be celebrities. And whenever they do stuff like that, and whenever they are propping up imperialist foreign policy like AOC has done in the past, I will criticize them and I will do it unapologetically. And people get mad at me if we're doing that, but I don't believe in propping up public servants like celebrities. I think you should be on the side of fighting against your party. That's why we support you, and that's why you don't take corporate PAC money, because we expect you to do that. We don't donate to you just for you to act like another standard Democrat. You know what I mean? So we expect you to speak up against Nancy Pelosi. We will expect you to speak up against Joe Biden. If you don't, I will criticize you. And if you do the good job, I will prop you up. But at the end of the day, I don't want people to focus on just the squad because we have new members the squad coming in, Corey Bush, Jamal Bowman. And you think that's going to end? In 2022, we're going to have even more leaders. And the trend I've seen is that these leaders are more anti-establishment every way. Corey Bush and Jamal Bowman being more anti-establishment. In 2022, we're going to get even more killers. So I think that should be our focus. And if they mess up, hold them accountable. But we got to focus on direct action and electoral politics. We can't just focus on only one.
That's true. And that's why I like you, gentlemen. You call balls and strikes. We got to get out of here. Quick answer.
Thanks.
Nick, you first. Who wins the election, Biden or Trump?
I think Biden going to edge it out because Trump has ran a horrible campaign the last few weeks. He forgot what won him the election in 2016. He pretended that Joe Biden is a far left Antifa grandpa instead of a corrupt corporatist like he is. So he had the wrong game plan. He could have beat him, but he fucked up.
So you got Biden. Pat, who wins this election?
Yeah, I agree with Nick's take on that. Trump blew it. Biden didn't do anything to win this damn thing. Biden blew it too, but COVID gives the win to Biden.
You know, I like talking to both of you, but I think you're both wrong on this one. I think Donald Trump is going to win. I think people are tired about the Democratic establishment, but we'll see. And I'd love to have you gentlemen back on as the end of the world starts back up again after today. I really appreciate it. That's Nick. That's Pat. Joining the Convo Couch. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after a really short break with Uphill Media is taking over for an hour. We'll see you then.
Thanks, Pasta.
Awesome. Thanks for having me on, brother.
Non-economic crisis you could have, a health disaster, like a viral pandemic. That's why we're in capitalism's worst nightmare, because we have as bad an economic downturn as we've ever had, on a par with the Great Depression of the 1930s, and at the same time, a global health catastrophe, the COVID-19 virus. So let's be clear that we are going through something spectacular.
I hate to break it to you guys, but capitalism might not be a bad thing, a good thing, Capitalism might be bad.
What? I've never heard this. Tell me more. Capitalism's what brought us the great U to the S of the A.
Oh, yeah.
You know what makes that so cool is Amber's like one of those Japanese movies where the voice catches up with her shortly. So just I love it. I think the internet is just the internets are overloaded today. So
yeah, mine's been really glitchy and dropping all day.
Yeah, if we get through this in one piece, we're going to be happy. We're going to queue up again for tonight at 7 p.m. For an election night watch. So join us then. You've brought another meme. What is this?
Well, this is the White House right now.
What, a plywood? What
yeah, they
is it?
constructed these new climb-resistant walls, to protect Trump.
I was hoping there were high tunnels for growing our next marijuana farm.
Cool.
14 ballots 14 states across the country are voting on marijuana reform.
Yay.
Yes, and I think it's going to win.
I do too.
Yeah, no, that's
And
fantastic.
the fight for 15 and Florida, even though they need, right to work state, they need about 25 like we do here to survive.
Exactly.
Right on. Yeah. We just got informed that we are now live on the Convo Couch. Thank you, Pasta.
Yay.
Anyway, thanks, guys. We just love being on a Sister and Brothers Network. We're just going to continue where we're going because my brain will break if I try anything different. What is this?
Right. So this is a report from Snowden. Apparently, Snowden's going to be a father. And this is going to cause him some complications with everything that has been done to him, especially by the Biden administration, by Biden himself and Kerry and the Democrats.
All right.
Edward Snowden, the American whistleblower who fled the country after his massive leak of classified intelligence files in 2013, says he's applying for Russian citizenship now to avoid separation from his son. Snowden's wife Lindsay is pregnant and expecting to give birth next month, according to local media. The two want Russian passports. Writing on Twitter, Snowden cited border closures and ongoing public safety concerns as influencing his decision. He added, "Lindsay and I will remain Americans, raising our son with all the values of the America we love, including the freedom to speak his mind." 7 years ago, Snowden was working as a contractor for the US National Security Agency when he revealed files showing vast domestic and international surveillance operations. Ever since, US authorities have wanted him returned to face a criminal trial on espionage charges. Russia has already granted Snowden permanent residency rights, and back in August, US President Donald Trump said he was considering a pardon for him.
Yeah, right. Do you believe that? I don't believe that for a second. That was just Trump blowing hot air like he always does.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I do, though, believe that he would be closer to pardoning from a Trump administration than a Biden administration.
I agree.
Hot heartbeat.
Yeah,
but the military-industrial complex will never let that happen because that's who he spanked when he released what he released.
Absolutely.
Oh, I hear some. I hear us.
I hear us. The sound's fluctuating a little bit, so let's press on while we're here. What are you trying
to? Nothing new.
Nothing new. Now I'm clipping. Here, let me get that back down. Get that back up. What are you trying to do here? You scaring? Halloween was Saturday. What the hell?
I'm sorry, you can't handle the truth.
I can't handle the truth. What is that? Is that like skull? And
I don't know, but it's creepy. That actually was the cover photo for one of Caitlin Johnstone's very last articles, which was an excellent read. So,
great.
My reminder to myself to tell you to go read some Caitlin Johnstone.
God, I want straight. And I freak out when I see the Virgin Mary in my toast. What the hell?
What kind of toaster you got, man?
It's obviously it's a Catholic toaster.
Obviously a Catholic toaster. Really? Well, he's a Catholic too, right?
Yeah. That's pretty crazy. Anyway, I brought some news. Jimmy's bringing us some news here. It's the same old story, same old song and dance. The FEC is just trying to kill net neutrality, even after they've already killed it. So let's hear what he got to say.
Isn't it dead?
How else is 5G
So guess what? They did. The FCC did one more time before the election. They reaffirmed repealing net neutrality. So net neutrality, that thing that is essential, they got rid of it under Trump. And they just voted to get rid of it again. FCC reconfirms Title II repeal, says no changes needed despite a court remand. The FCC voted along party lines in 2017 to repeal the rules prohibiting broadband companies from blocking, throttling, or prioritizing certain websites, rolling back net neutrality regulations. The 2015 net neutrality rules barred internet service providers from blocking or slowing internet content or offering paid fast lanes. Under President Donald Trump, the 2017 FCC order granted ISPs, that's internet providers, sweeping powers to control how Americans use the internet. It is patently obvious to all but the most devoted members of net neutrality cult that the case against the net neutrality repeal was a sham, said Chairman Ajit Pai. So let me break. What he's saying is that if you are for net neutrality, which is that thing we all should be for, you're in some kind of crazy cult. That's what Ajit Pai is saying.
Wouldn't be the first one I've been accused of being in. Right?
That's what he's saying. And they reconfirmed that they're going to repeal net neutrality. So what they did was they just reconfirmed that we are a horrible and awful government.
Yeah.
We are working against our own people.
Yeah.
That's what this confirms. Hey, by the way, many Americans still don't have internet access, and Congress could help.
Well,
They should, but they won't.
By the way, by a cult, the people who are for net neutrality, he calls us a cult. He means, by cult, he means people who understand the internet should be treated as a utility.
Yeah.
Yeah, bingo.
Utility.
Bingo, I'll cut it there. I didn't have a cut on that. But yeah, I mean, it's just
I
they're
agree.
burning us down again, you know? We have no representation in our current government. Whether you think you do or not. And guess what? You're still not going to have any no matter who gets voted in. So, oh, happy day. Merry Christmas.
Bingo.
Happy birthday. You're screwed. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that reminder. And I know some of our friends out there are really big on this. And that's just crazy, crazy, crazy. I hope everybody.
I want to give a shout out to Dingo on our channel because I'm with him on the Shrooms Toast. But also Cheese did another 5 over on the Convo Couch.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so
We appreciate it.
Yeah, so you guys keep. Yeah, I appreciate that. Somebody's monitoring the Convo Couch for us. I hope, because I can't look at 340.
Franklin, if you hear my voice, please get over to the Convo Couch and monitor the chat.
Yeah, I can't. I've only got 2 eyes and I've got 10 monitors, and it really hurts. Really, really hurts. Really hurts. What is this? Unsolved
Get your
mystery?
Fly AI installed soon.
Yeah, I know.
we will.
Just put a chip in my head. You've already got one in my smartphone, so just cut to the chase, you know?
Cut to the chase. They will eventually.
Yeah. What is this?
So this is tonight on Unsolved Mysteries, why everyone bitches about corrupt politicians but keeps voting for the same two-party system anyways.
Oh, gee. Really? That's going to be
It's
great.
an unsolved mystery. We don't understand how the problem can't be fixed if we just keep voting for these two parties.
So we're supposed to vote for Biden when his party rigged 2 elections. And
For 2 primaries, yeah, exactly.
2 primary, at least. Not to mention...
That's just in our adult life.
In our adult life. Okay, that's fine. No problem. But Trump, I understand.
Trump.
I understand. Here we go. Mars is a free planet. So,
Okay, so the people that are joining us from the Convo Couch know we have different formats for all the shows that we do. You're watching The Dive, which is the Daily Dive, where we kind of scour the internet for all the progressive stories and information that we can find. This is kind of a weird one. This is about Elon Musk taking over Mars.
oh my God, we covered this recently too.
No, that was when he wants to drill for gold on asteroids. He wants to satellite Mars and then control it.
All right, so it's kind of Armageddon goes to Mars. I get it.
Yeah.
SpaceX is getting ready to roll out a beta version of its Starlink consumer internet service. If you haven't noticed, they've been shooting up little satellites in batches, like 60 at a time. There's hundreds of them already up there orbiting the planet, and the plan is to have many more, and they will all work together to provide a very solid, very stable internet for the whole planet. SpaceX also intends to build a similar network around the moon as well as Mars, where SpaceX founder Elon Musk has announced his intention to build a self-sufficient city. So, the Starlink system will provide this Martian city with their internet too, just as the one back here on Earth will do. However, there's a big difference laid out between the two in the company's beta version of their terms of service. Under the section called Governing Laws, SpaceX lays out that for any Starlink service around Earth or the Moon, the company will recognize and abide by laws set by the state of California. However, on Mars or aboard any spacecraft heading toward the Red Planet, SpaceX will not recognize any Earth-based government's authority or sovereignty. This is what the terms of service actually says. For services provided on Mars or in transit to Mars via Starship or other colonization spacecraft, the parties recognize Mars as a free planet and that no Earth-based government has authority or sovereignty over Martian activities. Accordingly, disputes will be settled through self-governing principles established in good faith at the time of Martian settlement. Okay. So in other words, Musk's Martian city will not recognize any laws on Earth, but will rather make up their own. Musk says that's because there's always the possibility that something happens back on Earth, like climate change or World War III or whatever, that cuts off communication between the two planets. Similarly, something could go wrong on Mars that cuts it off from Earth too. Hell, they could encounter life forms out there that we've never even dreamed about that could easily require new laws to govern. In any event, Musk believes the Martian settlement will need to be self-reliant and beholden to no laws or rules from a planet so far away that has nothing to do with them anymore. So, that's why his Mars colony will be making up their own laws, which honestly makes perfect sense to me. Who knows if it'll be a better legal framework than the one that's here, or it'll be even crazier. Who knows? But since Musk intends on sending the first humans to Mars as early as 2024, we all might live long enough to find out.
Who's going to go to Mars and be a slave for Musk?
You know, I've seen Total Recall myself. I'm good. I mean, I guess the Tesla is probably close. And I guess if it's still playing David Bowie on repeat, I might
right.
think about it, but that's about it.
Yeah. So he gets his own laws on Mars.
Over on Convo Couch, Silence is Violence, Go Vegan. Says, hey, Uphill Media, do you guys watch Mystery Science Theater? Because this is what reminds me of that show, Laugh Out Loud. Yeah, we do. We're trying to bring a little humor into today's nightmarish reality. So any suggestions, too, we're open to that. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Amber. Go right ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, first point was we love Mystery Science Theater 3000, and we're working on some voiceover shows.
Yeah, we are.
But also, one of the things that got kind of glossed over, highlight of 2020, is we signed a deal to be able to mine the moon. Yeah. That was by executive order from man in charge, Mr. Trump. And so, Mars is just far out there enough that they can't legislate it yet. But they're working on it.
Yeah. They'll have it legislated before we actually even get there, I'm sure.
Did you know that one of the elements that they want to mine out of the moon is helium?
Helium. They're having a hard time with helium here on the Earth. I don't know how the
running
dollar
out,
store
baby.
keeps selling balloons.
Yeah, they need that helium to do their science projects. So, really, really a big deal. So, anyway, that was a great report. Thank you there, Shanda. I love it.
Always finding you the weirdest stuff I can find. The Resident's pretty cool. She's been around for a long time.
Well,
I followed her for many years.
We know that Elon Musk, he wants it to be the Wild West days. The ones with the biggest guns and all the toys win. So anyway, got a nice. This is nice.
The lesser evil paves the way to the greater evil. It is not opposition to it. It makes way for it.
That looks like Jill Stein.
That is Jill Stein.
Wow,
I remember her, man.
Cool. All right, we are at 37 after the hour. What do we have here right now?
So I normally bring a weather report to the dive, but today I didn't bring weather. I decided I would bring you a clip of a meteorologist kind of lying and playing it up for the cameras to make it, a little bit more sensational. This is in New Orleans for was it Zeta? The Hurricane Zeta, tropical storm. I think it was a tropical storm.
Tropical storm. So they're going to do the dance as long as it's not from Turkey, because they block us when we bring weather news from Turkey.
I got dinged.
Yeah, we Turkey and Japan too, I think. So anyway, let's watch.
Tropical storms making landfall here in the U.S. now. This is the fifth named system making landfall just here in the state of Louisiana. The 11th across the U.S. here, just this hurricane season. And we're still dealing with some more as well. So some people have tried to venture out.
We think. Again, that's our Paul Goodlow out there on Canal Street. He's in downtown New Orleans. Then you're looking north side up at Lake Pontchartrain there. We're going to get back to Paul here in a little bit. Give the guy a breather.
Was this acting?
Yeah.
Acting 101.
The rock climber by trade.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah. So
I just think those are funny when they get caught doing that.
That's what they call method acting. I enjoy that, and it's
can't trust anything.
No, you can't. It goes along with their method lying that the mass media has been paid to pump out there. So I think
sensationalize everything. That has
everything.
been the motto since CNN was launched, and that's part of the problem with why we can't get any real fucking news anymore.
Yeah.
There's actually quite a bit of methodology in weather reporting and meteorology in general. I would highly advise all of you to go to your local university and look up and read some of the syllabuses of your meteorology courses, and read the course load and read what they're teaching them. And you will never ignore somebody talking about chemtrails ever again.
Yeah.
Is HARP 101 on there?
Yeah.
No, you have to buy the DARPA package for that.
Damn it, you got to get the DARPA combo.
Yeah.
It's there. They're really busy with, Operation Warp Speed at the moment and working on our election integrity. So no worries.
Does
We'll be fine.
that come with free mimosa and breadsticks, or is it just
Always.
Endless salad.
endless salad? Oh my God, I gotta have some of that as long as it doesn't have listeria in it.
Sizzler went out of business years ago.
Sizzler, I remember them. Didn't they sell like steak or horse meat or something like that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Melissa from our chat has a comment here. I think it's very worthy. Melissa's always so funny. One of these days, a weather guy is going to be standing there and a huge sign will blow by and take him out in a real storm. Yeah, that's what he's going to get for pulling that crap, Melissa. We're all with you on that. What do you have here? Is this... Oh my God.
Oh, this is Beto O'Rourke. Beto said this morning, I'll drop nudes if Texas goes blue.
Oh God, I'm waiting with
Please
bated
don't,
breath.
is all I'm saying. We've already got the imprint of Hunter Biden's junk on us. We don't need Beto's junk, but the aerial view of Trump's rally says that that's not a possibility.
Oh my God. Like I said, I'm waiting with Beto breath. I can't. I can't. That was terrible. You guys can beat me one for that too. So anyway,
That was terrible.
That was terrible. That was terrible. Here's our friend.
Okay, so one of the things we love about what we do here at Uphill Media is we really embrace our brothers and sisters in independent media. And with so much censorship and suppression going on of independent material, especially on the left, on our side, if you're not following Black Bear News, he's amazing. Kevin is very environmental focused. I mean, you want to know what's going on with the environment, tune into Black Bear News, and he has a great take on win or lose tonight.
It's being framed, and a lot of other climate aware people are framing it like this, that like if Trump gets reelected, that it's game over for the planet. And let me just dispel that notion, or try and help you dispel that notion.
That's his mic.
In your mind or in anybody else's mind. Like, look, if Biden gets elected president, it's going to be slightly better for the planet, but it's not, there's no like game over situation. It's already game over. Many people already understand this. Guy McPherson has already said it's game over for the planet. So many other people are starting to come to the understanding that it's game over. It's already been game over for the planet. I believe on many levels, just on an information level, that it's most likely game over for the planet. I still think that we should try, and I would like to see some kind of organized attempt at compassionate degrowth go on in the world, and that's what I think should happen, and that's what I hope will happen, and that's what I would support happening. Do I think it's actually going to happen, or will it happen quickly enough to save the planet? I don't have a lot of hope in that.
Yeah, that was his mic. He's been plagued with audio problems just like the rest of us during this Mercury retrograde. I think it's our plight. But I backed this up with a Chris Hedges little clip out of a speech that I came across the other day.
Love Chris. Love Chris.
Even if we fail, is to succeed. We must become a threat to the security and surveillance state and its corporate overlords, and we cannot become a threat if we do not engage in actions that actively obstruct power. The Turkish poet Nazim Hikmet, who spent most of his adult life in prison or in exile, knew something of despair. But he knew something too of resistance, of that rebellious spirit which must define us in times of oppression if we are to remain fully human. Any act of resistance, large or small, he wrote from inside his prison cell, is its own eternal triumph. Any act of resistance lights up the night sky to remind us why we were created. Hikmet captured this in his poem on living. Living is no laughing matter. You must live with great seriousness. Like a squirrel, for example. I mean, without looking for something beyond and above living. I mean, living must be your whole occupation. Living is no laughing matter. You must take it seriously, so much so, and to such a degree that, for example, your hands tied behind your back to the wall, or else in a laboratory in your white coat and safety glasses, you can die for people, even for people whose faces you've never seen. Even though you know living is the most real, the most beautiful thing. I mean, you must take living so seriously that even at 70, for example, you'll plant olive trees, and not for your children either, but because although you fear death, you don't believe it, because living, I mean, weighs heavier. Let's say we're seriously ill, need surgery, which is to say we might not get up from the white table. Even though it's impossible not to feel sad about going a little too soon, we'll still laugh at the jokes being told. We'll look out the window to see if it's raining, or wait anxiously for the latest newscast. Let's say we're at the front for something worth fighting for, say. There, in the first offensive, on that very day, we might fall on our face dead. We'll know this with a curious anger, but we'll still worry ourselves to death about the outcome of the war, which could last years. Let's say we're in prison and close to 50, and we have 18 more years, say, before the iron doors will open. We'll still live with the outside, with its people and animals, struggle and wind. I mean, with the outside beyond the walls. I mean, however and wherever we are, we must live as if we will never die. This earth will grow cold, a star among stars, and one of the smallest, a gilded mote on blue velvet. I mean this, our great earth. This earth will grow cold one day, not like a block of ice or a dead cloud even, but like an empty walnut, it will roll along in pitch black space. You must grieve for this right now. You have to feel this sorrow now, for the world must be loved this much if you're going to say, I live.
You know, honest to God, you know, I've heard so many definitions by the left and the right. Excuse me, not the left, by the Democrats and the Republicans of what being an adult actually is. That's what's being adult right there. Everybody who's watching this presentation and understanding what Chris Hedges is saying, you're being an adult, because we've got to take this news to our heart. This is the future we face. And if we stand a chance in hell of making things a little bit better, we better get out there and do it now. Voting for Biden ain't the way to do it.
No, voting for Biden isn't going to fix anything, change anything. I love these last two messages because it's about acceptance. It's about understanding truly where we are at this moment in history, what we're going to face, and accepting it. Because if you don't accept it, then you can't fight the way we need to fight.
Well, and I want to say, I mean, I am such a huge literary fan of Chris Hedges to begin with. Words, but look at that room. Look at the average age of the room he was.
I was shocked
to.
by that room too. Yeah.
So I implore all of you to go find your Chris Hedges bedtime story, read it to your grandchildren, read it to the kids. We need to take this type of message and this type of understanding to a much younger audience. We don't have time to wait until we're in our octogenarian, lecture series years. We need to make sure our youth understand that we have these realizations and we're ready to make action of it today.
Absolutely. I love that message. I just thought that was perfect for today.
Yeah. Beautiful. And I mean, it's a little dark, everyone, It
is dark, but today's a dark day.
Sunshine and roses here, babies. We got work to do. And, I know I'm active in my area and fighting fighting what I call the chemical cartel.
Yeah.
And that happens in your local doctor's office, your local, pharmacy down the street. And it also happens in the same way in large chemical companies and oil and gas companies and multinational companies. It's no different. And pretending there's a big difference in any of it is our first mistake.
Exactly.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And we're right on schedule here. We're going to end it an hour, but we have some breaking news brought to us from D-Space over on the Convo Couch chat. BitChute has been deplatformed today. So one more bites the dust. I heard Ron Placone got demonetized yesterday or the day before. Our days are numbered. They really are. We're going to have to find platforms we can get out. We hope everybody, Convo Couch, all of our social media, will band together to fight this overlord takeover of freedom of speech and our democracy.
Yep.
So that's where we're
that's
at.
shocking, but not shocking, because I was over there setting up an account not too long ago, and it's very deep red over there. That's all I can say. So this is our New York Slimes Wipey Award. Oz, do you want to explain to the audience what our Wipey Award is?
Yeah, the Wipey Award, we can't think of a better award to give anybody that's from the New York Slimes, because that's where that newspaper belongs, is on a toilet paper roll. So it's with great honor that we present our Wipey Award here today. Shanda, drum roll. That is...
When is this? Ben Hawk. Ben Hawk's a friend of mine on Facebook. He is very outspoken, populist progressive, and he says if Biden loses, the Democratic establishment will blame Bernie, even though he did more for Biden than all of the other candidates combined. Mofos should be grateful. And Bernie had tweeted out, during the course of this campaign, we have held 19 virtual rallies in battleground states, 11 virtual rallies with young people and workers and Latino communities, climate change activists, and criminal justice activists. So Bernie has actually been out there doing more than Biden, which is not shocking. We saw that in 2016 with Hillary, too.
And he didn't even have to bring his body double to hold those rallies.
The body double.
I
covered that yesterday.
Yeah, that's what was that? Kamala Harris brought her Kamala 2.0. Is that what that was?
Yeah, it's not clear if the Democrats pushed her out there or if the Republicans were trying to pull a stunt and make it look like the Democrats. It's not clear, but there was definitely a body double.
Yeah, I'm going to say it was the Republicans with the stretch limo, because that's how their brains work.
I don't know, because I do call them limousine libs for a reason.
Yeah, well, that's true. You got me there. What is this, Shanda?
This is how the fuck does American tax unemployment benefits and not Jeff Bezos?
Oh, what the
Well,
hell?
I can tell you here in the Emerald City of Seattle that if we taxed Jeff Bezos like the state was supposed to last year, he could have paid everybody's unemployment, everybody's federal income taxes, and our state education budget in a quarter of the money that it would take just to tax his personal wealth.
No, he's busy spending his money and time going after the socialist city council member, Shama Sawant. I sat down with her a couple of weeks ago, and they literally are waging another campaign, this time to have her recalled. So check out the Kashama Solidarity Campaign on Facebook.
So, Amber, is this where payroll tax credits works for people like Jeff Bezos and the people who don't even have a goddamn job that can get a tax credit won't work for them?
Absolutely.
Oh my God!
You get taxed twice too. Don't forget,
Oh, yeah.
you're paying taxes twice on that.
We get
and the other thing too is it's the end of the year, and so remember that stimulus money that you did actually get, or some of you maybe possibly, that's going to come back out of your next year's taxes. So when you're really
free money
fucked in April, you're really going to be owing money when you're used to getting, I don't know about you, but that money was put towards, my utility bills after a long, deep winter.
Right.
Can you
and here we go into another one.
Can you do my taxes for me, Amber?
I know.
Please?
I was thinking about
Extra
calling Amber to do
charge.
mine
Extra
too.
charge. That's fine. I'll pay you. You're gonna have to do them because I never make enough money to pay taxes. But I'm sure that $1,200 is gonna put me over the top.
Oh,
It
it
might.
might. It might. Yeah.
Yeah, it might.
Yeah.
It just might.
Might have
And
been
I
the
don't, I
plan
don't
all
want to lose
along.
my house over that. This is something special that we've been doing, and this is Shanda's creation. Explain this.
So for a long time, Fee would win our New York Times White Bee Award almost every day because she's tweeting out amazing things. I'm so impressed with Fiorella Isabel. So finally, I just created a new segment a couple of weeks ago called Fee Says, because Fee always has something great to say. Our viewers love it. And today's Fee Says is Americans like pretending fascism started with Trump because it relieves them from responsibility of not noticing it happened for decades. And the reason we have Trump is because too many were asleep during Obama's neo-lib presidency. Many simply want to go back to bed. And that's just it. They want to be able to go to brunch tomorrow and know that Trump's not in the White House. But that doesn't fix any of the systemic problems that our people are facing.
Absolutely. I just wanted to take a moment out of our chat. Melissa H. says many people will be getting refunds anyway because they didn't get paid for 2 to 6 months. But the problem is if they got any unemployment, they're taxed on that as income. And most people weren't getting enough unemployment, so they may have not paid the income tax on it. But the problem is when you have a large gap in employment like that, you're not putting enough into the system to get what you normally expect out of it the following year. Because poor people, as you know, like myself, who file their taxes January 31st, as soon as you have all of your income information,
Right, me too.
versus, the wealthy who are able to, file extensions and delay until the end of the year and pay in October. So the difference in that is that you're not putting in at the same rate that you're expecting to get out of it. And then you got the $1,200. So you were given your refund this spring.
Basically, for a lot of people, that's what it's going to work out to. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I know
owe.
it will for me.
Yeah.
I'll probably end
I
up
don't know.
owing because of it. Yeah.
That's all right. I can eat weeds. My wife's good at making weed.
We got
burgers.
dandelions.
Yeah.
I let the dandelions go to seed this year. So
Anyway, that's about our show today, and I want to thank Amber King and Shanda Masta for allowing me to stink up the room with them today. I appreciate it. And a big thanks to Convo Couch for letting us fill in while they go powder their nose or have some lunch or take a break. They're doing a great job. Convo Couch, you are the press. If you win with your message, we win at Uphill Media and Roar Media Live. Thank you so much, ladies.
And we want David Crow back off. Thanks for letting us couch surf.
And by the way, just send feedback with David Crow and Johnny Sue.
And pack Fee up and send
Pack Fee and Johnny Sue and Tosta, you can come too. So we would love to have Convo Couch up here in Washington State. So there you go, guys. We're going to go out with, what do we?
So this is Abby, the Spoon Lady. Now, Abby has traveled the country on rail for many, many years. She finally settled in Tennessee Nashville as a street performer. She plays spoons. She taught herself how to play spoons. So this is just a short message from Abby, and then we're going to go into a song from Abby.
And I used to hang out with artist the Spoon Man, so I think he's
yeah,
in your
she
neck of
learned
the woods
from him.
now.
She
everybody. Welcome back to the Convo Couch. I am Fiorella Isabel, and I have a very awesome guest, a fam, a friend, Richard Medhurst. You know him on YouTube. He's also now on Press TV. And Richard, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. How are you?
I'm great. You know, we're just over here covering the last few moments before nothing fundamentally changes. And I want to talk to you specifically, though, about foreign policy regarding these two candidates, because you talk about the imperialism of the West, particularly the United States. So tell me, in your own words, who do you think is the lesser of evils for foreign policy-wise, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Look, man, tomorrow morning, the drones are taking off. The B-52s will still be in the skies. It's scheduled. It's not changing. All right. And there are going to be some smart asses who can say, well, technically the inauguration is until January. Same shit. Okay. Can I cuss, by the way? I don't know where we're at. But there's no lesser of two evils with these two. There never is. Okay. You know, people can start nitpicking. You know, you'll have people that will say, for example, that Joe Biden wants to reintegrate the U.S. into the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, right? He hasn't promised that. He said he might do it. And you have to consider something, that this doesn't mean other sanctions will be lifted, okay? So essentially, you're going to have the United States maybe re-entering this deal, which really doesn't benefit Iran in any way fundamentally. I mean, they followed it to a T, and look what it got them. Soleimani's been assassinated. The U.S. pulled out of the deal, and then they try to use snapback sanctions at the UN, even though they can't use them because they're not part of the deal anymore. And then they try to steal these private tankers full of fuel and slap them with more sanctions every other week. And so, I mean, Iran has been given almost no headroom to trust the U.S. anymore. So even if Joe Biden wins and he has all the good faith in the world, why should Iran trust the U.S. anymore, right? That's just one facet of it. Yeah. And you have to consider also that even if the JCPOA somehow worked out again and the U.S. entered it, there are still other sanctions. And you said, so you had Elliot Abrams, this skeleton of a war hawk, of a disgusting neocon, who was the special representative. I love this title, special representative to Iran and Venezuela. So he was testifying to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee just last week, just 5 days ago. And he said that even if he said this I'm paraphrasing here, but he said even if Joe Biden wants to remove all the other sanctions, he can't. The way they're going to do this is they decouple them from the nuclear program, right? So like even if there's a JCPOA and Iran is not developing nuclear weapons, it doesn't matter. They're still going to sanction them for other things. They're going to say like, oh, you're destabilizing the region. You're supporting terrorism. So they will keep sanctions for those, right? They will still keep on cornering Iran and using this suppressive foreign policy. So, you know, those people who are thinking that Joe Biden is going to be some kind of friend to the global South they're sorely mistaken. And you can just look at the rhetoric that he was using in the last debate with between himself and Trump. What was it, October 22nd, where he's he's accusing Iran of meddling in the elections, completely baseless, unfounded claim. Yeah. And then he's also accusing China. I mean, that's new, but it's predictable. I mean, I predicted this, right? Next, they're going to have Syria as well. You know, he's just, you look at Obama as well, who was stumping for him the other day, and the way they speak, both of these guys, it's like they don't speak about these other countries as partners, right? They don't talk in terms of mutual respect, of diplomacy. They speak as, literally, he called them adversaries. That's what Obama said, adversaries. Precisely. I mean, that guarantees that from day one there's going to be strained diplomatic relations, and you're giving these nations, rightfully so, no reason to trust the U.S. And that's just Biden. I haven't even gotten into Trump.
Exactly. And you haven't even gotten to Trump, but that's kind of where I want to go. You know, Joe Biden has said multiple times that he considers himself a Zionist. Now, you mentioned the mistreatment of Palestinians. Here in the U.S., nobody has been good on Israel-Palestine. That is a very difficult conflict by a lot of politicians who take this two-state solution. What, in your opinion, is the best way to move forward on Israel-Palestine?
So you're talking my personal point of view, not Joe Biden, or
Correct.
to compare.
Correct.
Yeah, because I mean they're both abysmal and they share the same point of view. I mean, look, this is a very simple thing. You have millions of Palestinians that have been kicked out of their homes. Some of them are still even alive. This is not that long ago, despite what Zionist propaganda wants you to believe. And you have people in Palestine and in the diaspora who are essentially third generation refugees, right? So I mean, you got to consider my cousin, for example. Not only, I mean, I was thinking about this just this morning. It's absolutely insane. Not only was his grandfather kicked out of Palestine, that's why he came to Syria, but now he was essentially made again a refugee by the war on Syria, and so he had to go to Canada as a refugee. I mean, just think about these wars, this kind of oppression that is being committed against Palestinians, and ending up all the way in Canada. And Israelis, who are essentially white, European white Jews, are coming and taking their land. And this is just one facet of it. So, you know, I accept nothing less than complete repatriation of all lands. I want everybody to have statehood. You know, my cousin, for example, does not have an official nationality, right? He doesn't have an actual passport. Meanwhile, you have people in Israel with 2 passports. You know, they might be dual nationals, American and Israeli, and they have dual citizenship. And my cousin has no citizenship. Like, what the fuck is that? What is he? How can you justify that? And so I accept nothing less than full repatriation of land and reparations and statehood. Nothing less. This is basic, you know, this is asking for basic human rights and dignity. There's nothing controversial about it. The people who oppose that are controversial.
Yeah, I'm absolutely 100% agree with you. Now, shifting a little bit to free speech and Julian Assange, you were at the Old Bailey courthouse. You were in London covering the Julian Assange trial. Now we're hearing the basic, what we already knew, right? That the whole tying Julian Assange and WikiLeaks to Russia was completely debunked, and they released that last night on November 2nd, right before the election. Tell us your opinion on that and how it makes mainstream media, Western mainstream media, who has spewed this conspiracy theory of Russiagate and attempted to malign Julian Assange on it as well. Tell us how that makes us look on the world scale.
They don't care, the mainstream media. They will not acknowledge this or treat it as if it exists. I mean, you just look at what we heard during the hearing. You had Jennifer Robinson, who is part of Assange's legal team. She gave a statement to the court. She read out a statement of how you had these 2, well, one is a Trump associate, Charles Johnson, and the other is a former congressman, Dana Rohrabacher. And they visited Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy, and they offered him a deal, right? So, again, this shows that it's political, and it also shows that Russia had nothing to do with the goddamn thing. I mean, we already know Assange said that it wasn't a state actor before on television. So, nonetheless, going back to the statement in the hearing, we know for a fact that Trump sent people to the Ecuadorian embassy in London and asked Assange if he was willing to reveal the source of the DNC leaks, right? Not the way the media have been reporting it. The media think that Trump told Assange to say it's not Russia. No, Trump wanted Assange to just give the name of the source. And by extension, that would prove that it was not Russia because it wasn't Russia. So they've been ignoring that. And this is scandalous because it not only shows that the whole Russiagate WikiLeaks thing was nonsense, but also that the trial is political, right?
Exactly.
So double whammy. They're just ignoring it. They don't care.
And Richard,
I mean, I'm shocked.
No, right. It's so shocking. We've recently also witnessed the conglomerate, right, of media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, not just censoring media like ourselves, but also censoring information that might hurt Joe Biden regarding Burisma, regarding Hunter Biden's laptop. Doesn't that seem to be such a vast and huge danger that very few people are talking about? And it's also being peddled by the Democratic establishment in order to protect Joe Biden and protect the status quo. Isn't that censorship also a form of fascism?
Absolutely, absolutely, and I think we've all raised this point in the last couple of weeks, which is that we keep hearing that, oh well, you know, if Donald Trump isn't voted out and replaced with Biden, then America is going to be a fascist state or become more, you know, like as it wasn't already fascist. But we keep hearing this, that the alternative is fascism. That's the phrase we keep hearing, right? I mean, how can you argue that? How can any sane, rational person argue that? Just look at the way that the media apparatus have been shielding Joe Biden. And it's not just a question of shielding Biden. I really couldn't care less about his corruption. I mean, honestly, there are more important things. I prefer he stop droning my country, for example. You know, but the problem with that is that they're showing us their true colors. You see, the Democrats, they also have this authoritarian strain within them. They love censorship. That's why they hate Snowden. They hate Assange because he exposes government crimes. And so now with this story, they're more than happy to censor it, not just because it protects Joe Biden and, you know, it's good for their careers. Oh, look, see, we're shielding you from criticism. We're not acknowledging this. We're treating it as Russian disinformation. But moreover, they genuinely believe in authoritarianism. They genuinely believe in that. And it is really indicative of a fascist system because the guy has not even been elected yet. And look at how the media apparatus is already protecting him. Anyone who speaks out against the corruption, the censorship, any facet of this issue is immediately branded as a Russian agent or, you know, a foreign asset. And this is language, this is rhetoric that you find in it's a goddamn textbook. You find this in history books of how dissidents used to be treated in Nazi Germany or whatever authoritarian system or fascist system you want to pick, right? Anyone who criticizes the government, oh, you're a spy. Quick, straight to gulag, you know? So this is the kind of rhetoric that we've already entered into, and Biden has not even been elected if he's going to be elected. And look at how they're behaving. So this is a lie that you know, the alternative is fascism. No, both of them are fascist pieces of shit. That's the truth. And the fact that the media are shielding him and doing this because I think they genuinely believe in censorship is unbelievable. I mean, the entire concept of a fourth branch, a fourth estate is evaporated completely.
Yeah. So who do you think will win this election? And also for the small contingent of the very few anti-imperialist, free speech leftists, what can we do to take this into actually opposing the oligarchy?
Well, I've already said on Renegade that I think Trump will win. Again, I'm not the best at predictions. It's just a hunch. I say this because I feel that Biden, I know that he did not campaign as hard as Trump. He just didn't. I mean, we saw this already in the primary, how he was hiding away. And you could argue that, yes, this is actually a viable strategy because you need to mask how terrible Biden is, right? Especially with his cognitive issues. But nonetheless, you know, voters, they don't understand that. I mean, this is, you see the Trump voters, this is not actually just an American phenomenon. You look all over Europe, right-wingers always come to vote, which is scary, right? They show up to the fucking polls. They will show up and they are loyal and they understand that they need to come and actually cast their ballots, right? No, are we sure that Joe Biden excited the base? Did he do what Obama did in 2008? Even though it was a pack of lies, but he didn't do it. Nowhere near. You know, Bernie Sanders could have done that. He did that. He could have done it in the general election, not just in a primary. Definitely could have excited the base, and he had a template for it. But I mean, I just don't see Joe Biden having a loyal base similar to Trump's. And moreover, I don't think that he put in the work to do that. Again, I could be totally wrong. And the irony is that no matter who wins, nothing will fundamentally change, as Joe Biden says. So that's the sad irony. Now, what we can do to oppose that, I mean, I've been advocating for direct action for a long time. And it's not just direct action. You know, you have three things that I always bring up, which is you need a new party, right? I don't think that sheep herding people, sheep dogging people back into the Democratic Party or the duopoly is a viable strategy. I mean, this is ridiculous, right? This is like sending a bunch of nuns to reform Hell's Angels. It's just absurd. You're not going to reform them. The Democratic Party reforms you. They're corrupt. And that's the first thing. So you need a new party. And That's the way it is. This duopoly thing is not normal. You know, people think that voting green is some kind of a sin, and they vilify people who vote green. Dude, you know how popular the Green Party is in Western European countries, all over the world? Every country has a goddamn Green Party. They don't just have a Green Party as a third party. You have like 14 fucking parties in every country in Europe. Go look. That's already more in line with what a semblance of a democracy should be. So this idea that you should only have two parties is completely, absolutely absurd. And completely undemocratic. Now, the other thing I would say is when it comes to direct action, I mean, what are we talking here? You got to consider that this is a society, it's capitalism on steroids. You have these corporations that are running everything. I mean, every single facet of the government. So their language is money, yes? And since you can't go to the top, where do you go? You go to the bottom. You go to the beginning of the chain, the workers. And so when you go on a general strike, you do rent strikes, debt strikes, you withhold your labor from these motherfuckers. That's the only way you make them listen. They don't give a shit about your ballot, right? So this is another thing that people need to understand, that the enemy is also Wall Street, not just in Washington, D.C. D.C. is a sideshow. And it's orchestrated that way. And that's why you don't hear anything anymore from Occupy Wall Street. It vanished.
Exactly.
Right? Just to finish briefly, the third thing, a new media, because this corporate media crap is not going to work. There you go.
And we're being suppressed, we're being taken down, etc. Now, I just want a couple of last questions. The squad and AOC, sure. Are they helping more or are they hurting more with how they have deferred to caucus leadership, deferred to Nancy Pelosi, pretty much capitulated on everything, are cheering for Joe Biden instead of fighting for direct actions like they could very well be leading, Medicare for all, and all of these things?
Look, man, I was working on a video today, just a few hours ago, about the Iraq War. And, I looked at this city in Iraq called Fallujah, and it has the highest rate of birth defects in the world. This is worse than Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And it's because the U.S. used depleted uranium in their projectiles. And so even today, you have people being born with just horrible stuff. Anyone who supports a piece of shit like Joe Biden, who made that happen, has something wrong with them. You cannot look at pictures of birth defects from Fallujah and support someone who caused that. End of story. I'm not saying anything else.
Yeah, flat out. He's the Patriot Act author, the author of the crime bill. I mean, he's the architect of the system Trump is exploiting.
Right, and I haven't even gotten into those. And you feel me, right? I haven't even gotten to those. I'm just so disgusted and upset by this. It's just one facet, and that thing is just like one drop in the ocean of all the atrocities in Iraq, which is one country. I haven't even. That's not even my country. You feel me? Like there's still a war in Syria too. And Joe Biden was vice president when that was being orchestrated. So this guy is such a corrupt piece of trash. I mean, he spent 50 years in government. He is the right winger. I mean, they're trying to come here and tell us that he's going to save the world from Donald Trump. He gave you Donald Trump. What are you talking about? He will give you something even worse then. Well, you want to try this again? This is ridiculous. It's absurd. And the people like AOC and Ilhan Omar who are stumping for him and telling you to go vote. I mean, this is so disgusting. Like it's not just a question of telling you to vote for someone who is so reprehensible. It's just completely illogical. He does not support any of the policies that you ran on. You are abdicating your responsibility towards your constituents. You promised them XYZ, right? Which is what? Medicare for all, $15 minimum wage, Green New Deal, et cetera, these progressive policies. This motherfucker has spent his entire career working against progressive policies. He is not going to get that done. Why would you extend any amount of support to him? This is just, no, you are working against your constituents. There's no way around it. I don't care how people try to spin it.
Yeah, they're working against their own self-interest. Richie, you have a new show. Could you tell us where we can find you and where we can see more of you?
Right. So my personal show on YouTube is just youtube.com/Richard Medhurst. And I got a television program now on Press TV. So if you just go to presstv.com and you look under the show section, the first thing you'll see is the communique with Richard Medhurst. And that's it's essentially my show repackaged and ready for television. And, it's the same anti-imperialist message that you're going to hear anywhere else I speak. So, yeah. And on Twitter, you just type Richard Medhurst, you'll find me.
Yes, and Richard is on fire, and I feel you feel me, and we're on the same page here. Thank you so much for coming on.
Always.
You make me feel not
Thank you for having
alone
me.
in this crazy world. So
Same. You have no clue. We're a minority, but we're a strong one. Thank you.
Thank you, Richie. And you guys will be right back with the Convo Couch. Stay tuned on our election coverage.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everyone. Pastor Jardula here. Thank you for tuning in for our election coverage 2020. The time is upon us. It is here now. We've been waiting a long time. I'm just going to be glad when this is over. If it ends any day soon, who knows how long it might go on. If there's any breaking news tonight, we'll bring it to you. If there's any official results, we'll bring it to you. And whatever we do get, we will bring it to you. So we want to thank you for joining on in. If you haven't gone over to the Rokfin, Rokfin, it's important. YouTube's been a little glitchy today, so we want to make sure we have a backup plan. We're also streaming on our Facebook and our Twitter or our tweets or whatever you kids are calling it nowadays. I love you. I'm just appreciative that you're here. We also have a Patreon at the Convo Couch as well. So let's get into our next guest because we got a lot of splaining to do. I love this person. She's a friend of the fam. She's been on several times. Her name is Jen Perelman, but I call her JP. How you doing over there in Florida, girl?
We are good. I mean, we are definitely home stretch. I actually just came from the polls, so 20 more minutes. 20 more minutes.
Well, you got a new show going on. You ran District 23 against Debbie Wasserman Schultz. You put up a hell of a fight. You had a lot of young supporters, which is what I like to see. But I got a little beef to pick with you, girl. Before we talk about your show, Miss Candidate, you said publicly you voted for Joe Biden. Why?
I did. You know what? And I'm not proud of it. I wouldn't I don't promote other people to do the same, but it really came down to me, was when Trump was talking about not agreeing to a peaceful transition of power and things that I find very authoritatively fascist. And even though I do think Joe Biden is part of the corporate fascist overlord system, I do not find him particularly authoritative fascist to that extent. And to me, I think it needs to be very decisive that this country says we do not want this anymore.
Well, I'm going to push back at you a little bit because I know where you stand on Russiagate, right? Where do you stand on Russiagate?
I don't buy it. Okay. And I don't find it important this is the thing. I was thinking about this a lot today because, people are so concerned about the interference in our elections. And if you were to rank Russian interference, like if we had to rank like the top 50 things that interfere in our elections, whether it's internal, other countries, corporations, whatever it is, Russia is not anywhere near the top. So like, if you want to talk about election interference, we need to talk about campaign finance reform way before we need to talk about Russia.
Yeah. Listen, I know your district. I know it well. And there's a lot of fugazi stuff, fake stuff going on when it comes to our elections. But yes, Jen, since we're fellow podcasters now, I'll make sure you get a chance to plug your big podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Just hold on. But now that we're fellow podcasters, let me push back. You ran in District 23 in Florida. You know about election fraud, election rigging, what Debbie Wasserman Schultz and her goons could do, never being held accountable for all their election inaccuracies. You don't believe in Russiagate, which I believe was a soft coup for 4 years in which the Democrats lied. So when people go, oh, Trump won't give over this transition of power peacefully, the Democrats did this for 4 years with a soft coup. So what about that, Jen?
You know what? I wish I could tell you, like I said, I mean, I did vote for Joe and I own that. And I do think at the time, how I feel is that I want to make sure that there is a big enough message that this is not the direction we want to go. But like I said, I'm not feeling great about it. It's not like I feel all proud about that decision. So it's hard for me to really, I have no defense. It's indefensible.
I'm just busted your chops. I still want to point out.
I would be doing the same. And that's why I've always sort of pushed this out there. Like, look, this was not an easy decision. I've been very clear. I voted green in 2016. I'm not crazy about the Greens right now, but I believe in that we should be simultaneously attacking from the inside and the outside. I don't think it's an either or. I think it's a both. And this election to me it wasn't an easy choice. It really wasn't. And again, I'm not like, you could tell me something and I'll feel differently tomorrow. And it just, I'm not a cheerleader. I hold him complete. And this is something that's very important, is that I completely still hold him 100% accountable for all the same things, and that includes very valid sexual assault allegations. I don't not think that that's real. I think that's very real. I think he needs to be held accountable. I think he needs to be held accountable for all of the stuff he's been on the wrong side of history for. And this is not a me saying that those things are okay with me. They're not. And I'm going to make that very clear as I go forward.
Yeah. Listen, Jen, I'm not afraid to throw these tough questions at you. You've never backed down from anything. We've had you on the show several times. I know a lot of the people who work for your candidacy for your campaign, and they're just awesome people, and they love you because you're great in foreign policy, you're great with civil liberties and censorship, you're all about Medicare for all, a Green New Deal, you're the complete package, and that's why we do love you over here. So tell us about this new podcast, because I think it's awesome that you have a podcast, and tell us about it, what you're looking to do and what you're looking to get into with this new podcast.
So really, we wanted to take the momentum from our campaign that we had, because really we were never was our primary goal was I need to get that job. Our goal has always been to change the paradigm and change the conversation to where politics and representation is about service and not careerism and not about corporatism. So that's always been what our goal has been, the message. And we just wanted to keep the momentum going. And our volunteers, as you know some of our volunteers, they were very, very committed and very enthusiastic. And a lot of them wanted to keep going with doing Gen Corps, and which is our service organization that I had all of our volunteers did service. And so we just came up with this idea to, just keep the message going, to start a podcast. So right now we have, which is Generational Change with a J. And that is, it's me interviewing people and talking to people. And it could be anybody from, let's say, another podcaster to someone who I'm reading a book right now on how we can use the soil to help heal the environment. And I want to do an interview with this person. So just different things that I think will help heal the collective and create generational change. I mean, that's what we're about.
What do you think, though, now that you're entering into this whole field, about what happened on the Senate floor when it came to the censorship question? I mean, whether you like Joe Biden or not, whether you like Donald Trump or not, it seems like big tech is calling the shots as far as what can be seen, what can be heard, and what's going on. I mean, obviously, with you starting a podcast, you had to be paying attention to this stuff. Like, you're the type of candidate that rages against the machine, so you'll be the type of podcaster that would rage against the machine. What role do you think big tech or the government should be playing when it comes to censorship in the media, and in particular in social media?
Yeah, I think that right now we're in a place in time where we have to recognize that our social media have basically become utilities, which are a public forum. They have become the public forum. And that's just the nature of where we are as a civilization. So as a result, I do believe that some of those things have to be nationalized and treated like public utilities, and therefore have First Amendment protection. And I do think that the reason that these companies can get away with it is the fact that they're private companies, but yet they're acting like public utilities.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would seek to nationalize it, and I would seek to then have it be offered with the same protection as our Constitution.
Yeah, I think that's a great solution to the whole problem is, nationalizing them, taking them over, making them public utilities. Because we do have to point out the fact that even though they are private corporations, they are still breaking antitrust laws, in particular Amendment 230 of the Act, where it says that you have to make a choice whether you're a publisher or a platform. And if you want to be a platform, that means you have to have even and fair discourse across the board. And then you also have to explain and give fair due process to companies or podcasters that you potentially take down. Where do you see this going if Biden is elected? Because it seems to me that the Democrats are more in line in cheering on censorship more than the Republicans. Do you have any worries when it comes to this area if Biden gets elected?
I have a lot of worries when it comes to this area for when Biden gets elected. I have worries about this either way. This is one of those things where I've always said RIP Fourth Estate, and it's just, we're watching it just crumble in real time. What's going on with Julian Assange, that's one aspect of what's going on. And you see how that's being completely ignored by the same tools that are basically informing everybody else about what's going on. So I worry about censorship and what we're not being told on the regular. And I always figured it would eventually be used most against the left. I mean, that's how I would expect it to be used, which is why I was against when they deplatformed Alex Jones, even though I find him repulsive.
Yeah.
I am just not a fan of censorship, and so I'm never going to support that. But it does concern me, and I do find the Democrat look at how the Democrats are about Julian Assange. The Democrats, they don't care about the corruption; they just care about it being exposed. You know, like the fact that we're still going after the person who exposed the situation instead of the situation speaks volumes.
Yeah, it makes me nervous too, because even though I'm not a big Giuliani fan, I was always ridiculed in my family for talking crap about Giuliani just because he was an Italian guy in office. I thought he stunk, but he simply is the messenger to these emails that are coming across. Both candidates are awful when it comes to climate change and the environment. In Florida, we know very damn well what happened to the intercoastals and whatnot, and how bad it was with Big Sugar polluting the water with the algae. How are things going in Florida right now? And is it a little surprising that Ron DeSantis has been a little bit proactive when it comes to this and helping clean it up?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. First of all, remember, we had a governor prior, Rick Scott, so our bar is very low. Okay, so anything past him is an improvement. So, all right, we're coming from a very bad place. And Ron DeSantis has so far been pretty decent about the environment. I do think a lot of that is probably tied to his relationship with Donald Trump and the fact that Donald Trump owns a lot of property here. And obviously he wants to promote our tourism industry. So I do believe that there's a personal stake in the environment in Florida in particular. But yeah, he's been pretty decent about the environment. And I know Joe isn't. But I do think, and I've said this all along, at a very bare minimum, he'll at least get us back into that Paris Climate Agreement, which that should be the bare minimum, because it's not even. I think that we have a better option environmentally. I do think that's the one way where I can say, yeah, Joe would be better.
You know, I agree with you there too, and I wish they would have owned it more. I wish they would have never said, like, I'm not going to ban fracking. Can you imagine if it was Bernie or Tulsi or a progressive who said, hell yeah, I'm going to ban fracking? Well, so many people would have been rushing out to vote for you, and he would have had a legitimate chance to win had he went that route. Let's talk a little bit about the squad, because to me, the squad has been somewhat of a disappointment. Now, I understand that when we're running for office, or you're running for office, or like one of our previous guests, Shahid Buttar, we got to kind of align ourselves with the progressives in the Democratic Party because they're so much better than the other half of the Democratic Party, the establishment, the Pelosi's, the Schumers, your good friend Debbie Wasserman Schultz. You're on a different level of crappiness. But has the squad been a little bit disappointing to you when it comes to foreign policy and the cheering on of the censorship? Because you seem to be a much better candidate than all of the squad when it comes to those two areas.
I can say that it's been disappointing, but as somebody who knows that it's different on the other side, it's very hard to, it's being a Monday morning quarterback in a lot of cases. So there's a lot of things that go on that we're not privy to. And so I don't want to say, I don't like the idea of people thinking somebody sells out, or, when you don't really know what they're doing. Yeah, I have seen the same things that you've seen, and I felt disappointed. And when I see things like you're standing up and making a really good fight, but then you're ultimately just signing the legislation anyway, it's theater. And so I find it disappointing, but I don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes. And I would think, and this is just me, that there's compromises are made. And I think that when you at least are transparent about it, that people appreciate it. And I've talked about this a lot with like potential constituents down here. They don't expect their congressperson to always get everything their way, but at least they want transparency about, well, why is it that you're going along to get along? At least own it. That's sort of how I feel about it. Like, at least say, look, I know that I got to give in on this. I know this sucks. This isn't what we want, but this is why X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Just own it.
Yeah.
And that would make me happier, but I don't want to get too like hypercritical because I don't know all the, behind the scenes.
Yeah, but I think you make a very fair point, Jen. That would make me happier too. If you're saying I'm just going along to get along, so once I get the power, things will be different, and I'm trying to use this tactic. I don't agree with the tactic, but at least we know. And, not for nothing, when the Freedom Caucus got in there, they made Boehner cry. I was hoping that the squad would make Nancy cry and quit the same way. It never happened. So I think a lot of people, a lot of progressives or leftist libertarians like myself feel left out in the cold and a little bit betrayed, and we're wondering for that avenue forward. Like I said, Jen Perelman has always been that person. You know where you stand with Jen, and we expected that once you get in.
I would never be calling Nancy Pelosi Mama Bear. I can assure you.
I know that.
And they're not, it's something that I always want to say to them. It's, we don't have to be friends with them. So you can stop pretending that you're trying to be. Like, let's own where we are. They stand on the side of corporations, and either you're with them or you're not with them. But we don't have to pretend to be friends. We can still work together, but I don't have to pretend that we're friends. That's what drives me crazy about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. So you're in Florida. You know Trump's got a big base there. He won last time. What do you think the chances are of Joe sniping him this time? Now, you live in sunny South Florida. That's where your district is. It's a lot more blue than it's red in that whole state, but you've been up and down the straits over there. Who are you calling today? Even though you went for Biden to give him a shot, do you think he has a legitimate shot of winning the state?
Okay, let me preface this with nothing would surprise me. Like nothing. It wouldn't even, nothing. It wouldn't surprise me if it was a landslide in either way. That's how little I feel that we really know based on what we hear, what actually goes on. The poll numbers show Biden ahead, but poll numbers don't measure enthusiasm. And I will tell you, and I live in one of maybe 6 blue districts, counties in Florida. And I see way more enthusiasm for Trump than I see for Biden, and I'm in a blue county. So that to me, like if just common sense, I'd say I do think that Trump's going to win Florida. I, again, don't want him to win. So, you know, I'd be pleasantly surprised if he didn't. I'm not hoping that, but Florida's red. It is. And even in the parts that are blue, they're not progressive blue.
Yeah. Jen, last question to get you out of here. You went through a primary against Debbie Wasserman Schultz in District 23. In the election, and we went down there, we covered this. They threw us out of the polling place for the citizens audit. They wouldn't even let us stay in there. It was just ridiculous. I'm citing the law, and they still threw me out, and they were mad, and we were there to protect them. It was a precinct where they ran out of ballots early in the morning when they only had 15 voters. Hard to believe. And I think a lot of those people were going to be voting for you. What was the biggest atrocity you experienced on that primary day? And close us out after. We'll talk about your show and get you out of here.
You know, I was that day, it was almost like how people feel on their wedding day. Like that day is such a blur. I don't really remember I do remember them running out of ballots in Dania Beach and then people having to wait in line and stuff like that. And yes, those probably were districts that would be mine. And I know that that's the sad reality. Like I don't think we're able to stop that so long as we're using these same machines. And that's a state issue, unfortunately.
It is.
But our bigger issue, really, more than the mechanism, is just the overall ghosting and control of the party and in local party establishment politics. That was way more of a detriment to our campaign than actual election machine shenanigans. Yeah. So I just felt like we've been stymied and they were working against us long before election day. Like that was the icing.
Yep.
You know?
Well, it was obvious the media was against you. We were for you. Tell us where we can find your new show and your podcast, and have me on so we can argue some more. And I can.
Oh yes, we'll have you on.
We get Florida crazy. You know, I was one district ahead of you. So tell us where we can find you, Jen.
Everybody can find us. We are on YouTube at Generational Change. That's also our website, generationalchange.com. We're on Spotify and iTunes at Generational Change. That's with the J, Jen. And then we also are on Instagram and Twitter at GenFL23. And I believe we're Generational Change on Facebook as well now. We've switched over. So mostly Generational Change and then GenFL23. And yeah, we have a live stream every Thursday night. And we've been posting like content out the yin yang. We got so much stuff up right now.
Awesome. And I like it. Generational Change. Awesome. Great name.
Peter did that.
Yeah, send our love to Peter Hager out there. Jen Perelman, thank you so much. Candidate District 23, but more than that, a great friend, a great person. We hope to see you soon. Keep kicking butt and let us know what's going on there in Florida if anything goes cray-cray.
Oh, yeah. We're going to be live tonight. We'll talk later if something's interesting.
All right, Jen. This is
Bye.
Pastor Jardula for the Convo Couch. We're going to take a quick convo break. We'll be back. Stay tuned. Results will be coming in. Like, share, subscribe. This is just a warm-up, people. The election results will be coming in, and we'll get some answers. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back to the Convo Couch Election Special, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Pasta Jardula. Fiorella is on deck with Jonny Tsunami, spinning on those ones and twos. We want to thank everybody who's on our YouTube today, but make sure you go over to our Rokfin, because as the results are coming in, a lot of things can get staticky online. We want to make sure we have a backup. Rokfin is that, Rokfin. Thank you to all our Rokfin followers. Thank you to all our YouTube followers. Thank you to you on the Facebook, the Twitter, the tweets, the Periscope, all of you out there. We do appreciate it. Now, results will be coming in soon. Probably the states that we know will go a certain way, like Indiana, not Illinois, is kind of leaning towards Donald Trump, we're hearing right now. But as soon as we get those numbers in, we'll make sure that we give them to you. But right now, we want to talk a little bit more about election integrity, because there's been a big malarkey of sorts that Joe Biden would say when it comes to these elections. A lot of people feel that these elections are fair and free and transparent. We have a different opinion over here at the Convo Couch, but let's talk to somebody who's taken it on the nose, not just once, but twice. Our good friend Raji Robb is with us, who is a candidate in California for the House of Representatives. How you doing, Raji?
Thank you so much, Pastor. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
You know, we're holding up. We were on pins and needles for this day. It's been a long 3 years right now since we've had Donald Trump in office. We hope the Democrats had gone a certain way, got a little bit more progressive, got a little bit more transparent with their elections, but they haven't. You know, we've covered Tim Canova in Florida. He's a good friend of ours and a good friend of the show. We heard about Dr. Shiva in Illinois when he went through some stuff. But you, Raji, you've gone through some stuff, and you've gone through some stuff several times. Now, your case will be very nuanced, and we can spend hours talking on it. But let's talk about the highlights about it, whatnot. Let's talk about the mail-in system. You've been able to read the contract, right, for Los Angeles's mail-in ballots, the contract through K&H, I believe they are. Why don't you explain to us what their duties are and how that could be good and how that could be bad? Go ahead, Raj.
First of all, I don't see any good in it. I've been there for a long time. I've been watching this. This is my second time around. I went all the way to U.S. Supreme Court in 2018, and I was hoping that these guys would learn a lesson and things would be different. But the way I see it, the moment they start scanning ballots early, it was 10 days before, now it's 29 days before the election when they start scanning ballots. So I want the audience to know, when you scan ballots, it's not just scanning ballots. These ballots are being scanned into images, ballot images, and those ballot images are instantly converted into cast vote records, and they're instantly accessed. And why do we not want these ballots to be accessed? Because the law says that there should not be any access. There's a prohibition here. The law prohibits anyone to access ballots before 8 p.m. Why? So that there is no time to do any wrongdoing. Here in this case, in our case, especially in LA County, the biggest county in America, the ballots were counted, especially now, again, in these November elections. I'm going to tell you this straight out. Yeah. Ballots were accessed 29 days before election, and you can imagine whatever you want to imagine, because once that access is there, when the pattern is already out there, and we don't trust these guys because we have seen them do it over and over again. There is no such thing as election transparency. There is no such thing as election integrity. In fact, I'm just so disappointed with the justice system. We need reform. We need special laws for election contests. I've been in court for 7 months. 7 months. I went to court. I said, look, during election night, I found out these, I hope I'm not taking too much of time. I tried to squeeze it in, okay? So election night, we found out they had started scanning ballots 10 days before the election. And that also we found out that while they were scanning, counting was going on. I took this matter over to the Board of Supervisors.
Wait a second. Wait 1 second. So you're saying if they scan a ballot, they have the capability to count the ballot, right? And you've said early counting equals early fraud. Now, we went to this facility to see where they had the mail-ins in Los Angeles, and then we went to the tabulation machine place, and they said to us that they were simply just getting them ready by scanning them so that they can just press a button at 8 p.m. and get those results of what they had.
Can you give us a little explanation to
Not true.
how
Not
that
true.
can be wrong and the areas in which they can cheat then?
Totally, absolutely fraud, nonsense, wrong. I'm saying in the camera, I've seen it. The worst part is, if there was no cheating, they wouldn't be fighting me tooth and nail in the court. All I asked was, let me have a look at the machine, let me have an inspection by the experts, and that's it. We will know there is no fraud, we will walk out. But they brought out private law firms to fight me on this. And it took me 6 to 7 months to get some documents. Now we have verified declarations, verified expert declarations by expert programmers who have stated that these machines, these VSAP systems they have access to ballot count. The moment, it's not that they have a button that they push election night to count the ballots. The moment they scan the ballots, the voter intent is instantly decoded, and then the cast vote record is presented immediately. So anyone with a password right at that time, not the election night, not way down as soon as these ballots are being scanned, I'm talking about a totally nonpartisan issue here, Pastor. Totally nonpartisan issue that as soon as the ballots are counted or scanned, the paper ballots are taken away. Now, in the past, the fraud was committed by hand. You could go and physically check the ballots and do whatever you wanted. You could trash the ballot, you could hide the ballot, you could increase the numbers, you can do all that. You could do that. But now it's digital images. So instead of doing it by hand, you need the machine. You need this VSAP system to access. So you can say, like they say in my case, we didn't do any access. Machines did it. Initially, they said these machines don't do any access. These machines don't do it. Under verified statements, under the perjury of penalty, these guys stated that these machines do not access vote count, have no access, have no capability. And now, after the declaration that I presented by the experts, they're saying, so yes, they do access, but Registrar Logan didn't access. So what I say here is these machines have been set up to get access to change the vote count. And these machines are being used right now in this election to manipulate results, because I was hoping that, but these guys there's no shame in it for them. These are the professional crooks. They are going to keep on doing that. They have no shame in now saying that, oh yes, these machines do access, but we didn't do the access. Of course, even to check your email, you need a keyboard, you need a computer to do that. In this case, $300 million were spent. This is a matter of national significance. This is a matter of interpretation of law. They're saying that even though the law says that under no circumstances, Pastor, audience, under no circumstances may a vote count be accessed. Under no circumstance, meaning not through a vote count machine, not through a bird, not through any machine, not through any person. Under no circumstances may a vote count be accessed. Here, first they denied having access. Now they can deny it. So they are saying the machines accessed it, yes, but we didn't access it. So, here we are. And I'm fighting this. I'm still fighting to stop this nonsense from deciding our election results, because...
Okay. Let me ask you a question. If they access the information early, how can they use that to their advantage? Let's say the legislation to cheat. In California, Alex Padilla, who supported Joe Biden, supported Hillary Clinton, he counts early. He gets some information. How can he use this to his advantage to then manipulate the election in the establishment's favor?
First of all, you can see, here I am bringing a complaint against fraud. It's a big name, a big word, fraud. And what does Alex Padilla do? He immediately goes and supports the registrar. I asked him not to certify the result. Let's find out what's going on. He rushes and certifies the election result. So we already know where the intent is. The intent of the Secretary of State is not to help the people. It's a gang of people, a violators gang that is supporting each other. So this is how they do it. The moment they scan the ballots, they have time. A lot of time to manipulate, a time to change the summation of vote count. What they do is they have set up a bunch of USB spots. The first thing, the moment the elections are scanned, they're instantly decoded. The voter intent is decoded. That's it, it's over. The moment the voter intent is decoded, these guys have access right there as the first possible opportunity, although it goes from there onwards to further breakdown of like if a guy picked up and made 10 choices, they will go and get segregated later. But immediately there's access. The moment the vote is decoded, you have USB access there. You can access the cast vote record in the first instance, change the entire count right there, because you already know at the premature stage that we know now. We know that there's 100,000 votes counted. Now these machines are like, they count really fast, lightning speed. So 100,000 votes counted instantly, no problem.
Yeah, I know. They told us 150,000 day of ballots or in-person counting, 100,000 mail-ins per hour per machine. There's 12 machines there, so you can count over 1 million ballots in like an hour if you really wanted to. And they're saying that they need to count early and they need extra time. I call bullshit.
You're right. Extra time to clean their stuff, clean their hands. These guys have come in with dirty hands. They've already had dirty hands. It's not like these guys, the credibility is down the tube. Their record, the history, everything talks for itself. The main thing is, what are you hiding? Why wouldn't you inform the candidate that you start scanning ballots 29 days in advance? In my case, 10 days in advance. When I challenged them that, why didn't you inform me? They said, oh, we were just scanning ballots. These machines don't access vote count on. And I have this statements under oath, under verified statements from a registrar office that these machines do not have the capability of accessing a ballot count. It's all proven wrong. These machines have to be refunded. They have to be junked, thrown away, whatever. Vote count will ultimately go back by hand till they find a system where public, oversight is there. Without
well, that's where we differ, because I want the machines to count, but I want open source. Have you been able to look at the software at all in any case? I know you were mentioning that you can't even look at this with your experts. Is there been any situation where you know of, or you've been able to, in your 2 fights for Congress, taking it all the way to the Supreme Court, where you've actually looked at the software, or we're just not allowed to?
So they accidentally, they threw me 20,000 documents. They thought I'd never be able to go through them. And we were able to, filter them and find out and seek and get hold of operation manuals. Now, through the operation manuals, we found out there were some documents that they had not presented us about the source code. So the moment they realized that I had found the operation manuals and diagrams, such as this one, I hope you can zoom on in this.
Yeah. Go ahead. What about it?
So this document clearly states that the vote by mail ballots are instantly transformed into cast vote record. Cast vote records when voter intent is decoded. Now, this itself is enough. It is enough to show that these guys have perjured, they have lied, and they've continued to lie. They cannot save themselves from a document that comes from the manufacturer. So it is out there that these ballots are scanned and their voter intent is instantly decoded and transformed into clear cast vote records where the access is present.
I got to tell you, Raji, we went to the mail-in processing center where they check the signatures and send it off. The chain of custody stinks. It's a piece of tape. But then we went to the tabulation center, and they have already tabulated over 1 million ballots at the time, and they were on pace to have 2 million done before 8 p.m. tonight. When they say they just hit the button and it gives them a count. But like you said, you have the information that they know what's going on the back end, and they can manipulate this election any way they want.
It's already decided. The way they are, as corrupt as they are, they've already chosen candidates. They've already decided, and I told them right there that the moment you start counting ballots, it's early scanning is early fraud. Early count is early fraud.
Yeah.
Early processing is early fraud, because you're using all this opportunity. There's no such thing that we're just scanning the ballots and we start counting it later. There's no such thing. The moment scanning starts, counting starts.
That's it. And that's when the fraud starts. We see that graph, and it's funny, Raji, because I remember when you were talking to me about in 2018. Now the Democrats are saying, hey, we can't call this election. It's going to be weeks before we find out. But they had no problem calling it early while you had all your people in line to vote against Brad Sherman and vote for Raji Robb. And they had no problem calling it early then. You have any thoughts on about what the Democrats are saying right now, that they need extra time?
It's very shocking. The enemy is within the system. We don't have to look abroad to look at what
it's not Russia.
Compromising. So basically, it's not Russia, it's not China, it's not Iran. It's the enemy within, and it's the vested interest more within is to control the legacy of the incumbents. You look at those people who've been there, and what have they accomplished? Nothing. And whose interest is more there? The ones that are already well established, well seated in, and the ones who are not fighting to change the system. I thought when I'll go to court, everybody's going to jump in with me and say, hey, we want to find out what's wrong. Now I have evidence. I have scientific evidence with expert programmers with 20 years of experience, 25 years of experience, screaming out loud and saying, hey, these machines are compromised. The moment scanning is done, the ballot count is presented, the voter intent is exposed, and you can change the results instantly. This is not
all you have
paper.
to do is switch something in the back. It's very simple. It's
You can
that
delete,
easy.
you can move with a mouse, you can do all those things, because it's just like a balance sheet, because these are not paper ballots that you have to move around. Paper ballots are gone. They scan them, take them away. It's the digital image, and it's easy to maneuver it. The only thing that stops it, stop scanning them 20 days, 30 days, 1 month before. Everything should be done at the same time under the law. And the worst part is the law says that you cannot put or add words in the law. You cannot call scanning and tabulation processing. There's no such thing there. These guys are changing. They're killing the interpretation of law, which is so clear that under no circumstances may a vote count be under no circumstances. And now these guys are changing the law, change the interpretation of law, putting pressure on the justice system to twist the law in their favor so they can get away with the fraud. It's a clear, broad daylight fraud.
I hear you, Raji. And like you say,
I need the help of the people to come out and voice this now. There's no better time.
Raji, like you said, it's within arm's length. We got a lot of work to do. We got to go report these results. Who knows how good these results are from everything you told us.
If somebody needs help, I'm here. This is a total non-partisan issue. Anybody has fraud issues with the election, come to me. Come to you, and we will bring it out.
Yeah, Raji Robb is fighting for transparency in elections, ladies and gentlemen. Go to his Twitter, go to his website, go everything you need to know. Hit up Raji Robb, take a look at his story. The fight still goes on. Nothing's going to stop this guy until we get some clean and transparent elections. Raji, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in a little short break. We're going to get some results. I know you want to see them waiting all day. The good stuff is yet to come. Convo in a minute. Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everyone. Pasta Jardula election coverage special. Now, we just talked to Raji Rob, who went through a lot of stuff in California. We got to talk to a friend of the fam's over here in Florida, District 23. He ran twice, 2016, 2018, against Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Friend of the fam, I love his shirt. Tim Canova's with us. How you doing today, Tim?
Pasta, how are you?
Before you said it on our show that the mathematical possibilities of what happened to you is somewhere along the lines of hitting the lottery like twice a day or something crazy like that. Why don't you tell us what happened in 2018 as far as the numbers were concerned, and why is that happened?
Well, before we get to 2018, I'll just mention 2016 since you brought it up. I was pretty much talked out of contesting the election right away, and it was mostly by the Bernie Sanders advisors who were still gravitating towards my campaign. So I suppose it's not surprising. I was browbeaten not to contest it, and I regret it very much. Of course, I did finally ask to see the ballots. I put in public records requests. I sued to see the ballots, and they destroyed the ballots. And in 2016, the experts who analyzed the race statistically said it was mathematically implausible. And they said it was most likely a flip of the vote through software manipulation. And then in 2018, it was much the same in that the election results had me capped at the same ridiculously low percentage in every demographic group: Black, white, Hispanic, male, female, Democrat, Republican, independent. Every precinct size, every precinct, regardless of size, had the same exact cap on me. And the experts said it was mathematically impossible, could only be explained through manipulating the software. It would only take 4 or 5 lines of source code to cap me at any particular percentage, and that it was as unlikely as winning the lottery every day for a year. But
wait a second.
I'm here to tell you it could only happen in Florida's 23rd congressional district. It can't happen anywhere else in this country. It's just impossible.
Well, wait a second. You just solved the problem right there. It's the software. Can't we just go look inside the machine and see, hey, what's going wrong? Why is it mathematically impossible, but it happened anyways? If it's the software, why can't we just go and look at it?
Well, you know the answer to that. The software is proprietary. It's the private property and trade secrets of just a few big vendors like election systems and software. It's not an open source code. So by law, we're not allowed to inspect it. We couldn't even inspect it, the software source code, when we were in litigation and making discovery requests. So the system in this country is completely opaque. There's no reason to have any confidence or trust in election results. It doesn't mean that, people who feel that way like I do don't vote. I still voted this time. I just wrote in who I wanted to vote for because some of the experts say there's more of a likelihood of more of a chance that the ballot will be counted by hand rather than by electronic tabulation machine if you write in the candidate's name.
I had a friend of mine who did the same thing, and he told me the only reason why he was writing in Jesse Ventura in California was the fact that he wanted to make sure his vote would be counted. Has there been any production or any movement towards getting away from proprietary software and moving into open source? Because I understand not only did you look in Florida for your elections, you've looked around the country. You've done a show with Dr. Shiva recently. Has there been any positive push and a spotlight shine on the situation that open source software is what we need?
No, very little. There are some people who have advocated for it, but most of the election integrity experts, self-proclaimed experts, have not gone there. I think an awful lot of them get their funding from Democratic sources, big tech sources. They won't disclose their funding. Did you lose me?
No, we're here. We hear you. We got you.
Yeah. So it's not really been on the agenda. There's a candidate running in South Florida, in Northern Florida, named Clint Curtis, who in 2000 was a computer software programmer, and he was retained, or the firm he worked for was retained by Tom Feeney, who was the Republican Speaker of the Florida House. And he had asked them to produce a software that could flip the vote and manipulate the results. And Clint Curtis threw himself into the project, assuming that Feeney was going to show the world how vulnerable the electronic voting machines were. And instead, of course, Feeney didn't do that. According to Clint Curtis, he started to flip the votes intentionally and rig elections. So Clint Curtis blew the whistle. His 2004 testimony to the House of Representatives is available online. I'm sure last I saw on YouTube, it was still available. And Clint is also a lawyer. He's running for Congress this year. And he has called for open source software for the initial vote count. It would be, according to his plan, an unofficial vote count to be followed up by hand counting of paper ballots. That might take a few hours extra, but would presumably confirm the computer count. And when I say presumably confirm, because if folks know that there's a hand count coming right away, they're going to be very deterred from flipping the vote by computer software. And that's essentially what was also the model, I should say, in Columbia County, New York, for some years, for a decade or so. They have 2 election commissioners, 1 Democrat, 1 Republican. The Democratic election commissioner was Dr. Virginia Martin for those years. And they acted cooperatively. They worked cooperatively, the Republican and Democrat election commissioner. And they would do the machine count that's mandated by law in New York State, but they would follow it up immediately with a hand counting of every paper ballot that was cast. And they would do it very transparently, and they would report those results. And of course, that provided a great deterrent so that nobody was tempted to rig the electronic software. And that hand counting was done at taxpayer expense, which is key. You know, I was spending a fortune to try to inspect ballots in the 2016 ballots, to pay for people who would count them by hand. And we really could only we had thought we'd count about a dozen key precincts out of about 200 precincts. And that was the plan. Of course, the plan was stymied when Brenda Snipes, the corrupt supervisor of elections, simply destroyed all the paper ballots illegally. So very few people talk about an open source software. I could live with open source software if it was the kind of plan that Clint Curtis has, that it's followed up by hand counting of paper ballots. And ideally, the hand counting of paper ballots would be the official count.
Yeah, you know what, Tim, I got to tell you, that's the way I feel, because I don't believe that computers manipulate an election. I believe humans manipulating computers manipulate an election. You know what I'm saying? That's my thought process. So I want an open source count in the same place it was casted. In other words, where it's casted, it's counted. Once you start moving them out of these vote centers or these precincts, because you had a situation with these rider trucks, these individuals dropping off loads and loads and loads of ballots. And I think we all know the end of the story. Nobody paid a price. Nobody went to jail. Brenda Snipes is still walking around. Tim, why, oh why in the world aren't people waking up to our elections being a sham? What's your honest thought about this?
That an awful lot of people want to be able to sleep well at night, and denial ain't just a river in Egypt. I think the more people would look into it, and it doesn't take a lot of digging, they would see how easy it is to rig elections in this country. The New York Times, I think it was in February of 2017, if I remember correctly, had a piece by Kim Zetter that was called "The Myth of the Hacker-Proof Electronic Voting Machine." I think that's what it's called, New York Times Magazine. And it was a lengthy article, and it just showed that any electronic voting machine is inherently vulnerable to either outside hacking or insider software manipulation and rigging. So we're one of the only countries that professes to be a democracy in the world that is not rigged, that has not banned the electronic voting machines. And it's a travesty. And I heard you had Raji on Raji Rav, I heard what he was saying. And it's very frustrating to see more candidates go down that path that I went down. They throw their heart and soul into a race. It gets rigged. And they know it's rigged and there's nothing they can do about it. Quite frankly, I became very disgusted with Bernie Sanders. To me, he's an example of somebody who's got battered housewife syndrome. He gets cheated and lied to. His elections get stolen by the DNC every time, and yet he comes around and falls into line and, doesn't challenge, doesn't just endorse them, but doesn't challenge a single rigged election. And I think it happened again in 2020.
And we know this, Tim, that he had everybody in line. He had the finances to do it. They could have seized the data. He had lawyers and people ready to go. But like you said, like a battered housewife and the syndrome, he decided not to do it. If we have a halfway fair election tonight, Tim, who's going to win?
Oh, if it's a fair election, I think Donald Trump's going to roll to a win. I don't believe any of the pre-election polls. The energy on the ground has been overwhelming for Trump. I hear the Democrats say, well, that's because the Biden supporters are just too afraid to go out and rally because of the COVID. I don't think it's that. I think the energy is completely with Donald Trump and has been for a while. The polls, when you actually get into the nitty gritty of all these polls that are showing Biden winning, just like the polls that showed Hillary Clinton winning, they are way oversampling Democrats by a large margin. And, this is the establishment that's still against Trump. And I'll be glad to talk about any of the Trump policies. There's a lot of his policies that I'm critical of, and a lot of his policies that I'm very supportive of. He's not 100% wrong or 100% right. But if you watch the mainstream media, he's 100% wrong. If it's Donald Trump, it's got to be absolutely wrong. And I find it very depressing that progressives fall into line with this kind of partisan groupthink vilification. Applauding the peace moves that he has made in the Middle East. We should be applauding the fact that he has not started a new foreign war. And, you can contrast that to Joe Biden and the Obama administration. And people conveniently forget what a bloodbath Syria was. And Iraq. Well, not just Iraq. ISIS was spreading in Iraq and in Syria, but Libya, the refugee crisis, 10 million Syrians displaced. It deformed European politics, that refugee crisis. The Central American refugee crisis that took hold under Obama was terrible. I think Trump is still the outsider. I think people are still fed up with the propaganda they get fed and the social media censorship. And, that's my feeling is that an awful lot of Trump supporters, like 4 years ago, are afraid to publicly say they're voting for Donald Trump. And the polls miss that. And then on top of it, the polls oversample Democrats in a big way. So, if I had to go out on that limb, I'd say if it's a fair election, he should win more decisively than he did last time.
You know what, Tim, I feel the same way, and it's really a shame that those neo-progressives, they get in line with the Democratic Party. The same tools that were used to cheat Bernie Sanders, they're standing behind now in this election and talking about ballot harvesting being okay and the mail-ins as if they cannot have any problem whatsoever. It is a shame, Tim, but we're going to watch it closely, and I thank you for coming on. And when I see you in December, you're up on a lasagna, Paisan. It's your turn.
Look forward to it. Thanks, Pasta.
Tim, thanks for coming on, and thanks for fighting a good fight. Guys, we're going to come right back with a little, after this small commercial break. We got some results, and we're going to talk about it. That was Tim Canova. You know the man. He fought hard in 2016, 2018 against Debbie Wasserman-Schultz. It's going to get exciting here, ladies and gentlemen. I can feel the energy in the air, and it's just not the lights and everything else shining on me. It's the results starting to come in. We're going to get some clarification. Stay with us. Thank you for joining us on our YouTube, our Rokfin, our Twitter, our Facebook. Convo in a minute. See you soon.
guys, welcome back to the Convo Couch. I am Fiorella, and I'm here with fam Nico House, who is, of course, of the MCSC network. He has been covering this election today as well. Welcome, Nico.
Hey, I appreciate you guys having me on. I've been following y'all's coverage, and let me just say, as usual, I'm impressed with you guys. Amazing coverage, and Johnny and crew, y'all did a fantastic job on the layout and everything. It was very, very professional, and you guys have definitely made me proud once again.
Yeah, man, we're so tired, and this is like, this is going to be a long few days. I think it's going to take some time for us to get real results. Even right now, we're getting conflicting results as we speak. Nico, so tell me, what do you think is happening and is going to happen right now in Florida? You being in Miami and you seeing what's been going on the ground and the sentiment of Trump versus Biden, who do you think is going to take the state?
I think that I agree with Jen Perelman's assessment. Like, yeah, Florida is a swing state, quote unquote. However, it's going to go to Trump because it's right now it's a red state, and it's not necessarily because of like this like Republican wave. It is very specifically a Trump wave, and it's almost like a club. Like it like being a Trump supporter like demonstrates rebellion to a lot of people. They feel like, he's a victim of the mainstream media and the establishment on either side. And a lot of people can relate to that. And so a lot of people kind of define their allies by who they're also enemies with, right? And a lot of people hate Donald Trump. And a lot of people feel like those are the same people who have been undermining us, right? So just driving down the highway yesterday, I mean, they were out there like Bernie supporters. That's what was bizarre about it. They were out there on the bridges, waving the flags like Bernie supporters used to do. And as well as I do, as somebody who's seen that type of energy, what that translates to in a situation where, you got to count more of the votes and you don't have the Democratic Party to rig the outcome of the primary. So.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, Donald Trump has the momentum, especially in states like Florida, that Joe Biden completely lacks. I've even seen Donald Trump has momentum in California, in Beverly Hills, and in areas like that, which is crazy to me. I've seen more people of color support Donald Trump than 4 years ago as well. So what do you think is the number one or top two issues that are swinging voters still with Donald Trump, despite COVID, despite his supposed mishandling of it, despite the lack of anything regarding healthcare?
So this is a tourist state, and our economy is largely based off of tourism. And so Trump advocating to reopen and then Ron DeSantis subsequently doing so, I think is swinging a lot of small business owners and people who benefit from small businesses in Trump's favor, people who benefit from the tourist economy in Trump's favor. Also, like, to be frank, Trump remember when Trump initiated that executive order that extended unemployment benefits out to December. Yeah. And Ron DeSantis, instead of playing patty cake like your governor did, he immediately implemented the changes that he immediately implemented that executive order. And so, like, just for example, my wife who gets unemployment, she's been able to receive her unemployment through December thus far because of that executive order. And so Ron DeSantis, I think, being such close allies with Donald Trump has given him a huge advantage. And then I think that it can't be understated how much people are pissed off at the Democratic Party. Like, it's bad. It's really, really bad here.
Yeah, and like, who do you think is actually going to win this general election? I mean, right now we're getting a few numbers in, but obviously it's not enough to tell us where it's going. But who do you specifically think is going to win this election? The polls say Joe Biden is going to run away with this election. We have people in indie media making, saying that Biden's going to get 300 electoral votes. Where do you fall on this?
If Virginia, what it's looking like, is any indication of what this election is going to look like, around the country, then it might go to Trump, and it might go to Trump in a way that we just nobody expected. I thought that this was going to go to Trump, but only because Pennsylvania would have been a toss-up, and then it would have went to the Supreme Court. And then, Trump has already stacked the Supreme Court. So, or I shouldn't say stacked. I don't want to say that, but he has, the GOP has the advantage there. And that in the scenario where that happens, I think that Trump wins. But I thought that was going to be where we're at. I was not expecting like Biden. They're calling Virginia for Biden right now, but that would require an 18-point swing, which I've never seen that before with almost all of the race called. So if Trump pulls out Virginia, that is a blow, and that may be telling for what's to come in this election. Just like in 2016, when you saw Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan back to back go to Trump, and we already knew how that went. Even in Atlanta right now, in Georgia, half of Atlanta, based off of what we've seen, has already gone to Trump, which I was not expecting at all. And so who knows? It's looking like Trump might win, and it might not require a Supreme Court victory to do that. He might. I think that the polls might have gotten it wrong again, in that the idea that, which we've talked about before, that when you vote shame people to the degree where they feel like they'll be considered Russian intelligence and have their lives destroyed if they say who they're going to vote for, why would they tell you who they're going to vote for when you call them and give you and expect accurate answers when you've been virtue signaling and attacking anybody who disagrees with the establishment?
Yeah, I mean, I know several people that were so angry with the way the Democratic Party treated them, with the way they treated Bernie Sanders again, that they were willing to vote for Donald Trump in an effort to really destroy the Democratic Party.
Yep.
There are now those leftists that believe that the only thing to do in this election was to get rid of the Democrat. Now, I can't say I agree or disagree. I mean, I think we need to get rid of, I think the Democratic Party does need to sink really bad in order for us to actually fight the Republican Party, because we're never allowed to fight them because there's no real opposition. So I see that. But what about Wisconsin? What about Pennsylvania? Where do you think that's going to go?
Pennsylvania is the biggest toss-up for me. Some people I've been talking to in the chats today have been saying that Pennsylvania has a lot of the demographics that Florida has. And if that's the case, then it might go to Trump. Wisconsin's interesting because, like, I know people for some reason are just throwing it in Biden's corner, but like we just saw Bernie Sanders and the Democrats put all their effort behind getting one of their a Democrat Supreme Court justice elected. And as you know already, that didn't happen. The Republican ended up winning that judgeship. And I think that's pretty important in telling for what's to come. Not to mention, there was just recently a Supreme Court ruling that could potentially invalidate hundreds of thousands of votes. It said that now, if any ballots that are turned in or that are received after election day, those will not count anymore. Some states it does. Wisconsin, unfortunately, that's not the case. And I think that's a big victory for Trump. And it was definitely a Republican majority decision. And so I think that that's going to play a big factor as well. So if by hook or by crook, even Wisconsin might go to Trump. And like, let's be clear, Biden cannot afford to lose either Michigan or Wisconsin or both, and Florida. At that point, yeah, Pennsylvania matters, but not as much as it would have mattered if you would have been able to get one of those states. So I imagine that just because of everything we're seeing right now, it's going to get ugly. The Democrats, if they lose Virginia and Wisconsin and Michigan, they're going to just say, oh, it was outright cheating. Russia interfered, and our job will begin again.
Yeah, I mean, but again, the Democrats already rigged the primary, so it's really interesting where this happens. So what do you think, Nico, of the fact that if Donald Trump wins, if he defies the vast majority, if not all of the polls, right, showing Biden with 8-point leads, 7-point leads, 9-point leads, 10-point leads, if Donald Trump wins and defies those polls, where does that put the mainstream media and the credibility of our pundits, of our politicos? Where does that leave them?
Well, I think that you would agree with me, Fiorella. It puts them exactly where they should have always been, which is hanging out with Oscar Rauch in the damn trash can. They have not been reliable. I feel like people like us, Jimmy, who's made a lot of predictions, Kim Iversen, who has been making predictions saying that this is going to be a bigger swing to Trump than people think. Even some, just populist conservatives who have been saying, like, telling people, and these populist conservatives are wildly popular, some inexplicably so. And they have audiences where they're telling people, hey, Trump's people are still here. I don't know why he didn't lose anybody for the most part. I think that we both agree on that. The Democratic Party has lost even more people. And this time, I think that it's people. hundreds of thousands of them had their votes cheated and stolen and feel like they had been slighted by the Democratic primary process. Andrew Yang's people, even Marianne Williamson's people to a lesser degree, those numbers are staggering. And when you have that many people who have just become disenchanted with the primary process or the electoral process in general, even if their vote isn't going to Donald Trump, their willingness to just say, you know what, let's just sit back and see how the cards play out, I think is a huge factor in this election that isn't really being considered. And people didn't consider it in 2016, and we saw where that led. When you get just the Hillary Trump election just abysmally wrong. I mean, abysmally wrong. And then fast forward in a situation where you would think that, oh, these numbers are different, right? Because people say the context is different. Well, because of COVID, but yeah, everybody has been affected by COVID in different ways, depending on how your governor or your mayor, et cetera, have handled it. I can tell you here in Miami-Dade, the mayor reacted to headlines and the mayor got punished for it. DeSantis did what he thought was best. And even Jen Perelman was said he's been decent, and he has been decent. And guess what? DeSantis is likely going to reap the rewards from that, and subsequently, or before his election comes up, Trump is probably going to reap the benefits of that. And I think that we have to start looking at things in a way that we present them. We have to analyze case-by-case basis, actually be on the ground, which you, Pasta, and Johnny have done a fantastic job doing, and get a finger on the pulse of what's actually happening in this country without the judgment, without the spin. And I think that's why we've clearly had a better outlook on where the country is at mentally, emotionally, and politically than the mainstream media, who seems to only be making their judgment calls from Twitter, which is astroturfed by hundreds of thousands of their own bots. So,
yeah, and last question, Nico. So we're seeing that people are boarding up in DC, Beverly Hills, in so many places across across the United States, afraid of the backlash after the election. Do you think something will happen if either candidate wins? And what do you think will be the differences depending on who wins?
Man, you know what? I don't know. I can't say with confidence that Trump supporters, if he gets like beat like badly, that they will like go to war over him, because I think that don't get me wrong, do I think that they'll organize? Because like, as you saw in New Hampshire, the Trump supporters are surprisingly organized, even in a primary that he really didn't even need them to be organized, and they're really organized. But once again, we saw, right? We know what the Transitional Integrity Project, what their goal is to cause chaos if Trump wins. So that is a definite, at least they're going to make an attempt to. But even for Trump supporters, if it is close, make no mistake about it, they'll be out on the streets too. If it is that close, they'll be on the streets too. So we're looking at a debacle potentially. And I don't know we knew that November 3rd was not going to be the end of the story. The next few weeks are going to be hellacious if someone does not come out with a clear victory. And let's be honest, even if someone does come out with a clear victory, it still could be hellacious. And once again, I want to say thank you and Johnny and Pasta, because it's going to be a long 2 or 3 months for us, and we need some more reliable journalists willing to get out on the ground, willing to literally get arrested and be tear gassed to get the truth. And I think that with your help, with the help of the rest of independent media, at least no matter what happens, people will be able to get the real story rather than the CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News spin.
Well, Nico, thank you so much. Just let people know where they can find you and find more videos of your work.
Of course, so I'm still live right now over at the MCSE Network YouTube page. You can also follow me on Rokfin and endorse me there for premium content. You can also follow me on Odyssey, ODYSEE.com. And of course, you can find me on Twitter at Niko, NIKOCSFB.
Thanks, fam. Thanks, Nico.
Appreciate you
All right, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, Convo Couch. Election coverage here. Pasta Jardula.
And I'm Fiorella.
Jonny Sue on the ones and twos, and the numbers are starting to come in, fam. I think we can successfully call West Virginia for Donald Trump.
Yes.
Vermont goes to Joe Biden.
Yes.
Kentucky goes to Donald Trump. Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma, and South Carolina all confidently going to Donald Trump. Massachusetts confidently going to Joe Biden.
Indiana
Vermont,
for Trump.
Indiana for Trump. And we're getting some results in. Now, the question is, fam, on the results we're getting from the AP, there seems to be a little bit of confusion. I also want to point out that in Florida, Donald Trump has taken the lead. He started to expand it, and that looks like a state. He also took the lead now in Texas, so he's coming from behind there. But what's going on with Virginia?
Yeah, so if we look at the New York Times, CNN, both of them have called the race in Virginia for Joe Biden, but Donald Trump is ahead by a lot. And I mean, we can look right here at the New York Times. So far, Joseph R. Biden has 430,494 votes at 39.3%, 13 electoral votes. And Donald Trump has 645,298 at 58.9%. Now, people are saying that in the suburbs, that all of that's going to go to Joe Biden. However, look at the points. That's almost a 20-point lead, Pasta.
Yeah.
That he would have to make up for that. I'm just having a hard time believing that would happen. Potentially, it could be mail-in votes. It could be other things. But this is really suspect that they're already calling it. When you have such a discrepancy, you shouldn't be calling it. And this is mainstream media, of course, the AP. Is the AP in agreement? I have the New York Times
Well, they just gave some
and
updated.
CNN.
The updated thing is they just updated even more. Donald Trump now has 809,000 votes to Joe Biden's 527,000 votes, and that's 29% of the reporting.
Yep.
Fam, that's a huge lead. That's 21 points for Donald Trump, but yet they are calling it for Joe Biden.
It's very interesting.
I also want you to take a look over here in the AP right now with only the AP with 4% of the reporting in. 4%, they're already calling Illinois for Joe Biden. Now, he does have a substantial lead, but fam, that's only 4% in Illinois. How are they calling it that early? Already marking it up on the board, already showing the public that Donald Trump is behind Joe Biden. I sense snake math again, fam. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I mean, this is what they do all the time. This is nothing new. We remember, the primaries all the way since 2016 with Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders to what happened last time with Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. They always call it early because they start counting early, right? So they always start counting early. And that to me is something that has to change. You shouldn't call anything until you have a substantial amount in there. And that's one of the problems I have with the way the mainstream media propaganda really parlays with the establishment politicians and the establishment agencies like the Democratic Party, because it's like they already have some sort of insight on what's already going to happen. And, we have sources too, but it's like this is to me not okay, because what if people are still in line? People are still there to vote. It kind of discourages people from voting, in my opinion, as to, regarding this. If I'm in line and I see that Donald Trump is already winning, why would I stay in line and vote for Joe Biden? It's kind of like...
Yeah, or vice versa.
Or vice versa, yeah.
But the interesting thing is when you have this low of a number, how do you call it? Unless you have early information and you've counted early, which is against the law, it's illegal. Even though some of the Democrats have called for it, it's kind of suspect.
There's no transparency, Pasta.
None whatsoever. John, can you also go into Florida real quick? Because this is a state we got to pay close attention to over here. Right now, we have 86% of the vote in, fam, according to the AP. Donald Trump is now expanding his lead. It's a small lead, but he's getting a little bit distance between him and Joe. He has 50.4% of the vote to 48.8%. He has about 160,000 vote lead. A lot of the votes are in from Palm Beach, Miami, those areas, Orlando, those areas that Joe Biden looked to really take advantage of and take a big part of the victory. However, if Donald Trump takes Florida, he's going to put himself in a good position to try to win this. Now, Texas, another one. If you want to go into that, it is still early in Texas, but 38% of the vote is in. Joe Biden has now taken the lead over there. It's been going back and forth. Joe Jorgensen's got a pretty decent amount of vote, too, as well. Jorgensen's been doing better than Howie Hawkins in a lot of states, including Texas, including Florida. it is expected. What a year to have a bad candidate for the Green Party. We had Dario on today, and he had his walking shoes on out of the Green Party. So that is something to also pay attention to.
But the Libertarians always beat the Greens. Let's not say that. I mean, the Libertarians always beat out the Greens. The Libertarians are always the ones that who ran last time. What was his name? Gary Johnson. Like, people were always blaming Jill Stein for Trump winning the election, but it's like Gary Johnson got way more votes, and nobody ever looks at the Libertarian like taking votes away. It's always only the Greens. So that's also an interesting thing. If Donald Trump loses Texas, it's done for him. Yeah. It's over. He has to win Texas. Absolutely, 100% has to win Texas. So 30-something% of the vote. It's still early. I don't know about the counties that have gone thus far. Maybe we need to look at those counties specifically, because it depends on what counties have gone through. I still think that because it's gone back and forth. Just 2 minutes ago, you told me it was Donald Trump. Now you're saying it's Joe Biden. Very neck and neck in Texas, so we'll see what happens as far as that goes.
Johnny, what's going on with the Rokfin? Any news from over there? It seems like it's a little slippy or slidey, and some people are saying some stuff. Is it off? Is it over? Or is it? All right, so we're going to a little time. Don't worry about the Rokfin. We'll cleave back in there. We're still on the YouTube right now. We got a lot of people watching. Thank you all for joining us in. Texas, all this other stuff going on. We're going to pay close attention to it. So it's a lot of things to kind of digest. Also, in the Rust Belt right now, we're getting some early numbers from Michigan. A few numbers are in. It looks like Donald Trump is out to a small lead to jump right on out, but it's way too early right there. Of course, Joe Jorgensen is kind of beaten up on Howie Hawkins. It looks like the Libertarian, the third-party vote, is really kind of making some noise. I really didn't pay much attention to Jorgensen. I didn't like her as a candidate, but she seems to be doing a lot better as a third-party candidate. Fan, what's your thoughts about the Libertarian Party moving through if they can get a good night out of here?
I mean, I just don't. I looked at her, and she was not at all like an anti-imperialist, anti-war libertarian. It wasn't something that I could even get behind. It's definitely still very much Republican type of libertarianism that to me, is just might as well be conservatism. I didn't really see much of a difference between her and the Republicans. Even on censorship, I didn't really see any of that stuff. So really little on Julian Assange, really, just was if they could at least get behind those two things, and we had such crap candidates, I would have been like, okay, well, maybe, we can get this party out there. But I just didn't see that with Jorgensen. She's almost had, in Ohio, almost 50% of the reports in over there from the AP. Joe Biden now has 56.2%. He's out to a nice little lead against Donald Trump with 42.6%. Joe Jorgensen's almost got a percentage of the vote at 25,000 votes. If you stack those votes on Donald Trump, he's still behind. So right now, a third party really hasn't made a difference in these elections. And the low numbers they're getting, I don't think they will swing the election either way. But we're going to pay close attention to all those states. Right now, Kansas, too, has got about 32% in reporting. And Joe Biden is actually in the lead in Kansas, but it's still early in Kansas. So we have to wait and see what's going on. Fam, in Maine, it's only 1% in, but Donald Trump out to a big lead. I don't know if that's going to mean anything. He's got 35 votes to Joe Biden's 5 votes. So I think these are a little too early to call.
I just want to say that I was right about Maine, and it's way too early to call that.
It's too early, and I think it's still too early for Texas. I think we haven't seen everything else. Have the polls closed in Texas already?
Because I believe most of the polls have closed, but I still believe they have very little reporting right now. 43% on the outskirts. They don't have the big number reported right now, and Joe Biden does have a 200,000 vote lead on Donald Trump. And Joe Jorgensen's got almost 60,000 votes to Howie Hawkins, 15,000.
Yep. So the Trumpers can blame Joe Jorgensen if Donald Trump loses Texas, by the way. So we'll see what happens with that. I think Donald Trump is going to take Florida. But again, if he doesn't take Texas, it's done. Texas has, unless he takes everything else, Texas has a huge number of electoral votes that are going to be difficult to make up if he doesn't get it.
Florida, still now another percentage up, 88% of the vote in. Joe Biden is falling a little bit further behind. He's now 1.2? Mm-hmm. About away, he's a little bit away. 2 percentage points away. He's got 5.1 to Donald Trump's 5.3. Donald Trump seems to be expanding his lead in Florida. And if he can get out of Florida with a win, that's going to be big for him right there.
Yeah.
This is a lot closer than I thought. And Joe Biden has really given Donald Trump a scare here.
I mean, I gotta say, fam, I told you so.
Yeah.
I told you it was going to be close. I don't think anything in this election is going to be a runaway election for either candidate. I think it's going to be neck and neck all throughout. And that is just the climate we're in. A lot of people are upset with the way Donald Trump handled COVID. He is the president. He is the commander in chief. It falls on him. As bad as the Democrats might be, people look at him as the leader. And so it's going to fall on him. And that's why a lot of people definitely went for Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people feel that these numbers coming in early are a little bit inflated for Joe Biden to help him give him a little cushion so people walk away from the polls.
Yep.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is going to go to the very end. Also now in North Carolina, Joe Biden has caught Donald Trump and has taken a little lead. He's now almost up to 55% of the vote to Donald Trump's 44% of the vote. So he's taken a nice expanded lead. Once again, Joe Jorgensen's got almost 21,000 votes to Howie Hawkins' 6,000 votes, but only 40% is in, fam. North Carolina is one of those spots we both call for Joe Biden. It looks like it's starting to play to fruition right there. We still have the questions in Virginia. We'll find out a little bit more about that after. But that's now 47% of the reporting is in North Carolina. 50% of the reporting is in now. And Joe Biden is still having a comfortable lead by 9 percentage points, fam. So we're going to have to pay attention to that one as it comes down to the wire. Illinois, I still don't know why they're doing it. It's only 77% reporting, but they still have Joe Biden as the check mark and the win. They have Joe Biden at 85 electoral votes.
Is this, you looking at the AP?
This is the AP, fam.
Yeah.
The
yeah.
AP.
Yeah.
Michigan has got some early numbers in. 5% of the reporting is in Michigan. Donald Trump has a nice little lead out there, but it's still early. He's got 175,000 votes to Joe Biden's 120,000. Here's the third party again, fam. Joe Jorgensen with 1.3% of the votes, 4,000 votes to Howie Hawkins, 0.3%, 800 votes. I don't know if Howie Hawkins is going to get 1% in this election.
And just another thing, Pasta, I want to really focus on the fact that I don't trust any of these results right now, coming from CNN, MSNBC, The Washington Post, the AP. Why? Because these are the very same institutions and media that have literally made it their mission in life to completely censor independent media like ourselves, to completely protect and shield Joe Biden from any sort of criticism, that have censored people who have brought up stories like Burisma, who have brought up stories like the Hunter Biden laptop and everything else. Russiagate, have peddled Russiagate for the last 3 years. How do you expect the American people to really have faith in the electoral system when literally these institutions are in bed with the big telecom companies and the big tech companies like YouTube, like Twitter, like Facebook, and also, of course, with the Democratic establishment, with, it's all like they're all married. And I think if we see a Joe Biden victory today, it'll be because of that. It won't be because he's actually winning, but it'll be because of the same type of corruption. And I think that'll also inflame more of his base to rebel against the Democratic establishment. So I think in the end, we're going to end up worse off than before, because we're going to give them a reason to hate these people even more. And I honestly, how can we trust these institutions when they constantly peddle conspiracy theories like Russiagate and constantly call things when there's only 7% in, and when the numbers aren't matching up, when they have all these discrepancies and inconsistencies, contradictions? How can we, the American people, really rely on that? We can't. And that's the thing. This is why Donald Trump can come in and say, you know what? No, this is fraud. No, this is wrong. And no, I'm not going to allow this to happen. And he can very well be justified because of the rigging and the cheating the Democratic establishment did in the primaries and has also done as well. Because even when I was interviewing Shahid Buttar, he was talking about, well, the Republicans. I'm like, well, are they really the only ones that are rigging the election? No, they both do. It's a bipartisan practice, like we say.
Yeah, it is and whatnot. And we're getting some more numbers in from Texas, 46% reporting. Donald Trump is getting really close right now. He's got about 48.3 to Joe's 50.4. It's about 130,000 vote difference right now. George Jorgensen has got over 1%, 63,000. Howie Hawkins is holding down low, 16,000, but it's something to pay attention to. What's really good, fam, though, is that Illinois right now is at 7%, and they called it for Joe Biden. Our next guest excuse me, at 6 o'clock happens to be Hard Lens Media, who's in Illinois. So maybe they can give us some clarification of what's going on in Illinois. How the hell are they calling it with 7%? They called it with 3%. Same thing with Virginia while they're behind in those points. And he's still behind by almost 20 percentage points, and yet they still have it check marked for Joe Biden. And everybody's looking at the Google right now, right? They look at the Googs, and they see that Joe Biden's up 85 to 61 in the electoral votes. That's what the Googs is telling you, fam. And it's really googly because it's just all fake news right now with the way they're calling these things. So we're just going to have to hold by and see what's going on. Johnny, did you want to talk about anything in particular? I'm going to refresh the map real quick. Let's see what's going on in Florida. That's the one we got to pay close attention to right now. It's still 88% of the vote is in. We're still waiting for some more counts. It looks up like by that Tallahassee area, we're waiting for some votes to come on
forget
in.
It.
And
that goes straight to Trump.
We're going to see.
Tallahassee?
Yes. Now, Palm Beach, Miami, Dade, Broward went to Joe Biden. It looks like Tampa got a little Biden love. Your O-Town got some Disneyland. Mickey Mouse, he must have voted for Joe Biden. Jacksonville, that one area in the center over there, has got some love over there, and Tallahassee. So all the main colleges in the areas are in. It's going to be really tough for Joe Biden to come from behind. He is now 2.5 percentage points away. So it's going to be tough for Joe Biden to make up ground in Florida. We'll just stand by and see what happens in that particular area. Georgia, let's take a look at Georgia over here. Let me rephrase the map.
Looking red to me.
Okay, so now 22% of the votes are in Georgia, right? Right now, Donald Trump has a big lead, 57.2 to Joe Biden's 41.7. He's got 622,000 votes to Joe Biden's 453,000 votes. Joe Jorgensen with a good showing, 11,166. Listen, this is a weak libertarian candidate right here. This candidate wasn't half as good in my mind as Gary Johnson. Didn't make half the noise, really. A lot of people had a lot of discrepancies within the Libertarian Party. They tried to get Justin Amash in there. I thought would have been a powerhouse candidate with a chance to get over 5%. This just shows you that people are paying attention now, fam, to our civil liberties, our freedom of speech, the censorship. This is a good sign that for me, that the Libertarian Party is paying more attention to that. The Green Party really is all about climate change, and it makes me scared that people are not paying attention to climate change as much and paying more attention to the economics.
Well, it's not even that, in my opinion. It's the fact that they bamboozled into voting for the lesser of evils. I mean, they got bamboozled into saying, "Oh, you have to vote for Joe Biden because at least he has something. He has scraps of a plan." Compared to Donald Trump's, "I don't believe in climate change" rhetoric. So that's why I think you're seeing it more as people just were scared to go to a third party route. I think this time around, when it came to the progressives, but I think when it came to the more libertarian minded people, it was the actual opposite.
Yeah, fam, Donald Trump is a person who thinks that climate change is a hoax invented by the Chinese. Who was that?
Bernie Sanders.
There you go, right there. I wish Bernie was. We talked about Bernie Sanders. I really wish he had the political will to really stand up and protest these elections, because we would have gotten more clarity if he had done this and whatnot. And I really
more people are telling him that, or saying, "Hey, he was talking about these elections and voter suppression." They're like, "Bernie, you need to talk about the machines. You need to talk about the election fraud that went on. Otherwise, we would have you as president." I mean, this happened twice, Bernie. Like, people are like, "What the hell are you doing? You didn't call this out the first time. You didn't call it out the second time."
Yeah, battered wife syndrome is what our guest Tim Canova said. Looking at Florida again, still the same results. 88% of the votes are in. We're still waiting by to see if anything's happening. North Carolina, fam. This is interesting. Right now, we got 68% of the vote in. Joe Biden is expanding a little bit of his lead. He's got about a 6.5, 7% point lead. He's got 2 million votes, almost 2.1, to Donald's 1.8. That's 68% of the vote in right there. There are some outskirts, some urban areas that are yet to come in where Donald Trump can make a push. Now listen, if Donald Trump makes a push over here and comes from behind in North Carolina, this could really spell some trouble for Joe Biden, regardless that Illinois is reporting, regardless that Ohio is reporting, regardless of the snake math in Virginia. This will also be a blow to Joe Biden if Donald Trump takes North Carolina. Just like if Biden takes Texas, it's over for Donald Trump.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
So,
What else do we got? Missouri, Indiana, Michigan, all out to
Missouri is
small
gonna
leads
go red.
for Donald Trump. Illinois, Virginia are blue right now. So we're sitting by and waiting. And we're still looking at Texas right now. 47% of the vote is in. Fam, it is getting closer and closer in Texas right now. It is less than 100,000 votes. It's about 93,000 votes separate the two candidates. Jo Jorgensen still got over that 1%. She's got about 62,000 votes. Now, fam, here's the thing. It's a lot of rural. All my exes live in Texas area that really have not come in for the vote that really can help Donald Trump over there. However, El Paso, San Antonio, Fort Worth, these areas can really help Joe Biden get some noise and really push the vote count. This is so surprising that we're looking at Texas as a possibility.
El Paso, though, yes, they have a lot of immigrant community, but they also have a huge military community as well. I had family that lived in El Paso that was military. So there's a lot of that as well. And the military votes tend to go for Donald Trump, which, of course, we know Donald Trump is not a non-interventionist. But again, he always plays to the veterans and says that he's going to take care of the troops, et cetera, whereas the Democratic Party doesn't hardly ever mention them. So,
all right, fam, 1% reporting in Maine. Donald Trump has the lead, right? Okay. Donald Trump has 483 votes to Joe Biden's 276 votes. Jo Jorgensen's got 15 votes, almost putting her at 2%. And little Howie Hawkins, 0.9%. He almost got a percentage point. He's got 7 votes in Maine, fam. Pay attention to Maine.
Maine gets like 3 electoral votes or something like that.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
Which one?
Four
Maine gets
total.
4. Wow.
Yeah, so
it's really not going to swing the election anyway. What else we got going on, Johnny? Anything else we should look at right now? Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania right now. 6% in reporting. Joe Biden is out to a huge lead. And I'm talking great knishes that are huge in New York. He's got 293,000 votes to Donald Trump's 72,000. Jo Jorgensen, though, in Pennsylvania, with 2.8% of the votes. Listen, if Pennsylvania comes down to a situation where the libertarian vote takes away from Donald Trump, wow. Howie Hawkins, I don't even know if he's on the ballot over here. He's got no registered votes. But there's only 6%, fam. So let's hold on. Remember, Donald Trump said, Pennsylvania, I hope that is this a good Donald Trump when he does that? Pennsylvania. He said he wants to end fracking, and
I don't think he's going to take Pennsylvania, and I don't think he needs to if he wins the other states. But if he doesn't win the other states, then yes, he needs to take Pennsylvania. So it's that simple. Massachusetts, yes, it's going for
Joe Biden. It was called for Joe Biden with 75% of the votes. What 4% is in, and yet they called it already. I don't understand how they do this. I mean, don't get me wrong. The lead is huge. It's 75% of the votes. Once again, the Libertarian Party with 1% over there kind of hanging on in, and Howie Hawkins, 0.5 percentage, but they have already called it for Joe Biden with 4% in. I like the way they do that for him and stuff. But, I guess some of those red states, those Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, South Carolina, West Virginia, they were called early for Trump. So, such as so.
Either way, I just don't think it's a good idea to do it.
I don't either, especially in some of these states like, Illinois, which is really crazy. Which one? Arkansas.
Yeah, but it bothers me with
2%.
Virginia too, because it's like, it's in the projections. Whose projections? What projections? Who controls these projections? Like, what are you talking about? Why do people so blindly trust in whatever the mainstream media says? Like, oh yeah, it's no question, he's got it. It's like, why don't you question things? Why do you just believe what you get told like little sheep? Where do you get this idea that these institutions that constantly lie to you are going to somehow be honest when it comes to the general election? I mean, it just baffles me the way people just believe.
Yeah.
It makes you feel better, I guess. But I mean, at the end of the day, I want the truth. I don't really care who it benefits. I just want the truth. You know what I mean?
So this is the thing, though, fam. Right here in Florida, this is what scares me now. We've had 88% of the vote in for a while. It slowed down.
Yeah.
It stops. This is when I get nervous right now because what's going to happen? Where's the snake math come into play? Where does the ballot stuffing coming into play? Which side is doing it? The left or the right? The Republicans or the Democrats? It can be either one. But when everything slows down, That's when I get nervous right now. Everything was coming in rapidly. It's at 88% of the vote reporting. Donald Trump started to expand his lead, and they just shut it down right now. So we're waiting to see more results. Right now, the AP has electoral votes, 85 to Joe, 61 to Donald Trump. It is early, but we'd like to see more results coming in. And same thing with Georgia. Georgia has now slowed down. Donald Trump was expanding that lead. He's got a 22% percentage point lead. He's got 731,000 votes to Biden's 566,000. Georgia was supposed to be up for grabs. So Florida, Georgia, boom, boom, would be really nice for Donald Trump, but our eyes are on our exes, and our exes are in Texas.
Exactly.
Or Tejas.
Yeah.
You love it when I say Tejas.
No,
know
I
you do.
don't.
They love it when I say Tejas out there. Let's acknowledge some of the crowd that's in. We have 450 people watching on our YouTubes. Karen M has been holding with us all day. Thank you, Karen M. You are amazing for holding it down. J-Mo, Ryan, Resident Gray, Silence is Violent, Go Vegan, already did. Squids McCracken, Slow News Day is there. Why is Texas blue? Because they're really sad. Sorry.
See, this is, I agree. Like, why is it blue? You haven't called it. You don't have it yet. Why do they do this crap? Like, psychological crap of making it blue just because right now he's ahead by a few votes. Like, this is the kind of crap that really, like, it just gets to me. Like, I don't care who really wins in this election. I mean, I think we'll be worse off in the long run with a Joe Biden presidency. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I'm just like, why can't you guys just be honest? You show your duplicity. You show your bias. And I can't trust these people when they're the way they're reporting their crap. Like, and it really sucks because this is what Susan Wojcicki said. Well, where are we only going to trust what the AP says? Like, come on.
Tracy Carver, super chat contribution. Thank you, Tracy Carver. Hi, TCC. That's the Convo Couch fam.
I'm aware.
Watch it. I know, but I didn't know that until today. That's what our ticker says. Voted for Howie Hawkins, little Howie Hawkins today, up here in San Jose. Yay! Great work on your coverage of the protest, election integrity, candidate interviews, candidate accountability, and the elections today. Stay strong. Thank you, Tracy Carver. That stuff helps out a million. We appreciate all that super chat love, all the Patreons we got. You guys are amazing. To see almost 500 people watching right now is amazing. We want to get that number up. So do us a favor, like, share, subscribe. We are back up on the Rokfin. That number is growing. 26 people. If you haven't signed up for the Rokfin, ROKFIN, please go there. You can sign up for free. And if you want to watch advertisement free across the board, content, no advertising, go to Rokfin. You pay $9.99 a month for our premium content. You get everybody's premium content across the board. So, yes, sir. Okay, let's get some Senate race results up here right now. Give me 2 seconds. One last second. We're going to take a look at a couple states before we go away. Florida is at 89% weight. We got an extra percentage point in. Donald Trump has now expanded his lead, fam. He's almost got a 3 percentage point lead. He's got 5,416,000 to 5.1.
I told you.
It could be in trouble for Joe Biden in Florida. We knew that was going to happen. We talked about it. Georgia. Whoa, Georgia. He's got a 12.5 percentage point lead. Joe Jorgensen still getting some nice votes over there too as well. So Georgia's one of those states we want to take a look at. Texas, 49%. Man, is it close in Texas, fam. We're talking a less than a percentage point lead for Joe Biden. 3,196,000 to 3,156,000.
Yep.
Right now, check this out, fam. You take Joe Jorgensen's votes, you put them on Donald Trump has the lead. Can Joe Jorgensen be the spoiler in Tejas? Let's see.
Very well could. Then maybe Democrats would start advocating for third parties. That's what my friend Ashley just said. Like, if that happens, maybe these quote shit libs will start advocating for third parties. I mean, maybe. Who knows? It's too close. I mean, I think we have to look exactly at what counties are there so far, and if it's rural counties left to be counted, that's going to put Donald Trump over the top.
Top story today, Mitch McConnell wins his re-election, but the control of the Senate is still at stake. I know some people were really counting on Mitch McConnell taking a bath. Listen, Mitch McConnell is not my favorite politician by any shape of the means and any of the way, but you don't send out an establishment Russiagator that's going to still kind of talk about, and this is the thing, I hope she started to lose my interest when she kept on talking about Bountygate. Why are you attacking Mitch McConnell from the right, fam?
And not even, and you're right, but they had the opportunity to nominate somebody that was better, and of course, the elections were also skewed in favor with using voter suppression, using a bunch of things, but the Democrats also worked with the Republicans to make sure the progressive did not get the nomination.
We had a great progressive there, too.
He would have won.
Yeah.
He would have won. It's that simple. Won. So really, who are they opposing? Are they opposing the Republicans, or are they opposing progressives?
Yeah.
Think about that, because they're obviously working much harder to opposing the progressives first during the primary. Then it's all up in the air when it goes to the general. Then they don't really care as much.
They don't care, and that's the whole thing. If they wouldn't suppress the vote in the primary, they wouldn't have to worry about that vote being suppressed in the general election, because trying to get that name back into play is what the Democrats try to do. They suppress you in the primary, they try to get you back for the general, because they know you're going to give them their vote without them giving you anything, because you always just give your allegiance to them blindly. So
let's look at West Virginia with Paula Jean Swearengin. Let's see how she did in comparison to her Republican opponent.
We will take a look at that too as well. Tom Cruise, though, fam. It's Tom Cruise. Tom Cotton cruises in Arkansas. My bad. What's that? It says he won in the APM.
But
no,
6%.
6%, but they still called it.
Yeah.
Jeez. Gotcha. Okay. They've called it for him already. That's crazy. Michigan, we're paying attention to right now. What else do we have over here? Okay, let me go back to the states real quick. I'm so sorry. And refresh this. Any new news in the states over here? Oh, North Dakota is getting on the board. 7% reporting 16,000 votes for Donald Trump over Joe Biden. We're expecting North Dakota to go to Joe Biden, but we will keep an eye on it.
You're expecting to go to Joe Biden?
I mean to Donald Trump. Sorry, my bad. I get the, both Dakotas, whatnot. Kansas, Joe Biden has a little bit of a lead. Donald Trump is trying to close the gap over there. Texas, once again. Texas right now, Joe Biden has expanded a little bit of his lead. He's now got a 239,000 vote count lead. That's only 54% of the vote in. Florida's still at the same. Georgia's still at the same. So we're paying attention. Maine, 1% still in. Joe Biden's closing the gap in Maine. You might be right about Maine.
Yeah.
Those 4 electoral votes might be up for grabs.
Remember when Bernie Sanders was winning in Texas, and then all of a sudden, at the last minute, there came I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of votes all of a sudden for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And that was really strange. Do you guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
We'll see what happens in Texas this time around.
Now, listen, here's an important thing, fam. We talked about this particular state, Michigan. Johnny, let's get into Michigan because this is important. Flint, Michigan has gone red. Flint, Michigan is now voting for Donald Trump. That is crazy. We said Michigan, they pay attention to climate change. They've had their water polluted, so they pay attention to their natural resources and whatnot, and they're not having it. And the fact that they're voting for Donald Trump over Joe Biden just tells you the state of affairs of the Democratic Party. Biden was bragging about the Snyder endorsement. Did it come back and bite him in the ass, fam?
Yeah, I mean, the Democrats are that bad. You shouldn't have to worry about a race this close if you run a campaign on issues that the vast majority of Americans really support. The vast majority of Americans want to stop going to war abroad. The vast majority of Americans want health care for all. The vast majority of Americans want college for all. The vast majority of Americans believe in some sort of climate emergency plan, especially when they're seeing these things happening left and right, these fires, etc. And the vast majority of Americans believe there should be more social safety nets to take care of people, specifically during a pandemic. And the Democratic Party didn't give them that. So there you go.
Do we have Kit Cabello in the chat waiting?
All right, so we're going to go on break, and we're going to be right back with Hardlands Media.
You got it. We're going to find out what's going on in Illinois, because Illinois has, just really quick, 10% of the votes reported, only 10%, but they called it at 3% for Joe Biden. So we'll get some information on what's going on from guys who hang out in Chicago, Illinois. Hardlands with us, fam, right after the break.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Convo Couch. I am Fiorella and I am here with Kit Cabello from Hardlens Media. They do amazing work out of Illinois, out of Chicago, and unfortunately they love deep dish pizza, but I still give them credit for doing great journalism. Hey Kit, how are you?
Well, I'm doing good, and on defense of Chicago-style pizza, the fight is not over yet, but that's a conversation for another day, because I must call into question everyone's loyalty to this New York-style pizza. But with that being said, I'm seeing some of our good live streamers in your chat as well who were joining us on our show. Unfortunately, Comcast decided to screw around with us and shut down our live stream, but we want to let everyone know that we will be covering, of course, the aftermath of this election tomorrow, also a little bit on Rokfin as well. We're so grateful that all of you are joining us here for the Convo Couch. And, you know, tonight it's still up in the air. There's a lot of questions I still have to ask about how this certain states are being called, most notably Virginia, even though the numbers don't add up, but somehow Joe Biden has won it. Perhaps that is still to be determined. But Fiorella, thank you so much for having me on.
No, and thank you for being here. And yeah, right off the bat, Kit, I mean, you know, what is your opinion on the way they're calling these races, on the way the mainstream media, the same mainstream media, right? The same AP, CNN, MSNBC, Washington Post, who have peddled conspiracy theories in Russiagate, who have refused to talk about Julian Assange, who have refused to talk about the censorship that has been shielding Joe Biden from any criticism. How are we to trust in these big corporate companies that have been lying to the American people? How are we to trust them on our elections?
Well, they were never meant to be trusted in the first place. What they needed was silent, obedient consent. Now, what do I mean by this? Fox News, CNN, ABC, MSNBC, they're all one and the same. Now, to be fair, I mean, you could divide it in both, however, which way you want. CNN, MSNBC leaning to the centrist neoliberal Democrats, and Fox News going to neoconservatism. But nonetheless, look at who owns them. The same corporations that are presenting us this propaganda are the same corporations that buy off our elected officials. They were never designed to be trusted because the corporations that run our media don't understand journalistic ethics. They kept on pushing Russiagate, and it failed. They kept on pushing the impeachment, and nothing came of it. And now, again, we keep on seeing these smear articles towards progressives, independents, third-party candidates, and to libertarians and conservatives, and it's a way for them to keep things divided. But if there's one thing that 2020 has shown us, and that is the smoke and mirrors of the neoliberal lie that's been presented to us for decades is falling apart. It's all a lie. You could tell a good lie for so long, but eventually people wisen up. People start looking at the story that's being presented to them, and they're seeing cracks in it. We're seeing this pandemic, this economic crisis, this housing crisis, climate change, that everything that we have trusted in so far, our very system, is falling apart. But the thing is, not enough people are getting angry right now. Not enough people are out in the streets, because as soon as enough people realize that the Democrat team blue and the Republican team red are screwing us over, nothing will fundamentally change. But we are seeing it now. People are at risk. What, 30 to 40 million Americans are at risk of being put out on the streets? 60 million Americans are on unemployment right now, not including those that are underemployed or no longer recognized by that system. We need UBI. We need Medicare for all. We need to end regime change wars. We need to invest into our infrastructure and medical debt, college debt, have affordable education. I mean, are these impossible tasks? The rest of the world has seemed to have figured it out, but yet we're still behind. So to answer your question, we can't trust a media system that's been lying to us, that has been designed to lie to us for years, and we let them. And there are so many people that still trust CNN, Fox, and MSNBC. As soon as people realize that it's all propaganda and it's all a lie, then we can have a conversation of a real change, real revolution, real hope.
Exactly, Kit, and thank you for saying that. I mean, you speak my mind. You know, you really understand what's going on here, especially as independent media who has been censored, shut down, etc., by YouTube, and it really does something to you. I know that, you know, when you are suppressed like that for speaking the truth, which is the truth is now, you know, a tool used against us who by the mainstream media, by YouTube, by Google, etc. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about Illinois and about why that's being called already for Joe Biden, which of course I agree with that. I think Illinois is going to go for Joe Biden. But can you tell me more about the makeup and how you saw the election go in terms of the support for Donald Trump and the support for Joe Biden there?
All right. There's a lot to unpack with Illinois, and I will still hold on to this opinion. If there is to be a real political change, especially for progressives and independents, the battleground area will have to be the Midwest. The Midwest will be the place where people need to really step up and get involved. Why is that? Because at the beating heart is Illinois, and at the center of Illinois is not Springfield, but Chicago. And this is the thing that's so effective about the Illinois Democratic machine. It is far more efficient than any other institution from the Democratic Party across this country. We're talking about a machine that is involved in every level of power in the state of Illinois. And when we talk about the Illinois Democratic machine, we got to talk about people like Old Man Daley, who was mayor of the city of Chicago for a very long time. We got to talk about Speaker of the House, Michael Madigan, who's been the longest speaker of any state house in American history. Plus, on top of that, he is also the leader of the Illinois Democratic Party. Now, why are things like this? To make it simple, it is what it is, and this is how it always has been, and no one said anything about it. And so, as the Illinois Democratic Party has built more infrastructure in the state, it also brought in those who have power themselves, like the Clintons, like the Obamas, like the Kennedys, and so many other people who are family associated with Illinois, with the Democratic Party nationwide. It's a solid Democratic Senate and House with a Democratic governor. Now, there's so much to really address in regards towards corruption in this state, because remember, the Illinois Republican Party are no saints either, And we are stuck with a really harsh draconian system that's really impossible for third-party votes. So the reason why this state was called so early is because the Democrats got it locked down here. They're very efficient when it comes down to running state and federal elections, but so long it's for their narrative. Why is that? Because during the March primary, we may never truly know the end result of who really effectively won the state of Illinois, because a lot of ballots are probably missing. It's not the first time it's happened in our state. In fact, if you know, I know we want to keep on talking a little bit further about this, but let's rewind back the clocks to the 2018 midterm primary, where Jimmy Dore was still on TYT, and they were covering Marie Newman's race in the 3rd Illinois Congressional District. Her votes ended up disappearing in 2018. Jake looks to Jimmy and says, well, wait, what happened to those votes? And Jimmy turns and says, oh, that's Chicago. That happens. Some votes disappear. And it happens in our state. Now, to fight this kind of corruption in the state of Illinois or end the Democratic Party prematurely calling that the state goes to whoever wins enough votes here, you got to get rid of the Democratic Party leadership, which means fighting for the state central committee offices, which then pick who will be the next leader. You got to kick out some of the old guard who was part of the Illinois Senate and House, as well as Chicago leadership as well. But it's very corrupt, and it's going to require a massive movement of a lot of people saying enough is enough. And there's a lot of give and take too as well, because as much as I'm critical towards Pritzker, he has followed through with some of his campaign promises, which is a foreign concept to a lot of people who've been following Illinois elections. Same thing too, Marie Newman. I have high hopes for her campaign. She won her primary against Dan Lipinski, who was Republican to the core, but was Democrat. And remember, the DCCC was going back for him hard. And Dan Lipinski, if all of you choose to look up more about him, very anti-LGBTQ, very anti-women, anti-pro-choice. He was clearly someone that should not have been wearing the Democratic colors, but the DCCC had fought for him for a very long time. And why? Because of connections he had with the Illinois Democratic Party here. We perfected feudalism. So again, there's a lot to talk about, but there is some good news, which is if enough people in the state of Illinois voted for the fair tax, we could look at a progressive income tax in our state that's long overdue, because we have a flat tax that is written in the Illinois state constitution. So if this proposal passes, the Illinois Senate and House, and the first time in a long time, have the power to get that out of our constitution, and we can have a progressive income tax. And one of Governor J.B. Pritzker's campaign promises was to sign a bill for a progressive income tax. He's followed through his canvass and women reproductive rights, as well as a few other issues. He's not perfect, but for a billionaire Democrat, I am still surprised. But again, arm's length. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
If you have any other follow-ups.
So, okay, I kind of just going off on that. I mean, is there time though to really, have that incremental change? I mean, I know it's really bad over there, and I know this is an improvement, but just in general, what I've been seeing is that every single progressive that we run, for the most part, into the Democratic Party ends up really having to do whatever it is that the leadership, which is the old guard, like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, etc., want to do, and they end up pretty much capitulating to the establishment. Is there time to still run people in the Democratic Party, or are we better off just trying to build not just outside the Democratic Party via third parties, but also outside the electorate?
Wow. All right, because I got a lot of things to say about this. So I'm going to give the answer how I feel right now. We have to walk away from the two-party Democratic-Republican establishment system. We have to look at third parties, but in order to do that, we have to build infrastructure. And I have high hopes for Movement for People's Party, but they got to build the infrastructure. They got to reach out to people, because remember, the American people have been trained to ignore third parties, or either that, not get themselves involved, because the system itself is so complicated at the state and federal level. Remember, a lot of people are falling for that propaganda. And again, the Greens and Libertarians have their own issues as well, but it's going to require people, humans, American citizens to step up and say, I will get involved. I want to know more. I want to change things. It has to deal with that drive. And right now, there's a lot of things that more people are worried about, such as paying the bills, paying the rent, wondering how they're going to get by not only tonight, but the next days to come after. It's going to require a massive movement and building real alliances and a real coalition. That means moving for People's Party, working with DSA working with Greens working with Libertarians working with Socialist Alternative. I know it sounds controversial, but we got to step outside of our normal social bubbles if we are going to try and take out the two-party system. We need to look at third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties. We need to strive for a multi-party system. Now, was there a window to try and reform the Democratic Party? Yes, there was, but there needs to be more. There should have been more movement. There should have been more pushback. And I do respect people like the Squad, Bernie Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, and we're lucky that we got these individuals who they are. But we got to remember what system we put them in. They're in the swamp bubble. They're part of the Washington, D.C. political swamp bubble. There's only so much that they can do unless we start putting more people in. So was there a chance for the Democratic Party? Yes and no. And if Biden wins, I think that window is officially shut down. But we have to, the real truth is we have to look at third parties. We have to look at third parties.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But just for a minute there, I mean, is it really that all that they can do? I mean, Look at what people like Shama Sawant were able to do at a city council with the reach that the Squad has, with the reach AOC has, with the social media popularity she has. She has so much influence. She could literally lead a general strike movement. She could literally lead a movement to get Medicare for all, to say, everybody meet here and we're going to do this, we're going to fight. That's what's needed. I in my personal opinion, I think we need to move outside of the electorate as much to get into the electorate, basically, because right now we don't have fair and free elections. We can see that right now as we speak. There's no transparency. We have a bought media that is no longer the fourth estate. They're not, overseeing the state, and we have no power in the electorate. So the only thing that we can do as a people is to really not just withhold our vote from the two-party system, but to also really build a mass movement, like you said, to really get people out there. And right now, the left is really fractured. And I just see a leader that could take that to the next level. But the Squad decided not to do that. And while I agree that they are somewhat handicapped by the leadership and by the structure of the Democratic Party, I still think that there could be more that these people could do, which is why I don't believe in reforming the party. I believe there's no time for that.
We have to look at third parties. And look, I agree with you completely that should have AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashid Tlaib, Ilhan Omar done more? Should they have pushed forward more? Absolutely. But unfortunately, I don't think that was going to be the case. There needs to be more account. I think it would have to be up to the people right now when the people lead, that's when the leaders follow. But looking at Kshama Sawant, for example, we should all be keeping a close eye on Washington State on what Socialist Alternative will be doing there. Because remember, Jeff Bezos, the Democratic and Republican establishments there in that state alone are working together to stop a political organization. Socialist Alternative is not a third party, but as a political organization, they're causing Jeff Bezos to spend $3 million for a councilwoman's seat. Third parties can make a difference. Political organizations can make a difference. The key thing is having a strong movement there, but also to your point about the left being fractured, everyone's got to stop acting like a gatekeeper, and we got to start looking at building coalitions. And it means a lot of people swallowing their pride, getting out of their little clique groups, and actually talking about what needs to happen. But again, with what we're seeing with our economic situation and so much more, it's going to require leaders with an iron will to actually say, hey, put aside your differences. Here's what we can do. But will it come from Washington? Will it come from Washington, D.C.? Stop hero worshiping Bernie Sanders or Tulsi Gabbard or the Squad or anyone else, because it's not really them that's going to bring in change. It's when the people say enough is enough. Remember, there could have been numerous times the states themselves could have had constitutional conventions, but only at the last minute did the federal government step in and basically have their own constitutional convention. We have that power. We can make the government move. It just, if the people are hungry enough and have the drive to really bring in that change. But what is the breaking point? Is the breaking point seeing 40 million Americans on the street, 50 million, 60 million? Are we looking at how many people are passing away due to the fact that we don't have Medicare for all? Are we looking at 1 million, 2 million because of the pandemic? Are we looking at, what, 100 million Americans on unemployment? What is the breaking point number? Because right now, there's still that method of thinking that if Americans work hard enough, we'll get out of this rut and things will be back to normal. That's not happening.
Right.
That world is gone.
So, based on what you've seen so far, Kit, who is the lesser of evils, and who do you think will win this general election?
Here's the thing about lesser evils: you're still voting for evil. I don't believe in that. There's no such thing as a lesser evil. I voted third party, and I will not apologize for that. I did that in 2016, and I would do it again. The only person I voted Democrat right now on my ballot was for Marie Newman. That's it. A congressional seat. That's it. I'm not going to support Biden or Trump. I don't see either of them being the lesser two evils. They're both one the same. Biden being a career politician, 30 plus years. He's been on the wrong side. He was definitely against LGBTQ rights. He was for the credit card corporations in 2005 that made student debt what it is. He voted for the war in Iraq. He supported segregationists. He was against busing. I mean, this guy has not only not one, but 8 accusations of sexual assault, abuse, harassment. Donald Trump, he's a parasite. He survived in this neoliberal economic system and 6 bankruptcies because of establishment politicians like Turtle Boy Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham Cracker, Nancy Pelosi, Chucky Boy Schumer, and good old Joe Biden. They created this environment for somebody like Trump to survive in. If you really want to look at who's going to be the real winner, it's the bankers, Wall Street executives, the top 1%. So anyone who's part of Team Red or Team Blue, congratulations. You're a very good puppet, but you're not going to have a seat at the table. The bankers will. The lobby groups will. The Wall Street executives will. And you want to know what's going to happen? Your favorite senators and House representatives are going to be on the phone, which is what they do 90% of the time, talk to their donors so they can get more money to run their campaigns, so they can write more legislation to benefit their donors, so they go right back to making those phone calls to get more money. The two-party system has to break. There's no lesser of two evils, and there's no real winner except for the 1% and anyone who thinks that they won. It's like watching your favorite sports team win the NBA championship, or your favorite basketball team win the NBA championship. Yeah, it's great to cheer for them, but you weren't out there in the court field. That team won that. And when it comes down to a Biden presidential win or a Trump presidential win, it's their donors that will win. Who's going to win the most? It all depends on how the Electoral College turns out, because at the end of the day, popular vote in this country doesn't exist because we have the Electoral College, which has its roots in slavery, and I can't think of any other normal democracy outside the United States that has the Electoral College. Other normal democracies have popular votes. We don't, but yet we claim to be number one.
100%, Kit. Thanks so much. And where can people find you to see more of your work?
You could see us, Hard Lens Media, HERDLENSMEDIA.com, Hard Lens Media. We are live every Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's so good to be back on our original channel after we've been shadow banned. We're also on Rokfin as well. We do occasional live streams and some premium content up there. We also have our fun channel called Chicago Reacts, so check that out as well. Otherwise, just as a final note, we need independent media now more than ever. And I will say this to any of our colleagues out there: Hard Lens Media is more than willing to work on future collaboration projects with Convo Couch, Jimmy Dore, Lee Camp, Graham Elwood. Shout out to Taylor Huddock and Richard Medhurst, Glenn Greenwald, and so many more that are doing so much great stuff. Convo Couch, Fiorella Isabel, thank you so much for having me on. You guys are speaking truth to power, and now more than ever, all of us, whether you're libertarian or green, socialist, Republican, doesn't matter. Let us all do what we can to build a better future, because if we don't, that's it.
Thank you very much, Kit. We really appreciate you coming on, and more power to you and more power to the people. All right, guys, we'll be right back. We're going to go on a quick break.
the lack of help?
I mean, it's a combination of lack of help, getting in the way of our honest attempts at, trying to make it out of poverty, and then just straight up harassing us and putting us in jail for no reason. Most of my friends have been on and off, including myself, been to jail for reasons that make no sense to us. We were always given off, They come drive by on some intimidation tactics sometime at midnight, sometimes 3 times a day. We've become accustomed to them tearing up our stuff, but they haven't been able to the past few months, because of COVID and because of our protests. But, they've just really gotten in the way, and they have been no help either. So it's weird because, people keep telling me who are more informed than I am about things that are passed and laws and things like that a lot of money has been given towards homelessness and the unhoused crisis. But where's that money been? As far as I'm concerned, we had to build 2 showers because they cut funding for our showers. They just recently turned the lights back on, but that was because we did a big action and a big protest. They cut the lights off on us here, so we wouldn't have a way to charge any of our devices or anything like that. So really the city has gotten in the way more than helped at all.
How does the community feel about this encampment?
Well, actually, I can only speak to my experience and what I've noticed, but the community for the most part loves us, and they're surprised at how clean we keep the camp, and that's one of the jobs we do. We pay people $20 for a full bag of trash. That's why you'll see there's hardly any trash on our side, especially compared to other homeless encampments. To the ones that do have hate in their heart and lack of understanding, that's honestly a larger issue that stems with our society, and then the way we treat the nature of love and the way we treat the nature of neighbor and saying hi to each other. We base it off class, we base it off money. So, these people, they have a long way to grow, a long way to go and a long way to grow in their understanding of love. But for the most part, the community's been great with us.
And I'm here with Ernesto. Ernesto, could you tell me a little bit of how you became homeless?
Well, all my family's passed away already right now. There was, my dad, my dad, my mom, and brothers and sisters. They passed away, and I don't have no family. I was alone, no family. And before I had my job, but I lose my job, I lose my apartment, and that's why, I'm on the street right now. And I was trying, to try to look, a job and get, apartments. But almost I got 7 years. 7 years.
How did the police affect you? Did it seem like the police went after you? How did they deal with whenever you were on the streets?
Well, I was on the street where I was parked on the other side of the park, and they took my cars because they, license plates, there was expiring, and I tell them, they give me the opportunity to go to DMV, result paid, to get my sticker, but he said no. Always, that's why they took my almost 4 cars. They took, yeah, and I was in the station, explain, to please, I'm homeless and I got all, my clothes and everything, and I never back anything, I was trying to get my clothes and explain, what happened, and he don't say no. That's why, I lose. They affect to me a lot because that was my house, like I was slept there. That was my house, but right now I'm in the park right here, inside the park,
And what do you think about this park and the people you've met here in this community?
Well, the first I had in my mind is, respect. I'm respect everybody, no matter what, men or women, I'm respect. And I try, to help, like, because that's for everybody. It's not only for me, it's to help, to get water, help in the I was trying to do help in the kitchen, clean, like that, to bear, to look, everything, clean, and that's the only I do right now, to help out. I feel in, I do on my heart, to clean, better, to look good, the kitchen.
What would you tell people being homeless? What's one of the things you would like to, a misconception that people have when they think about somebody that's homeless? What would you like to tell them that to correct their misconceptions?
That's a good point. People, they think, because they think, they're homeless. They look, some people, they look, bad, and they look like, oh, look, this guy. And but they know, why I'm homeless, I'm homeless, because like I said, my whole family's passed away, and that's affect to me a lot. They affect to me a lot because I'm alone, and but I was trying to not remember,
Yeah. Is there anything that you are looking forward to that you feel good about right now in this situation?
No, not really, because I was in my mind. I was thinking in my mind, said, "Wow, by now, sometimes I'm feeling so bad, especially when December's, Thanksgiving, when I was with my family, but right now, I don't have nobody."
And is there something else you'd like to let people know about you, or about how it's been to live like this?
Well, probably not, because people, some people, they're nice, to homeless, some people know, they look like that. I feeling like, discrimination like that. They look like, why, and I don't explain it because probably they don't want to, listen, some people, they talk to me and explain, they tell me, why are you homeless? And I'm explaining, what happened to me. And I say, oh, so sad.
Thank you very much, Ernesto.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Would you say that a lot of people that are living here now were once, renters or homeowners, compared to like maybe before COVID? Do you feel like COVID had a lot to do with what's happening right now?
Oh, for sure. COVID increased the amount of people we've had out here. They've brought families out here. It's brought people who've just lost their homes out here. I mean, we had people before. You see, homelessness is an epidemic that's not going anywhere. Capitalism is not going anywhere, so homelessness is not going anywhere. So it's been around as long as I've been alive, and it's going to be around a lot longer. It's going to be around another 10 years. COVID might have increased the amount that are outside, but even if COVID never existed, there was still 70,000 outside. This is a large epidemic and a crisis that's not being addressed.
So I'm here with Zoe. Zoe, I just wanted to know, how long have you been in this encampment?
Going on 4 months now.
Okay, and what brought you out here? Was it COVID, or was it losing your job?
Actually, to be honest, me and my boyfriend, we were supposed to be moving to Hawaii. He has a friend out there, and we were supposed to have a place to stay, a job, and all that. But the tickets that I booked for the plane, it was like a scam website type thing. So I got screwed out of the money. And so we ended up getting like more or less stranded here when we were only supposed to be in LA for a night. And we started staying in a hotel, but the hotel got to be too much. And we didn't really have an income like that. So.
Yeah. And tell me a little bit more about this community and the people here.
It's a really good community, actually. Like, it's really helpful. There's people who donate stuff. The people who stay here are really nice, really friendly, really helpful. If you come here and you need a tent, they'll help you with the tent. If you're hungry, they'll feed you. Like, it's really good. We have showers. It's nice.
How do you feel about the mayor of LA and the politicians here regarding homelessness? Because supposedly they were given money to deal with the situation.
And they're not doing nothing. There are literally 70,000 homeless. And do you know Project Roomkey was promised 15,000 rooms for the homeless people of this city, and they've only been able to fill a little over 2,100 of them? Because all these really nice hotels like the Ritz and anywhere, the W, even like low budget shit, won't do it because they're afraid it'll mess up their brand or the homeless could be infected with COVID. Like, I don't know if you know this, but none of the homeless have really been diagnosed with COVID.
Really? You don't know anybody here who's been sick?
No. And I actually know somebody who's had COVID and they got better within a week. They said it was like a really bad flu and got better.
And what would you like people to know? Because a lot of people in the outside world that don't talk to people who are unhoused have a really bad image of it. What would you like to let them know that is a misconception that they have?
That we're normal people. All we want is a roof and just to be able to live our lives like we're normal. Not all of us are drug addicts. Not all of us beg for money. Not all of us have to hold up a sign. Like, we all just want to survive and live like everybody else. Like, we're just normal people. We're just have different living situations, you know?
Yeah. What are your plans for the future? What are you what's your next goal in your life right now?
Right now, I'm just worried about getting housing and getting a better environment for myself and my boyfriend and our dog, and looking for a job but I mean, everything that's hiring right now because of COVID, nothing's really hiring. Like, they barely have hours to give the employees that are working now, so of course they're not looking for new workers.
So going on COVID, everybody's talking about the presidential election. Tell me, does it matter to you who becomes president?
Not at all. And only because it doesn't matter who's president, because all the president is a fucking mascot. The president does not decide nothing for this country. It's all up to the government. Whatever the government wants, the Congress, the House of Senate, like even the mayors of the city and even petty like government officials, like for cities and stuff, it's all up to them. It's never up to the president. All the president does is sign shit and get a speech written and read it. That's it. They're the mascot for the country.
How do you feel about police and how they've been handling this crisis and treating unhoused people?
Oh, horribly. Oh my God, do you know, just a couple weeks ago, me and my boyfriend, we had an incident with the city shower people. They tried to lie on my boyfriend and said that he had a rock or a gun. Literally at least 20 police officers all pulled up with rifles, cocked, loaded, all that, aimed at me, him, our friend, and my dog. Like, what are y'all coming out here for? They're out here for at least 30 minutes just to arrest him for what? What did he do? Like, he did nothing wrong. And they're so unhelpful. They don't do nothing. So why are y'all around? What are y'all getting paid to do? There's just a death here. And they're not even looking into it. Regardless if it's an overdose, that's still murder. You can still find the person who dealt the person the drug, and that's a murder on them. Y'all don't even ask no questions. Y'all ain't trying to find nothing out. Y'all don't do nothing.
What do you think is the solution to homelessness? I mean, is it the system? Is it the people? Is it the government? How do we solve this situation?
I feel like it's mostly the government, because to be honest, it's all up to them. If they really wanted to do something about homelessness, they can. But they're not. They use funding for other shit. They're building all these nice-ass $1 million fucking apartments and condos that they charge $5,000 a month for rent. Who's buying that right now? Nobody. Like, why are y'all doing this? It's all up to them. It's not up to the people, it's up to them. Because if they really wanted to help, they could, and they don't do anything. They talk about it, but where's the action at?
And what are your goals what are you guys trying to do? I see a garden over there. I see a kitchen. Tell me more about what you're trying to do next.
So first we want to finish the overall structure of the camp, and the goal there are many goals, but the idea is that life doesn't have to change so dramatically just because you're outside, you know, and just because you find yourself without a dollar. You can still have a kitchen, a communal kitchen, a place to sit, a consistent place to cook your food, so you're not just relying on what you can get. But you can have a pantry tent, so when people do bring donations, you can hire some of the homeless to work in that pantry tent so they can log what's there. Thus, we know better what the community needs. Now imagine each homeless encampment doing that. Now we have a better understanding of what is needed in each different community and what we can give. We have a community garden because, you know, gardens bring people together. That garden's for both the unhoused and the housed. We have people's plants there that live in the apartments around here, so it's brought us all together. So the goal is to break down barriers and labels and to bring back the common humanity we all share, because we are neighbors. We're living in the same area. That's the definition of neighbor, you know? We're not asking for anything, just maybe no hate, and then let's just say hi to each other.
And as far as the police, are you afraid that they're going to come and tear this encampment down? I mean, they've done it before with one right in front of City Hall. How do you protect yourself from that?
Well, the police don't put fear in my heart, and God is our #1 protector. I mean, we've been fighting the police since I've been outside, and honestly, I put no thought into it, and their plots fail, and they fail. They've tried many times to get us out, and all we did is keep doing what we're doing, trusted in God, trusted in the community, and every single time it worked. We pulled through, and they failed. So I'm not worried about them, you know, and I'm not going to think about them. Instead, I'm going to think about positivity and growth, what we can actually get done. And if they come and tear it down, we'll take it from there. We'll just make adjustments. You know, I've had my stuff tossed and torn before. You know, those tears have been shed. It's done. So if they do it again, they do it again, and we'll just make adjustments and move.
A lot of things are happening right now in the political world. You know, we have Biden versus Trump. We have a lot of protests against police brutality. How do you feel about politicians right now in the United States?
I also don't give them much regard. They're more talk than action, and I've learned that action is what gets things done, and it's actually, you know, it's actually more fun, and it's more, I don't know. It's just a way to get things done. I really don't give them mind or the LAPD mind. You know, I focus on the community around me. I focus on my father, and we get things done. You know, when we built the garden, we didn't ask if the city would let us or no, we just built a garden because we had to, because it's nice. When we're building the kitchen right now, I care not who's running for president, but this kitchen is going to get built, whoever wins that presidency regardless. You know what I mean? It's about waking up to the larger issue. It isn't a party issue. If Republican or Democrat enters office, homelessness is still an epidemic. We need to change the way we structure it. We need to acknowledge it first off. And if we can acknowledge it, let's put the same city planning minds that went into the construct of these cities into homeless encampments. If y'all don't like the way it looks, if you think it's dirty or anything like that, let's solve it. Let's put some plan in. Let's make it look nice. Let's give people a kitchen so they can cook their food. Let's give them trash, like a trash bin so they could toss their food. That's one of the biggest issues we had is, not their food, their things, is we could use a bigger trash bin to toss more trash things out. Let's get creative and incorporate homelessness back into society, not keep it separate and alien like, whoa, who are those people? That's where the issues is stemming from.
And where can people help you guys out, donate to your cause, etc.?
You guys can go to our Instagram at Echo Park Rise Up, and there's a link tree there. And we just created a GoFundMe today. We're actually launching the fundraiser for it. It's gonna be, she just sent me the link. And so it's a GoFundMe, and I guess you just type in Echo Park Rise Up, a vision of love and community. And yeah, you know, our goal with it is we're sort of bypassing, because you just asked me about what I feel about officials who are elected. We're kind of bypassing them because they've shown apathy. They've shown an appetite to get nothing done. So what we're doing is it's people paying people. Whoever can donate just $5, $1, $10, no amount is too small. We can then take that money and directly start paying the unhoused. And that gives them a sense of agency and purpose. And you can really see a person switch from just being negative and down on themselves and really doing, you know, really failing at life to just having a perk in their step and wanting to get things done. When you give them that sense of agency and purpose, right, a job, and just, hey man, here's $20 if you pick up a bag of trash. They're gonna pick up a bag of trash. Imagine paying the city to do that, the $70,000 outside. Now there's no more trash. These are long-term solutions that I really don't care what a politician has to say about it or what a cop has to say about it. It's about what y'all have to say about it. And you've shown already through your donations that, you know, you're in favor of it. So thank you so much. And if you guys see the vision, please donate more.
liberal man, and Donald Trump must be stopped. That's nice. Do you stand for universal health care? Well, in theory I do, but right now, we gotta protect the ACA. Then down the road, we can look back into it. So that is a no? In theory, it's a yes, but now is not the time. Okay, what about the minimum wage? What about raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour? Great point! Everyone deserves a better deal. That's why I'm for raising your salary. But to $15 an hour or a certain number? Well, we can't do that everywhere, but we will definitely raise your salary. Okay, not quite sure what that means, but, how about the environment? Where do you stand on fracking? I love the environment. I will get us back on the table with the Paris Agreement, and I'll tell those companies to knock it off when it comes to polluting the air. Fracking, are you for it or against it? You know, what's with the damn purity test? I'm against Trump. Isn't that enough? I'm sorry, but if you want my vote, aren't I allowed to know exactly where you stand on the issues that are important to me? And if so, how is a purity test wrong? What? I don't need your vote to win. And if Trump gets reelected, it's people like you that let it happen. Good day.
A story by Pasta Jardula and illustrated by Jackie Balance.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, ladies and gentlemen. Election specialist. Election special.
Apparently.
With your election specialist, Pasta Jardula, and
Fiorella Isabel.
Johnny Sue on the ones and twos. And, you know, not only the cartoon that we're playing right now, it's like, geez, fam, did we have a crystal ball back there for Mr. Seymour? We even did a one with Steady Betty we can't find right now. But Steady Betty yelled at Seymour, the same guy, and said, "You're a Russian asset. Good day." But it's almost like everything we talked about back then is coming to fruition now. We drew up our maps. You put it up yesterday. We have almost the identical map. The only differences we had was I had Maine and New Hampshire going red. You had Maine and New Hampshire going blue. It looks like one of them's going red, one of them's going blue, which means we're almost spot on our maps.
Mm-hmm.
The AP is dragging it out right now. There's been so many outlets. We're not going to call it. The AP hasn't called it yet, but there have
I'm
been
sorry,
many
Pasta.
outlets.
No, I'm going to call it.
She's calling it.
Florida is going to Donald Trump. Okay. Wisconsin is going to Donald Trump. It looks like Michigan is going to Donald Trump. Flint, Michigan went red. If that doesn't tell you that the Democratic Party has failed the people and is so bad that Donald Trump is beating them in Flint, Michigan, I don't know what does. I honestly don't know. And to all those people, all those naysayers that literally said, "You're crazy, there's no way, da 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 da." This is what happens when you don't have your pulse on the people, when you look at polls that have been wrong time and time again, when you're a corporate entity, these billionaire conglomerates that think that they're going to predict things, that think that they know what they're talking about because they get paid millions of dollars to lie to the American people. These people don't know anything. We know what we're talking about because we're on the ground. We're constantly talking to people. I went to Iowa. I went to Nevada. I'm from Florida. We went to Florida to cover these congressional races. Like, this is nothing new. If you have your pulse on what the working people are feeling, you will, this isn't a hard thing to do, okay? Like, it's not that difficult. But if you are just going based on what you're being told, then that's what you're going to believe. And Pasta said it best. They're holding back. They don't want to call this for Biden or for Trump. They don't want to call this for Trump at all. Yeah. I mean, Georgia too. They stopped at Georgia.
Yeah.
And I frankly believe that, you know, this is a turning point. If we can learn from this, this can be a turning point for a movement to actually be able to oppose somebody like Donald Trump.
Yeah, for reals, not just the fake way. If you go to Texas and you take a look, on that left side of the Texas map, if you click on in there, fam, it's all those border towns. That old terminology they said, they're running out of real estate. Joe Biden is running out of real estate. It's only a small 200,000 vote lead right now, which might not seem that big in the grand scheme of things when it comes to Tejas. But these areas that are left open, they're going to go predominantly to Donald Trump. They're along the border. They're immigration people. They're wall people. And it's going to be really hard
for Joe Biden to make up ground over there. Same thing what's going on in Wisconsin right now. Wisconsin, you take a look at it, it says only 51% to 47.5%, but all the areas where Donald Trump still has a lot more votes to come in, they have yet to report. Those areas where Joe Biden is strong, he got his Madison vote in, he got his Milwaukee vote in, everything else around the Kenosha, that went around the Donald Trump and stuff, whatnot. But those areas right now are pretty much starting to swing to Donald Trump. So it's going to be really hard for him to make up some real estate. You look at Michigan, the same thing, fam. Flint, like you talked about, Flint, Michigan, going to Donald Trump, going red. A lot of areas that are left seem to be Donald Trump areas. And now we're getting reports that Pennsylvania, Donald Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania with only 25% of reporting, but Allentown, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, all these areas which are strong for Joe Biden have reported, and the areas that are left over, I mean, Biden does have some love in those areas. He might get some votes, but right now, this is scary. If he loses Pennsylvania, fam, it's going to be all but over but the crying. And also, if you look at Florida right now, I don't know why anybody's not calling this right now.
Because they can't handle the fact that they were wrong. All these people. Oh, Nate Silver must be having like a freaking meltdown right now. Oh my God, again, 2 elections in a row.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, these people get paid so much money to lie to you guys and tell you to trust these polls. But we're talking about the Trump rallies, this momentum, the fact that Joe Biden didn't even campaign in these states. The fact, I genuinely believe that the Democratic Party didn't even care about winning as much, the general, as they care about getting rid of Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, boom, they got rid of that guy. They got rid of the guy that could actually put a change into the system. That was it for them. That's all what they needed to do. So when you gave your vote to Joe Biden in spite of that, you're perpetuating that system. Even with everything that happened, and even with that, Pasta, even with that.
Yeah. Well, take a look, too, also at North Carolina, John. We almost have a dead heat over here. We're talking less than 3,200 votes. Less than 3,200 votes. The areas that are left, they look like there'll be little bumps for Donald Trump. Possibly Joe Biden can hold on for here, but that will be a crushing blow. Even North Carolina, we gave to Joe Biden. Well, it is up for contention.
Yeah,
and
we were even
Pennsylvania.
nice, I think, because we said this is Pennsylvania and North Carolina are going to be toss-ups.
Yeah.
They could go either way, but we decided to give them to Joe Biden. But it looks like that's even a little bit. We'll see. But it looks like that could be anyone's game right now when it comes to those two.
So they're looking at the map and the AP results. The AP is kind of dragging on. They're refusing to call a few things. They're still leaving the scoreboard up at 131 for Biden, 98 for Trump. Let me just tell you this much. My bookies odds have now dropped Donald Trump to minus 270. That's a big, heavy favor for Donald Trump to win this whole thing. He was plus 165, and the books know. We know. We get information. My grandpa, Giuseppe, Joe Pips, they called him, was a good bookie over there back in the days. You need some odds, I got you. He'll only break a finger or two if you're late on a payment, but he's a great guy. I love him. So we're going to continue to look at this board. Right now, that Rust Belt is not looking good for Joe Biden.
What about
Ohio
Arizona,
is red.
fam?
Arizona, it's just started to get some results. Joe Biden has an early lead, 1 million, but they've already reported Phoenix. They reported Tucson.
Right.
They reported 2 of the predominantly areas for Joe Biden. He might have a lead right now. But I don't think this is looking good. And let me tell you something. If the other board holds up the way it is, Arizona will be the end. We don't even have to figure out what happens with Nevada.
Oh, yeah.
If Nevada comes into play.
And we know Washington, Oregon, California are all going to go blue, right, for Joe Biden. That's expected. But it was the key states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Georgia, Texas, Pennsylvania. These are the states that we were really looking at. Like we said, we went over this earlier this morning, and and I don't mean to be gleeful right now, but it's like we have been completely, smeared, called Russian assets, and all this crap. When we have been saying this for the last 3 years that we have been doing this. That if we don't get a strong a real anti-imperialist movement, a real movement that is against the all of fascism, not just Donald Trump's fascism, but also Joe Biden's and the Democratic Party's crypto-fascism, their censorship, their hypocrisy. If we don't get a real movement, a populist movement to oppose Donald Trump, you're not going to defeat him. You're not going to defeat him with another Republican. That's just not going to happen, because the Republican is going to win against the worst, like the light Republican.
Yeah, it's usually if it's a Republican versus a Republican wins. But fam, I don't know. I'm just thinking if we, maybe before the Democrats went ahead with Joe Biden, if maybe they had run an experiment, what if they had run before an establishment Democrat against a populist right candidate like Donald Trump to get some results to see if if they had an experiment, if they haven't did it before, why wouldn't they do that maybe to get some results? When did that happen before? Oh, it happened in 2016, and here we go again. And it really is sad that a lot of the neo-progressives jumped on this establishment boat and really thought that this guy had a credible chance to go and win this race.
I'm sorry, should we bring in Kyle Kalinski's map and see how that's holding up right now?
I don't think it's holding up too good, Relay fam and stuff like that.
I'm just saying, you guys listen to TYT too, their little map. I'm just saying.
Chang said it's all but over.
You need to have your pulse on the people.
And I wonder what they're saying right now on these channels, if they're still saying Biden still has a lead right now. We got to see what happens. They're not going to look at the writing on the wall.
They're saying that they're cheating and blah, 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 and Russia, and just wait for it. I mean, I think we're going to see still either side try to contest depending on what happens, right? Both sides have done their share of cheating. The Republicans via suppression, the Democrats via their mail-ins. I mean, this is what always happens. And this is unfortunate because I really don't care who wins. I mean, to me, we're screwed either way. You know what I mean? But at the very least, I think this might teach the Democrats a lesson. I don't know. No,
it's
the left.
Electorate.
It might teach the
left.
left.
Yes, the left. The electorate has to get their shit together, fam.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party is who we thought they are. They are who we thought they are. That was Dennis Green who made that thing. We know who they are. The fact that you thought you can go in there and change a corporate party, where's the rant room? Let me get started right now. The fact that you guys
fam, wait your turn. I'm
glue,
next.
Okay? This is a pipe dream that you thought that the corporate Democratic Party was going to change. No, they threw it down your throat. They said, F you, Bernie Sanders, and you Bernie Sanders followers. You take Joe Biden and like it. And you know what you said? Yes, we like it. So this is what you get right now. You should have been out there in the forefront saying, we're not going to support a candidate like Joe friggin' Biden. Are you guys serious? Are you serious? Because of the Proud Boys? When Joe Biden is funding actual neo-Nazis in the Ukraine? Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you get. And the AP can hold on as long as they want to try to distort these numbers. It ain't going to happen.
You're not going to defeat Donald Trump's fascism, Donald Trump's rhetoric with Joe Biden. You're only going to defeat that with somebody that's actually opposing him in that. And it's not going to come from the establishment co-opting these movements. It's not going to come like that. It's got to come from real people opposing not just Donald Trump, but the party that gave you Donald Trump, the party that led you to have the ability to have somebody like Donald Trump get elected. That's what you have to go after. The architect of the system, not the symptom. And we've been saying this for the last 3 years, and I hope that people eventually start catching on, because I don't want to continue on this route towards fascism. I really, really don't. I'm not really happy that we're going to have one of these idiots as president. I'm really not. I just think people need to realize that and wake up.
400,000 votes for Donald Trump ahead, with 91% reporting in Florida. Like I said, he's running out of real estate, so that's not looking good. When it gets to Texas now, he's now expanding his lead. He has a 300,000 person vote in Texas, so it is not looking good for Joe Biden. 70% of the vote in for there. Donald Trump is actually expanding his lead in Pennsylvania. And that is a dagger if I've ever seen one right now. Biden still does have some love to go on. And the fact that the AP is not putting these numbers up or calling these states makes me think that this is the game they're going to play. They're going to lock it down and put every single state under contention, try to flood the market with extra mail-in ballots. They're trying to figure out what's going on. But the writing is on the wall right now. If they're really going to try to swing this thing, I mean, this can get serious right now. But I mean, if they don't budge on this, those barricaded places are going to be visited by some of these Trump supporters right now, because you can see this board is getting so much red. They don't want to admit what they're doing right now, fam.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, they would be validating the right and their protest, because they're right. I mean, they're winning. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, this is as predicted. For if you've been paying attention, this is not surprising. Nope. You know, if you've been actually paying attention, this is what the map is going to look like.
California is going to go blue. Washington's going to go blue. Oregon's going to go blue. But everything else, all the states that Biden needed to win, it doesn't look like he's going to win them.
Okay.
And that, whose fault is that? That's the Democratic Party's fault. It is not your fault if you voted third party. It is not our fault. It is not anybody's fault but the Democratic Party and the mainstream media and how they've lied to the American people and made them believe in something that's not even true just to spin a narrative. And here we are again with the same exact results in the same position that we were 4 years ago.
Breaking news here on the Rokfin stream. Ryan Gorman says he's calling it for Trump. We don't know Ryan Gorman, but thank you, Ryan Gorman. Ryan Gorman says he's calling it for Donald Trump. Good job there, Ryan
Good
Gorman.
job, Ryan Gorman.
We do appreciate it. It's just funny to me that the AP is still locking onto this board and they will not move it one bit. They don't want the people to know. It's like they're trying to hide the inevitable. And also, too, we talk about this Virginia situation, fam. Joe Biden is closing the gap to about 8%, but still, the fact that they called us at 3% and they still have him marked down.
Yeah.
And the delegates gone to him.
They're going to have to start either retracting that or and I was going by with what the AP was saying too. And then I said, wait a minute, there's some inconsistencies here because these numbers aren't adding up. And that's the thing. Like, they're going to have to backtrack on that. And this doesn't look good for Joe Biden at all. Even if he wins the rest of these states that are marked as blue, it does not look good for him.
Yep. Michigan, Donald Trump is opening up a big lead, almost 250,000 votes right there. Wisconsin, he's opening up a big lead now. Joe Biden is holding his own in Minnesota. He's got that big lead. We kind of called that shot. We said Minnesota was going to go for Joe Biden. It looks like he's got a strong hold over there, but North Carolina is 90% in. Donald Trump is starting to open up a little bit of a lead there. He's got 30,000 vote lead. That's between almost 5.2 million votes, but it is 90% reporting, and it's starting to look really, really dark for the Biden campaign if they lose North Carolina. In Texas, Donald Trump is opened up a little bit more of a lead right now. He's about a little bit less than 300,000. He's right around the same right now, but once again, all those border states, fam, on the border of Mexico and Texas have not reported, and that is big time Trump land. Those are real Americans, real democracy right over in there. So we got to watch that one.
Now we have to look at too as the vote by mail ballots. Those are going to be a way where the Democrats are going to say, well, no, we have to count these ballots that haven't come in yet, or they're going to pull something like that. That very well may happen, but at the same time, that is also going to be met with contention when it comes to the Trump administration and their campaign. They're definitely not just going to let these ballots come in without knowing who's putting them in, where are they coming from. If we recall in the primary, I keep bringing this up because Bernie Sanders was winning Texas, and then all of a sudden, boop, it flipped to Joe Biden. Now, that was the primary. That was Democrats doing that. I don't know if that is going to happen. Maybe with the Democrats doing that to Donald Trump. We don't know. But as of right now, it does not look like Joe Biden is going to win this election. It looks to me like it's Trump's game.
Yeah. And why don't the progressives take a page out of Donald Trump, how to beat the Democrats, right? He's doing it again. They got ahead of this early. William Barr went on Wolf Blitzer's show and said, this is really a dishonest conversation. The fact that you're not admitting the fact that mail-in ballots and absentee ballots can be so much messed with that Jimmy Carter said it. Not the Trump campaign, Jimmy Carter. So they knew where to look and look in the right place. The Democrats were trying to take a full advantage of the COVID and use the mail-in process to stuff the ballot box. But we know the enthusiasm was all there with Donald Trump, fam, and it was going to be really hard to beat him. So the fact that they even got this far, and there's Democracy, who we just talked about. Fantastic coverage tonight, fam. You're a fantastic guy, Democracy, and we're going to get some Democracy in the United States one day. This is Democracy here, but why don't they take a page from Donald Trump? Donald Trump was able to attack Joe Biden on criminal justice from the left, on foreign policy from the left. Yeah. Even on civil liberties from the left and the censorship.
And we were begging Joe Biden, go, say you're going to ban fracking. Joe Biden,
say it.
Medicare for all. Joe Biden, college for all.
You want the election, Joe? It's right here for you. But they didn't want to take it.
They didn't want it. They didn't want it, you guys. They didn't want it.
They didn't want it. They wanted to lose to Donald Trump, it feels like sometimes. Yeah. Ryan Gorman says he wants to watch TYT to see the meltdown. And please, if we have a picture of Anna crying, please send it in so we can put it up there. We'd love to see that. Or Cenk eating his own words when he eats another cheeseburger.
Russia did it. Russia.
He said it was all over but the pudding.
The Russians are in Florida. The Russians are in Texas. The Russians are in Michigan. The Russians are in Pennsylvania. The Russians.
Yeah.
Do we have a picture of Alyssa Milano crying too? That would be good as well. Donald Trump is holding on in North Carolina. It's going to be so close over there, fam. Georgia, he's expanding his lead. He's got a 328,000 point vote lead. That's going to be really hard to catch because those areas in Georgia, once again, they got Atlanta in, they got Augusta in, they got Savannah, they got Macon. These areas that haven't come in are Trump country, where we got democracy we got in those areas, so we know. Back to Tejas. Let's see what's going on. It's up to 70%. Now Donald Trump has a same amount of lead, about 270,000.
70%, though, we're getting closer to being able to say.
Yeah, once they report those areas by the border, it's all but over for Joe Biden in.
The last swing state I would say is Arizona, so we're just waiting on Arizona.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens with Arizona. But it looks like to me, unless there are severe amounts of mail-ins that haven't gotten there, which this is, I guarantee you that's going to be the next thing. Well, we have to absolutely wait. They've been saying this. They've been saying this. Hillary Clinton, the election isn't over until we count all the votes. Did they say that when they were running against Bernie Sanders in 2016? Yeah. No, the election was done. 2% in, 1% in.
Yeah,
Hillary.
Why are they calling these suits? How can they do this? Well, we have the mail-ins. Same with Buddha.
Same with Buttigieg. We have, I posted that tweet. Oh yeah, no, I won. No, you didn't. Like now, we have to count every single vote. Like, so this is how hypocritical they are. This is why I can't take them seriously. Like, this is why, as much as I dislike and hate the Republicans, how am I supposed to literally, take the Democrats are such liars? They're like, oh wait, no, this is good for me, but not when it's not convenient. They switch back and forth. They're such
my
hypocrites.
Twitters, I just hit that stuff. Please don't think they have a coming to Jesus moment all of a sudden. They want to have fair elections now, the Democrats. All of a sudden, they want to make sure every vote's counted. And actually,
what happened during the last two primaries.
And make sure everybody's votes counted. Even your uncle, make sure he's counted and stuff like that. Let's wait and whatnot. They didn't give two shits in the primaries when they're calling these things early. They pulled out every single dirty trick. They think they're entitled to win. So no matter what, the ends justify the means when it comes to the Democrats. That means they'll cheat if they think they're entitled to win. And that's the way they feel. They feel that they're morally right. By the way, we have somebody on Rokfin. His name is Pasta Whatnot Jardula with my face on it. And just by reading the messages, Tulsi 2020, bitches. That must be Pijman. That's got to be Pijman because we haven't seen him there. So I'm going to say that Pasta Whatnot Jardula. Thank you guys for watching on the Rokfin. We got almost 50 people hanging out over there. On the YouTubes, we got close to 400 guys. Like, share, subscribe. They've been throttling us all night. It's been kind of crazy. But we've been hanging on in there and seeing what we can do. The AP still hasn't really updated the score,
Can you check on the Times and CNN and what they're saying?
That's what they're doing. But Johnny, you said you had to read something. Do you have a microphone where you can read it? Johnny hasn't spoke all election. Johnny microphone. Get on the microphone. Glory Jones.
Pijman.
You just we know it's Pijman and stuff.
Wait a minute. CNN is devising all the ways Biden can still win. I'm sorry.
So typical.
I can't right now. I'm like, this is hilarious to me. I can't. I wish I had the acting chops to pretend that was a scenario. I mean, they're just great actors right now, great propagandists, great PR. That's how they've turned into CNN, MSNBC, big propaganda machines, period.
Yeah, and by the way, Donald Trump is pulling out a little bit more of a lead in Pennsylvania right now. He's kind of expanding it. So if he wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, he's starting to really expand his lead. Wisconsin, he's still got a little bit of a cushion right there, but still Joe Biden can make some noise. Checking out Minnesota, Joe Biden's got a big lead. So
yeah.
All right, fams. So on this screen, if you look at when they call it, because we were looking at Virginia, right? Like, how are they calling Virginia when there was only 3% reported?
Yeah.
And there was, but Trump had more votes. And they're still saying that's Biden, which doesn't make any sense, right? So I was like, what? The Associated Press says, you click on learn more, and you get to go to their page and see what they say, right? Of how they call races. And So here's what they say. It says, in the 2020 U.S. general election, the AP will declare winners in more than 7,000 races, starting with the White House and reaching down the ballot to every seat in every state legislature. This hallmark of AP's Election Days report is produced by a dedicated team of election analysts, researchers, and race callers who make up our decision desk. It says, only when AP is fully confident a race has been won, defined most simply as the moment a trailing candidate no longer has a path to victory, we will make a call. So that's how they've been making their calls. It also says that AP does not make projections or name apparent or likely winners. If our race callers cannot definitively say a candidate has won, we do not engage in speculation. But the numbers are saying completely opposite in their reports. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
It's a bunch of malarkey.
It is a bunch of malarkey.
I mean, who are these people? Why aren't they public officials that the public can see? Why isn't all of this whole process transparent? I mean, the American people would be very much willing to vote. More young people would say, hey, my vote counts. You guys saw those Biden videos. I haven't even touched on that. All those people, a lot of them weren't even voting. Why would they vote? You want people to vote? Yeah, you hide things, you manipulate information, you lie to people, you put out these false polls. How do you expect young people to care about this country and to care about politics, at the very least to vote every 4 years, when you don't give them the incentive to do that?
Yeah.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
By the way, the Senate results that are coming in right now have Susan Collins out to a big lead in Maine. Lisa Savage got almost 5% of the vote, which is kind of cool, but far away. And Sarah Gideon, the Democratic Party establishment darling, doesn't look like she's going to mount that much of a challenge for Susan Collins. And it looks like that's why I voted Susan Collins, and I said red for Maine because I really thought it was more of a red state. They do care about their civil liberties, whatnot. AP has it 41-41 for the senators right now, including the Texas win for John Cornyn. But it's kind of interesting. In Virginia right now, it has Mark Warner called. 54% of the voting's in, but just like the state, Daniel Gade has a lead of 100,000 votes, but yet they've still called it for Mark Warner. I don't know what the hell is going on in Virginia, fam. I do not know.
Well, I mean, like I said, I've been told it's the DC crowd that's definitely going to go blue. But we're just not seeing it yet. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if they haven't counted the mail-ins. Again, there's so much that the public doesn't know because of the lack of transparency, the lack of revelations that these people do. This whole entire process needs to be revamped. Regardless of who wins, this whole entire thing needs to be revamped. We've been talking about this before, not just right now that it's the general election and Democrats want to win, but for the primary too. We should have a one person, one vote. We need to figure out how we're going to do that. We should have ranked choice voting on the national level. So candidates like Lisa can actually have a fair play, even though they have ranked choice voting in Maine. What did they do? They excluded her from every debate.
Yeah.
They completely...
Well, she got in one debate, and when she did well, then they excluded her.
Right.
They did to her what they did to Tulsi Gabbard, by the way. And somebody said, we had a super chat contribution, fam. Really wanted to read it real quick. It's Jig Forever. Thank you for the super chat contribution. It is always appreciated on the desk. Voted for the first time since 1990. Decided to vote for Tulsi Gabbard. That's right. It was the only choice my conscience would allow. Thanks for the great coverage, and thank you, Jig Forever, for the super chat contribution. That's very generous of you. We do appreciate it. That is awesome, and thank you very, very, very much to everybody who has been watching today, including on the Rokfin as well. By the way, fam, 91% of the vote is in Florida. Donald Trump now has a close to 400,000 person vote lead. They still will not call this right now. This is just ridiculous that they're holding on and they haven't called Florida yet. Georgia, another state, right? Okay. He's got about a 350,000 person vote lead with 60% in. They're still not calling it, even though Joe Biden's all his powerful areas have been in. Now, he's starting to expand his lead a little bit, but not by much. In North Carolina, it was within 20,000 votes. Now it's more around 40,000 votes for Donald Trump. That is what 91% are reporting, and that will be a devastating blow if Biden does not get North Carolina. Over in Pennsylvania, more bad news for the Biden campaign. With 32% reporting it's still early, Donald Trump is still expanding his lead. He has a 150,000 person vote count vote.
vote lead. So that's an area. Another area, if he loses Pennsylvania, just devastating for the Biden campaign. And just like we talked about in Texas, it's about a 300,000 person vote lead now. They're starting to run out of real estate, fam, in all these areas. Michigan is just not looking good for the Biden campaign. There is a 230,000 vote lead for Donald Trump in Michigan. That could be just almost lights out. I don't even know how they're going to extend it beyond tonight if these numbers continue this way. In other words, what I'm trying to tell you right now, regardless of what Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian,
Rachel Maddow,
Steve Kornacki, Wolf Blitzer, all these other jerk-offs in the mainstream media, they're trying to figure out a way to get the Biden in this game. It is just not happening, ladies and gentlemen. This is devastating. And you look at all the areas that have yet to come in predominantly, fam. These are Donald Trump areas. This is ridiculous that they're holding on right now. I'm just wondering how they're going to try to steal this election if they can, or if they're just going to concede.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it doesn't look like the Democrats really wanted to win. I mean, I don't see how at this point Joe Biden can win, even if he keeps Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania and North Carolina weren't even in our map. Even if he keeps Pennsylvania and North Carolina, if Donald Trump manages to win everything else, that's it. It's game over.
Yeah.
Even if he wins, even if Joe Biden takes Pennsylvania, North Carolina, that's it. Donald Trump still wins. He wins by a close margin, but he still wins. And this is what we've been saying. This is it, you guys. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. This is not unpredictable if you're really looking at what's going on here.
All right, so let's call some House races in Florida right now. Debbie Wasserman Schultz has won again. 58.2% of the vote has been reported. So she is, 58.2% is what she won with the margin.
Yep.
Carla Spalding, a Republican, gave her a run for their money. So that one is something we wanted to pay attention to as well. Johnny, what number was Clint Curtis in? Matt Gaetz won. Matt Gaetz, 99% reporting. He had a big victory today. Matt Gaetz is the somewhat populist Republican. We don't like him necessarily when it comes to his immigration point of views, but he was anti-censorship. He's anti-war as far as when it comes to Afghanistan. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy that when we draw the line about who really wanted to get out of Afghanistan, a Republican like Matt Gaetz, almost like a Tucker Carlson of sorts, but an actual elected official. District 6. Oh, here it is. Clint Curtis falls short this time. Michael Waltz of the Republican Party has beaten our friend Clint Curtis. We love him. He was shot for our documentary that we are making on election integrity. He's going to run again. The guy hasn't stopped running, so at least he gave it a good shot there today. Charlie Crist won. Charlie Crist won in District 13 from the Democratic Party. The ex-Republican, he barely held on by Anna Luna, so that was kind of an interesting one as well. Which one is Laura Luna?
Oh, where's the really vehemently...
Laura Luna, her name is. Ted Deutsch won, Democratic Party. He won right over there, so that was an interesting win as well. I am also looking for... Hold on, let me go back there. Sorry. Oh, my God. I'm also looking for the Macaroni Bowl, right? Where's the Macaroni Bowl?
It's South Florida, right?
Florida 21. She lost. Louis Franco beat her. It was not that close of a race. There was a no-party affiliation running in there. It really didn't make much of a difference, but Laura Luna has fallen short. So, unfortunately, there will not be for her. Laura Luna thought that there should be, when it came to the whole Uber driver thing.
Yeah, she was terrible.
Yeah, she made that comment about foreigners not being able to do Uber or something. It was kind of crazy that she said that, but yeah, it came through. What else are we looking for? Who else in Florida? Brian Mast won. He beat Pam Keith. That was another one. What number was my friend, the Macaroni Bowl? 23. No, 23 was Debbie Wasserman Schultz. The Macaroni Bowl. I'll figure. She's the ramen bowl. Fam said her hair looks like Top Ramen. That was hysterical when she said that. Let me figure out real quick. Congressional and seats.
Here it is. And no, ladies, stay with us because we're going to have a lot of results when California comes in. We have a lot of races we're going to be paying attention to when it comes to All right, Florida District number 89. But that's a state seat, so we'll see what happens. I can't pull that up. But that's Florida right there, fam. That's some of the Florida houses that were run in Florida, and we'll check in some of those other races. Now let's get back to the presidential page. Now they've moved it up to 131 to 108. So they conceded a couple of the other red states that they know. They still have not called it for Florida. With 91% reporting, Texas, he's starting to open up his lead in Texas. He's got 310,000 point lead. Pennsylvania, he's starting to stretch out a little bit too as well. Fam, that will be a devastating blow. He now has 187,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. Ohio, he's starting to put it away with 83%. Michigan, he's just updated 37% report. He's about the same one, 230,000 vote lead. Wisconsin, looking a little bit tighter than before. What area came in? Some parts around Madison had just reported, so it boosted up Joe Biden's numbers. He's about 43,000 votes away. But remember, that's only out of 1.5 million so far, with 46 reporting. So that lead is still significant. I don't see much of a change in those areas. We just got to pay attention to Pennsylvania. Now, Virginia is still weird. 56 reporting. Donald Trump still has a 6.4% lead. Okay. And yet, they still got Joe Biden on the scoreboard with the lead.
I can't.
They still got him with the lead. So, it's very interesting to see what's going on over there. South Carolina, Lindsey Graham has won a seat, fam. Your favorite.
Well, I mean,
Lindsey Graham has been called for South Carolina.
I'm not surprised. Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, they were all going to win their seats because they didn't have real opposition. They had a bunch of neoliberals running against them. Neoliberals aren't going to beat these people anymore. That is what the Democratic Party has failed to acknowledge. And maybe they don't want to acknowledge that because it serves their purpose. Either way, these people still maintain power. But progressives, I'm looking at you. You need to stop doing the same thing and expecting different results. That's the definition of insanity. Why the hell do you keep succumbing to voting for these neoliberals when you keep losing? It's never going to work like that. It's just not going to work. You need to run people outside the Democratic Party. We need to build a mass movement. All these things that we've been talking about. It's time to get hands on deck. And I don't expect any rioting from the liberals. I expect them to be upset and for a few minutes. And I expect the same people who continue protesting to continue protesting. And maybe that movement will build up higher because, hey, you guys shouldn't just be mad at Republicans winning. You guys need to be mad at the Democratic Party for letting this happen. That's where your anger needs to be directed. How the hell did you let them run a candidate like Joe Biden? Yeah. How the hell did you let them not give you anything during the coronavirus?
Zero. What did you get for your vote? Ugats. Zero.
Fugats.
Shangad. Nothing. In Maryland, we're looking at a House race. We talked about it earlier. District 7, only 14% reporting. This is the Kimberly Klacik one, the viral video of the Republican, the woman of color in Maryland, just much like a Joe Collins race. Kimberly Klacik is running against Kwesi Mfume. Right now, 14% is reported, and he's got a substantial lead, about 27%, but it's still early. We got to see what's going on, but we're going to keep you updated on that particular race. Right now, Kimberly Klacik is behind Kwesi Mfume. We'll see what happens in that area. Also, right now, we want to thank all those Rokfin watchers. Civil liberties, bitches. That was Snooki, your favorite. She was yelling from Civil Liberties, and Tony Humanic. Everybody, Glory
Tony?
Jones, we love you guys. 50 people watching right now on our Rokfin. We over have almost 420. I like the number 420.
Hey, Glory, go consult TYT for me, please.
Yeah.
Go consult.
Yeah, please find a clip of Anna crying and send it in.
Don't be mean. Just please
No,
be
I'm
nice
be
to
mean.
them.
I want. You ever see that episode of Cartman in the South Park? The tears are so yummy. I love the tears. And he's licking the tears. That's what I want to. Please, I want to see them cry. Cenk Uygur, it's all over. With a lead like this, with polls like this, fam, Joe Biden's going to be the next president of the United States.
The Russians are under your table, just so you know. They're right here. They're here with us right now.
Please
Yes,
do. Let's see this.
Let's take a look at what
Let's
these
take a
hacks
look
are
at
doing.
this. Oh my Lord.
We're looking at, there was a Trump rally here just the other day. Westmoreland County, 28% in, 63 to 36 if you round it up, 64 to 33. It's pretty close. We'll see Biden maybe a little bit higher than Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That could matter if it's very close. And we'll watch Allegheny as well, but a long way to count.
Quick break. We have a lot. They're really trying to. They're really trying their best and stuff. I'm looking at these numbers, and he's starting to move higher up. I mean, unless they, are these snake numbers right now? He's got a 200,000 vote lead now in Pennsylvania. He's moving further away from Joe Biden. Is there an area that I'm missing right here? Is it outside of Erie that went red for Donald Trump? I mean, maybe that area just below New York, right over there on this map, but I don't see an area where Donald Trump will lose ground to Joe Biden here, even with 35% of the report coming in. I don't know. Maybe it's something we don't know something. The experts at CNN can let us know. Luis Brooks, she sent the Super Chat contribution. Thank you for the Super Chat contribution,
Thank you,
Luis Brooks. It is always appreciated on the couch.
So obnoxious.
They're coming on in, fam. They love the jingle right now. It said, I voted third party in Virginia. Never thought we would be a swing state. Had to vote my conscience. They never tried to earn my vote. Love you and keep speaking truth to power.
You know what?
We love you.
We love you too. And do not let these people blame you for anything.
At
this
all.
is the Democratic establishment.
You blame them.
You did nothing wrong.
You blame them.
They don't own your vote.
There's no such thing as a protest vote. And you know, fam, your Biden video was amazing. It really touched me. We were watching it one night before it was halfway done, seeing all these different people of races, ethnicities, just coming out and saying, I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden. It was so powerful. I wish we would have got that to some of our friends who did vote for Joe Biden.
One of the things that people underestimated too in this whole during this race is the not just like the Trump's momentum and Trump's his support, but also the fact that besides Trumpers, independent people, progressives, a lot of these people are completely done with the Democratic Party. Completely done. So a lot of people stayed home. A lot of people didn't vote. A lot of people voted their conscience. And I think that it's really easy to completely disregard that when you're a pundit that gets paid $30 million an episode to lie to people. You don't know about those people. You don't talk to those people. So of course you're gonna be like, oh my God, I'm shocked. I can't believe this is happening again. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But if you listen to the people, then it's not surprising at all.
Now, let me tell you something. You don't know about these people here. You don't know about these people. These people don't, you're just a pundit from up high making all this money. You're not on the ground. You're so detached from reality. We've gone out in the streets. We've walked with these people. We've protested with these people out there. We've talked to the homeless. We've talked to the poor. We've fed the poor. We feed them.
Don't do a Nancy Pelosi.
I sound like, but that's what real activism is and stuff. You get out there and stuff. All these politicians right here in this Democratic Party, they are elitists that never wanted to give the party over to the progressives, and you took it lying down. You bought that bullshit. And let me tell you who's really a lot to blame right here. It's Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, and I think he still might be threatened, but the fact you regurgitated that Donald Trump is the most racist, sexist, homophobic president of our time, but go vote for my friend Joe Biden, who's also a segregationist, a racist, a warmonger,
he was against
authoritarian.
LGBT.
I mean, come on.
He was. I mean, whatever criticism you had of Donald Trump, the vast majority of them also applied to Joe Biden. Donald Trump's rhetoric was definitely far more awful, but Joe Biden's actions and his record were not to be forgotten.
I think they were worse than Donald Trump's, actually. Donald Trump didn't have 47 years to screw up as much as Joe Biden did. From everything from being a segregationist to being a racist, that he didn't want his kids growing up in a racial jungle, to voting for every war, for pushing every war. Remember, he secured the Senate for the Democrats to go to war, to bomb, to displace over 2 million people or kill or displace close to 2 million people in Iraq. Turn the whole Middle East into a fireball. It's just disgusting. He's always at the forefront. The guy is pro-war all the time. By the way, Andreas Torres, thank you for the Super Chat contribution. It is always appreciated on the couch.
Throw something at you.
Oregon Toasty Crat here. I love you guys. We love you too.
And also, Louise Brooks, I have voted blue for 35 years. I feel like an abused spouse. Done.
That's what
Over
it is. It's
If
an
they
abusive relationship.
If they do nothing to help people, they can F off. Did you vote this year, Louise?
Yeah,
I hope
didn't
you
she
didn't.
say she voted third party?
35 years. I think she said third party. Yeah, that's why she was done. Thank God. Amers is here. Amers. What's up? Hey. Thank you for the super chat contribution. It's always appreciated the couch. They're trying so hard to pretend Biden is winning Iowa. Isn't it funny they count all the blue counties first, opposite from the Dem primary?
Yeah, Iowa is not. And even if Biden wins Iowa, it doesn't matter. I mean, everything
They still
else.
won't call Florida. They still won't call Florida. They're still leaving the score up 131 to 108. They still will not call Florida.
Do you think they want people to go to bed and then wake up and see, oh, somehow magically all these states turn blue? I mean, people, don't go to sleep. Call these people out on their bullshit. Don't go to sleep. Just stay up for the next few hours. Drink, whatever. Smoke your marijuana. Do your mushrooms. I don't know what you do. Whatever it is that you want to do. I'm not saying do it. I'm saying whatever you want to do. Do not stop watching these people. Do not stop holding them accountable. Really, if there are discrepancies, regardless of who it favors, we should know about them. I don't really care who it favors. We need to know the truth, period. And we want fair elections. Well, maybe it's time that the Democrats started paying attention to them before they got to the general.
I don't know. I'm looking at this map right now, fam, and I'm looking again. Texas is at 71%. They don't want to move it. Florida's still stuck at 91%. They don't want to move it. He got about 400,000 vote lead in both of these states right now, and areas that a lot more for Donald Trump to come.
Hey,
it's just kind of getting crazy.
Can we check what Donald Trump is saying? Let's check what the right is saying, and let's see how they're also spinning.
North Carolina, 92% is in. Donald Trump has a 1 percentage point lead.
It's a toss-up.
Listen to this. He's got a 58,000 vote lead. Whoa, it just went up to 92. Oh, here it goes again. He's got a 62,000 vote lead, and it's going to be all over pretty soon. I can't believe how hard they're trying to hold up. They put these numbers up 131 to 108, and yet, it's just terrible.
Absolutely, fam. I sense a rant coming. I sense, I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm just, I don't want to say it. I don't want to be gleeful. But
what?
Yes.
Ron at 8:00. Okay. We're gonna.
Okay, we're gonna go on a quick.
We're gonna do a quick break. We're gonna come back with Ron Placone, Ron Plack 1.
Yeah.
And we'll talk some more. See what Ron has to say.
Yep.
But right now, as what we're saying, right now the AP has it 131 to 108. Joe Biden. All these other towns like Texas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, states, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Maine are heavily leaning towards Donald Trump. They're refusing to call them right now. But once they call them, if they call them, it's all over. We'll see. We'll see how long they can hold on for it. Go ahead and take a look at Kyle's map. Take a look at our map. And we'll come back after this commercial break. Right here. Right over here, Chen.
Give Joe Biden my vote. That's sending the Democrats the message that they can get away with that. And no, that's not okay. I think we need to send them the message that's no, bad Democrats.
You vote for the policies and the people, and the policies that are for, by, and of we the people, the middle class and poor. I mean, the only difference really between the establishment and the GOP, Biden and Trump, is that one comes in, grabs you, brutally throws you on the table, rips off your pants, and fucks you up the ass. The other one, the establishment, may take you out to dinner, then brings you back, tries to sweet talk you, to manufacture your consent to willfully bend over the table and take off your pants, and may give you some lube, but to still go on to and fuck you up the ass.
These approaches still allow people to die with just complete and utter indifference, because politicians play God with our lives. You will not push Biden left on anything. For fuck's sake, we're literally in the middle of a global pandemic, and the man still doesn't support the policy that provides the basic human right to all of us. What in God's name makes you think he's going to change?
The only rational option is to not participate in the system that has no benefit to you. I think you're more privileged if you are going around telling people that Biden is the lesser evil, because what that shows is your American privilege. You, Biden supporter, do not have to worry about his predatory neoliberal policies. You're not at the receiving end of these, imperialist wars, this horrendous foreign policy that we've had for decades under Democrat or Republican. Civilians being bombed, hospitals, school buses, fucking people's houses droned. You know what I mean? Like, you can't look at those people and look at the suffering that they go through and tell me that Joe Biden is a lesser evil when that motherfucker is responsible for so much suffering and death and destruction. Trump is too, but Joe Biden has more experience. He's been in this shit for like 40 years. Like, think about how much destruction you can do in 40 fucking years, bro.
Right. What you need to do is realize that both parties believe in corporatism. They both do. And that's not good for us, the people. So when you go to vote your conscience, not your fear.
So the reality is they're all the same. They're all being bought and paid for by corporations. So you know what? Joe Biden, go fuck yourself. Kamala Harris, go fuck yourself. Donald Trump, go fuck yourself. The establishment Democrats, go fuck yourself. The establishment Republicans, go fuck yourself. We need to really rise up and really take our power back from these politicians. So until there's no money from corporations into our political process, then at the end of the day, like I said, it really doesn't matter because of this electoral college and because there's still so many people who are not really aware to see how incestuous both parties really are.
We people who are third-party advocates, we're pretty much like the guardians of democracy. We're here to make sure that everybody's voice is heard and gets a chance to be heard. So you can either continue to feed into the same system that you complain about, or you can change the way you vote. You can change the way you look at voting. You can educate yourself on all of your options, but the choice is yours.
Joe Biden will not ban fracking and does not support the Green New Deal. My state is burning. My air is filthy. I cannot vote for the Democrats. My student loans are in excess of $12,000 more than what I borrowed, and I've already paid it back twice. The Democrats are not supporting canceling student debt. Therefore, I cannot vote for them. I am voting for Howie Hawkins. I'm voting for the Green Party. I'm voting for the only candidate who has my best interest in mind and yours. So please, don't listen to your friends. Do the right thing. Vote your conscience. Vote for the only person who actually wants to make things better. Please.
I'll be voting for the Green Party's candidates and Howie Hawkins and Angela Walker. I know that they have a platform that is much more suited to my beliefs. And just because I'm Hispanic doesn't mean that I have to vote for a Democratic Party because the Republican Party is more explicitly racist. That's why I won't be voting for Joe Biden in 2020.
So Democrats can suck it with their tokenization. And hey, if they want to help, they can free Julian Assange. But I know they won't. So, yeah.
Tired of it. If not now, when?
In his 5 decades in politics, he has done very little to benefit the average American. At a time when we critically need a Green New Deal, Joe Biden is doubling down on fossil fuels.
Every 4 to 8 years, we're on the left are all browbeaten to vote blue no matter who because insert Republican president is so bad. Be very afraid. Basically expect nothing from Democrats because Republicans are so bad. And if you expect nothing, then you'll get a bunch of nothing. And after all, if Joe Biden knew how to fix America, then why didn't he tell Obama? Let that marinate a minute.
I refuse to let the Democratic Party or anyone try to shame me for my vote and try to use scare tactics. They've been doing that since Reagan. Oh, you must vote for the Democratic nominee, otherwise blah, 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 Republican, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what? I'm still here, and I will continue to be here through this election and many more elections. I refuse. to give in. I'm done. They're not entitled to my votes. Never have been, and they never will. And after screwing Bernie again this year in the primary, I'm definitely done. I'm now an independent, and both major parties can just go to hell.
We have an opportunity to vote differently, to withhold our votes from the duopoly, to vote third party, to demonstrate that we will not stand for this any longer. Through this action, we may create some change. We may pull up out of this nosedive. A vote for either one of these lunatics is just to continue the trajectory to death. So stop the madness, vote third party. That's what I'm going to do. Peace.
I don't think Biden is the lesser evil, even if he was mentally fit for office. Stay strong, fight the power, free Assange.
So I voted my conscience, voted down ballot, voted green at the top. Black people vote for Democrats over 90% of the time. Yet they give us crumbs and they give us nothing. They take us for fucking granted. They have to be shown that there's a price for hurting their fucking base. Here's the mailbox. In goes the ballot. Boom.
I now consider myself an anarchist. I prefer the direct action. There's no more representation. I live in Louisiana. This is like a ruby red state. I don't know how many times I've emailed my representatives, the senators, and everything else, and just get back form letters and crap that's just no more than talking points, if I even get that at all. State reps, same thing. So no matter what I ask for, it's pointless. So rather than do that, I'm taking the more direct democracy, the direct action route. At least that I have control over. That I have say over what I can do. I'm pretty convinced it's all rigged anyway. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents, and I'm sticking to it. So, appreciate it. Peace out. Keep fighting.
And Sanders was the compromise, not because he's Bernie Sanders, but because of the legislation he was pushing, or the policy he was pushing. You know, I was voting for the Green New Deal, for a livable wage, for health care and schools. The Democrats have shit all over that. They don't want nothing to do with it, and they promise nothing will fundamentally change when we need fundamental change. Absolutely. So they're not getting my vote. They haven't earned it. I don't owe anybody my vote, and that's where I'm at. Peace.
All I see from their records is more people of color is going to go to jail for more petty crimes, and they're going to release more police in neighborhoods of color, and nobody wins.
I voted in 2016 for Jill Stein for the Green Party. I don't regret it, and I'm not going to regret voting for the Green Party for Howie Hawkins, Angela Walker in 2020. They don't deserve my vote. Biden thinks he's entitled. He's not. He needs to earn it, and we all need to realize that.
And we are fucked regardless of who wins. Nothing will change until the American people wake the fuck up and stop voting for the corporate two-party duopoly. Mahalo. Peace.
Tara Reid, I believe Tara Reid.
I do too.
I'm not voting for Joe Biden because I believe Joe Biden is probably a rapist.
Yeah, I think he is too. But Joe Biden's always been about Joe Biden. He's been playing the game. And his attempts to implement a grand bargain, cutting Social Security and basically leaving the seniors with nothing. The Republicans have never tried to do that, where the Democrats have on several occasions. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, the grand bargain, and Joe Biden was right behind that all the way. So I don't think Biden's a good bet for anybody.
I don't think so either.
I don't live in a swing state either, but you know what? I probably wouldn't do the same vote if I didn't. I don't care at this point.
Me too. And I'm not going to shame anybody who thinks any different.
Yeah, if we keep feeding this beast, we're going to get worse and worse outcomes. And believe me, you think Donald Trump's bad? Wait till the next time we're in this position. That's all.
Exactly. Donald Trump is merely what these neo-libs for the last 40 years have coughed up.
Yep.
I will not stop fighting. And never will. I don't care who wins this election. I'm going to be out there fighting for people that I don't know, because those are my principles that I stand by. I don't have to be compliant with the Democratic Party when they do not care about the needs of the people. They think they are owed our votes without offering us anything in our worst times. People are hungry and they're losing their homes and they're getting pushed out on the streets and they're dying of a disease that all could have been prevented. But these systems of oppression and this duopoly and the corporate power relentlessly abuses us and takes advantage of us. Biden has been in Congress for since longer than I've been alive, and I've never ever seen him go out and try to do something good for the people. He's a classic politician, and he does not care about people or what they're actually dealing with. I refuse to vote for somebody like that. My conscience is clean. I'm going to vote for the Green Party, and I hope and I pray that they get to 15%, because we need to start these changes. We need to enact these policies that are going to actually help people instead of ignore them.
Joe Biden is not the lesser of two evils. He is just evil, just like Trump, who is a symptom of a system created by people like Joe Biden. Imagine what laws Joe Biden will try to write that then will be abused by a future conservative president. If we don't stand up now, then when?
I don't support Joe Biden and I don't support Trump. But at this point, both Democrats and Republicans are so similar that there is no difference. We need to have a third party choice.
We have to show the party that we'll not just fall in line and play their lesser evil, good cop, bad cop game. Our will as sovereign voters has to be respected, or the Democrats will lose. We have that power to leverage, but it requires thinking beyond one election cycle. History shows that lesser evil voting moves American politics right in the long run. Bernie or bust is not a short-sighted, hot-headed act of vengeance, but it is a cool, rational, long-term strategy to halt the rightward momentum in American politics.
We need to support a third party. We need another party. So the more people we get to vote for a third party, I'm voting Green. Personally, I already voted Green. I just delivered my ballot today. So Green Party, Howie Hawkins, I don't know if I agree with everything, but I definitely agree more with him than I do Joe Biden or Donald Trump.
Why would I or anyone vote for either one of them? I'll be voting for the Green Party this year. And only for real and true progressives in local and all elections. Capitalism has to go. And especially the parasitic capitalist piece of shit few. They're the ones that are doing all this crap. They're the ones behind all this and this destruction and harm and everything that's going on to this world and our country. Until we end that and then their evil rule, nothing's going to change.
I don't buy into the lesser evil argument. I don't buy into the privilege argument. It's very simple for me. Like I'm not voting because these candidates don't represent where I think the world should be going. Like ideally, politicians should offer some type of hope or vision. Neither of these motherfuckers are doing that. Your life is not on their priority list. My life is not on their priority list. None of our lives are on their priority list. They don't give a fuck about us. Neither party does. So that's why I don't vote, because it's absolutely pointless. It's a scam that the ruling elites use to keep us divided, keep us in this tribalist sort of state, and to keep us from organizing outside the system.
There's a whole bunch of fucks that are running this government, and quite frankly, I'm not going to support any of them. All these Democrats that were running were definitely not trying to run to beat Trump. They were all trying to run to beat Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders, he truncates the money flow. He truncates the money flow into the Democratic Party. He truncates the money flow into the Wall Street, and he truncates the money into the mainstream media. They're all in cahoots with one another. Yeah, is Donald Trump a fuck and a total dick? Yeah, but you know what? So is Joe Biden. You know what? So is Barack Obama. So is Dianne Feinstein. So is Chuck Schumer. So is Kamala Harris. So is Mayo Pete. So you can go down the list. Anybody who's pretty much in the Democratic Party at the top, they're a bunch of fucks. And we need to take our power back. And the only way to do that is to really rise up. But, like I said, unfortunately, most Americans aren't at that point. We still haven't hit the tipping point. I would have thought COVID and everything would have, got people way more upset than they did. But at the end of the day, we're not there yet.
Forgive me for not having faith in a system, including those who run it, which has gaslighted us to our graves for decades. So I'm here to end the cycle, which has plagued my parents and their parents, and will continue to plague us and our children and their children and so on, unless someone fucking stands up, unless we collectively stand up and say that we're done accepting crumbs, because with crumbs we're still going to starve. We have to demand our meal. Crumbs are not better than nothing. Please stop deluding yourselves. In 4 years, you'll be myopically begging for crumbs yet again. My vote is on strike. And I'm sorry, but y'all are crossing the damn picket line. I'm not voting for Biden.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everyone. Election specialist. Pasta and fee, right? Election special.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm you know.
Johnny Sue over there, by the way.
No, like it's like, fam, are we gloating too much? I don't know.
We can't gloat right now because if we look at the scoreboard, fam, we're losing over here if you're rooting for Donald Trump, and you're winning if you're rooting for Joe Biden. So our maps are wrong. Technically, we are wrong because Joe Biden has 209 electorates to 118, even though there's 0% in California. Oh, wait. They got 3% in California. They called it at 0%. And this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
How do you call it at 0%? Because you already had the votes counted.
Exactly.
You already had the votes counted.
Exactly.
Raji Rob went on. You can't scan them without counting them.
Yep.
Once you scan them, you got to count. You're not allowed to count till election night. We saw them scan over 1 million ballots already a week ago. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we need to get our election straight because otherwise crap like this is going to continue to happen. They already knew the count, right? They already knew the count. So I'm thinking about the down ballot votes, okay? The progressives that are running like the Angelica Duenas, the Maria Estrada, they can manipulate those votes, and that's what they're going to do. Yep. They already knew that Joe Biden's going to win, but they're going to manipulate the down ballot votes. Sorry. It's in the shot? Okay, my bad. So now I'm looking over here, but okay. So let's talk about what's going on, fam. They called California.
They call California, but they can't call Florida, which is overwhelmingly for Joe Biden. They can't call Wisconsin. They can't call Michigan. They can't call all these swing states that they were saying, oh, they're going to go for Joe Biden. Well, they're all going for Donald Trump. I mean, this is why I can't fathom why people continue to participate in this without holding it accountable. Like, why do you continue to fall for this? This is what's going to happen every single time. And we need to learn from this. We need to take this opportunity to understand how this works and how this has been happening, why we got here, and how to move forward. Because if we don't, like I said, it's going to keep happening.
No, by the way, 0% reporting in Washington already called for Joe Biden, so we're going to put him up 12 electoral votes, and put it on the board. I mean, 0% reporting, but yeah, I guess they didn't do no counting beforehand. Let's talk about the future, fam. Let's talk a little bit about that right now. Let's say, for argument's sake, that it's 98% reporting in Florida. Okay, he's got a 84,000 vote count lead. 98% reporting, and they're not calling it. Texas right now, Donald Trump is opening up a little bit more. He has a 400,000 vote lead. North Carolina, 94% reporting. He's got almost 100,000 vote lead, a little bit under that and stuff. And now Pennsylvania, he's stretching out his lead. Ohio, stretching out his lead. Michigan, he's still got a little bit of lead over there. Wisconsin, got a decent lead over there. They're not calling any of these states.
Right. So you're going to tell me that that's not biased?
No.
You're going to tell me that that's fair reporting, that's journalism? No. This is propaganda. This is public relations. Oh my God, they're in panic mode. What are we going to do? How are we going to make this look like this can still be a Biden victory? We have Kyle Kalinske arguing on Joe Rogan that he can still win with the mail-in votes. We have all these people making excuses to not face reality. Is the fact that you've lost. The Democratic Party lost. I'm not happy Donald Trump is president. Not by one bit. I want people to learn from this. I want us to stop voting for the lesser of evils. I want us to actually build a movement to actually oppose and get Donald Trump out the right way with actual opposition, not fake opposition.
Yeah. And the fact that they're not calling these other states, it looks like they're going to hold their ground, fam. This might be where they hold the country hostage, where the AP refuses to call Florida, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio for Donald Trump, inflating the leads, calling all these other states early, whatnot. Virginia, we still have this whole situation. It's funny, if you look into Virginia, once again, Joe Biden still has less votes with 58% reporting, but they called it for him a long time ago. So they put those electoral votes up on the scoreboard so the nation would think that Joe Biden was actually having a bigger sounder lead. And it's still right now, in Virginia, they still have more votes for Donald Trump, and they still have it for Joe Biden.
So I want to know what Donald Trump is saying. Like, I don't think we got to that, but I want to know how, like, if I were Donald Trump, I'd be like, this is bullshit, right? I'm winning. Call it. That's what I would say. And if you don't call it, then I'm going to take my power and do that. Like, and go over you, because guess what? This is ridiculous right now. The fact that the AP refuses to call these states, they're at 98%, you guys, 98%. All Are you kidding me? There's no way that Joe Biden is going to win Florida. There's no way that he's going to win Texas at this point. That's it. It's done. Game over. Even just with those two. I mean, that's it. Like, this is, if I were Donald Trump and his side and his people, I'd be like, you see, this is what the Democrats do. They're cheating. Look at what they're doing. Well, and I bet this is where it's going to start, Pasta. This is what people were fearing. This is it. And they're going to have to fight. And guess what? Unfortunately for all of us, they're going to be on the right side of things this time around.
Yeah. Aya Verda, thank you for the super chat contribution. As always, appreciate it on the couch. Abby Martin was my write-in candidate for POTUS. She was not a desperation vote, just an all-around kick-ass. Gaza Under Fire, what a great movie, fam. We watched that all together. It was amazing. We might have our differences with Abby Martin when it comes to certain things. At least I do, and her brother. But she's made some great films, and that's that. So as we look at this presidential board, we're waiting for Ron Placone. Should be jumping in at any time. The AP still has it up. Joe Biden 209, Donald Trump 118. They refused to move on Florida. Florida's been called by several outlets hours ago, but the AP refuses to call it. And I think this is where they're going to plant their flag in and say that Hillary Clinton is right. We need to count all votes, fam.
Right. But when it comes to California, Washington, Oregon, we don't need to count all votes to call it for Joe Biden.
We have 0% reporting in Washington, but we called it for Joe Biden. We called Virginia with 2% of the votes in, and now CNN is still refusing to call Virginia for Joe Biden. So it's kind of weird. Fam, what do we have to do moving forward,
Trump.
though?
Yeah. So moving forward, I think
if Donald Trump wins, if these numbers come through, who? Yeah. Oh, they reported the victory from when it had 0%. There it is again. Snake math. Guys, do you see how absurd this is? I mean, Jesus Christ, stop making me support Donald Trump for crying out loud.
This is it, and I'm not supporting Donald Trump any way, shape, or form. But the truth is the truth, justice is justice. He's winning. Deal with it, and let's move forward as to how to actually defeat him. Because guess what's going to happen, you guys? They're going to run a worse Republican next time, perhaps. If the Democratic Party or the progressive movement doesn't build somebody that they can run, let's be real, they're not going to build somebody of outside third party in 4 years. It's going to be very difficult to do. The way to move forward, again, I said, Pasta, this has to go outside the electorate. People need to really be protesting what's going on right now. I mean, we're going to shut down again.
Yeah.
A lot of states are going to shut down again. What is it going to take for you to really put your money where your mouth is and say, you know what, like, we can't continue like this. We cannot continue getting absolutely nothing in return and being expected to vote for this duopoly. I mean, we're not getting anything out of this. If this is a land of the free, like, where is our freedom if you can't go to the doctor? Where's your freedom if you don't have a job? Where's your freedom if you do have a job and you are only working halfway? You're only working half hours because of COVID, but you don't have the financial backing by your government to take care of you during a crisis. It's not like a pandemic happens every day.
Yeah,
this is like
fault.
this should have been accounted for. A Green New Deal, a New Deal, whatever that FDR had would have allowed for that, but we didn't have that. Instead, we got Donald Trump. And this is where we're at now.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Right now, when people say get out in the street and protest, I don't think that's going to happen. You know why? Because we're not united in the street right now. We haven't come around a common goal.
But this is what I mean. It has to go that way now.
Well, yeah, but I think that will happen if there's an eviction crisis, and that's when we'll listen, it seems to me, fam, after looking at these results tonight, and I know people are saying, what are you talking about, Pasta? The APA has Joe Biden up 209 to 118. He's going to be the next president. No, they're stalling right now. They're trying to figure a way out of this. All these other states that are swinging to Trump, they just haven't called because they're trying to figure a way out of this ditch. We're going off the AP numbers, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going off other numbers for other sources that are kind of going to favor Donald Trump. These are the AP numbers. So it looks like to me that there's no way out of this for the Biden campaign and the Democrats. Now, the problem is, like I said, in the streets, we're not united. Everything is still so tribal. So after this election is over and we put it behind us and it is Donald Trump, and then we have a housing crisis, then maybe if we get knocked in the head again, just like we got knocked in the head to accept the Joe Biden candidacy, okay, then maybe we'll get together and we'll get some change. But that's also another problem. This election has really split the nation in half. So I could just hope we can put it away and put it to bed. If the Democrats kind of draw this thing out and string this out down the road, this is going to suck right now, because right now what I'm seeing with the AP, they're looking for areas where they can say, no, we're not going to call it. Let's wait till the mail-ins come in, and they're going to try to find mail-ins. They're going to go back. They're going to do their Fugazi audit, whatever is going on, and try to change these results to keep Joe Biden in the lead for good. But right now, I mean, looking at these numbers, I mean, they look devastating, and yet they're still hiding them. They're still keeping them quiet. There is still almost a 400,000 vote lead in Florida, just a little bit less in Texas. Okay, now he's up 440,000 votes, and he's still got strong Trump areas to come. Michigan, he's got almost a 300,000 vote lead. I mean, these numbers, they're not getting any better. And you go to Wisconsin. Now he's got an 85,000 point vote lead with the 80,000 vote lead with almost like 60-something odd percent reporting. They're just stalling for time. They're trying to figure a way out of this. Donald Trump is getting a bigger lead in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, fam, he has a 430,000 vote lead.
And we were generous, and we gave Biden Pennsylvania. And it was a feat. It was crazy to see all these polls, right, having Joe Biden lead and make the predictions we did. Because the thing is, you cannot rely on these polls. America, stop watching mainstream media. Start watching independent media. Start paying attention to what outside voices of dissent are saying, because we are the people. We are the ones that listen and know what's going on. These people are just going to lie to you to fill their narrative, and they don't really care what happens thereafter. They're getting paid. Democrats are fundraising. Do you know how much money the Democrats have fundraised against Donald Trump for this race? It doesn't matter if they lose it to Donald Trump. They've managed to fundraise so much money out of this race. Yeah. Let's be real. That was their goal. Nancy Pelosi's still sitting pretty. Yeah. This is
even
what we have to pay attention.
Even if they lose the election, fam, they still keep their jobs, and their gravy train keeps rolling on in. By the way, Jig Forever, thank you so much for the Super Chat contribution. It's always appreciated on the couch. CNN, with 99% of the Texas votes in, it might be Florida, Trump leads by 1 million votes, but it's too close to call. I'm joking, sort of. That was a nice thing. No,
but that's what they're saying right now.
They're trying to.
Breaking news. Donald Trump and Joe Biden are vying for the presidency as a pandemic rages across the country. Millions have already voted, surpassing pre-election totals in 2016. So they're saying Donald Trump and Joe Biden are vying for the presidency. Does it look like they're vying for the presidency right now, or does it look like it's pretty much done? I don't know. You tell me.
Stall tactics. Luis Brooks, thank you so much for the Super Chat contribution. You know it's always appreciated on the couch. I was in Western Washington, the Seattle area, a ton this year. Lots of Trump signs. Eastern Washington, is its own animal, but way too soon to call Washington. But they did call it, and they put those numbers up on the board. Can't you see the way they're kind of favoring Joe Biden in this situation?
They're stalling. They're absolutely doing it. It's gross.
Embold Fate, or Embold Fate, David Dole admits he doesn't report on Biden, so it won't help Trump. You guys are the real ones. Got to get drunk with my MAGA bros. They seem happy. Good night. Well, don't tell them to drink just yet, because there's still tricks up the sleeve that could happen. So we will see what's going on. The AP is still reporting 209 to 118. Still waiting on all these other numbers right here. Florida, 98% of the vote in. Yep. Almost a 400,000 vote lead, just a little bit under. Still will not call it. It's kind of crazy. Texas, they are now at 75%. Hold on one second. 450,000 vote lead. He keeps inching higher and higher and higher, little by little, as the states or the counties come in. As the counties come in Texas. So it's just not looking good for him there. Let's take a look at North Carolina. 94% reporting, fam, right? Mm-hmm. This is a close race. He now has 52 plus 23. He now has a 75,000 vote lead with 94% reporting in North Carolina. So that's not looking good. Too close to court. Here, Pennsylvania, 50% reporting, 47% reporting. He's opened up the lead even further now. Now he has a 440,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. They're still not doing anything there. Ohio, he's got almost a 500,000 vote lead. Michigan, He's got a 200,000 vote lead, 280,000 vote lead. Wisconsin, he's opening up big in Wisconsin. He's almost got a 90,000 vote lead with 60% reporting. I don't see a way out of this. I don't see a way out of this, but who knows? I don't know what the establishment has up their sleeve, but yeah.
I mean, mail-in votes, stalling, saying that Russia did it, rigging, all these things that they, they didn't listen to when, again, the primary was against Bernie Sanders. All these things that have been happening. Can we look at some of the races in California, Pasta, and see what they're doing the Senate and congressional races?
Sure.
And see how our friends over there, the FAMs, are.
Let's do it. Mook Juice, by the way, he left a super chat contribution. It's always appreciated on the couch. We love you, Mook Juice. You guys are the real journalists. Thank you for being real. Love you guys. No, you guys are the awesome ones for helping us out and standing by us today, watching us all day as we're doing this long, long, long day. We still have a lot to go. We're not going to just walk away until we get some real results, especially when it comes to all these California races, fam.
Yep.
And this is the area when you okay the cheating because you think it's going to help Biden beat Donald Trump, you also open up Pandora's shit box for progressives that get screwed over from establishment institutional players.
Yep.
Ron's there. You open up the door to get screwed by these particular people, fam, and that's what they're doing. You got to call balls and strikes the way they are. Hypocrisy is hypocrisy. The truth is the truth. Lying is lying, and you got to call for what it is.
That's what the media is supposed to be, and it hasn't been like this for a long time, and that's why it's so hard for people to realize that, because we've gotten so used to the propaganda that when the reality comes in, people don't know what to do with it. So.
All right, let's get Ron Placone in here. Ron Plaque 1, how you doing? Let's get him on in. Oh,
what's up? How's it going?
What's up, fam?
What's going on, fam?
Good to see you guys. Did someone buzz Pasta? He just said fam.
I'm allowed to say it. It's election night.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fair. How are all my friends over at the Convo? I can't see you guys. Am I not supposed to be able to see you, or?
Normally you would, but we've had like the internet issues.
Oh, right on.
So yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well.
But Pasta's looking beautiful, and that's all you need to know.
No, I watched some of the stuff earlier. So yeah. Well, good to be on with y'all. Good to be on. It's election night.
Yeah. So Ron, tell us how did you think it would come out this way? I mean,
I mean, yeah. I don't want to be like, well, this is, but I'm not necessarily shocked by anything. I mean, we knew it would come down to the Midwest. If Biden loses Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, which it doesn't look good for him in any of those, well, then that's it. And I mean, the only real surprise was, Arizona, I think it's leaning Biden. I was surprised by that one. Those were the only big surprises. I mean, I know there would be a few states where it's like, oh, okay, that could have gone either way. And I'm, like Colorado, Virginia. Yeah. But there were no big surprises. And, the big rule of thumb that I always follow, and Graham and I were covering this, it's like whenever they call the West Coast early, that means the Republicans likely to win because, the West Coast always goes Democrat. So if they call it early, the Republican probably won the election. Now, in this case, it's slightly modified. They didn't call it early per se, but they called it right on the nose. 8 p.m. Pacific, boom, Biden's ahead. So they want it to seem like it's still close. So, we can't follow that rule to the T because technically it wasn't early. It was like right at the buzzer, so to speak. But that's still, it's definitely leaning Trump this way. And, that's kind of where I felt like it was at right before election night. I feel like it went back and forth as the time went on because we are living in a 1 hour at a time era, not even a 1 day at a time era, a 1 hour at a time era. So, there were moments where I was like, if the election happened right now, I think Trump would win. If the election happened right now, I think Biden would win. But yeah, as it got down to the wire, I was like, oh, I think it's, when you factor in everything going on here, I think it's about 60-40 in Trump's favor. And I think that's still the case. I don't think it's completely over yet, but
yeah.
I mean, it's
aren't you
leaning
surprised,
Trump.
Ron, the way the AP is not calling some of these states right now, and they're keeping them in the pink instead of calling them red? I mean, hours ago, other outlets have called Florida. It's at 98% right now, and it's like he's got a 400,000 vote lead. And the areas that are left that still have to come in are predominantly Donald Trump, but yet they're still holding on to this hope, and they're like stalling for time and letting the people think out there that Biden does have a substantial lead, 209 to 118. Your thoughts on them slow rolling and holding back?
Well, I don't have any. I mean, I'm not aware of who hasn't called Florida. I mean, I thought they did call Florida, so I don't know like who hasn't. But
the AP hasn't.
They have not.
No,
the New York Times did though, didn't they, or did they not? Okay, so New York Times did. AP. That's weird that AP didn't. If New York Times did, because they're all kind of connected for the most part. But yeah, I mean, they just want to keep eyeballs on the screen. So yeah, I mean, if they call Florida, then I think a lot of people are going to see the writing on the wall. Although I would argue that the big deal right now, because Trump's for sure going to get Florida, the big thing right now is Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. And we're not going to know for a couple of days. So yeah, maybe they're holding off on Florida because they want people to stay tuned in. But I mean, they're just kind of fooling themselves if they think that we're going to definitively know at the end of the night. So yeah, I mean, that's a little peculiar.
I don't have the New York Times. I'm looking at it right now. I don't have the New York Times calling Florida yet.
They did.
For,
I thought they
Donald
did.
Trump.
Someone did. I mean, someone called Florida for Donald Trump. I don't know. Someone
It was
other
the
than
decision
people,
desk.
I don't know, man. But I think.
I mean, I don't know if it's going to take a few days. I mean, I'm looking at these results in Michigan. The percentages, not just the percentages, but the amount of votes that Donald Trump is leading by in Michigan and Pennsylvania, the way he built it up, and Wisconsin. It looks to me like he's definitely going to take that. I would be very surprised if he didn't at this point. Like, it looks to me like that's the way it's going to go.
It's over. I mean, and you gotta. I mean, if that's the case, it's for sure over. I mean, I thought like with all the mail-ins, it was guaranteed to take at least a couple days. Like I know they said like they might have to count in Pennsylvania until until potentially I think Thursday. But I mean I guess if the lead's definitive enough, yeah, I don't know. I think it might be a couple days, but maybe it won't be. But the one thing I know for sure that I think we all know for sure, if Biden doesn't pick up at least one of those states, it's for sure over. And I think it's oh, Lucy's excited. And I think it's for sure.
Oh, Luce. Fox did call Florida for Donald Trump.
Well,
that was Fox.
Well, Fox has a history of calling Florida whenever they feel like it. So I don't know about that. But they have a weird history with Florida. We all know that. But yeah, I think, and I mean, I know I'm really preaching to the choir here, but it is so painfully telling that, I mean, it's amazing. Your opponent is Donald Trump, and you can't win Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. That's nothing short of disturbing. And, we kind of warned for years about this. And it's not like, I mean, yeah, obviously I prefer progressive candidates because that's where my politics are. But I'd like to think that even if I didn't, I would at least have the foresight to realize what had a chance at beating Republicans and what didn't. And, this centrism, it's just not working. It's not connecting with people. And, the one thing Donald Trump did that's a little fascinating as far as like takeaways. In 2016, he won because he did this whole populism message, which was of course nonsense. He's not a populist. It's a bunch of lies. But people bought the snake oil because they were so disenfranchised by the Beltway, and reasonably so. Their frustration was very, very warranted because they took a chance on Clinton and he gave them NAFTA. And then they thought, well, maybe Bush will turn our lives around. And Bush didn't. Bush was terrible too. Then they took a chance on Obama and nothing got better. So now they're kind of just looking for an outsider. Trump sold the lie that he was that outsider, and they bought it. This time around, Trump didn't really lean on that lie. Instead, he leaned on a totally different kind of branding, where it was like, this is the election against socialism. He's like, I am running against socialism. We're fighting against socialism. So here's the takeaway there. And if the Democratic Party was actually interested in winning, this is what they would take away. No matter what happens, that's the messaging Republicans are going to use against us. So whether they can beat us with that or not, we might as well run somebody who has the thumb on the pulse of what people actually want, because they're going to get called a radical socialist anyway, even if they're frickin' Joe Biden. So guess what? A Fox News poll, Fox News out of all places, revealed that 70% of the country wants Medicare for all. It revealed that the majority of the country wants something done about climate change, wants something done about systemic racism. That's where public opinion is. Oh, also, another fun exit poll from CBS, 73% of voters, they care about issues and policies over personality. So maybe, just maybe, if you ran somebody who actually ran on the issues that everybody wanted, which, you know, when a guy did, he was filling up frickin' stadiums. Maybe if you ran somebody like that, they're going to be facing the socialism smears from the right anyway. But maybe if they actually got a base out because they excited people, they'd win. Because you get somebody who appeals to pretty much nobody, and it's neck and neck, which proves that, you know, the whole, like, we're fighting against socialism, that's not a universal message in this country, especially not amidst young people.
So, Ron, what if, supposing Donald Trump wins, it increasingly is looking like that's going to be the case. What can, not just the Democratic Party, but what can the left in America learn from this?
I mean, I think the only lessons to learn are the ones that we should have learned in 2016. I think that the lessons to be learned are just pretty much all the same. You can't beat a Republican with a Republican.
Yeah,
And, you know, I think the bigger lesson that people need to learn is that the duopoly is not worth saving, nor can it be saved. And, you know, framing an electoral alternative to that duopoly is a very, very tall glass of water. But, you know, so is the idea of reforming it from within. And, you know, the chain needs to break. It can't keep going. It's set up by design to make sure Wall Street just runs everything at the end of the day and that they're happy. And, you know, you need an actual system that serves regular people. And we just don't have it right now at all. So, you know, I think that's the bigger lesson that people need to learn. And unfortunately, I don't see that lesson coming with, you know, with what's happening right now. I mean, I think if Trump wins again, the left will be demonized and blamed for it even more so than in 2016. And, you know, more people will just kind of cling to that duopoly because they just want the neo-fascism to go away, which I understand. The neo-fascism is terrible beyond comprehension. But, you know, you got to realize it's a systemic issue. It's, you know, Trump is, you know, I've heard people describe Trump as a tumor, which I think that's fair. But, you know, if Trump's the tumor, well, our system is the cancer. And, you know, eventually you just got to get rid of the cancer, you know, because the tumors are going to keep coming. And, you know, right now it's like you can't even get rid of the tumors. So,
yeah. I think they got to stop staying away from the buzzwords and stop with cancel culture and start reaching out to people that have, you know, alignments with that are on the other side. You know, we talk about the civil liberties and the censorship stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? I think people across the board and the Democrats that have cheered this on really need to have a coming to Jesus moment and wake up and realize that when you deplatform a person like Alex Jones, that goes against our civil liberties. That goes against freedom of speech and whatnot. When you remain silent on Julian Assange, that's going to have a lot of, pull a lot of weight, especially with libertarians on the right. And we see right now in this election that the libertarians are getting, Joe Jorgensen's getting almost like 4-1 votes against Howie Hawkins right now. Not to mention that Howie Hawkins is a bad candidate. But for me, I think there's a big portion of the left, those neo-progressives I call them, that have to stop with the cancel culture and stop demonizing everybody and find out where they do have common grounds with some of those libertarians and those kind of people who might not be on their side of the fence, but come to some common ground in a populist way so that we can move forward. Your thoughts on that?
I think that, and I'm not trying to be like pessimistic, although I will be honest. I think that if the real world was solely Twitter, then yeah, that'd be a huge thing, but it's not. And I don't really share that optimism. Just, what was it, last night? Information dropped that revealed something most of us already knew, that you guys knew, that I knew. Julian Assange had, there was absolutely no evidence whatsoever, not a shred of evidence, that Julian Assange helped out with the hack. That was he helped out with the hack. We know this because we made it up. Well, there's no evidence. Even by Mueller himself, who spent 4+ years wasting the country's time and money on this nonsense. No evidence, not a shred, that Julian Assange participated in a hack. Not a shred. If we were in even halfway civilized world, even halfway, Julian Assange, I mean, first of all, if we were a civilized world, it never would have gotten to this point in general, Julian Assange, where he's been essentially tortured for 7 freaking years. But if we were even halfway civilized, as soon as that information dropped, he would have been pardoned immediately. He would have been sent home, and then he would have gotten a settlement that should be enough money that he never has to worry about working for another day in his frickin' life and can live comfortably for the rest of his days, because the assault on press freedom that this is, that's the only way you can even try to make good on what has happened. The information's all there. It's all right there. Yet he still sits in a prison cell. So, I mean, there's a long way to go to break through to the general public on what's really going on in this country. And as far as these kind of sub issues that are incredibly important, I'm not trying to diminish their importance by any means. But, as far as that, building some big coalition, that's not optimism that I share. I wish that were the case, but, I don't see it.
I think it's just a lost opportunity. I'm sorry, fam. Go ahead.
Do you think about outside of the electorate, though, right? Isn't this an opportunity to see, hey, maybe the electorate isn't working because we keep running terrible politicians, we keep running Democrats, and we have no power in the electorate? Isn't it time right now for a mass people's movement to come off the ground? Perhaps if things get worse with COVID, if things get worse with the economy, and Donald Trump is at the helm, wouldn't that be able to inspire not a movement of unity just to get somebody elected in a system where likely they won't be, because we live in a duopoly and an oligarchy, but a movement that is demanding people, like a general strike movement? The Amazon workers are trying to do something like that, correct?
Yes, they are. And well, actually, the AFL, I believe it was the AFL-CIO, they said, or CLO, they said that if Trump contest the election, they're going to organize a general strike. And they said, well, we have the power to shut stuff down. And I retweeted that, and I was like, whatever happens, you should do this. It doesn't matter who wins the White House. Do this anyway, whether Biden wins or Trump wins. They're basically saying something that I've been wanting everybody to come to terms with. Hey, we have the power to shut it down. It's to the point where we're called essential workers. the problem, it's not that the people aren't hungry for change. The problem is you've created a society where so many people, they're one paycheck away from having to choose between groceries for their family or rent, and they're desperate. And so the idea of striking is just so insurmountable to them. But I mean, I am 100% behind a general strike, and I've said that and I'm like, look, I understand. I'm a comedian, content creator who talks to a freaking cat. I get that the strike doesn't apply to me. So I want to do my part as an information vehicle, as a communication vehicle, however I can help. Let me know what that is. I'm here. I want to freaking do it. Because yeah, that's what we need. We need a mass general strike. We need to shut it down, and it doesn't matter who sits in the White House. And that's where I do have a little hope. My hope in electoral politics before this election was very much slim to non-existent. I think that our government has shown us that they are just a corporate coup. It's a complete banana republic, and it is repulsive beyond comprehension. And it's the type of system that can lead to a Donald Trump and could lead to many more Donald Trumps, quite frankly. And so, but there is hope in people. There is hope in the sense that people have really gathered in their backyards in a way that they weren't doing before. And I don't necessarily mean that in the literal sense, because I know there's a pandemic. It's not like everybody's physically hugging and stuff like that in their backyards, but they're gathering in the sense of, hey, who needs some water? Who needs this? Who needs that? And we're kind of coming together. Mutual aid is a term that you hear beyond just amidst the anarchists and the activists who have been doing that work for a long, long time. But you're hearing it amidst the general populace now too. That's a big deal. The fact that people are really trying to take back their communities, that's a big deal. This is all the conversation we could have had before election night, but now as you see yet another slap in the face, which, overall that's what this is. I mean, and there's still some stuff to be optimistic about in California. There's still some grassroots candidates that I'm hoping pull off victory here, and they got a shot. Yep. There's still some initiatives that I'm hoping pass. There's other initiatives I'm really hoping we frickin' beat, but some I'm hoping pass because I think it'll be for the better. So, there still are some grassroots efforts that are reasons for optimism. The fact that there's more people volunteering than there has been in 20 years for various activism work and stuff like that, that is uplifting. And what that says to me is that, the American left, and I would go further to just say America in general, we're hitting a rock bottom. In many ways, this is rock bottom. This is what it looks like. Yeah. The middle class is gone. It's dead. The American dream that we were told existed was a complete lie. And our parents told us about it. They didn't tell us about it because they were lying to us. They lived it. They thought it was a real thing, but it got taken from all of us. And now we're trying to get it back. And, the only way to do that is one community at a time. And when you hit rock bottom as a person, when an individual hits rock bottom, well, they reassess and they start climbing back up. When it happens societally, that same thing happens, but it's not all linear. So it's kind of like you hit rock bottom and you bounce a little bit. And what's happening is we're hitting rock bottom, but simultaneously, there's a whole lot of young people where capitalism isn't a bad word to them. There's a whole lot of people that are seeing, I misspoke. Socialism.
Anti-capitalist.
We know what you mean.
Yeah, I think you know what I meant. But
socialism isn't a bad word.
Socialism isn't a bad word to them. Capitalism is what I meant to say there. Misspeak.
We know.
But, they're seeing through, and even just other more general people that used to be fragmented because of all that verbiage, they're seeing through that. They're saying, yeah, we do need universal health care. The government should be involved in running our healthcare because it works better everywhere in the world. Well, that's socialism. I don't care what it is. I just want to be able to go to the doctor. That's happening.
I know.
That's happening now.
That's it.
So you're seeing that happen while things are rock bottom politically. I mean, everything, especially at the highest levels, everything that could have gone wrong did in 2020. And there's no need to sugarcoat that turd. I mean, this was everything that could have gone wrong did. When you think about where this year started and where it went, it is nothing short of heartbreaking. nothing short of freaking heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the pandemic was a pretty big freaking wrench in that. But, sometimes it's like, well, when you hit rock bottom, the only way to go is up. And societally, we're starting to see that shift. The problem is that we don't have time on our side. So it needs to happen as rapidly as possible because, the climate's not going to have pity on us.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. That's some preaching words.
Yep.
By Ron Placone. It was nice to let you go there and let you just preach. We might not agree on everything. I think you're what I call you and Fiorella are true progressives.
Yeah. I know you just make up terms when you feel like it. Hey, man.
Gotcha. Right. All right. Thank you, Ron. I just appreciate you just kicking me while I'm down, bro. But
why are you down?
But listen,
what's down about? We're all down right now.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something.
Who's that awake is not down right now?
I know. Well, listen. I think it's even got to get worse before it's going to get better because I really think we need to unite together on something.
That's part of it, man. That goes with the territory.
Oh, yeah. I think when March rolls around and there's so many people who are evicted and in their streets together, that will be the time to say, you know what? Enough is enough. Let's grab the pitchforks and let's go. Ron, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really do appreciate it. Let's get you out of here. We have some other guests coming on, and we'll speak to you soon, my friend.
Always a pleasure, guys. Be well. Thanks so much for having me. Can I plug a few quick things before I go? Is that okay?
Of course you can.
I just wanted to let everyone know that Graham, Elwood, and myself, we're going to be doing a big kind of like blowout. Well, not blowout's a weird way to put it, but we're doing a big show November 21st. It's going to be a reflection of everything, the election and everything else. There's going to be songs, characters, stand-up. We're doing a big show. It's on Zoom. It's on November 21st. To get tickets, just Venmo $10 to Graham Elwood. His Venmo is just Graham-Elwood. It's just $10. And make sure you let him know it's for the Zoom show on November 21st. And he will send you that Zoom link shortly before the show starts on November 21st. It's going to start at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time on Saturday, November 21st. Online, and we hope to see everybody there. We're really excited about it. We've done a lot of Zoom shows this year to kind of make up for not being able to tour. It breaks our hearts to not be able to be on the road and see everybody, but we're hoping to have as much gathering online as we can. And our next big one's November 21st. You can find out more about me at ronplacone.com. Follow me on Twitter at ronplacone. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/ronplacone. And be safe, my fam, over at the Convo Couch.
Thanks, fam.
He said fam.
I did. Just for you, Pasta.
Don't ever say it again, Ron.
I did it for Pasta. I did it for Pasta.
We love you, Ron.
Right,
we'll
guys.
speak to you later, buddy.
Peace,
And guys, we'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, really quick before we break away. Some numbers in. Tony Cardenas is leading Angelica Duenas. We have about 46% reporting. He has a lead of 65,000 to 46,000. So it ain't over yet, but he does have a sizable lead.
Yep.
And we'll start to report numbers. Your friend Adam Schiff is winning big. So that's something to see what's going on.
Very good friend of mine.
What's that? No numbers yet on District 12. Who's District 12? Shahid Buttar and Nancy Pelosi.
Yep.
Usually, I thought that would be in right away, but we got no numbers. Oh, my Lord. We'll keep an eye on that one. That's an important one. Ted Lieu is also leading. He's got a nice sizable lead over James Bradley. James Bradley, we spoke to him the other day. He's pretty cool. Jimmy Gomez and David Kim, that is the tight race tonight.
Yep.
David Kim almost has 55,000 votes. Jimmy Gomez has almost 59,000 votes, a little bit less. So that is one we're going to pay attention to. 58% reporting. David Kim looks like a good one. And then we'll start looking at the in-state rivals when it comes to Maria Estrada, Fatima,
Elizabeth Castillo,
and I'm missing somebody.
Gabriel Ramirez.
Ramirez, that's my boy over there.
There's a few too we didn't cover, but yeah, there's so many. We're hoping the progressives win, but we'll see what happens.
Katie Porter has a lead. Maxine Waters has a huge lead over Smokin' Joe Collins. Mike Levin is leading right now. Which one? What district is
Liam. I forget the number, but he's running against Calbert.
Rokfin is winning big.
Yeah,
Jim Costa is winning big. Eric Swalwell, I want to punch that guy right in the nose.
No, he's so annoying.
He's winning big. Barbara Lee. 42. So 42 has no
Barbara
numbers
Lee, I'm
yet.
glad she won. She's like the only one.
42 has no numbers. Shahid Buttar's race has no numbers. We'll just keep you posted. We'll be back in a little bit. Action for Assange will be on, and will be our last interview of the night. Just stay with us. Thank you so much for joining in. We have over 500,000 people watching. Thank you, Rosemarie Crajino, for the Super Chat contribution. That is awesome.
Say 500,000, Pasta?
Sorry, 506 watchers.
I wish. Okay, guys, can we make it happen? 500,000, let's do it. Come on.
By the way, the AP still has a 209 to 118, refusing to report some of these other districts, these other states. God, I'd like to see this get reported right now, sooner or later. 78% of the vote is in. It's over 500,000 vote lead now in Texas. He's
That's what he was thinking.
By the way, in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump has more than 500,000 vote lead as well, with 55% reporting.
Well,
that's in Pennsylvania. And 94% reporting in Ohio. He has over a 450,000 vote lead. They haven't called that yet. Yeah, it is just getting, every time you look at this board, it's just getting more and more ridiculous. Things are tightening up a little bit in Michigan and in Wisconsin, so we'll keep an eye on those states when we come back on the Convo Couch. We're here. This is where all the mail-in ballots come, and he's going to give us a little tour and tell us what goes on.
There you go. So right now, as I was saying, all ballots will come in here, and that will be both those from USPS. Again, they're brought in by our team. They're not brought in by USPS. We'll take our budget truck out there today, pick up, and then we're also bringing in the ones from the vote-by-mail drop boxes. The first thing we're doing is going through and sorting, just looking for damaged ballots, and any out-of-county ballots, so we could forward those to the county. And then we're also just making sure all the fronts are front, barcodes are all readable, all that, because the next step is automatic signature verification. We'll walk over here.
Oh, 1 second. I have a couple questions over here. So they're not counting whatsoever. We're just getting make sure they're all right.
No tally will happen until November 3rd, 8 p.m.
Okay, on election night. So let's talk real quick about the budget trucks and whatnot. Are these staff that you have right here, are they year-round staff, or are they new staff? Are they hired specifically for this since it's a new system?
The ones I've seen coming in are our perm staff.
Permanent staff?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ones on loading can be temp staff, but the drivers, every driver I've seen have been perm staff.
Okay. What about the protocol and what they have to do to go pick stuff up? In other words, you're saying that all the mail-in ballots go to a P.O. box, right? Mail-in ones. USPS. Do they bring them here, or do you guys have somebody go pick them up?
Go pick them up, and that's why they're bringing them here in the budget trucks.
Do you guys have a protocol for them, what they have to do as far as,
do. All that stuff, that would be one you have to write in, because I just know the basics of here.
So you don't send somebody out and say you have to be back at a certain time where you did? I mean, if I went to go pick up ballots, I can go and...
Like I said, I don't know what their protocol is. I know what the protocol is once ballots arrive.
Okay.
So,
Do they check in here to go to work, or do they sign in or clock in at a different location?
I think they're all from here. I think they're from here.
So they clock in here, go to work.
And then
All right. So we obviously don't have big tallies and tabs on them what they're doing. We just, when they get here, and we handle business when they get
That's
here.
not obvious. Like I said, I don't know what their procedure is. You need to talk. You need to submit that in writing if you want to know what their procedure is.
I thought you would possibly know that.
Again, I know what happens to I know the path of the ballot once we get in here.
The path of the
I
ballot.
can walk you through the path of the ballot.
Gotcha. Thank you, Phil.
Anything else, you're just going to have to submit it.
No doubt. I got you.
Here's one of our automatic signature verification devices. You'll see it's scanning the signatures and it's comparing it to what we have in the voter database.
Yeah.
Signatures that are good, it spits out on the top. Signatures that it questions come out on the bottom. Okay. Tolerances for this device are very tight, which is good, right? So if it spits out, it's good, great. However, you know what happens if you set your tolerances too tight, you can get some false negatives, right?
Gotcha.
Everything that it questions by law has to be reviewed by a human. Okay? We have to have human eyes put on it, and that happens over there. We don't just do one set of human eyes at the registrar just to be on the safe side. We do 3 sets.
Okay.
So we need 3 people to review before any further action happens to that ballot.
Okay, so this goes into this machine right here. It verifies the signature and it spits it out if it's good, or what if it's bad? If it's not one, does it get down below?
Again, the top section right there where you see it coming out, that's the good ones. That little bottom box, you see 1 down there, that's one that it has questioned.
Okay.
Okay, and those are questioned, not necessarily bad, it's just questioned. Like my grandmother, rest in peace, when she was old, it got shaky signature.
Gotcha.
Looked the same, I could tell it was hers, but a device like this may have a little, say, no, that's shaky, I'm gonna question it.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's good, they'll go back and get ready for extraction.
Gotcha.
If it's questioned, it'll come over here.
What are the reasons to question the ballots? The shakiness, whatnot, and what do we use?
Anything it can't read. If it doesn't match it, if it can't find a match in the database, then it's questioning it.
Which database is that? Is that the e-poll?
The
voter database. How often is that thing updated?
They're updating all the time as we get voter registration forms, constantly updating. We get reports from, like, say, DOJ on felony reports or coroners on deceased persons, so they're constantly updating.
Because that's the thing a lot of people are talking about, that there are people that have passed away or moved that are still on that database, whatnot. Do you guys where do you guys make the ballots at?
The ballots are printed. We have a print company that prints them. Again, that's information you have to get. Has nothing to do with the path of the ballot once.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Gotcha.
So here we see them confirming signatures. So they'll have the scanned signature from the envelope on the left and what we have on the database on the right. Okay?
All right. So if they're good, or this is the double check area here.
The double, triple check.
Triple check area.
Now, if we get one that doesn't have a signature, or we get 3 people say, no, this signature doesn't match, right?
Yeah.
Then a letter goes out to that person that day.
Yeah.
So we'll print a letter, send it out to them, it explains why their signature wasn't accepted, and it gives them an opportunity to correct that with a signature box there. They could send that back in.
Gotcha. So we got to get a chance, just in case your ballot gets rejected, to get another shot.
Got to sign it. You know, you got an opportunity to do that.
How many ballots come in per day over here?
I don't know. We could request that number, though. They do a data dig. I know we're at about just over 1 million processed so far. Or
And how long?
Received, I should say. Since we've been going since about October 7th. Ballots went out on the 5th, so since about the 7th, early October.
Yeah.
So that's how many we've received so far.
And once again, would you know what comes in more? Is it the drop boxes, or is it more of the post office, would you say?
Oh, I don't know. I have to look at the numbers.
Okay.
Again, if you request those numbers,
I got
they
you.
can pull those numbers for you.
Yeah. Whatever questions we don't get from you, we'll get from you guys. I'm sorry for hitting you with everything.
No, that's okay. That number you have there too, they have a team of folks from the election side that are specifically responding to these requests.
I'm just the thing I'm most curious about right now is who the picking up and delivery of the budget people. Like, who do they check in with? What's their protocol? You know, I would think that they would come check in with you, say, we're going to go out to here and come back at a certain time.
I don't manage this operation. All I do is manage media and observers, help the guys out. Yeah.
Gotcha. Is there anybody here who would know about those things, about the operations?
Potentially, but when we have millions of ballots coming in, that's why they have me here, so that way we don't pull the managers from their operations. They're working.
Because that's a valid question to understand the chain of custody, to say who's picking them up, where are they going, just to make sure they can't go stop at Carl's Jr., smoke a blunt, chill out for a while.
Sure, totally legit. These are envelope opening machines.
Okay.
It basically pulls the envelope, slices it open, and that prevents our workers, our ballot extractors, from having to use letter openers and such. Okay?
Gotcha.
So they'll
no cutting their fingers.
No cutting your fingers. They'll get a batch from here. It'll come over here. You'll note that we have 4 boxes here.
Yeah.
So they're sorting. Once they have the envelopes, they're sorting by First, we keep empty envelopes. So once the ballot is extracted, we have empty envelopes there. And please make sure we're not close enough that you're getting any personal information off there.
Gotcha.
The ballot that's good will go right into the good tray. And you'll see one of like the supervisors come around periodically and they're pulling the good ones to get packed and start sending off to TOC.
Gotcha.
And when I say TOC, Tally Operations Center.
I know.
Bad habit of government to speak in acronyms.
Gotcha.
Remakes.
Yeah.
So if there's a damaged ballot, and I'll show you a poster that shows what damaged ballots or what a remake would constitute a remake. And then snag, and that's something like, for example, you get the envelope and there's no ballot in there.
Yeah.
You need to record that, right? If I've documented that I've provided you, your batch has 100 envelopes, and then you go turn in 99 ballots, I'm gonna say, hey, where's that 9th one? Well, your log shows that one did come in without a ballot. It was a snag. Oh, great, we have it right there. We have it logged.
Gotcha.
One thing I do also want to point out is that, you can't see it here, that the employee, oh, right here, we can check. Our logs are completed in gold pencil.
Gold pencil.
Gold pencil.
Yeah.
Not just because we're the biggest in the nation when it comes to elections and we consider, no, it's because
But we're not the gold standard.
we are the gold standard.
Yeah.
The tally machines won't read a gold pencil mark.
Gotcha.
Right? So if you had a dishonest person say, oh, look at a contest that wasn't marked, and they tried to mark it, it wouldn't even read, right?
Gotcha.
So you'll know nobody here is using black or blue ink.
Gotcha. I'm curious. Good. Well, he doesn't have all the answers we need. He's not going to know about the drivers. We'll ask a little bit more. Ready for extraction.
Ready for extraction, so I'm simply pulling them out.
Gotcha.
So there's your 4 stages. Let's check out this poster. This will be a good one for you to check out.
Okay.
Give some examples of what constitutes a remake.
Yeah. Are there cameras in here in the facility filming all?
Streaming the activities, so we have 4 live stream cameras.
You have 4 live stream cameras, Johnny. One over here.
At the exit, one over there where they come in, and one at the far corner where they're doing signature verification and data entry.
Okay, so these cameras that you set up are the only cameras that are really pretty much here for security, is what you're
No,
saying?
these are not security. These are for our live stream.
For
So,
live
folks, we started this a couple of years back, and it's especially helpful now with the pandemic going on. So if someone wants to observe what we're doing, but from the safety of their home, they could live stream.
Gotcha.
Now, we do have security cameras all over the place.
You do? Okay, cool.
Yeah, so you'll see the little bubbles all occasionally, the little black bubbles, just like a casino. You always have that eye in the sky.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So what is this here?
So this is a sample. This is a poster that kind of shows what constitutes a good ballot versus something that must be remade. Here we have a ballot. Person followed directions, bubbled it in, not a problem. That's going to pass. This would also be a good ballot, right?
Yeah.
The voters telling us, hey, I don't want any of these people.
Yeah.
But they didn't mark anything here.
Yeah.
What our tally machine is reading is here, not here.
Okay, so
So
what's
that'd
this
be
here?
okay. This is your QR code. This identifies what precinct that ballot's from, right?
Okay.
So the tally machine needs to know what precinct it's from because Pomona may have measures, I think they have measures, that Long Beach doesn't.
Okay, so this here is just for the precinct. This doesn't identify the voter.
No, we have an anonymous ballot, right?
Yeah.
Anonymous
Okay.
voting, so there's
what
no
about
identification of the
What
voter.
about this right here? So this is the only thing that really has my security to make sure these are valid ballots when coming to me. In other
This
words,
is what tells us what precinct it comes from.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how the
What about the security of the ballots, the authenticity to make sure that they're a real ballot? Because if I can copy this barcode and put this on a Fugazi ballot, then I can hand it in, and it looks like I can get by with that.
I don't think so, because what I've tried to do when I was playing with the machines, and we tried to photocopy ballot, we were doing demo centers. You may recall I had a team out there doing demo sites where we had introducing the ballot marking devices to the community.
Yeah.
If I ran out of ballots and we try to photocopy them, it doesn't read.
So this is the only form of security that you know of right now on a ballot to make sure it's authentic.
There's other things on there. I know it has to have like certain marks for the
Yeah, I
device
saw
to
this
read.
mark right here.
I know
All
it has
right.
to have certain marks for it to
Yeah.
read and such. This primarily tells it where it came from.
Okay.
Okay.
So these are remakes here.
This would be a remake. Here, the voter has told us, hey, I want this guy.
Yeah.
But the voter didn't bubble it in.
Got
so
it.
we'd have to say, okay, voter intent is very clear. We take it to a remake department, they'll remake that. This would have to be remade because it wouldn't be able to tally it.
With
The
the
device
barcode.
wouldn't know where it comes from.
Got it.
This, people would say, oh, well, isn't that the same as this fill? They spilled, but they just covered up the words. Well, actually, since it does cover that, it could be construed as a vote.
Gotcha.
So we want to remake that. And here, simple voter error, right? Oops, I messed up. No, I mean, they're very clear. They don't want this.
Yeah.
Remake. The device, the tally device would count both, in which case it wouldn't be able to count either.
Got it.
So we need to remake for that voter.
Got it.
Sample a snag, 2 of the same page.
Got it.
Right?
How does that happen?
Husband and wife filling out, for example, husband and wife filling out their ballot together, husband and husband, whoever you may have.
Yeah.
We fill it out together. We go to pack them up. I grab both page ones inadvertently. You grab both page twos, fold them up, put them in there.
Gotcha. Okay. So pretty much when you're verifying over here, you're only verifying signatures, pretty much. All right, but what if they're possible, somebody gets sent 2 ballots and it goes through twice? What's the device to stop it from getting counted twice? Because I've heard that they've sent out multiple ballots at times by accident.
Once we scan, we show that you've received your ballot. We won't count another one.
Yeah.
So, for example, same thing. If someone sent it in, and then shows up at a vote center, and says, "Oh, I want to vote here."
It's already in the computer.
Yep. When they sign in, it'll show as already voted.
Okay.
In which case, hey, you already voted. In which case, now you have to do a provisional. We offer you a provisional ballot. You say, "Oh, that wasn't me." Great, provisional ballot. It'll come out in the signature.
Yeah.
That provisional will go through. If his person's signature matches, great. We'll still hold it. We'll hold it because we want to make sure all VBMs have been processed. So, hey, Phil voted provisionally. He didn't surrender his vote by mail. Did a vote by mail come in? Wait till we finish. All vote by mail's done. Did Phil ever submit one? No, we never scanned one from Phil. Great, we can count that one.
Okay. So,
and if you show up at the vote center and you haven't mailed it, we'll see that there also. So what we would be able to do then, someone says, "Oh, well, what if I go vote and then I mail it later?" Well, we remotely spoil that on the spot. So, okay, you don't have your vote by mail to surrender. We see we haven't received it yet. We're going to go ahead and spoil that. That way, if it does come in and get scanned, it's going to show up as a spoiled ballot. This person voted at the polls.
Okay.
So here's our ballot remake. We'll go on the side.
Gotcha. My bad.
No, not your bad. I tend to walk that way. So what happens here is one person will recreate the ballot. So based on that precinct, you're going to figure out where it came from, and they'll recreate a blank ballot. This is for ballot remake, right? So a ballot came in damaged, had some of those marks, something like that. This person would take first thing they do is when they remake it, they'll have a blank ballot. That blank ballot comes out with the serial number. Okay, first thing you have to do is transfer that serial number over to the original ballot.
Okay, so now I'm getting a little confused. This section right here is for the remakes or the snags, or if there was an issue, whatnot. We didn't cast the person's vote, so this is their checks and balances to make sure that they get the proper vote in.
Yep.
So
and that way that person gets their vote counted, right? Ballot comes in damaged from the post office. The voter had no control over that. They still want their vote counted. We need to remake that ballot for them. And all the process is outlined in California Election Code. So they'll remake it, come out with the serial number. They'll write the serial number on the original and the remake.
Yeah.
Someone will transfer all the votes over.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever they had, only what they had there. And then someone else will review it.
Yeah.
A third person will review it, make sure they didn't change anything, make sure the same information, change, add anything, delete anything, any of those options. And then they'll rescan them side by side.
Okay.
Okay, so post-election, if the lawyers come in, campaigns come in and say, hey, we want to see all the remakes, we're able to provide them with the originals, in which case they'd see a serial number on each. And we put up a screen so they'll be able to see, oh, there's the digital image. Definitely I'm looking at what they created that day, and they can confirm that. The original and the remake are married for life. Okay, so for whatever the retention period, they vary by election, state, local, federal.
Gotcha.
Whatever the retention period is, they'll be together. When they go to be tallied, the remake will be tallied, then it'll be put back with the original, and that's when they go to retention.
Gotcha.
Okay, and then the final step,
Gotcha. Most of this staff here is hired for this time of year, I would assume, with this shit going on. I mean, what was it like with the hiring process, with the fact that we're in the middle of COVID and now we're going to mail in?
It's tough getting people. You know, a lot of people are concerned about safety and stuff. So you do see when you come in, we have all our safety protocols here, masks required. That's part of the reason we are here at Pomona. I'm sorry, bro. That's part of the reason we are here at Pomona, because you've seen us at Norwalk. This takes up half a floor.
Yeah.
However, half a floor with everybody sitting side by side. Here we have to have social distancing, so we need a larger facility. And also, more ballots, more vote by mails going out this time too. So there's going to be a lot more to process, so the space helps. Yeah. The final step is ballot prep, and they're prepping it to send it off to the Tally Operations Center. This is where they'll put them in these boxes.
Yeah.
So each box holds about 1,000 ballots.
Yeah.
They log it. They'll put a security seal. Let's see. Do these have it yet? You'll know on the corner once they fold them up, maybe down here.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about this process. I'm assuming that there has to be 2 people transporting these ballots at all time?
Same thing. Always.
Is there a camera on them at all times, or is it just once they leave the facility, they're out of sight, out of mind?
facility, but we do have a security seal on every box. You see she's applying it there.
Yeah.
Numbered security seal, and that's for chain of custody. Somebody's going to have to note that seal when they get to the other end. So chain of custody logs all the way through.
Has the registrar thought about putting little cameras in each truck so the chain of custody is completely under control once it leaves this facility till it gets to the tabulation?
I don't have any idea if they've thought about that or not.
But they don't currently have cameras, what I'm saying, so.
Yeah, no, we don't.
All right. There's no tracking on the truck? Or anything like that?
I don't know if Budget has GPS tracking. I don't know if we have GPS tracking.
Okay.
But all ballots are secured, and we log what's going out. So we know exactly what's going out. When they do arrive at TOC, they'll verify that number before they take custody of it. If that has been damaged, then they go along with
How do they check the numbers and stuff to make sure that when it left here, it's the same box, it's not a different box? You said they'll check something.
security seal. You can't peel that seal off.
All right. What's the sticker on there? Is the sticker on something there that just makes sure that they can validate or sort?
That sticker is the security seal. It has a serial number on there.
Gotcha.
You try and peel it off. Like, I don't know if you dealt with security seals. You try and peel, and the shiny will come off, and it'll start messing up the writing. Or if you open the box, it's obvious. You just cut the seal.
And then you'll have the data here that this box left at this certain time. And
all that.
do you have like the tracking stuff that we can look at and stuff just to see it? I'm sorry.
Here we go.
Okay. So this is a log of when they leave here, right? Gold pen, gold standard.
Gold pen. We don't want anybody trying to make any changes.
All right.
We only hire honest people here, but just so you know, it's gold pencil.
So how does this work right here? So this left on November 20th or something? That's not even
That'll
today.
show what serial number went out. So this number will get a date assigned to it. Whenever this one goes out, probably today.
Yeah.
It's going to have November 23rd. October 23rd.
Why has it got November? You guys got November. It's October. That's the election.
Oh, it's what election it's for. Election and back number. Here's the date.
Okay.
Yeah. And let's not touch stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So this will say that it went out right here, but doesn't say the time.
We got to back up.
Yeah, sorry.
We got an employee here.
Well, it doesn't say the time on that ballot when the box left. That's all I'm just curious about right now. I'm big on the chain of custody. So pretty much this just says it left on that date. Doesn't say the time. It doesn't say the time it arrives over there. So all right.
Yeah.
So it's a little.
But the thing you want to worry about, once it arrives, whether it takes 1 hour or 2 hours, LA traffic, that the box arrives intact and that seal has not been broken.
Oh, I got you.
Right? So,
I got you. I just want to make sure that if it leaves here at 10 o'clock a.m., it doesn't get there by 4 o'clock, because what could happen with that between 6 hours between now and then?
again, you could hit a SIG alert. You know, I've been in a SIG alert where they had a jet fuel spill on the freeway, and I was there 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
So you could be that, again, once they arrive, as long as those boxes are intact and that security seal is in place, you know nothing happened to them.
I hear you. I'd be more comfortable with cameras in the trucks and everything like that and stuff. 2 people teams, but that's just my personal opinion.
Well, it is always 2 people teams, like I said.
At all times.
At all times. Same thing with the ballot drop boxes.
Yeah.
Those are not picked up by USPS. Those are always picked up by county employees, 2-person teams.
And you think those are employees? They're not a third party by any chance with the drivers? All right.
And every employee we have does go through a background check.
Okay. Beautiful.
To get fingerprinted and get through the DOJ.
Gotcha. That's fair.
Many of these folks are also recurrent temporary employees, right? They'll work election after election for us. For some people, it's a great gig, right?
Yeah.
A couple months of work, have some time off. I had an outreach team once that would work an election, and they would actually all get like a cheap hotel up the street from work so they could walk, save money, live on Cheerios and peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
And then when the election was done, they were young and they were traveling.
That's awesome.
Right? And then right before the general would come back, hey, Phil, we're out of money. The general's coming up. We ready for outreach? Yeah, come on back. So,
Phil, what do you know about the contract who makes the ballots as far as, do you know who it
I
is?
don't know any of that. No, I don't. I honestly don't.
All right.
Like I said, I do the outreach. So
The P.O. box you don't know about?
P.O. box is probably whatever it's on the back of the envelope. You know.
So you don't know where it's at then? Who can go there? That's none of your thing?
Yeah, it's not my thing. Again, you send that in, they'll let you know.
I thought you would
I'm
know
sure
that
it's
stuff.
authorized guys. I'm sure they have to send names of who's allowed to go there. I mean, look, just to get on base here or on campus here, we have to have your name. So I'm sure USPS has, because they have more than Ballot.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, election 2020, your election. Votes in your hands, ladies and gentlemen. So at least we think. So it's been an interesting night. Right now, the AP still has Biden up in points and electoral votes. However, they haven't called Florida and Texas the way Fox News has, so we have to sit by and stand by and wait. So what are we going to do? We're going to bring in some people that we love, some people that's a great combination on online. One of my favorite channels, Action for Assange. They get us up to date on everything that's going, everything Assange. And for us, some of us, Assange was on the ballot, but most people it wasn't. Welcome to the show, Steve Poikonen and Misty, my comrade, friend, Putin's ex-girlfriend. You know. How you guys doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I wish I could see you guys, but I can hear you guys nice and loud. How's everything going over there?
Not too bad.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day.
Yeah.
It has.
Can you guys predict anything with what you see going on? Because I see the AP not reporting Texas, not reporting Florida, refusing to report Michigan, calling Virginia early. It seems like they're planting their flag on where they want to protest these states on and possibly flood the ballots with the mail-ins after it's over, maybe in Florida, maybe in Texas. Your thoughts?
Well, that is called Ohio, which I'm in Ohio, so I've been predicting that for, months. There was no way Joe Biden ever had a chance in hell here. But I think that you're right. I think that they're selectively releasing results to kind of, give a cushion to their narrative that, this is a flawed election and that Joe Biden should contest this and all of that, that the mail-in ballots can still save him and all that stuff. So, yeah, I think what you guys have been saying all night is spot on, and we've been, people like the Convo Couch and, on Action for Assange, we've been predicting this for a long time. If you've been paying attention, it's been pretty clear what's been going down.
Yeah. Poikonen.
I think that the end game, at least for the evening, is to allow liberals to go to bed with a little bit of hope, right? A little bit of hope. And then when they wake up in the morning to find that, like, oh yeah, no, we don't have election results. We aren't going to have those for a while. It could be days, it could be weeks. That's when the ensuing chaos is really going to kick in. And
yeah, I wonder if Donald Trump is going to tell everybody, all his followers, hey, calm down. Don't go out there. Don't go nuts. Let us handle this. Let us work this in the courts. Look, listen. Whether you like Donald Trump or not, they've been ahead of this the whole step of the way. They understood that the Democrats were going to try to use the COVID to flood and stuff the ballot box with mail-in ballots. That's why in the HEROES Act, they tried to remove the provision which said that 32 states can no longer verify their ballots, their absentee ballots, with signatures, meaning essentially they can just put them all in. But that's the reason why Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump didn't want to sign the HEROES Act. In fact, a lot of people said, it was all the pork that was in there. So, you guys know this stuff. They were ahead of this. So what are your thoughts about what's going to happen after if they do go to bed, make us go to bed without a clear winner? Misty.
I think that they're definitely going to make us go to bed without a clear winner. I think that's been the plan all along. I think that, that there's going to be a push to kind of control the narrative a little bit and manipulate the news cycle as much as they can. But I think I honestly don't even know how this is all going to go down in the end because, Dan Cohen just posted a video of some Biden supporters outside the White House, and it is the most lackluster, show of support I've ever seen. It looks like they're really ready to burn some things down. So, if it comes down to it and Trump wins, come on, are the liberals really going to contest it? They've proven time and time again that that's not what they're going to do. So,
there will be so many tweets.
The protested way of tweets. We've said this from the get-go. If Biden loses, the liberals aren't going to get out in the street for Biden. They wouldn't get out in the street for Biden for anything. But if Trump loses, those people, you could rest assured they'll be out in the street. But right now, if you look at the numbers and the way things are going, if this was like a primary and it was Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden versus Bernie Sanders, they would have called these states right now. Fox has called Texas and Florida. The AP refuses to call it. Steve, Your thoughts if Donald Trump does lose this eventually through way of courts, law, protesting, stuff in the ballot box, do you think there'll be civil unrest then?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's civil unrest now. This is only going to get more absurd. Both sides have ramped up for massive legal challenges. Jared Beck was on Slow News Day on Sunday. We were talking about it. In this period of chaos or disorder, what we're going to have are two camps declaring that essentially they're president, right? Like they don't know for sure, but we're going to see both camps acting like they're president. Joe Biden said if the media called it for him tonight, he was going to start forming a government immediately. Like that's yeah, I'm not kidding. And what we're going to have is at least 3/4 of the population, because half of the population doesn't vote. So you have the half that voted for Trump, the quarter that voted for Trump, the half of the people that don't vote, knowing that, election results are invalid. Or conversely, you'll have Biden people, if Trump wins, being that quarter of the population to add to the half of it that knows that election results aren't valid. And when 3/4 of the population realizes that their electoral process is as cartoonishly rigged as ours is, that's a decent recipe for, what did you call it, civil unrest. By the way, I'm bummed you don't have your jacket on. I looked all over my house to find one with like matching shoulder pads, but I don't have that jacket. And I was trying to get like as close to you as twinsies as possible.
Stay still. Hold on, my friend. Look at this. Hey! There we go. I got it on. Now, guys, it's funny. I was laughing at your comment there, Poikinen, because you talked about Joe Biden said he's going to start forming a government if he wins, if the whatchamacallit calls it for him tonight. They're going to call for Donald Trump, and Donkey's going to still try to start forming a government. Joe Biden and be like, Joe, you lost. Stop trying to form a government. Anyways, Misty, we listen to a lot of Whitney Webb. She's been on your show several times. We know what she's talked about. We were looking at perhaps false flags type of operations where civil unrest just hit the streets. And, we see everything barricaded across the country right now. It's ridiculous. But that didn't necessarily happen yet. Is there still a chance that martial law might be declared and all that shit might go down? Or do you think that we're almost out of the woods with Donald Trump looking like he's going to win this election?
Listen, there's always a chance. I mean, there's always a chance that they're going to they'll use anything. I mean, never let a good disaster go to waste. And, a crazy election is certainly something they're willing to take advantage of. But, I think that Whitney has done incredible reporting on this. She's been on Steve's show many times talking about this. She broke her own brain the other day, which is great. But yeah, I think that that's always going to be a possibility. I think that that's something we have to be ready for. It would be really unwise to not be prepared for that, I think. So yeah, I think that that's definitely something that we need to watch out for, in the coming at least days. I know that my governor here has already, a couple days ago said that he had the National Guard, ready to go on standby. So, that's been going on across the country. So it's definitely something I think we need to be ready for.
Steve, I know that Biden spelled doom for Julian Assange. Donald Trump wins this election. Is there a chance he might pivot and free Assange now that he's in the clear and he won his next election?
No, because
or is it just still, even a Trump candidacy, does that still mean Julian is still on the hook to be sent here to the States with a kangaroo court just to be sent to the wolves?
Donald Trump owes nothing to his base after he wins tonight. Nothing whatsoever. And what he's proven throughout his first term is that the national security state ultimately runs his administration, that he may be allowed to publicly protest up to a point, but he cannot cross any number of lines, and Julian Assange is one of them. Biden, I would imagine, is less of a friend to Julian Assange, but the point is, it doesn't really matter what Trump wants. Trump is a puppet. He's a caretaker. He's someone who's there to be like the public relations face for the oligarchy. So it's not, it doesn't, what Trump wants doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to say. What's going to happen is there's going to have to be a mass, universal, global movement that applies pressure to not just governments, but influential people in business and in art and film and media. And that's what it's going to be. Like, if we can't stop it in the UK, we're fucked. The First Amendment is the First Amendment's toast. It's I don't know if your audience knows exactly what Julian faces in the US.
Oh, we know. We've had you on the show several times.
Yeah.
We follow action for Assange, and we regurgitate your message. We actually depend on you for that information about Julian Assange. Actually, you're our go-to. I was talking with another pretty popular YouTuber yesterday, and he was saying, well, who's on our side of the fence right now as far as these other YouTubers that have just gone completely David Pac-Man on us? And I mentioned you guys and saying that you guys are crucial when it comes to pointing out this information about Julian Assange. So my audience does know,
Well, thank you.
they're not as educated as diehards as your audience, but that's what we do. We kind of combine these audiences together. Misty, if Donald Trump wins, what does this mean for your ex-boyfriend Putin and the relationship with the United States?
Well, listen, whoever wins, they're going to win because Putin wanted them to win. And that's just the end of the story. So Lord Putin is very powerful. And so whatever the outcome is, that is the outcome that he desired. So he'll be fine either way, I think.
Yeah. Well, what about the whole point that we saw the Democrats the other day on the Senate floor when they called the lords of the censorship from Google, Twitter, Jack Dorsey, Pachai, our good friend Mark Zuckerberg, they called them to the floor. I'm going to let you start first, Misty, and then Steve, you go after. Doesn't a Trump win make it better for civil liberties advocates like ourselves? Because the Democrats, they wanted more censorship than the Republicans. So in actuality, isn't a Trump win better for Americans when it comes to their civil liberties and freedom of the press?
Well, hell, it's not even Democrats, it's progressives. I mean, we have, your progressive yes queens out there advocating and championing mass censorship from Mark Zuckerberg.
AOC?
Yeah. She's one of my favorites. Fuck your faves with Comrade Misty. I think that's probably pretty accurate, mostly because I think under Donald Trump, people are paying way more attention than they ever would be under a Biden presidency. People are very wary of Trump. People who would otherwise never pay attention to what he's doing are actually paying attention. And that's a good thing. I'm not saying that a Donald Trump presidency is a good thing, but the fact that people dislike him so much, it makes them actively engage in what's going on. That's a good thing. Under a Biden presidency, I think it would be very similar to, an Obama presidency. The left would go very much to sleep, particularly liberals. And not to say that they care very much about freedom of speech, because most of them are very authoritarian. But I think at least with a Trump presidency, we have more people paying attention and more people pushing back on the things that he's doing.
Yep. I got a poster in my house. It's the big sleep with Donald Trump, and it has, with Barack Obama. The reason why we have Trump, with Barack Obama reading a story, and all the activists, whether it be Occupy Wall Street, the anti-war movement, the civil liberties movement, Black Lives Matter, the Green Peace movement, they're all sleeping under Barack Obama. Steve, is there anything that we can do electorally after this election, or is it something else we have to find another avenue, since we're not seeming to win this game when it comes to politics? And like you said, like Misty said, these neo-progressives, they are cheering on censorship, and they have no opinions about civil liberties or foreign policy. Aren't we lost in the dark and politically homeless no matter what, whoever wins this election?
Well, I'm glad you gave me the cheerful questions. Look, I've been telling people for years, and certainly since the beginning of Slow News Day, that that you need to do whatever you can to make your community as sustainable as possible. You need to not play into the hate thy neighbor dynamic that we get fed 24 hours a day through all forms of media. You need to do what
Absolutely.
you can in your community to be as less, as minimally reliant on a federal government or a centralized government as humanly possible, because they don't give a fuck about us. Not even a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
our votes don't even matter to them because they are legally allowed to do multiple different things that invalidate our votes. So if our votes don't matter, why are we playing this game? Why do we do this? Why do we do this every 2 years? People go, well, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And because technically that's a new candidate, it's not the same thing that I did 2 years ago or 4 years.
I know. It's this exact same.
So technically it's not insane. So we should put all of our hopes and dreams into this exercise of sheer futility, and then blame the people with no power and no money when we lose.
Yeah, I hear you. Comrade Misty, you heard Steve just talk about we have to stop hating thy neighbor. And I say this all the time. I figure the cancel culture from the left is just ridiculous. And then you have these donkeys on the right who like to call everybody a socialist and a communist no matter what, really, and they don't understand what's going on. It seems like we're so tribal, and especially this election, it just split Americans down the middle. So I don't see us in the streets together marching with a common goal. What's it going to take, comrade, to get us together in the streets? Is it going to be another big falling out, like an eviction crisis where we're all homeless before we grab the pitchforks and start heading to the White House? What's it going to take?
Probably. I think that that's a very unfortunate reality. I don't think that people are ready for, dealing with the fact that we are on our own. We don't, that's it. We only have each other, and there's more of us. This is the whole reason why they keep us divided. I say it all the time on matters of war and Wall Street. We have one party. They operate as one party. They use everything else to keep us divided, because if the people realize that we have more in common with each other than we do with them, they're screwed. And that they work overtime at, pushing the propaganda to keep us all at each other's throats, that we don't come together. And we have people, and it's really especially frustrating on the left, because you would think that they would, after reading Noam Chomsky and having the understanding that this is what they do, and then you have people complaining when Glenn Greenwald goes on Fox News, and it's the most absurd and self-defeating thing I have ever heard of. Tucker Carlson has 5 to 6 million viewers a night, and if Glenn Greenwald can go on Tucker Carlson's show and expose 5 to 6 million people to leftist ideas, which they would never otherwise be exposed to, that's a really great thing. And so we, the whole cancel culture thing of, oh, well, you went on a show with a host I don't like, and so now I can't ever agree with anything you ever say, is beyond absurdity. I mean, we have progressives in the House right now who won't even mention Tulsi Gabbard's bill to protect press freedoms, or the, reforming of the Espionage Act, or, freeing Julian Assange and letting Edward Snowden come home. And it has nothing to do with whether or not these bills are good bills. They're great bills. It's because they don't like Tulsi. And, Mama Bear told them that they can't support that. So,
He doesn't get to sit at our table, girls.
Right. It is Mean Girls. It's the most infantile thing. It's so ridiculous.
You know something, guys? We got to get you out of here because Biden might get ready to speak, and we don't want to miss that.
Ooh.
But the thing that really bothers me, Misty, Steve, that you guys talked about pretty much in general is that throughout all these rallies, all these protests in the streets, I see sometimes a lot where citizens are pitted against each other. There's never that discussion of like, hey man, we do have a lot more in common. We need to start paying attention to the power structure, join together and go after those assholes who are benefiting off everybody's misery and just pain and suffering throughout the United States. Guys, thank you so much, Action for Assange. Ladies and gentlemen, go to their website, go to their Facebook, go to their YouTube. You guys got any announcements before we get you out of here, Steve?
Yeah. Let's see. This December 10th is Human Rights Day. Action for Assange is planning a couple of events. I believe one in DC and one in Denver. January 4th. We will be back in DC because that is the day that District Judge Vanessa Baratzer, concierge to the U.S. State Department, reads her decision in Julian's extradition hearing. I think that's it. There's something November 11th, but I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want to get it wrong.
But also,
it's okay. Everybody,
just for the
go
love of
to
God.
Action
Yes.
for Assange. This is really important. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about freedom of the press, freedom of speech right here. If they can kill the messenger, you'll never get the truth. They'll keep it from you at all costs, and we'll live in a totally fascist, authoritarian country. Thank you so much, Action for Assange, guys. We love you. We love the work you do. Keep it up, and please keep us in the loop with if anything breaks on Julian Assange.
Thank you.
Take care, y'all.
Guys, we'll be back in just a minute. We're waiting for Joe Biden to speak. It looks like he's going to lose Iowa. We are getting news in right away. This could be one of those situations if they do call a couple of these states. It doesn't look like the AP is going to budge. But if they do budge on a couple of these states, we can actually get a winner by tonight. I don't think it's going to happen, but there is a chance. Convo, we'll see you in a minute.
This is going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia. Although That's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, ladies and gentlemen. A little time for a quick rant here real quick. And I will assume that my partner will be around soon to give a little rant herself. But I just want to say what is going on right now is disgusting. With a capital D, ladies and gentlemen. Of all times to go out there and fight for the vote, they want to fight for Joe Biden. The numbers there that we have do not look good for him one way or another. They just called Florida for Donald Trump, and he's leading pretty big in Texas. They're still holding on. It looks like they're planting their flag where they want to fight. So here you are, the establishment Democrats losing their ass off, but still going to sit there and hold the country hostage right now so that they can try to push Joe Biden ahead of Donald Trump. I'm no Trump fan whatsoever. I never voted for Trump. I'm not rooting for Trump. I didn't want him to win. I voted for Gloria La Riva. We're completely just in the open on this election right here. But we have to call it like it is. Hypocrisy is hypocrisy. The truth is the truth. And right now, the numbers are stacked high against Joe Biden. But what are they doing? They're getting ready to cheat. They're getting ready to try to stuff the ballot box. They're getting ready to try to go into the courts, try to hold the country hostage so that you don't know. Texas, are you kidding me? They're not calling Texas. Meanwhile, the whole night they could have called Florida for hours, but they made you wait. Why? Because it benefited them. Anytime they had a primary, it was okay for them to call that thing with 0%, 2%, 3% the most, while Thousands of progressives were waiting in line to cast their vote. They didn't care. They called it. And how many times have they got caught cheating? All of a sudden now we think they have this coming to Jesus moment and they're doing the right thing. They want to make sure that all the votes are counted, so they want you to hold on in for no malarkey Joe. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. This is a crock of shit. The establishment Democrats are a crock of shit. And Donald Trump should win this because he's fairly winning right now and they just don't want to call it for him. We need to take our medicine. Until we get a real opposition party, until we get our ass spanked enough, nothing will change. So don't fall for this BS. Call it like it is. It's about calling balls and strikes. The Democrats can try to stall this as long as they want, but we know who they are. They've shown their true colors. It's been a biased reporting the whole night by the AP. And quite frankly, I'm sick of it. I'm going to step aside right now and let my partner come in because she's got probably a lot more to say. This is bullshit. Pasta Jardula. Convo out. I'm going to go slam something outside.
Good. All right. Hey guys, welcome back. You know, 4 years ago, we were here at the same exact place, and it seems like we didn't learn our lesson. It seems to me that we have repeated our same mistakes, that we have pretty much done the definition of insanity. We had a terrible candidate in Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, and we ran her against somebody like Donald Trump, and people were shocked when Donald Trump beat her in a landslide, actually. All the polls were wrong. People predicted the wrong thing. 4 years, now it's 2020, and the Democrats did everything they could to beat Bernie Sanders. They did everything they could to beat the one candidate that could literally wipe the floor with Trump. And now we have Joe Biden, who is literally lying on national television and saying we are on track to win. And, you know, a lot of people were yelling at us, telling us we were Russian assets, telling us we were wrong, telling us that we wanted Trump to win. And they were entirely wrong. The reason we knew this was going to happen again is because we repeated the same exact recipe. And we got very similar results. I mean, yes, COVID was bad. Yes, Trump is terrible. Yes, he mishandled everything. But the Democrats offered nothing. And the fact is that when you offer nothing and you stand for nothing, you're going to lose. And we saw this across the Rust Belt. We're seeing it in Wisconsin. We're seeing it in Michigan. We're seeing Flint, Michigan go largely red. When areas like Flint, Michigan go largely red, in areas in like particularly Flint, where Obama did that whole debacle with the water, you have to realize that something was up and you needed to shift your strategy. Instead of ragging on the progressive left, instead of ragging on people who wanted actual change, the Democratic Party should have embraced Medicare for all, should have embraced the Green New Deal, should have embraced college for all, should have embraced the vast majority of things that millions of Americans want. They didn't have to go this route. But it seems to me that the Democratic Party didn't want to win because they're still raising millions of dollars off of this race. Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer, all these people are still going to be fine whether Trump or Biden wins. And it's looking like Trump is going to win in these states that all the polls and all the mainstream media said was totally 100% going to go to Joe Biden. Florida, oh yes, Florida is going to flip. Texas is going to flip. Georgia is going to flip. Pennsylvania is a done deal. You're crazy, Fiorella. We put out maps, and Pasta and I's maps were nearly identical. We got most of the things right thus far. The thing is that the AP refuses to call the states that should be called right now. And if that doesn't shock you and if it doesn't scare you, there's something wrong with you. Because the reality is, we saw what they did regarding censorship with YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, when it came to trying to protect Joe Biden from any sort of criticism. That in itself makes you look like a hypocrite. People are done with the political establishment, and a lot of the mainstream media and these people that get paid millions of dollars to lie to you completely ignore that fact, thinking it doesn't matter, we're just gonna play our narrative and hope that it sticks. Well, guess what? It didn't stick because it hasn't stuck for a long time. We will never defeat the fascism of the Republican Party until we address the issues that are within the Democratic Party, because they're not real opposition. They're fake opposition, and they are the ones impeding us from actually fighting Donald Trump. We're not going to defeat Donald Trump, who's a Republican, with another Republican in Joe Biden. The only way we can actually defeat Donald Trump is to actually put somebody in there that's actually a progressive, that's actually fighting for things, policies that the people want, that's actually listening to the pulse of the people. And now it's not looking good for Joe Biden at all. And they're going to use this tactic of the mail-ins to say, well, the mail-ins are going to put us over the top. We're talking about like over 600,000 votes that Joe Biden would have to make up. That would mean that he has to get every single one of these votes. And while a lot of these votes have already been counted anyway, and while he could get a lot of these votes, it's not going to be enough to put him over the top. So in turn, Donald Trump is already saying, no, we're winning big. These Democrats are lying, they're cheating. They want this country to be in a fight. They want people to be stuck in the middle, as they've done absolutely nothing, both parties, to take care of people during this coronavirus. I mean, we're living in a pandemic right now, and this pandemic has literally shown us what happens when you don't have social safety nets, what happens when you have a situation where it's completely dire and you expect your country to take care of you, and that doesn't happen. And we've seen the mass protests against police brutality and for Black Lives Matter, but that's also been an attempted co-opt to the Democratic Party to get people to vote for Joe Biden. The problem is a lot of young people are completely done with the system. They're not afraid to be anti-capitalist. They're not afraid to say the word socialism. They're not afraid to embrace a new system, because capitalism and this system and this country and the duopoly has absolutely failed them. They were told that they could achieve the American dream, but the middle class is basically gone. Working people have been having to work before COVID 3 to 4 jobs just to make ends meet. Rents have skyrocketed, but the price of the cost of living has completely gone up. And that's the reality. We don't have a system that is working for people. And if you're gonna pretend to address that with platitudes, with word salads, you're not going to really gain the people's support. You're going to lose every single time. To me, this is rock bottom. This is showing you that these media pundits who are funded by corporations that are worth billions and billions of dollars, who fund people who get paid to lie to you, who are not media at all. They're not the fourth estate. They're propagandists. They're PR specialists who are there to make sure that you fall in line with this narrative. That's the reality. And if we don't learn from this, it's going to happen over and over and over again. This is the time that we can use to shift and to finally say, you know what, maybe I shouldn't be continuing to support a party that doesn't support me. Maybe my vote is earned. Maybe I should do something else outside the electorate. Maybe it's time for people to form a general strike. If any other country in this world, particularly in Europe, had been denied basic income during the 7 months, 8 months that we've been under coronavirus, and had only been given $1,200 with no health care, don't you guys think that people would perhaps protest? Any other country would have. We don't have health care. Even amidst the pandemic, Joe Biden denied people health care. Amidst the pandemic, all these technocrats and these social media platforms gathered to protect him from his own record, from holding accountability. They made up this conspiracy theory of Russiagate that's been debunked I don't know how many times, to literally lie to the American people and paint the blame somewhere else and point the blame somewhere else, instead of saying, you know what, we screwed up, we should be held accountable, we're gonna do better, instead of listening to the people. This is the result of that. And frankly, if Donald Trump wants to contest this election, he's very well in his parameter to do so. That's the reality. I can't stand Donald Trump, but I want to beat Donald Trump. I don't want to just bring in another neo-crypto fascist to replace them, and then the next time have somebody worse and more efficient than Donald Trump. We need to end this cycle, and the only way to end this cycle is to absolutely oppose it with something real. And Americans need to realize that they need to start looking outside the electorate, building movements, building mutual aid, building co-ops, understanding that it is possible, but you shouldn't be waiting on somebody else to do it. You shouldn't be deifying these leaders, whether it's Bernie Sanders, whether it's AOC, whether it's anybody else. And you need to understand that every single time you try to reform the Democratic Party, because they are so powerful, they are not going to reform. The only thing that can happen is an outside movement that can change the whole system. Because right now, even if you have a third-party candidate, look how that turns out. They don't win because the system is set for them to fail. So we're not addressing the core issues of the problem here. We're only addressing the symptoms. And if we continue to do that, we're never going to resolve the issue. We need to address the fact that we don't have election integrity in this country. We don't know anything about those mail-in votes. We don't know who's counting what. We don't see this process happen in front of us, as we should. We should be seeing these ballots get counted in a public forum. We shouldn't be running politicians who take corporate money from insurance companies who literally benefit off of sick people. We shouldn't be having this discussion. We are far behind. America is not the land of the free, the home of the brave, and not to mention the fact that no matter who wins in this election, bombs will still be dropped on the Middle East. We will still try to stage coups in the global South. We're still gonna pretend that Julian Assange is guilty for simply being a freaking journalist. We're still gonna pretend that it's okay to censor people just because we disagree with them. We're still gonna pretend that there is a difference between the Republican and the Democratic Party. The reality is they're all one giant oligarchy. And Americans need to realize that the only way to change things is through direct action against the whole system as a whole. The reality is that these people want you divided. They want you to hate somebody because they have a different opinion. They want a civil war. They want these Trumpers out there and Black Lives Matter to fight each other. Because what gets addressed other than people getting in trouble, other than hatred? Nothing will ever get addressed. The only way to address these systemic issues in our country is to actually blame the people and hold the people accountable who are to blame. And that's the oligarchy. Both the Democratic and the Republican Party are to blame for this. Do not let the Democratic establishment blame you if Donald Trump wins this election because you voted third party. It is not your fault. That vote is earned. They didn't earn your vote. You have every right to keep it. Nobody's vote belongs to anybody else. And that's what we have to stop. We have to stop the fear mongering. We have to stop the manipulations that these people play on you. I don't know how many people felt so compelled to have to vote for Joe Biden, even though they were like throwing up, they were nauseous, because they felt like if they didn't do it, they would let people down. You need to stand up for yourself. And not enough of us are actually doing that. Not enough of us are actually aware of all the lies the mainstream media has peddled and continues to peddle in order to achieve their narrative. They don't work for you. They work for these corporations, for these billionaires who have only gotten richer and are becoming trillionaires since the pandemic. Things are not going to get any better. Things are going to get much worse. People are going to get evicted. People are going to lose their jobs again because we might close down, we might not. There's going to be mass civil unrest. We need to understand that if we don't seize this moment for what it is, it's just that's it. And so that's what I urge people to do, is to look forward and to use this as an opportunity to learn and to understand that you don't okay corruption just because it doesn't agree with your political narrative. You don't censor people just because it doesn't agree with your political narrative. You have to be honest. You have to tell the truth and start listening to independent media who has literally called all of this out for months, for years. They called it out 4 years ago. They're calling it out this time. And the reality is, if we don't listen, if we continue listening to those people who are not on the ground, who have zero commitment to the people, this is going to happen all over again. So I urge everybody to really pay attention to this election and to understand that if Donald Trump wins this election or if Joe Biden wins this election, we lose no matter what, because neither of them are going to do anything for the vast majority of the American people. And we have to stop looking to these people to do anything. We have to take matters into our own hands in the sense that we have to demand things now. Don't ask, demand. If you ask for scraps, you're going to get scraps. And as you guys saw in the I don't have to vote for Joe Biden video, you don't have to worry about that anymore, because they're going to vilify you no matter what you do, no matter what you say. And right now, the biggest battle that's happening is a battle against the system. It is not a battle of left versus right. The real battle is about the people versus the oligarchy. And it's time more of us realize that. All right.